Aunga sana, 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 aunga sana. Aunga sana, 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 aunga sana.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of the WePlay Clutch Island. My name is James Banks, and I am your host, and we are ready for another action-packed day of CS. And when I say action-packed, it's 4 best-of-3s across today, some winner games, some scary elimination games, and I've got Hawker and Vendetta to kick things off with all of this stuff today. And today is a day where we're in a situation that group of death really did become the group of death. Na'Vi is facing elimination right now. Hard Legion's facing elimination. We're starting with this game, which is Espada going up against Windstrike in elimination. We should definitely take a look back at what we saw yesterday, because yesterday started off, it looked like everything was kind of the stars aligning, right? It was like, oh, this is what we expect to happen, at least on Group A side of things. Though, after we got out of there, it became slightly different. So we had to open up with Spirit taking on Espada. Now, it was close, as it always is between these two teams, but Spirit, ultimately, they handled business as they should have done and didn't drop a map. Yeah,
no, again, this is Spirit kind of just going through the motions in terms of making it through their groups. They come into this main event in their groups as pretty big favorites, at least in my eyes, and not necessarily that they blew us away by how they performed, but again, they're solid enough to make sure that they get away with the 2-0 win, and that's really all you can expect. Again, we saw plenty of upsets already yesterday, so just the fact that they're able to go through it in such a steady fashion is a sign of strength.
Yeah, I think Espada were definitely in that game, but you could just see a few rounds where they weren't able to close it out, right? It felt like they were getting into good positions. They were playing well, but like you were saying, Spirit just had that edge across the board. They did what they had to do. They go up to the winners game, and I think looking forward into this group, we're feeling pretty good about Spirit, in all honesty. I think they showed enough yesterday for us to be confident in them.
Definitely, and then we had Namiga taking on Windstrike, which is a nice one because Namiga continued their form. We weren't sure how it was going to go. We came up against a Windstrike that hadn't played official for a month, and they really looked like they hadn't played an official in a month. It was a little bit awkward at times, I'd say.
Yeah, no, that was a rough one to watch. I guess the lasting impression from that series for me was luckily more the positives of what we saw out of Namiga. Again, a team that continues to deliver and now actually have a really solid shot at actually making it deep into an RMR tournament, securing themselves some very much needed points and actually putting themselves in a position where they could actually vie for one of the 5 major spots, which would be massive. I mean, this is a core of Belarusian players who haven't been anywhere near a major at any given point. So for them to be in that position, for them to be playing as well as they are, it's wonderful to see. So I'd rather take that with me than the lackluster performance that we saw from Windstrike, because we expected a lot more from a very experienced team in Windstrike after having a month off.
And we should say here, right, look at this graphic. Group stage points. Don't adjust the set. Your eyes are correct. Na'Vi lost to Gambit Youngsters 2-1 in a series where, for me, Gambit Youngsters not only impressed individual skill-wise, mental fortitude. They came back from an overtime that they got pushed to. They had to deal with waiting like over an hour for a game to start because Perfecto had to go and move location. These guys still just chilled, did their thing, and got a big win over Na'Vi. Then VP, the team that you never really know what you're going to get. Yekindar, he's like the savior for these guys right now. He comes in to help and get a 2-1 over Hard Legion, who Hard Legion look like the best team in CIS in terms of how they act as a team. They look more like a European/NA kind of, not NA, a European team, let's be honest. And I think that was the most impressive thing about Hard Legion. They play what is more towards the normal style of Counter-Strike rather than the craziness. Like, Crad goes off and does his own thing at times, he lets loose, but in general, it's not just the Rush B kind of mentality from CIS we get.
Yeah, you need to have a couple of loose cannons, here and there to create some uncertainty as to what you're doing. Otherwise, you become very predictable. And I guess for Hard Legion, they kind of found that perfect formula for themselves. Even with losing Speedak, we know, back from the Berlin venture that they had as Dream Eaters, he was a very vital part of that. So the fact that they haven't necessarily let off, they seem to be doing, extremely well with Rage in the lineup as well. That's solid signs, and that also has to make you pretty worried if you're a Na'Vi fan, right? Because that's the elimination game we're looking at, and it's not like Hard Legion gave up, gave an easy match to VP by any means. That could have very easily been Hard Legion in a winners match.
Now, Hawk, I want to get your thoughts on this because we're going to get straight into this veto. We're moving things nice and forward. These are the teams I like, early morning teams that are ready and don't keep us waiting for hours and hours. So respect to these guys out of that one. But a big problem for me when I look at Windstrike, we keep talking about their Vertigo. It's, yes, the insta-ban of so many teams in this IS region. So while it works for them, if it keeps getting banned out, they're very unlikely to see it. Inferno ban comes out, actually, okay, this is all right. So Espada get rid of that, makes sense.
I think Espada should be banning Vertigo here. Yeah, they ban it most of the time, so get that out of there. I mean, Windstrike didn't look great on it yesterday, but Namiga were playing kind of a disruptive playstyle, so we maybe didn't get to see what we were meant to see from Windstrike. Then Windstrike, I was interested in their pick. I was thinking they could maybe go for Nuke, but they go for the Dust 2.
Oh, no.
I can kind of get it to an extent, because yesterday their team play wasn't looking great. If you just want to rely on someone like Elian stepping up, I can kind of see it from that sense, but it's always a scary pick, let's be real.
I mean, the thing that worries me is that, yeah, you go to Dust 2 because your team play isn't necessarily where it should be, but it's not like we saw too much from the individual perspective of Windstrike either. Like, everything was kind of just lacking yesterday, so Dust 2 doesn't necessarily mean that this is going to be an easier time of it. And I also think this is going to be an opportunity for a player on Espada's side and Dexter that we haven't necessarily seen kind of blow us away just yet. That's going to be a perfect opportunity for him to showcase why he's highly touted in the CIS region.
I'm never a fan, you know this, of the Dust 2 pick coming in, right?
Yeah,
absolutely.
The pick of Dust 2 doesn't make sense because everyone can play that map, right? Even if you're just an FPL player and you're just coming into a team, that's heaven. Yeah, give me a Dust 2, give me a Mirage, right? Because you're playing that all day, every day.
Yeah.
So if you're going in for that, it says that you're trying to find some confidence. You may be hoping to get off to a good start on it. But realistically, tactically, you're not there. And we end on an Overpass decider. I'm liking the Overpass decider to be in there, right? Fair enough. But Windstrike haven't won anything on it.
No, yeah, again, I was a little bit surprised by the fact that we haven't seen Nuke come out from Windstrike.
They actually banned it, second rotation,
yeah,
Windstrike did.
Which is somewhat surprising to me because, again, if you look just straight up on statistics, Espada hasn't necessarily looked fantastic on the map. It's actually one of the few maps where they don't have a positive win rate. So for Windstrike, if they're already going into this feeling like, well, nothing's really working, then don't necessarily go towards some of the strengths that Espada already have within themselves, right? Like, then you might have to look at what they're not too comfortable playing, even though it might not be the optimal pick for you, just from a strength basis. So I guess in that sense, I would have liked to see them take more of a chance than just going into Dust 2 and being like, hey, man, let's just flip a coin and see what happens.
Wrap it up.
Yeah.
But maybe flipping a coin is their best shot right now. Who knows?
Yeah, honestly, it could be. The surprising thing to me with the Nuke thing was that last time these teams played, just like about a month ago, they did pick Nuke and they won it 16-14 on the Windstrike side. So seeing them ban it in second rotation is a real surprise. Maybe that's a shift in their map pool they've made since they had such a big break. But still a surprise that they ban it in second rotation for sure. And I just think overall, this veto feels pretty good for Espada. They get their Mirage, which we know they're really good on.
Yep.
They're happy with that. I think as well, you were saying there, Dexter should be able to show up on these maps, should be able to show up against this team as well. Because in that recent matchup I was talking about, Dexter put a 1.44 rating up last time these teams played. So this is where I'd expect him to be much more comfortable. I'd expect to see him playing his play style, playing his aggressive game. Because yesterday we didn't really see that. We didn't really see Dexter getting involved in the early fights much, but today I'm expecting to see that much more.
Well, you know who I want to get involved? I want to get involved, our commentators. We're going to start with Dust 2 here. We've got Hugo and Vince standing by. Let's bring those faces into the picture. Let's bring them onto the island from a distance, though, right? We're social distancing with our online commentators, at least in some way, through how this all goes. Vince, Hugo, can you hear me, lads?
Yeah, mate, how's it going?
Hello. Hey, how are we doing this morning? You all ready for this one? Dust 2, obviously, just a classic opener. No one should pick it, but we always seem to get it in CIS.
A huge fan, I see. Massive fan.
Yeah. Look, if it works for G2, it can work for anyone, James. I think you need a little more faith. Oh, wait, no, sorry, it doesn't work for G2.
Yeah, about to say, mate.
Yeah, no, I'm on board. Well, thanks anyway. We'll get you out of here. We'll get into this game. I mean, things are getting exciting, Vince. A losers match here. We saw both these teams yesterday. We kind of know what to expect. I think, for me at least, I'd like to hear if you echo my thoughts. Windstrike, man, they disappointed me yesterday. This is a team that looks really, really good at the start of the year in the CIS RMR back at ESL 1. And you know, they've had a month off. They played their first official yesterday after a month of no officials. I'm sure they were cracking in that time, but man, they were underwhelming. They got stomped. Their best map of Vertigo, which they've had like an 80% win rate on coming into this tournament, just got torn apart on it by Namiga. So yeah, I don't know what to make of this team right now.
Yeah, they really did look a shadow of their former selves. And, you know, coming into this, I think a lot of people had high expectations off the back of yesterday. Unless it was a wake-up call and really kicks them into gear, I honestly can see it being more of the same. Because Espada, they're no one to mess with. Like, these guys will punish you, as we've just seen there. As Quizen gets destroyed on long, and they're going to be looking to push behind that now on the T side of the pistol. There are 3 players already making moves up. There is a gap in that smoke as well, and a flash that's designated to push through there. It will be Lackey going through with his USP. Second flash forthcoming. But he's being completely destroyed by Dexter, and in doing so now another flank comes in. Dima deals with Lilian, and that looks like it could be the round just done, unless Bondic and Hobbit muster up a hell of a last stand, which to be fair Hobbit is doing, and his teammate of Bondic has just been finished off. He'd been pushed down to 1 HP, so all on Hobbit, surrounded, isolated from the rest of his teammates, has to come out with some headshots with that USP. Now there's another one. He's keeping the dream alive, but Dima's going to close it out. Espada with the first round of the best of 3.
Yeah, nice try from Hobbit, man. It feels like he's been, you know, the knight in shining armor here for this team. Him and Bondic, of course, are 2 more experienced players inside of this roster, and some young guns as well. We've seen, you know, games where, like, Chrisen yesterday had like 4 kills after a map, and you know that's not normal to see from a player like that. Either way, it's Espada taking the first round of this game and already setting up towards B. Whether they'll commit remains to be seen, but at least 4 in the tunnels with the bomb early on. Elian's going to rotate out of mid and go back. And Espada still holding on to somewhat of a default. Dexter watching that long position. We got Patsy coming in late through T-spawn, and Espada just waiting for Windstrike. With his force up in the second round, it's very winnable for Windstrike. So Espada don't want to jump the gun. They will be ending in B, though, by the looks of things. And we know those new doors are down, so we can see maybe a little more retake potential.
Oh, definitely gives the CTs that feeling that maybe the retakes are much more likely to come into fruition. 2 of them stuck in middle at the time being. There is a smoke being put down, allows Finnegan safe passage to just flash up on short. Lackey is watching with the scout at range. Flashbang comes out, doesn't connect onto him, but he misses a shot. Does land on the second time of asking the Nest the second one as well. If they just stay in this bottleneck, it's going to be a massacre. Everybody swarming in from the CTs, and it's a complete disaster. Only Stockpick really mustering up any kind of engage whatsoever, any kind of retaliation, and honestly his days are numbered. Hugo, he's on 11 HP and he's being chased down.
He's out of there. Whether it's saving or long, I mean, he wants nothing to do with that B bomb side, but what he's left, Vince, is a treasure trove of weaponry. Windstrike can go and clear the tunnels and grab pretty much everything they want. It's a bargain sale. Ooh, okay, Sophic, he's trying to play with his food. Now, he's faked out his position, but I don't know if he'll commit B here. Even though Windstrike have left the site, the time is pretty tenuous at best, 10 seconds, and no one's even scavenging these guns. So Sophic, the defender of the weapons, and he will save living to fight another day. Windstrike finding a force by Lackey, man. Brilliant shot to the scout. Like, that is you put it as a massacre, Vince. I think I have to agree with you. And, well, he's not going to live to tell the tale. Sophic does rid him in the tunnels. Windstrike still pretty rich as a result, and Espada, we already know it, we already hate it. Losing the pistol round is fine if you win the force, because boy, are these tees broken.
Yeah, they're completely skint money. They've got nothing. They have to go all in on deagles and armor. And that just felt very indecisive to me, Hugo, watching that. It's like they threw the flashes out, they had the idea, and then they just kind of got stuck and bogged down in the tunnels, which when you're up against pistols and, you know, a scout that can soften you up is basically a death sentence. Like, they could never really get anything done.
Yeah, every single player there is thinking, oh, I'll kill him. No, I'll kill him. And then they stand still, right? You don't want to be running if you know you're going to get repeaked. And they know they're going to get repeaked, but there's only a head angle and a hard shot to hit with no one to hit it. I guess that makes all the difference, right? Sometimes you believe in yourself, but, well, it's not always under your control. Right now, Short's under the control of Espada. They're going to probably just execute into this A site. Very common in these low economy rounds of pistols. Not so much to go B, but rather just to try and force a plant on the cat side of things. We see these rounds get swept up in the post plant pretty quickly, but this 1 AK can make all the difference.
Most certainly can. It's going to be in the hands of the aforementioned Sotvic, saving it in the previous, and Patsy ripping off the head of Chrisen. There's another one. Elian comes up, slowly peaks, does get 1 kill for his troubles, but now that he's been put down, it's putting that little bit more pressure on the CTs. They've also lost Lackey, so only Bondic and Hobbit remain. They only have a HE, and they don't have a kit between the 2 of them. They're upgrading one of the MP9s up to an M4A4, but the positions from the T's are so tenuous. It's going to be so difficult to get back onto this, and they've lost. It's a game of 4 spies, seemingly, that are being successful, and now it's Winstrike's turn to feel the burn of the economy.
Oh, this is what I like to see. This is already a competitive series, Vince. Both these teams may have got blown out of the water yesterday, but someone has got to cause the explosion today. Someone's got to get knocked down and out because Sparta are bringing the heat right back. So will Winstrike. Double scouts. Well, this is what got them here in the first place. So let's have some faith. Lackey, though, tagged through the doors. Dexter, he's going to go late to long with the rest of his team. I like how Sparta have had a lot of different early round setups. They've not done anything twice, or not in a row at least. They've just, tried every single side of the map, trying to get a feel for how Winstrike are playing or where Winstrike are playing. It's going to be an A-side take with the flashes through the smoke, but oh dear, it's messy, and a quick trade, one more on the site. He's down to 20, should be a quick kill here for a Sparta, and there it is. At this point, very difficult for Winstrike to get anything done. Hobbit does land a dig, but he is the only man technically inside of this site.
That is true, yeah. Post on the back boxes. Bondic can flash up for his teammate, and they're going to push behind that. Does try a speculative deagle shot. Doesn't connect, though. And so Sparta are closing the gap, tightening the noose. Dexter, beautiful tap with the scout, and Dima does handle Hobbit, who, to be fair to him, did wide swing with the deagle and gets a kill. But Alien now is all alone, and he's been spotted. CZ and scout in hand. Dima needs to be careful he doesn't overpeak this. They're keeping Alien down and stuck in the CT side. It's a costly round for Sparta, to be fair, but they're still going to get it done. It's still going to be 3-1 scoreline.
At this point, you're just happy that you took 2 in a row, Vince. I don't think you're worrying about the money at this point. At least Winstrike are broken, is what Sparta are probably saying. And man, I mean, we're only 5 rounds in, so I don't want to extrapolate too much. But Hobbit's looking good right now. He's hitting dig shots. He's hitting pistol kills. Yeah, nice stuff. And he was a bit quiet yesterday, so it's good to see him maybe feeling a little more confident on day 2 of WePlay. Of course, of the main event here on Clutch Island. Sparta now, with all the money and all the chance to shut this one down, put Winstrike, well, not put Winstrike down, but rather put themselves up to 4. And it seems that Finnegan, he wants to make it pretty quick. He's going to run out of the mid doors. The one flashbang in this round, the one investment on Hobbit almost dies. He's going to get it off towards long. Everyone's blind. The USPs could do some damage here. Oh dear, there's 2, there's 3. Chrism with a double. And forget I said anything, Vince. Sparta getting 4. Haha, only joking.
Mate, what's going on? USPs, please.
Yo, and also, if Finnegan killed Hobbit, if he finished the job, this would never have happened. He put 70 damage the way of Hobbit, and then Hobbit throws a flashbang out of desperation. That could have just been, a lost flash, and it would have been a very different round, because without 3 players being blind on long for a Sparta, Winstrike's USPs would have got mopped up. And Hobbit, he's made a gamble, but unfortunately, sometimes with gambling, you lose.
Oh, yeah. Sometimes you all in and you go broke as a result. Finnegan is just sat here basically trying to play the mind games, trying to wait for a potential push from Hobbit. This is a good angle, considering that Finnegan doesn't have a smoke. AK at this range should always triumph over the MAC-10, even though Hobbit is low. However, there are AKs sprinkled and littered around long, so I assume he is going to upgrade to 1, which he has now. He hasn't left himself enough time to go back to the B site, so this is it. It's going to be the long-range encounter between Hobbit. Oh, he actually flicks onto Hobbit. I was going to say, as you rightfully pointed out, Hobbit's been in fine form to start things off, so I really thought he'd win that trade.
I mean, yeah, he's got the drop on him. He hit the first bullet. He put him down to 9, but obviously it's only 1 bullet in response needed by Finnegan. Hobbit was on 27. We all know how much the AK does. So, woo, nice play from Finnegan. He had the realization. He didn't leave it too late. That's what I was scared of. Hobbit's hoping that Finnegan wastes too much time, but yeah, it moves at the right point, gets the shot off as well. And wow, I mean, Winstrike, they can't be too sad. As hard as it is to be, you just got 4 kills on a USP round. So you've softened up your opponent's economy, and this one is about breaking it. If you win it with the AWP, Sparta are going to be back onto pistols themselves. But as we've already seen from that game, pistols don't feel like a limiting factor anymore. We'll have to see if Sparta get broken here, or if they do the breaking. Lackey, the man of doubles, he's got another one back here in middle.
A huge couple kills as well, and because the last 2 rounds have gone down to 1 player, actually Sparta, they've only survived with 2 players maximum in 3 rounds, they've had 1 player left. This is why their economy is not built up, even though they're 4-1. So if they do lose this, they would be into an eco more than likely. And that's Winstrike's chance to really close that gap and get up close and personal again. Great start, 50 seconds to go. But Espada now turning their attention towards B. Now, the 1 round that Winstrike won did come off the back of a B hit. So I wonder if it's going to be more of the same. That was where the scout at the back boxes just ripped them to pieces and the crossfire was set up perfectly. It's more of the same. Patsy with 1 in a second. At least going to keep the CTs honest. Does have a bit of time to play. We're still going to just check his back. No one's there. Bomb under his control now, but it's really about whether he can get the bomb planted. He's going to have to worry about so many angles of aggression. Tickles the bomb, draws Chrisen out into the open. Molotov has been put into place, and there is the flank from Hobbit. Well played, Winstrike.
Yeah, Hobbit just pushes the door smoke on that plant. I like that as well. With the Molotov down, he knew there was enough distraction, and that's going to be a free kill for Winstrike. Another round locked in on B, and not even necessarily a retake, but we can already see how those door changes are coming to assist CTs in making plays like that, right? You know, you can cross out the doors without necessarily being exposed, you know, like you would be on the reverse doors. Very exposed to the position that he was fake planting. But yeah, another timeout here, or the first of many potentially. We saw at least teams use their timeouts yesterday, and that's a good sign. A lot of teams online forget about it, waste it. And while we have coaches that are, of course, able to communicate during rounds and have assistance, it's always nice just to have a bit of a breather and you know, hear from someone on a break. Lackey, he's back on the AWP alongside Ellie, and we have this double AWP on the CT side, but Sparta, they forced up in the 7th round. Nice shot down middle coming through for Dexter, puts Lackey low. 1 Galil. This one pales in comparison to the Hero AK, but let's see what they can do with it.
Yeah, that was damage with the Deagle as well. He nearly actually just ripped apart Lackey, who has the AWP. So that's pretty damning. Had that kill have come down, then could have had another force by working out. Patsy needs to be careful. He is going to burn very quickly, down to 68 behind the Xbox. Flicking from Elian. Solid shot. And now he can look to try and rummage back towards the B side. With B being that little bit easier to retake, you're seeing a lot more teams now occupy 2 in middle as opposed to 2 on B, which does give you that little bit of a safety net and safety blanket when it comes to fending off the mid pushes. Lackey going to connect onto Dima, and it's looking like this round is by and large going to be fairly comfortable for the CTs. Maybe I spoke too soon though, Hugo.
Maybe you have, Vince. A bomb plant, a bare minimum here for a Sparta. No one even close enough to stop it, and no grenades either. So that's good news for Sothic, who's down to 10. Fortunately, he can't drop here. That would be very loud. Actually, his teammate has with the flash. Lackey not going to fall for it. It's actually a decoy as well. So respect for holding his own there. It's Sothic alone. And now I think this one is done, right? 1 on 4, 20 health. Chrisen's up the ramp, and it's going to be Winstrike getting a defuse. Back and forth and back again. It's a 3rd round here for the CT side.
At least with the bomb plant, it does take the economy forward somewhat, but obviously it's not as if they have a vast amount of round loss to really fall back on. So you're looking at mid to high $2,000, $3,000, not really much apart from some upgraded pistols, I would imagine, coming into play for Espada. And Winstrike with a very good opportunity to build up their economy. You can already see a couple players are starting to get up there towards the $5,000 mark. So a good comeback after a very rocky start.
Full PT50s and Deagles now. It's looking like a bit of a B play for Espada with no utility. Very much hamstrings their ability to do anything. And Hobbit, well, he'll make it a lot worse. Dropping the bomb in lower tunnel. I love that play when you get that timing out mid, when you check T-spawn, no one's watching, and you know, okay, I can get lower right now. And you don't even necessarily push to clear B. As long as your teammates have the utility, like Bondic, throwing in that molly smoke, making sure Sparta can't rush B, Hobbit can just wait lower for them to come to him. And the longer he's there, the less they consider it, because he would have already pushed surely. But no, he drops the bomb, gets a couple of kills before he's traded, and even though the MP9 is secured by Patsy, I mean, this round is anything but secure. 2 on 4 with 3 players floating B side. Winstrike are going to have no issue removing this round.
Absolutely, this should be a done deal. Patsy going to be peeking on towards Bondic, who, to be fair, is very low, 22 HP. We could go down to that P250 or MP9 at range, but not going to happen. Perfect timing after the flashbang detonates. And 4-4, all even. Espada, though, will be able to muster up a buy. Dexter, if he wants the AWP, it's going to be Glass Cannon. Most AWPers would prioritize that on Dust 2 and just take the blow. Actually, he can afford out the Kevlar as well. It's at the cost of utility, but it's a good buy from the T's at the very least.
Yeah, always worth it in my opinion. Like, you know, it's nice to have your AWPer throwing nades, but you know, it's better to have them on the AWP, I would say. Kristen, he's going to deal with a long play. Good Molotovs from Winstrike. They don't go in the doors. That's why Sparta think they can get out. They expect the Molotovs to go deep. Instead, they go on the exit of the doors. And so the more Sparta leave the long position, the more they burn. And 2 players dead in there. Now it's down to Catwalk, but there's already an A stack, so Espada is still walking into it. Elian's yet to drop. It will come through late. Bondic trying to help out. Good headshot angle. And yeah, Espada, they fail on long, so they run right back Cat. But little do they know, Winstrike, they have 4 on long, and then they run right back Cat. So really no solutions here in this round for Espada. And this AWP is relying on a timing shot that will be a second too late. Now they're going B, and you know Winstrike are ready for this, right? They've heard everything. They've seen Espada run a train on this map, go from long to T-spawn to Cat to tunnels, and now Espada are trying to throw a bit of a spanner in the works, checking T-spawn for a flank. But Winstrike, I respect the ability to just hold back here and not overplay your hand. They could be flanking, but no need. 5-on-2. Wait for Espada to come to you.
Exactly the case. Just keep that economy brimming to the full. You have 2 AWPs. You have a hefty investment already on the battlefield with the potential of that money to trickle in nicely. Bondic going to be looking to try and push out with his teammate. Not dealing with the full angle, but Finnegan should be getting 2, will get 2. So it's a bit of cost there. If they'd taken down Lackey, it probably would have been one of the AWPs falling, but that's not going to be the case. So Winstrike are fine with that trade.
I didn't see if it was Bondic or Hobbit. Did they know that the Dexter was up at the car? Because they didn't even clear close, and the player close is supposed to be covering, but like Winstrike just hunted that kill like they knew it was there. Like they were 100% sure. Like you can trade me. I'm killing your teammate that you're supposed to be covering. So yeah, that was real sweaty. And hey, look at the score. Winstrike now in the lead. This is not how I thought this game would be going a minute ago. 4 in a row for Winstrike after some back and forth rounds. Nice AWP shots in this one, removing the pistols and double AWPing down mid. Well, this is certainly a solution for the time being. Another one with the bomb dropped, it goes tumbling forward, and it just gets worse and worse, at least for Espada.
Yeah, it's going to be begging for mercy soon. It's going to be 5 rounds in a row. Dima, 1v5. Bomb, as he said, dropped in an awkward position. And just with a deagle, he's about to get shot in the back. Crescent puts the bullet down range. Winstrike now off to a hot streak of rounds. And considering that was a flawless clean sweep, you can see that money building so nicely. Elian up to over $10,000. Crescent's not far off that mark, and neither is Lackey. So you're looking at decent buys coming up for the next 2 or 3. Espada in trouble.
Yeah, but maybe the solution is Dexter. A lot of hype on the desk, but like I said, we didn't really see a lot from him yesterday. This could be his time to shine. AWP on the T side still holding spawn, but we've got Winstrike triple long with a Cat player as well, so very much leaning towards A. Lackey, he is in a compromised position. He has to be very careful on his own not to give away a kill. Grenade into lower does a bit of damage, but Espada just clearing out map control. With that long play eventually peeling back for Winstrike because no commitment from Espada. No reason to hold that forever. Now they can regress towards Catwalk with the AWP, or just go and help middle as well. Espada haven't really taken anything. They've got Cat technically, but it's not like they're pressuring any area of the map. They're waiting for Winstrike to make mistakes, but again, Winstrike have fallen back, holding passive, and don't seem to be interested in moving.
In with one and done position, takes his shot, drops down. Incendiary there, gift wrapped for Espada to contend with. Stops the push. They don't want to try and re-engage now. They know that he has managed to relocate into a better position. 45 seconds on the timer. Espada have seemingly ran very dry on ideas. And a lot of their rounds that did come were at the cost of 4 or 5 players at times, or 3 or 4, I should say. So they haven't exactly ever looked like they were completely in command of the rounds that they did end up winning. 30 seconds. As Sparta still yet to really pull the trigger on any push. Now they're going to start to come through, but perfectly placed to deal with this. 2 kills down. Loads of damage through the smoke onto Dima and Patsy as well. And it's looking like it's going to be another toothless push. Elian, though, is tagged down very heavily and finalized. So with 12 seconds to go, they are going to look for that bomb plant. Lucky misses the first, but nails the second. It's not going to be in time, though, to stop the bomb plant.
Hey, they'll take it rounds around at the end of the day. And yeah, you mentioned that actually, Vince. I guess that's a good point about Sparta. You know, it's been a while since they won rounds. I guess you got to look at the way they won their rounds as well. It was those early force buys. It was those back and forth. We have more money, or even at times we have less money. And that's how they even got rounds on the board. So now that Windstrike have got guns, yeah, Sparta have gone absolutely silent. And that is not a good sign. Hobbit, he's so good, man. He always knows how to get value from his position. Even if he's dying, he'll go down with 2. He'll always put up a bit of a fight before he's dropped. And even 2 kills on his own, traded. He gets all the info. He drops the bomb. He really sets his team up there. So Hobbit, once again, being the guy to look out for here for Windstrike. Bit of a B play here for Sparta, and only 1 man in. This could get hairy.
Yeah, that second player, though, in the form of Hobbit, as you highlighted, after just a couple of rounds, he was looking like he was feeling it after being eerily quiet yesterday. Flash out from Dima. They're going to push. They're going to take the initiative and really pick up the pace, and the aggressive play is going to work out nicely. Hobbit first of all. Lucky goes down instantly afterwards. That peak from Bondic yields 1, but that probably won't be good enough for the CTs, as the Ts maintain their player advantage, and it's going to be a post plant as well, as Crizant and Elian try and muster together some plays. Now, this is what you're looking for, Hugo. Are we going to see more retakes now that the doors have changed? It's looking like, at least for the time being, Windstrike are interested in the idea, but with Crizant being shut down, that probably closes the door for Elian.
Yeah, Orb, solo Orb as well. And I mean, even though he has the money, better to get away with it than give it to them for free. They've already got one off the body of Lackey. So yeah, Bondic, that window peak, I like the idea. It's a coin flip. It's a gamble. It's a 50-50 for the round, right? He gets 1. He drops the bomb temporarily. If he gets away there, that's excellent, because you can set up for a retake at that point. But with him getting traded, yeah, not enough for the CTs at all. Sparta favored, and his teammates too far away. I would have done the same thing, really, but unfortunately not to the same result. It's going to be 7 rounds for Windstrike, 5 for Sparta, as they finally put a rifle round on the board after a lot of back and forth, and mainly back for Windstrike at least. Thanks to, once again, Orping, and we have the double Orp continue for Windstrike. When the money is there, they have no reason to care.
To prioritize that weaponry as soon as possible. The aggression out of long, not for the first time, as one player from a Sparta run out into the open, flashed out, just gets killed for free. I'm not sure if that's the player, Sparta.
Yeah, I think he looked pretty flashed as well, just running to the smoke, like almost looking for a escape, somewhere to hide. But no, not allowed. And Sparta don't know, because they haven't been taking long in the rifle rounds, but we can see that Windstrike have been putting 3 or 4 players there almost every round as a default at the start of the round. They've not been dealt a B rush. They have no reason to believe it's going to be an early B, and so they just early players long, and they still have a double setup there. Like, to hold this a minute into the round after you've taken the only contact in your favor is rare. But of course, this Orp is just so mobile and able to assist Cat, able to watch middle, assuming CT doesn't get smoked off. And so, lots of options here for Windstrike. I'm actually liking the CT setups. Like, Hobbit has been the only player to push, and he's always pushed at the right time, mainly just mid to lower and getting information, crunching up in dark with Bondic. But other than that, Windstrike have been very good at just holding their own, holding their position. Bit of a fake in this round there, throwing util up Cat. The bomb is going B, and you'll notice on the minimap, Windstrike is somewhat falling for it, but with no players committing, Bondic has no reason to rotate.
Rotation 20 seconds, and Lackey is still in position to hold this off. And are they going to go save?
Yeah, they don't believe in it. They have no util. Man. Oof.
It's not often, Hugo, you see a 4-player save on the T side with full weapons.
I guess they're scared they're walking into a stack, and they are somewhat with 2 players there, plus Hobbit playing mid, as he often does. But, I guess it's the one flash for a Windstrike. They throw it into the tunnels, and that's like yeah, we know you're coming, by the way. Like, this flash isn't going to do anything. It did blind players. It's not going to do anything. but we know you're coming because you've thrown a bunch of grenades up catwalk and then you've gone silent on catwalk at 20 seconds. Like, come on, guys, come on. That was very one-dimensional. Winstrike knew it was happening, and maybe like it's easy to laugh at that save, but I think if a Sparta push B, they still lose the round. So, you know, worth giving it a go, perhaps. But what do I know?
I suppose it does allow them to get a decent buy because obviously they only lost one player, so they could drop for Sotvic.
Yeah.
Downside is he's died instantly, so right off the bat. But here's the question: dealing at 2 entries, pure timing. You could see that Lackey had just moved away from B, and now Patsy going to capitalize on Chrisen, who quickly tries to flank round the back of the T's. That's more like it from a Sparta. They've really been up against it these last 7 or 8 rounds, but it seems like they're finally going to get another win on the board.
Yeah, it's competitive. It's so close. And Winstrike, will they be even considering this one with Hobbit so far away? Elian's got the money. Like, at the end of the day, he's got cash to burn, and Espada have an AWP anyway. So, like, you know, there's an argument to be made that he just jumps through the doors and goes for a kill because, firstly, stats. Secondly, take away a bit of money from Espada. We'll see if he's able to. Likely holding for exits by the looks of things, and that's probably the right call here to make anyway, but he's going to get caught by Patsy, who's coming in from the middle. Ooh, he checks it. Yeah, good spot for Patsy. Doesn't let that corner go unsearched, and, well, while Hobbit will get away... Actually, I say that. Maybe I'm speaking too soon. He's in spawn. He's fighting, and he's dead. But, yeah, it doesn't matter. Last round of the half coming up, and everyone has money, so all good in the hood.
Easy rebuy terrorists. The Sparta team know this is a very important round. It is Winstrike's choice of map, of course, and I'd say it's a fairly even map. Obviously, we don't know how the doors are going to skew the percentages in terms of T or CT sided. Well, that's yet to be seen, I suppose, as more competitive play gets underway. What would your initial reaction be to that, Hugo? Do you think this does make it a little bit more favorable towards the CTs?
Yeah, surely, right? Like, I think we've already... I haven't seen a lot of games on it because, like, the tournaments I've been doing have not had this change. It's the first time I've seen it in pro play. But from how I've played it, like, yeah, for sure, retake's way more viable. You can even run, if you want to go early long setups, you can even run a solo B that essentially just watches mid and watches through the doors towards the tunnel. As long as you have utility to cycle, you don't even necessarily need to play inside of the B site by default. So I think it makes it a lot easier for solo Bs. Obviously, retaking goes without saying. Yeah, I'd like to think it's positive for the CT side. And at this point in CS, even though the Krieg is no longer meta, praise everything for that. You know, this game is still T-sided, and that seems to be the way that 2020 is going for it. Which, you know, nothing wrong with that. But I feel like there are definitely some maps where, you know, you could argue that it's time to make it a little more CT-sided, and Dust 2 could be one of them. But the B pick right now is Sparta. They might have to show Winstrike how to retake because this B site is under lock and key right now. The re-smoke down for Bondic and a teammate rotating in the form of Elian. So a defense here. If a Sparta go elsewhere, it's going to be a weakened A site. But once they figured out B Vince, I feel like they've just been, you know, hounding it round after round. Once they figured out this site was there, as A has been pretty cruel to them in the past.
They definitely turned their attention towards this B site. Elian, again, this is deja vu. Last time it was the scout, this time it's the AWP. You need to push behind this. You need to get up close. Elian nearly burning alive. Molly's a little bit too shallow, so there's going to be another one tossed in. Elian on fire. Somehow survives 2 HP, and now his teammate Bondic can step up instead. 25 seconds to go. If Elian can get any more from this, but actually he's gone down. I thought he'd managed to survive. Wasn't the case. So Chrisen and Hobbit coming in, as you said, going to try and show them how to retake. Maybe that's not going to be required. Hobbit's just going to stop them dead in their tracks. Going to drop the bomb down. Dexter now 1v2. 10 seconds to spare, smoking off the door. He must know there's a likelihood they're going to push through this door right now. Hobbit taking punishment through the double doors. He doesn't have time for the plant. There's no need to peek for Chrisen, and it's going to go the way of Winstrike. 9-6 half.
Wow, that was so back and forth. That was exciting. I mean, Elian, how the hell is he alive forever? I don't understand. The Molotovs are landing, and I've got to wonder if Bondic doesn't swing there. Him swinging is like the right call because he's trying to help his teammate out, who, like you said, Elian, he almost got away. It looked like he was going to survive. But yeah, Bondic, if he didn't swing there, I don't think Espada even realized that he's in the corner, and they probably don't check it. But regardless, not an issue. Round win for Winstrike. Hobbit, again, pushing the doors, man. He loves it. And I I am all for it. So Winstrike up by 3, and they're going to get met with a fast mid push. It's going to be a Sparta trying to bring the fight to the T's, and maybe they'll regret that pretty quickly.
Yeah, the instant regrets as you walk around the corner and see a firing squad already established, welcoming you, put the mat out and everything. Alien looking down middle. Hasn't been the greatest game for him. He's currently 7-7. He's a player that we often sort of tout as being one of their heavy hitters and certainly one that has a lot of potential within the CIS region. And so Winstrike, hot off the back of a decent half. It could have been a bit of a nightmare considering they started off 1-4 behind and their economy was in very rough shape. Now looking to try and take the second pistol, all on long with Hobbit watching the back. There aren't going to be any flanks for the time being. Espada playing this one a little bit more default. Flashbang on long, not really going to afford them anything, but Dexter spotting a player at long, needs to be careful he doesn't die. If he drops, that could be the floodgates opening.
The snowball effect potentially, but a quick kill. And Winstrike won't commit now, and they're going to go in later, hoping that Sparta think that they've rotated back, but Dima's got tunnels. He's got at least some forward information from this one, and that's going to be confirmed. Dexter repositioning on the car. Oh, he's ducking down. They don't know. Are they going to check it? He's going to let them all pass. This could be a nightmare scenario, and Dexter only won, but he does his best. He does what he can with the USP. Plant allowed by Winstrike, and for long as well, somewhat lackey, quick shot. Sophic is close to the kit flash, but there's so many players here, and he's already been spotted, put down low, and cleaned up by Hobbit. It's Winstrike. With Lackey finding 3, they'll find 10. And look at that lopsided scoreboard. It's just Lackey and Hobbit doing the heavy lifting. Lackey with a lot of AWPing in the first half. Elian, the same when required, not often needed. And yeah, Hobbit just really everywhere and anywhere he could be. 10-6, a force for Espada. We had this exact same situation in the first half. Winstrike won this second round force on the CT side. Can Espada do the same?
Aggression out long, already reaping 2 kills. Patsy and Dexter never really stood a chance. Flashes came out on top of them. And now Sotfig, Finnegan, and Dima with a pretty rough task ahead of them. Going to be just looking to maybe save on B. They did go in for pistols. They went in for some armor as well with a smoke and a decoy. So they're going to be sitting on the B site and maybe looking for some exits. But by and large, this round is over. Winstrike going to be taking the bomb over, especially now that Hobbit's going to spot them pushing out. The call should come through. Can he actually just clean it up? It's going to be more money in the bank, more kills on the board. 21 and 6 assists, by the way. He's got 138 ADR, Hugo. The man is just on fire.
Yeah, I mean, this is the Hobbit we wanted to see yesterday. It's the Hobbit we saw all first RMR long, or, so it's about time, really. It seems like Winstrike have warmed up. It's not the the first official Blues anymore that they had yesterday. They know what they're doing, and they came here to do it. 11-6. It's a USP round for Espada. Hopefully, no more shenanigans here. It's only a grenade on Dima, and actually, oh no, they're going to meet. They're going to clash, and it's going to explode, but very little damage. Hopping the corner with the USPs, but yeah, no flash. Dry fights. It's going to favor the T's. Lackey with 3, and what a mowdown! What a mop up. Assist from Bondic. But here's the nitty-gritty. Here's the real meat and potatoes. The first buy round of the half for Espada, and what could be one of the last if they don't start to get on this board.
Well, absolutely. I mean, you mentioned Snowball earlier. It's definitely gathering momentum going down the hill at this point, and Espada have got to try and put up a blockade. They cannot afford to lose this round. Going to be going in for a boost over the smoke. They need to be careful here. Alien's watching it. Alien's watching it, and he's put Dexter down. A horrible start in the round. At least Finnegan, though, is going to even the odds with his AWP onto Lackey. 4-play-4. Plenty of time left, of course. And so chaotic at the start of the round.
Yeah, we've seen heavy CT setups on long for Winstrike. Oh, CT side, but that's not the case for Espada. It's a one-man army. He's got to do it all. Patsy finding Chris in the late trade for Hobbit. It's going to come through, but flash up for Espada. They're trying to assist. It's all too late. The AWP can post. Sophic gets spotted, and if he peeks, he is dead. There it is. Elian finding that kill and flashing his teammate around the corner. Winstrike taking names here on the long position. Both CTs in the spawn, trying to rotate back up through mid side. There's going to be smokes for the cross. Hobbit is the first man there, but the bomb isn't crossing. It doesn't matter. Bondic's just going to execute them from behind. He's got the info. He's got the shot. It may be labored, but it is a round. Winstrike to get it done. 13 rounds to this T side and more economical problems for Espada.
Definitely wasn't pretty, was it? But 13-6, and yeah, the economic downturn is going to be felt by Sparta. It's going to sting. It looks like they are just slowly ebbing out of this map. It was a choice of Winstrike. Mirage, of course, is up next, and so Sparta have every chance to still battle in this elimination matchup. One of these two teams is going to be waved a farewell come the end of this BO3, and it looks like Sparta may be waving a farewell to Dust 2. It's about to become 14-6, unless Sparta go for this retake with, by and large, just pistols. A smoke going to bounce off a teammate. Still goes into the door, so no problems.
Oh, careful, Alien. Doesn't want to give away an AWP here. He needs a teammate to come help him out. Hobbit's on the way. And there is a wrap from Patsy and another man on long, so could get a bit scary here. Oh, the flash. Oh, it's so good. Alien would have hit that without it, but Hobbit will save the day, and there's no one here to trade, so that AWP is fine, at least in the hands of Winstrike for now. Oh, dear. A little scary. Yeah, I'm... You know, this is a must-win for Winstrike. They have to win their map pick in this series because Overpass, remember, Mirage is up next. That's a good map for Sparta. Overpass is the third. That's a map that Winstrike have no maps won on it. They've played it 3 times. They don't even get double digits on any of those games. So, you know, I'm firstly confused at the veto whenever I watch this team because they're so good at Nuke. They're usually good at Vertigo, even though that's not what we saw yesterday. But they didn't get either of those 2 maps in this series. Obviously, Sparta's insta-veto was Vertigo for this one, which makes sense. But Nuke was an option. And so in my head, I'm wondering if Winstrike are like saving Nuke for later in the tournament, if they've done a lot more work on it. They actually have a lot of really, really nice T-side ideas on that map. And so maybe they want to save strats somewhat for later on. Always a gamble, as you know, you can just get eliminated in a couple of BO3s, but Winstrike, I like the confidence. We'll see if it pays off.
Pick from Dexter as well, just close angle, using that smoke as a bit of cover. Molotov bouncing off the window pane, but not really going to be extending far enough. As Sparta already out there, they've got their man, they've got their pick. They don't need to stick around and wait to see what happens. And yeah, it is a bit of a head scratcher about Overpass. I remember us having this conversation yesterday as well. It was in their best of 3 as their third map. It obviously never got that far because they just got wrecked in their best of 3. It was a pretty woeful performance, to be honest. And it's good to see, at least from a neutral's perspective, that they have really stepped things up here on Dust 2.
Absolutely. And I mean, you know, for sure, arguments that they have been playing Overpass 24/7 for the past month, every day, in and out, practicing no other maps, and they have every possible smoking setup available, for sure. But I want to see it before I believe it. And maybe we won't see it. If Winstrike keep this up, hey, they could 2-0 this series, but Mirage is definitely going to be a dangerous one. We're not there yet, though. Winstrike's still a man down in this round. Dexter flashing forward. He's going to have to go back with the AWP. And as they cross towards the site, he is in a compromised position. Oh, nice angle, nice shot. But Lucky's going to get the kill as he's put down to 9. Patsy backing up. Oh, he won't see Bondic. He thinks it's clear. What an expert play from Bondic, tucking in the cubby, and he gets away with a frag. That is so nice, and it may have just saved this round.
It opens up catwalk control, but he has been put down with authority. Alien going for the plant. Both remaining Winstrike players very low. Oh my goodness, what a shot onto Sophic that is. And now Finnegan and Dima have that little bit harder task to get back on the site. Grenade goes up and over. Not going to affect either of the low and weakened players. Smoke out. Dima going to wide swing behind it with the AWP. Goes in for the first one. This is almost impossible for Alien to put off. He's back against the wall, and he can't rinse and repeat from that brisk shot that we saw just beforehand on the elevator area. So Sparta will pick up a 7th round at the very least, but you can see Winstrike's money is so damn good. They're good to buy for a while.
Yeah, and I mean, not just the buys, but the round lead as well. This is just, it's not up against 15. You've always got that in the back pocket for a Sparta, but this is just going to be such a long climb back to this map. Winstrike back on the AWP, hit some bangers last round, but not going to be taking the long control. It's Hobbit instead leading the charge very fast indeed. Flashes are good, and Pat's gone through with one. He takes down Hobbit, traded by Sophic after Lackey gets 1, and it's a mess. It's back and forth, and it's going to favor a Sparta again. 5-on-4 last round, 4-on-3 this round. It just gets worse.
Sparta showing some tenacity, showing some backbone. That they're not going to go down with a whimper. They're going to go down with a fight. Even if they go down at all, the comeback is still very much on the table. We've seen crazier things in Counter-Strike. Double AWPs in play. Sophic is tagged up, but there's plenty of time left. They don't have to overextend and look for any information. Meanwhile, Winstrike toying with the idea of trying to get through middle, but Elian wide swinging with the AWP, misses his shot and is punished and put down, and there's the grenade banking off the wall. Bondik left alive, bombed down in an awkward position, and he has been sprayed. So Espada mustering up a couple rounds back-to-back.
Definitely good signs. Winstrike's starting to get a feel of this T side somewhat more now that the money has come through and the AWPs are available. And now there's 2 of them for Espada. So, yeah, that's good news. Winstrike, what are the answers that they want to give us? No more long control. They've had enough of that one. They've been countered both times they've gone there by Espada and lost that fight pretty unfavorably. Going back towards middle, potentially taking the catwalk later on. The Orb looking for kills. That should have been a kill. Absolutely. Finnegan, he is very lucky right now. 18 health, will be able to back up towards B. That flash really bounces back in the face of Winstrike, but they will get up at the catwalk for free. No one here to stop them. As Sparta have put one AWP, at least on the A site, alongside Sophic, who will be aggressing down into CT. So this AWP really needs to do it all. Winstrike are committing. They're not waiting around. I love the pace that they've set. Fast play, up cat. Dexter with the shots. He's got 2. If he goes wide, which he needs to because of the Molotov, the AWP should drop him, but he gets the kill instead. Kristen finally trades, but at what cost?
Oh, it's at the cost of potentially the rounds. And the money now is in awkward position. They're going to try and put a couple of plugs in the holes that are making this ship begin to capsize. And Bondik trying to become that craftsman. Craft a potential clutch. 1v2. Finnegan down to 18. Patsy has been just winged down to 74. There's still time. There's still 35 plus seconds to go. And Bondik's not going to fully bite down on this A play. Instead, he's just checking all of his angles, making sure these CTs isn't still pushed up on long. But by doing this, he's allowing the CT safe passage to catwalk, and they're now in really good positions.
The only benefit of this is information, but they're going to beat him to the punch. They're going to try and push ahead of the site, and a quick fake. They won't fall for it. Nade is good. They're going to go through together. Bondik sticking it. Oh, no, he's going to realize too late. They're so close. Bondik trying to avoid bullets. How is he still alive? They could line up for him, and oh, he's got the first. Oh, not the second. What a nice try. Ooh, everything about that round was terrifying, Vince. Everything about it. Espada, from the realization that, Bondik was on the site to the double push, the Bondik sticking the bomb when they could have swung him. That was just scary. And yeah, I like the idea by Bondik. For a second, it looked like he wanted to go B, but once he realized long was clear and the time was low anyway, his best bet was just to go back. But the only thing he had in his pocket was the info that, yeah, okay, long was clear. But if he planted instantly after getting the site, he would have had like another 15 seconds ticked off that bomb while Espada wrapped long and set up for that retake. He probably would have won the round, all things considered. So, yeah, very different situation instead. Tactical pause from Winstrike, as clearly answers need to be had. That's 3 in a row on the rifle rounds for Espada. All rounds that Winstrike have had money, and so though this will be their last. If they lose this, not only double digits approaching, but an eco as well. And this game could very much flip on its head.
Absolutely, absolutely. And they're even calling the timeout just to make sure they're all on the same page as to what's going to come up next. I'd be curious to see if they do try and go for maybe some aggression up on long, or maybe try and take the fight into middle. I mean, it's been working out for them these last few rounds, so no need necessarily to reinvent the wheel, as it were. Winstrike, though, off the back of that bomb plant, able to get another buy together, but you can see the impact it has in terms of their purchase. They have no grenades on 2 players, only 2 smokes, 3 flashes, and 1 Molotov. Far from ideal across the board. So that's enough smokes to get you safe passage across long towards A site, enough smokes to execute and wrap around onto B, but it doesn't allow you to fake that much, Hugo. Like, once you've pulled the trigger, you kind of have to push behind it.
Well, this is it, the moment of truth. I guess as this game goes on, every round becomes the most important round of this game, or at least somewhat more so. Long denied again by the triple setup of Espada. Flash into B. Finnegan gonna fight. There's 3 on the other side. Does he know? Yes, now he will, for sure. And he'll find out the hard way. Dima sends back a package, though. And boy, does it reach his destination. 2 kills off of the M4. And I don't know if that was by design by Winstrike or more of a reaction. against the flash in for Finnegan, but the bomb wasn't there. Only 3 players. If they even got the site, Espada would have been rotating before the bomb even came through T-spawn. So that would have been a very hard round regardless, and one where the time would not have favored them. Still winnable though, as Elian goes through a mid door and it takes down Sopvig. It's making Espada question the setup. They know B is empty, and that's a shot and a half for Elian. He is really making this A site rumble.
Yeah, just as I said, he had a pretty rough first half. He's really stepped it up now in this second, having so much impact with the AWP. 2 kills into it, and Espada are reeling after a great trade. Adema with a double spray on B. Looked like the round would just fall into place, but as it stands, it's very much on the table. Elliot drops down, sees Dexter, nullifies him, neutralizes him, and now Winstrike can get on the plant. They can get into a 1v2 post plant, and Espada, for all of their comeback, if they slip away here, it could just be all over. Their economy's not in great shape. They only have Dima remaining. He only has $650 before the end of this round. So, I mean, it's looking really grim now for Espada. What a round from Elian. And then Chrisman could be tying this up, and he does. Headshot delivered first class, 6 map points.
Yeah, that was excellent. That's a 2-on-4 for Winstrike. Like, should never be happening for sure. I mean, I thought the round was done as well when Dima gets those kills, but great work from Elian. Just a hero play running through the doors. We've been seeing like more and more players do that actually off of spawn, where they run tunnels ASAP and then just peek door to CT as soon as they can, the quickest timing possible. The CTs often aren't ready for it. That's not quite what he did. It was late in the round, but to the same idea and to better effect. Sparta, they're back on long with only 1 player, but Winstrike is still getting denied this position. No matter what they do, no matter how much they try, they just can't get long. And maybe it's best to let sleeping dogs lie, get away from that spot. Flash into middle. Elian wants to fight Catwalk with the AWP. That's exactly where Sparta are reaggressing. 2 up on the cat side. But as you can see, the money isn't great anyway this last, or potentially last round. Relies on just 1 M4.
1 M4, no kits, lack of grenades. Gonna probably come down to a timing peak, and Sophic may have found that timing. Shadow around the corner betraying. Ooh. And Sophic with 1 onto Hobbit. Espada keeping this alive again, and they're not able to go down there and retrieve any of those guns and upgrade. But getting the player advantage is huge. It could funnel Winstrike into a disadvantageous crossfire later on in the round, and they are going to be looking to push up a catwalk, pardon me.
Bondic tries to be thrifty to throw the AK away. Instead, he drops it into middle. Does get rid of the AWP. Definitely want to get rid of that FAMAS. Not a good gun. He just can't. He's cursed. It's just stuck to him. And now Winstrike, they're going to commit into the advantaged Espada, at least by the numbers. Patsy going in wide. He's going to get 2, or at least damage to the second. Lackey somehow living through that spray, and he'll get a kill. Dima is fast up cat. They're not ready for it. Bomb dropped. Now they know, but they've got to kill the CT player first. Lackey on for the clutch, on for the map, on for 3. Dima won't give it to him. 9 seconds, and Dima goes back for more. Great work from Dima. Really just choosing his peaks wisely, not overfacing, but also not allowing that bomb plant to go down when he could have stopped it. 15-10, Espada, they live to fight another day.
They most certainly do, and it could be a couple more days put behind that, because Winstrike's economy is shocking. I didn't know if they had a read of the situation and we're going to go in for some kind of a force buy, because it's not as though Espada were brimming to the fullest when it comes to their finances. Their accountant's certainly not happy with how things have ran, but Winstrike don't go in. P250, Deagle, and a flash. So Espada, they've hit that double digits mark. They're going to likely close the gap somewhat here. This map's not done just yet.
Not by any means of the word. Ooh, out middle they go. Lackey, that's a shot. Now, let's also not count Winstrike out of winning a deco round, Vince, because both sides of the coin are available. It is a flip at the end of the day. And, well, who will be coming out ahead? Could be Winstrike. Espada pushing into a P250. This is a dangerous gun. Chrisman sleeping at the wheel. Will get away with his life, but maybe I am speaking too soon. The re-smoke down, and Sopvik falls out. Safe play. He made the smart decision last round to run back through the Molotov, taking 50 damage, but securing the fact that he stayed alive in the 4-on-3. If he didn't run through that molly, he would have gotten re-peaked by Xbox. So Very important play. Nice push from Dexter, catching the bomb on Catwalk. There's no support. There's no teammates. And now Winstrike, whatever the game plan was, has now turned into getting the bomb back. We need that package or we want to do anything. And so up Catwalk, they go with the 2 players. Patsy is waiting.
And that flash isn't good enough, and it's a double stack as well. They just walk into their demise. Ultimately, Lackey and Crizin have already struck with Lackey's Deagle. Maybe if he can get a couple more shots down, it could be an interesting end and conclusion to this round. But his teammate's gone out, and he's got 8 seconds to play with. So it's going to have to be some Deags. There's the first one. Maybe this isn't done just yet. Lackey going to be pushing towards the site. There's only 1 second to go. He gets the kill just in time. What?
I have no words, Vince. I'm lost. I'm out of here. That doesn't make sense. How has he done that? He's just closed the map with a Deagle on an eco. He said that round was winnable. I'm not sure if I really believed it. Someone make sense of this. Maybe the desk can help out because I'm lost for words.
Hey, there we go. We're back and we're in this. Yeah, that is some madness, Hugo. That is something that I don't want to try and explain, I'll be honest, mate, because when we come into this, I'm thinking Winstrike yesterday looked like they were completely missing from the server. Then they show up today on Dust 2 of all maps, right? So maybe tactics just go out the window and we just play a bit of heads-up Counter-Strike. We'll go for it all out. And Espada, though, really lackluster second half.
It's just really lackluster map overall. Again, considering the fact that they don't really amass that many rounds, and that's considering, like, I don't know, everything from the get-go seemed shaky from Espada's end, which is somewhat surprising. I mean, they win the pistol, then the next 2 following rounds are basically then just scraping by, having to go into 1v1s versus a Winstrike team that actually doesn't have any money, really. Like, they force into the first one, the second time around, it's USP and Crizin that just puts the beating down on them, and they barely get away with the victory, and that's pretty much the most positive thing you can get out of their first half. They managed to string 3 rounds together. Outside of that, it's simply just the best individual players actually being on the Winstrike side. Hobbit and Lackey having excellent individual performances. Just, yeah, being the powering move. I guess we kind of went into Dust 2 saying, like, it's a bit of a coin flip. We know that individuals, again, can win out games for you alone. And in this instance, it was more or less Dexter and Dima versus Lackey and Hobbit. And there wasn't really any big doubt as to who came the better out of that duel.
And when we're looking at this game as a whole, right, it's like, okay, after the first half, it's respectable, it's 9-6. You can walk away with that and come into your CT side with maybe a bit of a better chance there. But Espada just seemed really slow out the gate. When we're looking at, like, Dimmer, again, he has been the standout player in every game. But people keep talking to me about Dexter, and, like, I'm waiting for him to be the real X Factor moment. I'm waiting for him to shine. And I would expect on Dust 2 he would be able to deliver, but...
Still waiting.
yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah, it wasn't a terrible game for Dexter. Again, like, kills-wise, he was getting kills. He had a couple of decent rounds, but it's not what you'd expect to see from him. And I think, like you were saying, Banks, even back on that T side, Dima was doing a lot of work to get them into rounds in the first place. Oftentimes on that B side of the map, he was getting quite a few good entries. He was getting them a bunch of their earlier round wins. And then switching over to the second half, I think that's where you really see not only Dexter not showing up as much or not having as much impact, but just the whole team, I think, are missing slightly on firepower across the board. I think Finnegan's been pretty quiet throughout this tournament as someone who's meant to be a decent fragger. Sotvik is the in-game leader, is normally a low fragger as well, and that's kind of come back to being true now. In the qualifier, Sotvik played really well. Now he's starting to struggle a bit more. Over on the Winstrike side, though, again, Hobbit was the one guy yesterday who is at least having some success. He's starting to play really well, so if he can in-game lead and kind of cool around himself and make sure that he finds success, I think that's the best bet for this Winstrike team to have a good time, to have enough fraggers like we saw here on Dust 2.
And I'm really glad you pointed it out, right, because like we're saying there, Dexter didn't have a bad game. He's able to get the kills, but it's Dimmer who's clutching. It's Dimmer who's getting the multi-kills. And I'm like, that's fair enough, but Dimmer can just be good, but you're supposed to be the star of this roster, Dexter. You're supposed to be the one able to capitalize. And in all 3 games we've now seen from Espada, he's not been the one there. It's been Dimmer leading the charge. And then we come over to the Winstrike side. Hobbit, okay, very experienced. But I'm still looking Lackey, phenomenal game this time around, right? We'll finally see this out of him. But Elian.
Yeah.
Why does everyone keep telling me about Elian? I'm yet to see it.
I mean, honestly, it's been very surprising the fact that we had a Dust 2 game where I guess the two supposedly standout players on each side who are operas should be in a perfect environment to thrive and actually have pretty, well, just non-impactful games. Again, Elian had maybe, you know, a round that, you know, springs to memory, which is the 2v2 situation where he gets one of the guys, I think it's Saltfic, trying to jump spot pretty much as he's planting the bomb, and it, you know, nails the shot. And obviously that's important for Winstrike and everything, but outside of that, nothing really comes to mind in terms of what he actually did in order to put Winstrike in a solid position to win. I guess in this instance, he wasn't needed as much, but over on the side for Spada and Dexter, he definitely needed to contribute in a much bigger fashion than what we saw. So that's a bit disappointing. And everything that we kind of harped on Winstrike for doing wrong yesterday versus Nemiga, I feel like we saw that side of Espada today. If you go into the last round of the first half, for example, you have I think it's a 4v3 situation where Espada are committed to going towards the B bomb site. Yeah, I think I can't remember who exactly, if it was Finnegan, no, if it was who it was, if it was Prison or someone from the Winstrike side, who was pretty much locked on the backside of Plateau on B. First, they throw out one Molotov to force him out of position. Then they let that Molotov fade. Then they throw a deeper Molotov, which again, the player on Winstrike's side is just able to kind of just like walk back and forth, not being forced out of his position. You just get clumped off. The rotations come in from Winstrike. You still have a smoke that you can smoke off door that they don't use. Just poor utility usage, poor team play was kind of, yeah, the reoccurring theme from Espada, which is not what got them to this point in the first place.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing they need to try and make sure they can bring on their pick of Mirage, which is coming up next. Now, there's a lot of positives we can look at here on Mirage. They made it very competitive against Spirit yesterday. There was great potential for them to win it. But I think, again, it's going to come down to how do you get all your individuals activated? How do you get yourself to feel comfortable? Because I expected Dust to be better from them. Didn't kind of come around here.
Yeah.
You look at this. Now, admittedly, Winstrike has not played a lot of games in comparison, right? Espada are playing a hell of a lot of games the last few months. But even these win percentages, if you just get a good game again from the likes of Hobbit, if you get Elian in there, if you get Lackey in there, then I really feel like Espada's going to have a massive struggle because they don't seem to be individually on point other than Dimmer.
It could be really dangerous, especially because considering we know that Bondig's on that Winstrike team as well, and it feels like he's always due for one really, really good game, and we haven't seen that from him yet. So, again, if you already have Hobbit and Lackey doing well for themselves, and Bondig just has one of those Bondig games, then yeah, that could be all she wrote for Espada in this one.
Yeah, we also saw Lackey secondary AWPing here on Dust 2, which actually had way more impact than Elian's secondary AWPing, in all honesty. He was AWPing on that B side of the map on Dust 2. That's something you can do on Mirage. If you want to have a secondary AWPer playing in the B apartments, I'm sure Lackey could do that again. There's lots of options for them. And like you were saying, I think just over on the Espada side, I just don't see where the firepower is unless Dexter shows up and Beamer shows up. And then maybe Patsy can have a solid performance. Because I don't think Patsy's been bad. I just don't think he's in roles where he's meant to get too many frags most of the time. I just think that the firepower really has to be those players showing up. And that's always a really vulnerable position for a team to be in. Because as soon as one player has a slight underperformance, unless someone else can step up big, then all of a sudden you're really lacking for fragging power. And that's been the big difference for me for Espada, especially in that series yesterday against Spirit. I think that was the problem. Here today, there are even more issues arising with the team play, though. So that's also a scary sign.
I think the one thing that Winstrike will have to be careful of, though, is hitting that B site and trying to exploit it. Because you mentioned Patsy there. He was the one that was able to lock it down with going up against AKs coming towards him, just sat there chilling with an MP9. He's very good at playing his role and playing his position. If he can just get into that true anchor position, I think that'll be pretty hard for Winstrike to deal with. But I just wonder, how versatile will Winstrike be when it comes to this? Because our main concern yesterday was there was no synergy within the team. You've done this on Dust 2, yeah, but that's a pretty standard staple map. You now need to prove it again on Mirage, where you're going to be tested definitely more.
Yeah, I guess one saving grace here is the fact that they went from the most puggiest map to the second most puggy map you have in the pool. So even they don't necessarily need to be perfect for it to work out for them, but it's very true. They're going to be tested in a much bigger degree and just making sure that they attack bomb sites correctly and and synchronization, that they actually do stuff together and it's well timed. Because again, like you mentioned, Patsy, for instance, over towards the B bomb side, if he's just able to basically play for time, that's him doing his job. That's pretty much all he needs to do. If he could get an additional kill off of that whenever there's a B push from Winstrike, that should be enough to kind of stabilize things for a Espada team that, at least in the past and against versus Spirit, looked to have those kind of things under control. So yeah, Winstrike can't necessarily let up on this, and they can't necessarily rely on just having individuals shine for themselves.
Now, do we have enough confidence, guys? I'll start with you, Hawker, that Espada can take us to a third map here? Or is it more worrying signs that we saw yesterday against Spirit, where I actually thought, okay, we all expect Spirit to win, but Espada showed us some generally good stuff overall?
Yeah, I think Espada's Mirage generally has been good enough for them for me to have a bit more faith in it. They're able to win against Gambit Youngsters back in the group stage. That was a really big comeback game for them, which showed a bit more mental fortitude. The other thing I'm going to be looking at here is the pistol rounds, because I was looking at the stats for pistols. If you put it on the top 50 in the last 3 months, Dexter is the highest rated pistol player in the world. Now, I'm going to say it. It's against teams like Hard Legion. It's against teams in the lower end of the top 50. Yeah. But he has like a 1.65 rating in pistol rounds, which is just nuts. And it's like above Simple. It's above Xantares. It's above these guys. Here, he got 2 kills in both pistol rounds again. So I want to see Dexter showing up on the pistol rounds, get off to a good start. If you can win that pistol, I think you can start to feel much more comfortable, much more confident on your map pick. And Dexter, in general, this tournament, he's still been good in the pistol rounds. So I'm definitely looking at that pistol, get off to a good start, get comfortable. I want to see Dexter just get going with that AWP. I really want to see that.
Well, let's get our commentators into the mix. Let's hear from them. We've got Hugo and Vince ready again to deliver us all the action on Mirage. And you guys, right, you've just seen this go down. That's a completely different win strike from what we saw yesterday. But do you think it's a win strike enough to get a 2-0 under the bag?
Ooh, I'm not sure about that, James. That's a very good question. I think I'm still a little bit tentative because of yesterday's performance.
Yeah, exactly.
As you guys beautifully painted, like Dust 2 is a different ball game, right? To Mirage, I'm not too sure I'm a believer yet.
Yeah, I mean, both these teams lost this map yesterday. Obviously, you know, we had Winstrike losing it to Nemigo. We had Espada losing it to Spirit. Espada got more rounds, but obviously different opponents. There's not a lot to extrapolate there. I don't know what to expect, because I came into today really going, yeah, Winstrike are going to get 2-0'd, because yesterday they looked like, you know, the team that would get 2-0'd and just fall out of this group with nothing. But hey, taking the first map, looking really good while doing it. That being said, Espada showed life at the end of Dust 2, and I think that's a big difference maker. If that ended 16-6, like it was looking like it could end at one point, then yeah, I would have no belief. But Espada, man, they put some rounds at the end. They started to show us what they could do. They could, as Hawker said, come into this map maybe starting off strong and not constantly be fighting back, which feels like this team is always doing. Maybe, just maybe, things can be a little bit better for Espada. I don't know, though, Vince. I'm done with predictions. All online CS has proven to me is that predictions are a waste of time. So, yeah, I think we're going to have a good game of Counter-Strike. That's what I think.
That's certainly what I hope. I hope that we're going to get a very competitive game, because as you said, we did have glimpses. Espada started well. They were 4-1 in the lead. They ended well, I suppose, with getting some rounds here and there. But that middle portion was dominated by Winstrike. Yeah. And let's be honest, dominated by Hobbit in particular. The guy was lights out. If he can have another performance like that, I think Espada are going to be in serious trouble here.
Well, let's find out where the trouble is going, because Winstrike, Espada, Mirage, the second map of the series, and the pick of the current T side is well and truly underway. Got the pistol round right in front of your screens, and Espada, they're going in towards B. We've got the boost up. Won't actually do anything. Lackey's jumping. He gets the info, and Espada drop into the site.
Again, taking the initiative, pushing, charging, but Lackey standing. The last safeguard on the site now being, but he doesn't need any help. He is sliding up the scoreboard by himself. Sophic, the only player left standing, and like it's 4K. That's ridiculous. He had no right to get 4 kills from that position.
No, that's like a one and done spot usually, the back of the site, right? You're going to get pre-fired, you're going to get checked. They know where you are, but he just pivots perfectly, peeking the bench, peeking the close cap player, going back to apartments, just, masterful. Forget Dexter finding 2 with his pistols. It's going to be Lackey locking it in here for Winstrike. Espada. Not the start they wanted, but a force could be found in the second. We see a lot of that here in the CIS region. So, Espada tempted. Galil and 4 pistols. I like that Hobbit's lower, but he's not pushing underpass. He's waiting, stalling out this late play. knows at any point if they rush B, he can flank them, and then he just runs out and swings. He hears the drop, and he goes for the fight, walks into 2 players, so not favorable, but this trade could be if Dima gets it. Oh, it does come through. 4 on 3, a rifle gone from middle. Bondit gets flashed back in, but Dima not affected by it. Goes for the fight, put down low, but there's more players where that came from coming in from under, and Espada, they're going to do it, Vince. Blimey, they're going to do it.
Unbelievable. We had 4 spies winning out at the start of Dust 2, and very much the same result here, unless Lucky and Krizen have... It'd have to be an ace up the sleeve, really, at this stage. Otherwise, it's looking like they are just going to be bust, more than likely. Espada moving over towards the B side. They still have to pick up the bomb, which is towards the middle portion. Now going to go for that one. 40 seconds, so... There is an avenue in which maybe with low time they push into a site, one of these assault rifles, we get a double or triple spray, and Winstrike can still hold on to this, especially as Krizen's now moving onto the CT boxes. They have 3 smokes, actually 4 smokes. You'd imagine they're going to at least lock off a couple of these angles. And now Dimmer shows his hand. Perfect timing to deal with the Lackey threat. 4K in the last round, but not going to add to that in this. And Krizen now has been patient, biding his time on the CT boxes. Now he's shown himself, and Patsy sprays him out with the MP9. Beautiful turnaround from Espada.
And that just shows the comfort of having your map pick, right? It's like you're always going to be ready. You're always going to have something to fall back on. And even if you don't necessarily win the fights that you want to set you up for a round win, you can pull out like bangers like that where you just close it out on a force buy. Espada, very quick reroute towards the A site, and even though Winstrike had the info, that alert from Dima up top mid is perfect. He peeks out, he drops that player coming in from underpass, and at that point it's a 1 round. Nice entry again. Dima does the dirty. Hobbit's under. And the spam, it gives away his position. Hobbit dead, and Dima's looking for 3. He's been put down with the scout, hasn't finished the job though. And Alien's holding the Molotov. They can't push out right now. He does get a shot off, but this is where they're surely going to overwhelm him. The only real weapon left in the round removed, and Bondic in CT spawn.
And dead. Does dink Patsy, but that's it. Espada 2-1. They have navigated their way across a 4-spy on the side of Winstrike. And, on the desk they were saying, if Dexter can tee off in the pistol, if they can win the pistol round, well, this is actually, in some cases, even better news. They've broken down Winstrike straight away on their CT side. This is going to really delay the possibility of getting a solid buy or an AWP or a double AWP in play on the CT side. So, I mean, this is a beautiful start for Espada. I'll be very happy with how things have turned out.
The A stack is a little bit scary, but full USPs, no util. You'd like to think Espada shouldn't have an issue. And I mean, Winstrike already flanking, which while may seem good, you probably expect by the time, either Winstrike run and they get heard, or they walk. And by that point, Espada are probably in a bomb site before Winstrike are in T-spawn. Well, Sophics there anyway, even if they're not. Oh dear, the jump gets caught off. Can find one, but no more. That's an AK gifted over, and now someone needs to come back and deal with these players. Hobbit's got himself a rifle. He's not overextended. He wants to go back to a site instead. Espada have run into B, and that is a very good play for Dexter. He's cleared out the site. The bomb is allowed to join him, and even though Winstrike have an AK and have a chance to do more damage, Hobbit might just straight up save this gun. This round is lost.
Yeah, it would certainly make sense to try and hold on to this AK. It's going to be a nice bolstered up weapon. That's assuming that they can. They've positioned themselves in awkward spots where they've actually lost the AK. And it doesn't look like either Elliot or Bondnik can be able to pick that up anytime soon. Finnegan somehow surviving that grenade, which looked dead on, but the USP is going to drill through his head. AK-47 now used from Elliot. Maybe they can save it yet. That flick is a thing of beauty. But it does seem like a bit of a drop in the bucket because ultimately the round is over. It's just about trying to hold on. They do take 4 weapons down with them, but Alien's not going to survive with the AK-47. And so Espada take the 3-1 lead. We will have a buy coming up, though, for Winstrike at the very least, and it does include 1 AWP.
But no AKs, huh? That didn't get saved. So it's not all, rainbow and sunshine for Winstrike here. They've got to fight hard if they want to take this in a 2-0 fashion. Espada are already showing us that. Little run boost into middle. Sophic is going to have the pace, and he isn't going to take it. Molotov to the connector. Bomb dropped back, waiting for Winstrike to make the first move, and then jumping out with the flashbangs. Oh, nice grenade. Elian just dunks Sophic in the face. Sparta, they were leaning towards B early. They were looking for a pick in the apartments, but Winstrike were not even jumping, not even giving away info. So Sparta given nothing. We now had elsewhere players coming in from lower and just surrounding this mid control, trying to take Bondic out of the window, or maybe even boost up a player themselves. See where this bomb's going. It could be either side right now. As Sparta, they don't have to commit anywhere. They've got players in A, they've got players in apartments. Obviously, Winstrike are triple stacked more so on the A side of things, but I mean, actually, I say that Bondic's rotation is as fast as it is to B as it is to A. Sparta taking their sweet time, though. 40 seconds on the clock and setting up spokes towards B.
As a result of taking their time, Winstrike have used all of their utilities. They need Elian really to tee off. Two separate players he's seen. Just a pixel dot across his screen, dancing into apps. But they have been demolished. Crizin holding on to window. Control is looking good for Winstrike. They have just taken their first casualty, though, but there's 25 seconds in which Sparta have got to try and make the most of this. Sophic already low, nearly getting the upper hand onto Elian. Going to be joined in the meanwhile as Crizin is burned to a crisp. Finnegan, the assailant from the grave. And now a Sparta push towards the side. Bomb gets dropped down, and there's Lackey for 2. A 4K in the first round. Hasn't struck until now, but a Sparta have been brought down a peg.
Yeah, luckily they've still got money, right? That 3-round early lead has left them with a bit of cash, but it will be one buy. And if we equal up at 3-3, suddenly Winstrike control the pace, they control the money, and they are in the favored half as well. So this one can very quickly flip back. Double pull and the shotgun. Quite the arsenal of weaponry. And Hobbit, he's taken his to the right place as well. Look at this position. They could molly it, but... oh no, they're going to run out dry. Oh no, the old Chuggaroo, he is just churning them up. 2 kills. That's great work for Hobbit. And Finnegan, well, he'll trade back double, running out of ammo, having to swap gun. Dexter destroying the player on stairs. One of these orbs removed, and now it's down to Bondic and Lackey. The cross comes through. That grenade should finish the job, but Sophic gets out, and Bondic must have realized that. No, he doesn't. He throws in another Molotov, and now he's realizing the error of his ways. Good shot by Lackey, and the retake is on.
2v2, HP favoring the oncoming CTs, trying to reclaim what was once theirs. As they look to annul the partnership of Sophic and Dexter. Bondic now making moves with the smoke headed towards ramp. Going to be locking off one of these 2 angles. It is the correct decision, but it's all about that second player in sandwich. Lackey is still watching. He spots Dexter. Wow. Protruding through the smoke, and I mean, the round is going to go their way here, Hugo. They've got a kit, they've got time, and they're going to have double ops. This is a fantastic retake for Winstrike.
Yeah, and a very late one as well at that. Time not really in their favor, but some excellent shots, and Hobbit starting off with 2 there as well. Lackey with the AWP has been exciting to watch as well, right? Think about his scout back in the first map. Getting some important early kills in that B bomb site. God, these guns are getting traded on the fly as Sparta. They are oiled and ready to go into this B site furiously. And only one player here. Lackey's deep on Cat will have to come back. But actually, as Sparta, they pull the brakes only to go again on a later train. Winstrike have 3 here now, though, and Sparta are in the site in every direction. Crizin opening kill, Lackey from short, and Patty needs to get a double here. He can't. Crizin, ooh, nice shot from Sophic. Crizin gets into the site, but not for long, and these orbs are just lighting up the scoreboard. Every angle as Sparta peak, they die, and this bomb is dropped out on the site. Dexter in the open, they know it, and, well, Lackey's going to take him down. Winstrike just slaughtering on the B-bomb site there. That is a very clean round.
Yeah, real tumultuous push, wasn't it? As he said, they originally had all systems go. They then broke very quickly, whacked on the brakes, then thought, no, let's go for this. And in doing so, the rotation was already there. So Winstrike had put up the roadblock, busted the tires of Espada, and there was just no way forward. There was no getaway. Now they're into the pistols. They have 1 flash and some upgraded pistols, but that's basically it. And mainly congregating just outside of ramp as Elian flicking in, plus the secondary up of Lackey elsewhere on the map, dealing with Dima. So a good start again. Winstrike, after losing that second round, after winning the pistol, it was looking dire for them, but fair play, they bounced back.
Yeah, they're not playing games today. I feel like they had maybe some realizations after yesterday, or not even just realizations, but I feel like, that wasn't the win strike that we know and love. That wasn't the team that we've been watching throughout 2020, rise to new heights. And so we know what they can do, and now they're showing us what they can do. Trying to avoid elimination, of course, inside of Clutch Island. This is, of course, the group stages still. For Group A. Also, teams in this group, Namiga, Spirit, both won their games earlier. Both will be playing after. That is going to be an absolutely banging matchup as well. I have no idea where that one's going. Spirit have looked good recently, but Namiga actually more impressed at Namiga, because I think in the way that they won that game yesterday, it was more impressive. Spirit 2-0ing Espada, I think, was like expected, but Namiga definitely going to have my eyes on them for the rest of this tournament. One of these teams will be leaving the tournament after, well, potentially this map. If not, then the series. Espada are down by 1 so far, and this is their map pick. Back into the rifle rounds, back on full AKs, but Winstrike has still kept this double orb, and it has had a lot of success.
Oh yeah, 100%. It did on Dust too. We saw in the last round, the first 2 picks were from both of the AWPers. And Hobbit again occupying with the XM. Last time he got 2 kills from Shadow. His team still nearly lost the round, which was quite surprising. This time mixing it up just outside of ramp trajectory. That Molotov, he knows what's coming up. He's going to reposition up in the eyes of Dimmer and just riddles him full of pellets. He does go down to Finnegan, but now the aggression is forthcoming. The pursuit is on, but it's Sothic against the world. 1v3, going to be able to get the bomb plant. Is he going to survive much afterwards? Yes, he's actually going to get a kill for his troubles, and still plenty of HP to his name. He is stuck behind the triple box, so he's going to start to get perforated through those boxes. If he's not careful, he will get sprayed down from Crizin. But he felt compelled to go for the Y peak Hugo because he knew that the Overwatch position on Stairway was being watched from Elian, so it was unlikely he survived from that situation.
Yeah, at that point, you just got to fight tooth and nail. You can't hide, you can't duck in behind the box that you're getting spammed through. You need a kill just to try and get back into the round. And Bondic, man, he rushes the bomb plant there. It's a weird play because he sneaks up close. He was triple, he couldn't deny it without running. And so he chooses not to deny, he chooses to sneak. And then the last second, he sprints around the corner and gets taken down. Not really an issue, but yeah, could have been a bit cleaner here for Winstrike. Nonetheless, that is certainly a good start. Crizin, combo with the nade and the spray. He's going to take down Dexter early in the middle. Definitely not what Dexter wanted. 2-10 right now. Continuing to be a guy that we often talk about inside of this Sparta roster. We know the heights he can achieve, but it's the consistency that he achieves them. And right now, anything but. Deep Molotov. Esparta's scared that Winstrike have perhaps taken the apartments. Hobbit certainly has over on A, dropping a man in Palace. Bondic is in T-spawn. What a mad lad, holding W and getting the bomb back under his control. It will be traded, and Patsy needs to go back for the package. His teammates on ramp. Winstrike starting to spread out.
Yeah, Sparta are isolated from one another, though. Dima's still in ramp, and he has already got a kill from this position. So both players have been spotted, but as each second passes, that information, that intel becomes less and less valuable. It does have a sell-by date. So Winstrike are going to have to start to respect this possibility, the timing, nearly working against Crizin, but still holds on with the spray. And Patsy is going to be his victim, leaving Dima 1v3. Perched up on the A site, doesn't have control of the bomb. And Elian on the cross, putting that AWP to use again. And it's terrifying here, Hugo. When you consider that it's Elian and Lackey as the AWPers, they have 24 frags between the two of them, and we're moving into round 11.
Yeah, the scoreboard was pretty lopsided for Winstrike in the last map as well, but like in a good way almost. It was weird. We had Hobbit and Lackey just stomping, and everyone else like, petering along, doing fine, doing all right. Yeah, Lackey 30 and 15, Hobbit 25 and 19. The next best player had 16 kills. So, I don't want to call it a carry, like it wasn't a team effort, and like the rest of Winstrike weren't doing their job. But boy, was it a bit of a carry from those two. And Lackey, he's doing the damage today. He's doing the heavy lifting, a 14 and 4. No money here for Espada. This is a rough one as well. It's so tempting to buy. You've got players on the edge of 4K, but if you actually want any semblance of a rifle round, any utility, the AWP, you've got to eco. And so they make the right call, saving money for a rainy day. When it rains, it pours. And Winstrike, they're controlling the weather. Looking like a B play. Bit of a desperation one for Espada. What else can you do with the low economy? They keep trying that. They keep trying to sneak under the balcony. Hobbit is not letting them get away with it. And Bondik's going to find one lower as well. One by one, the piece is starting to crumble, and Espada just looking for a B bomb plant. Good luck.
Yeah, at first I thought Hobbit just picked up the XM as the round is going to be wrapped up. It's Lackey putting on the style points. That's a hell of a drive by Tech9 Frag, but it's not really going to do too much overall. They should be able to take up that second AWP as well. It is at the cost of an AK, so that is actually having a reverb effect. But I thought at first that Hobbit's XM was picked up because of his economy was so bad. But now he's got 6K, 4K, and he's keeping with it. So clearly, this is just what he prefers playing, and why not? He's playing this shadow position, this ramp position so well with it. He's already got 4 or 5 kills.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You make so much money off of each frag with the XM, $900 a kill. The fact that you can, when you see players do this, you'll see every now and then a player will like stick with a shotgun or an SMG for most of a game, in the way that like Chris J will run a Deagle and a rifle round. Because the value of that is you can pick up an AK, give it to your teammate, or even keep it. It's just going to save money at the end of the day. And the XM is so cheap. You pay for it with 2 kills. Name another gun that you can pay for it with 2 kills. Like, it's very rare for a primary weapon. So, yeah, very good gun. And, well, he's making it work. 8-3 for Winstrike, in control of this game. Espada looking for a solution, looking for a response. It's been 7 in a row. Finnegan, nice play. Gets out ramp this time, avoids the palace, and removes Hobbit. Patsy's found Elliot up on catwalk, and finally the pieces are starting to come together.
Absolutely. This time Hobbit was caught. Lackey on the cross. You don't want to test this man. He is feeling it. And adrenaline is surging through his veins, but he won't play any further part in this round. Patsy will cut off the head. 2v2. Bondik goes into window, and Sotfik will be laid out as a result. 40 seconds to play with now, and it's going to be Dexter, who was thinking about pushing B, now deciding better of that decision and pushes back down into underpass. They're keeping their options open, mainly because Patsy's in window. Maybe heard some rotations through towards kitchen, and that's why they've decided and elected to go for the A side. Krisen should be dead, and indeed is. Patsy now spins around on a swivel and puts this round in favor of Espada. They pick up their 4th, but it was 7 unanswered rounds back to back before that moment.
Yeah, and as a result of that, it's not like Winstrike are going to be broke anytime soon, right? They can buy up for at least another round after this, and by that point, the loss bonus is going to start to appear. So Winstrike are in a very good position right now. They've won the half, and they're looking to build. And anything here from this point onwards is just bonus rounds, essentially. Espada just trying to keep themselves in this one. Little grenade does some damage to Sotfik at the top of middle. Lackey is going to throw one of his own, and good utility from Winstrike so far. Hobbit's still on the shotgun, relentless. Wouldn't want it any other way. The AWP on Elian is playing the CT spawn as well. So we haven't really seen many A ending rounds. Espada have not been going for the standard A smokes with a con split through under. Pretty basic rounds. And so Winstrike may be prepared for that to come through eventually. Krisen, he's found Sotfik in the middle this round, peeking out from the window with a flash, and Elian, he's about to get contact as well. Nice shot. That's a very quick flick. Oh, he's got it. How does he hit the leg? How on earth has he put Patsy down on A? I do not know.
Yeah, some insane reaction speed and flicks to go with it, but hold the phone. Espada have picked it up. And Bondik, the timing could not have been better onto Dima, who is switching to a grenade. The bomb has spilled, and Elian hoping, praying that Molotov doesn't spread too much further, but he's being tagged. They know he has to be in that position. If he's not already pushed out through the Molotov, through the flames, he has to be stuck there behind the boxes. So well played, but Finnegan gives his position away, and Lackey will rip him out, leaving Patsy 1 versus 2 with 15 seconds. This is an important trade. Goes his way with the last bullet in the magazine. He only has 8 HP to play with, but it will be post-plant, Hugo. This is winnable.
That was insane. He had to hit the 1 bullet. He had a single round left, and there were 10 seconds on the clock. If he misses it, if he reloads, if he doesn't push then, he's lost the round to time regardless. So what a play from Patsy. He set himself up. He just needs to knock the chips down. It is Lackey on his own. No idea where to go. The bomb plant of a market, that's going to waste time anyway, because Lackey's going to be checking close positions. It's nothing of the sort. Patsy is waiting for the tap, And Lackey, while he has a smoke flash, that's a pretty standard position, pretty easy one to spam. It should be Patsy's. Oh no, he's aiming too far left. He's white. He can't see a thing. The spray, and it doesn't connect. Lackey gets it done. He was a little bit further off than Patsy was ready for, and he even kills him through the smoke. That scoreboard does not betray you. 19-6. Lackey is a legend right now.
You have to feel bad for Patsy. Like, even to get into a position with a 1v1 sort of situation post-plant like that is impressive in itself, and it didn't quite work out for him. He opted for the wrong side with the spray, and a good flashbang while the defuse was coming in as well really threw him off. He also died after time, so a lot of rough moments in that round, a lot of damage as well. I've got to say, Winstrike's utility has been on point. Like, they're typically dropping players to 50, 60 HP right off the first few seconds each time.
Sparta, they're scrambling for 6 here at best. That's not a bad half by any means, but you've got to get there. And right now, that's not looking too easy. Going for an A contact here, setting up smokes. Winstrike haven't had to deal with many of these, and so this will be a welcome change. The all posted, missing a shot. Dima, oh dear, Elliott's got to be careful, doesn't want to get wallbanged again. Prison spots a man in Palace, but he fights Ramp instead in the Molotov and will die. Hobbit with one from under, doubles it. Hobbit, that's a big couple of kills, but it comes at a cost, and that cost is the sight. His teammate from Spawn dead, the orb gone, and now Winstrike, a man down, retaking.
You have the flank though, the long con from Bondic, but he's been spotted, still puts the bullet to Sophic and takes him out of the equation. That equation is looking pretty stacked towards the T's, or perhaps not. Bondic's going to try and be the equalizer one more time. Lackey pushed up on the CT boxes, gets one, switches to the AWP, maybe a mistake. He's mollied off, but it's not deep enough to afford Dexter into having to peek this one short. Surely not again. Surely not two defusing the smoke. That's not going to happen.
No, that was a bit ridiculous to try and stick there. The time was super low though, and that's obviously the main reason you go for it. But yeah, bit of a missed round there for Winstrike for sure. Not the end of the world. Hobbit again just puts up 2, man. It feels like every time they go A, he just gets 2 kills, dies. But like, he's done his job. He's done whatever he can from under the balcony. And considering he's playing the same spot, Sparta should know about it. It's not coming as a surprise. Oh, the cross in mid. No one's watching it. No one's even considering it. Pistol out. Prism will get it done in the trade. But Sophic's doubled up in middle, finding a second. And he can retreat as well with the bomb. Doesn't want to die here. Rather play for the long con. Look at B. Dima's cleared it. He's walked all the way through. There's no way Kristen's ready for this one. Free kill, free bomb site, and likely a 6th round here for a Sparta. They are just taking kills in every direction. Finnegan dropped eventually, but Elian with the AWP is a long way from home. And Patsy, he's going to send him there. 6 rounds at the end of the half for a Sparta. They do recover. They do make it interesting. But can they keep this game going? I don't know, Vince. What do you think?
I think it's definitely possible, especially as they're now going to be switching to the CT side, and a lot of their issues to start off with were indecision and not being able to fully capitalize on little victories that they got. On the CT side, I think that's going to be an easier prospect to pick up. But another thing as well, Hugo, interestingly, this is almost gone the exact same way as Dust 2, where Sparta, they break back the pistol round instantly. They get a decent lead. They break the CT economy down. And then the middle portion is just all Winstrike. And then at the end, they have this second wind. They have this second gust that like takes them into a few more rounds. So if I'm not mistaken, I think the first map ended 9-6. Then Winstrike picked up the second pistol. Obviously, we know how it ended. So I'm curious if the script is going to read the same come the end of this map and potentially this best of 3.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we'll have to see how this one goes. The pistol really sets the pace for the second half, and knowing that, you know, this is statistically a pretty garbage map for Winstrike, which is, I think, one of the more impressive feats right now, being up 9-6 at the halftime. 30% win rate on this map. Like, nothing to be proud of at all. They play it a lot. Obviously, they're their most played map, actually. So, you know, that bodes well and shows that they've at least got significant practice on it, even if they did lose it yesterday to Namiga. And actually, yeah, I'm looking at their losses. The last 3 times they played Mirage, 16-6 loss to Namiga, 16-4 to Navi Jr., 16-10 to a Sparta. Well, this ain't that game, at least not yet.
Yeah, a lot of Lackey as well. I mean, again, you don't want to just highlight one player and say it's all him, because there's a lot of setting up of plays and people positioning themselves to allow him to flourish. But he is 20-8 with 116 ADR. Elian, 100 ADR with 12 kills, had a lot of impact with the AWPs. And so now on the T side, will they have as much impact where they don't have to have really the luxury of playing as static and stationary? You have to take more of the initiative. Maybe that is going to make a couple of these players drop off the boil, and this is where we can see a Sparta really claim a little bit of honor and try and fight back into this and take us to overpass, which, as we've said, doesn't necessarily bode well for Winstrike. There's not too much information out there knowing what they're going to be bringing to the table. But this pistol now underway as Sparta, CT side, occupying with 4 players on B. They have stacked this hard, leaving just Finnegan watching A alone, and it might actually work for them. Dima's going to go aggressively into the apps, gets one. There's Patsy with the second, and this crossfire is so powerful. They can also pull the plug and just get out of here now. What a passage of play. This is the perfect start for a Sparta in the second pistol.
Yeah, well, they need it, but it's not done yet. Winstrike, however, if they walk into this B site, it is done. It's a quad setup. It's everyone here right now with Finnegan and CT Spawn. That smoke is not going to draw a rotation, not at all, especially with a kill into B. Hobbit trying to come up catwalk. If he can get a good timing, certainly still doable for Winstrike, but that boosted player in the site is going to be a big question mark. Nice dig, but the kill from Dexter is imminent, and Sophic is still stuck on the bench as well. Look at how many players there are. Patsy gives away his position for good value, and Elian can't even get out of apps. He has a P250, pretty damn good gun, but 4 CTs here, and he's dead. 7 rounds to a Sparta. Now the party starts, Vince. Now things get interesting.
Oh, yes. That's exactly what we were looking for from Mutual's perspective. A Sparta now, second pistol, Winstrike on the back foot, no bomb plant either, so it's not as if they can come out with some Galils and potentially an AK. It's going to be very much a rough purchase. Scout, some Deagles, P2, pardon me, not P250, a Tech 9. And the Scout is on the hunt for kills, and Lackey will find one. Sophic plugged by the Scout in the head, and a freebie of a kill. Hobbit's also wrapping through on the underpass. Now, it looks great for Sparta, but if they go down in this round, it's going to be so rough. And what a shot again from Lackey. This guy doesn't seem to miss.
Yeah, if that wins in this round, if that opening kill does Winstrike that much effect, I mean, they're going to be very grateful. Finnegan, though, he is not letting them go down without a fight. Dropping Bondic on the A site. Elian's deep. Could get a kill here onto Dima rotating through com, but he's not going to capitalize, not going to move out the sandwich, waiting rather, as he has a position that Sparta maybe don't expect. But they're not even spotting it. They have no one here. Only now is Dima rotating. So as far as Sparta are aware, Winstrike could be deep, and they are. So Scout out. Lackey needs to hit some more shots, defending his team in the site. Oh dear, that's a kill. Dima gone from the triple box, and now the T-spawn flank coming through. Oh, Lackey, what is going on? He's going to ace this round. Finnegan's on the flank. He's going into the exact position Lackey sits. All he needs to do is stand still and watch his back.
This is absurd. This is absolutely absurd, Lackey. Supreme Scouting salvages the round and could very well put a Sparta down. That is unbelievable. How often do you say that you've witnessed a Scout ace against a full buy?
Vince, every pistol round this series has been reset by a force buy. I think the CTs have won every pistol, and the Ts have always won the force. That's how it's feeling right now. At least in this game alone, it's happened both times. That is absolutely criminal. I've never seen anything like it. I'm lost for words. Sparta are broke. And not just economically, mentally, physically, everything in between.
I'm somewhat speechless, Hugo. Like, honestly, I don't think I've ever seen a Scout ace of that magnitude against the full buy. Like, sure, against Eco or something, but jeez. Lackey, 25 kills, 130 ADR as we move into round 18. This man is absolutely turning heads and demolishing a Sparta, who are now into a force buy. They've already lost Finnegan. No nades behind this. No kits either. This is looking grim. Patsy's going to be able to hold, well, I was going to say hold the line for a kill, but actually misses out on that shot. Does a lot of damage, but now being tagged down to 5. Grenades flying around him with the incandescence of the Molotov. Does actually die to that. Bondic takes him out of the equation. There's another one, and it's just going to be a case of cleaning it up, and it's a clean sweep. A Sparta in real trouble.
Yeah, they really are. It's just all this is doing is it's not only delaying their rifle round, but putting Winstrike closer and closer to the finish line. Sparta, I mean, they had their quote-unquote rifle round in the second, but, obviously still essentially a bonus, and Winstrike get rid of it with a scout. So now, full eco, Sparta having to give 12 to Winstrike. No choice in the matter. They have a Zeus as the last line of defense here, and it's on the B site. Bit of an A stack for Sparta, but again, like in this round, stacks are going to be providing very little value. It's probably the best way to play full USPs, but only because there's so many targets, the T's don't know who to kill, and then they get shot by someone. And in the madness, you can sometimes get a couple of USP frags. I mean, we've seen those rounds get one for sure, but it's not consistent at all. Hobbit faking B. Patsy's waiting under. He could get a Zeus kill here. The USP might just do. That's an AK. Elian, though, did get a pick to A, and that's where these T's are ending up. There are a lot of players in a lot of spots, but they are all getting cleared one by one. Nice and methodical for Winstrike. Only one casualty, and that's going to be 12 as we expected. Here's the buy. And Vince, the first buy round of the half for a Sparta is going to be this. It's going to be weak. No kits, no AWP. Util's pretty not where you want to be.
That sums up this entire best of three for a Sparta right now, doesn't it? Oh man, and this really plays into what you talked about yesterday. Hold that thought for a second. It looks like Dexter may be able to get the drop onto Ellie, and did get a shot out. I thought he was maybe going to land that, but this is the downside of losing after winning the pistol. Like, you're never quite there again for the CTs until halfway through the half. It's a long time that you're going to be struggling. Bondic with the spray gets 2, 3v3.
That is sick. There's no way that should be going on. Finnegan dropping the decoy. I like that. Going full world edit. Kristen's like, where is he, mate? I can't see him. He's shooting his all. But yeah, now he's realized it. The bomb can get planted here on the A site. And look at the mid control as well, right? Sparta are pushing B apps. They don't even know that the bomb is getting planted. They've realized now, obviously. But with mid being under the control of Winstrike, not only can they cut off Catwalk, but they can play the bomb from short, from connector, from window. We do have an underlurker. That is the player that can make this round happen if Patsy gets value from this position. Hobbit's got his back turn. Oh, not the kill. Hobbit with a second chance. He will still die, but Patsy now has to get more done. There's another man in the window. Finnegan moving through the smoke. The flashes are going high, and the Sparta are winning all the fights. They're already sticking the bomb. Lackey has to commit. He has to go wide, and he almost gets Steamer off the defuse. He's sticking it, though. The spray works, and Lackey does it again, man. It doesn't matter what gun you give this guy. He's going to get it done.
My God, whatever you're paying him, Winstrike, double it, triple it, quadruple it. I don't care. Keep this man. He's ridiculous. 28 kills. How? They didn't have a kit, so that obviously really hurt them. They had to stick on the smoke. But the fact that he was able to transition his FAMAS spray into the AK spray at the end is just so huge. And a Sparta, 13-7. It feels like this half has just gone by so quickly. And I'm sure that their head's spinning, Hugo. It has to be. After that scout ace, like, how do you recover from this?
It feels like a Sparta aren't like making massive mistakes. Like, they're doing things right. They're doing things for the book, but Winstrike are just throwing spanners at them. Oh dear, beating, a bruising, and brutality on this A site. The grenade's going to find Dexter. Elian continuing, and, well, no way to stop this cavalry. It's going to be a T-sided train on the A site, and Winstrike on 14 rounds. Only one chance left for a Sparta. They've got 2 rounds to lose, I guess, but this is the buy. This is everything. This is also, Vince, again, going back to that pistol and losing to the scout, this is the first, in my eyes, full buy. Proper, everything you need for a Sparta. And it's also going to be the last if they don't win it. So, yeah, there's the value of losing the second round. You literally don't have a chance in the second half.
I completely agree. This is the first proper buy. We've had a rifle round, but it had no AWPs, and it was lacking nades, it was lacking kits. So here we go, double AWPs in play. We saw a Sparta very good at posting up a few rounds when it looks like they're dead and beaten.
Yeah. But
they don't quite have the ability to fully bring back a comeback. This is a very similar situation to what we saw in Dust 2. Now, there's Dexter with his AWP with 1. Incendiary Molotovs now being exchanged between the two teams onto Stairway. Good molly onto ramp. That's going to keep the T stalled for a little bit longer. Lucky's taking some serious damage, and Hobbit has gone down. This is what we needed to see from Espada, to have that rallying cry. But is it going to be swept away? No, it's not. It's an absolute disaster. It's carnage. It's mayhem. Elian's still alive, but they know exactly where he is. There's multiple players looking towards him with their M4s and their ops, and it's Patsy that puts the final nail in the coffin of round 22. It does go to Espada.
Yeah, no, you put a good point on there when you say Espada. They're good at hanging on, you know, clinging by the skin of their teeth. Maybe not winning the game, but just making sure you don't win the game, at least not quickly. Let's see if they can continue to build rounds here and get to a point that we can actually consider a comeback. 14-8, it feels pretty unrealistic, but it did in the last map as well, and it got close. Crizzen, nice shot, finding Patsy jumping up onto the short side. Nice little early advantage for Windstrike to play with, and now they're going to walk into the AWPs as well. Oh dear, triple con, and Crizzen gets away with a kill and still survives. Never should have happened. Molotov, or smoke in the window rather, and just trying to deny Espada middle. 5-on-3, they're just going to push the extremities, try and take A. Bondic trading, one man more here. Dexter having a rough game, a big kill needed, and he's going to get it. Can he double it down? Crizzen shows his hand, and Dexter swaps out.
It's been so chaotic. Dexter with the flick now onto Lackey, leaving just Crizzen and Elian alive. And Crizzen's basically playing bait. He's trying to buy up time for his teammate to go onto the B site, and he has been successful, but he's fallen down. So now everything's on Elian. 16 kills to his name right now. Has the AWP. Going to be Molotoving on towards the kitchens. They know exactly what's coming up, and they're going to try and take post-plant positions. Although, to be fair, Dexter was running away onto the A site, so he's going to take a little while. Elian's position now is looking in towards the rotation from CT spawn. No one's forthcoming. As there's two CTs now going to move in. He's seen a pixel. He's executed off said pixel, and Elian now on the very real possibility, on the brink of breaking Espada one more time. Their souls will be shattered, their hearts broken, but maybe Dexter can do something about this, and it's a big miss. He's missed a bit of a sitter. I expected Elian to pick that one up.
Yeah, Dexter, he throws a Molotov to the back left of the site, but he knows that Elian's not there. He's trying to elude Elian by the looks of things and make him think that he doesn't know where Elian is. But yeah, a Molotov and the right swing. Elian tries to avoid it, tries to get out of the fight, and I don't think he wanted that engagement. The time was so low, he could have just hid and would have won. So even crouching behind the bench would have been a better play, but not to know. And Espada to keep it going. Dexter, he's being quiet. That's a crucial clutch to keep Espada in this series still. Keep Espada in this tournament. They want their RMR points, Vince. And, well, this is elimination on the line. Maybe coming home empty-handed. So Espada not going down without a fight.
Yeah, that really is the key distinction, that there is a lot on the line for both of these teams. There is quite literally a spot further down the line, a potential major. Like, this is huge. This could change some of these players' lives. There's absolutely no doubt about that. And Espada on the brink, on the precipice, looking down to ruin, are holding on. Last two rounds have gone their way. Still plenty of money at the disposal of Windstrike. If they do lose this, though, they will break that economy and be up to double digits, Espada. So it'll be a very similar situation to Dust 2. It took a crazy Deagle clutch with half a second to go for Windstrike to finally win Dust 2. I'll be hoping they don't have to pull that one off out the back again.
They could probably do it. If there were any team. Oh, look at this read. Espada have 3B right now. If that stays, that's where Windstrike are going, but that kill is going to change everything. It will draw, rotate out. Oh no, they're faking A. Off the back of killing the window player, Lackey can, if he just makes noise here, they're going to pull away from B. So Lackey's kind of coming on a lurk instead. They're not going to use him to sell a fake, but rather to flank. And right now, he's the one being flanked. In the spawn does kill Dima. Hobbit down from short. Here's the B commitment into the stack. Dexter alone right now. He needs a kill. He's dropped the bomb. 10 seconds. Trying to stay alive and does more than that with a no-scope as well. Dexter, 3 kills on the defense. Windstrike were not ready for that stack.
Mammoth play from Dexter as well. 2 no-scopes in the dying embers of the round. If he falls out, that's going to be a post-plant 1v1 at anybody's round. So important for him to hold the line. Windstrike almost full-on Deagles. It actually is full-on Deagles. Pretty much a deco. Don't get to see this too often. No grenades behind it either, but full-on fragging potential. So Espada need to tread lightly. Don't give anything away for free. 2 players moving over on the B side again. Bomb drop towards A ramp. And Winstrike taking this slow. Going to try and draw some grenades out of Espada. They can still get a little bit from this. The Deagle shot probably should have landed from Lackey. If there's one player you expect to see connect that shot, it's him. Yeah. So Finnegan can count himself lucky that he wasn't put down.
He's just charging up, you know. Gets better and better each shot. Wait till there's 3 seconds on the clock, Vince. Then he'll win it.
Oh, no. You can just see it happening now as well, and just landing some crazy Ds.
Yeah.
And just taking a brief break, which, I mean, he is on 32 kills. You can understand his back's probably a little bit sore.
Oh, if they got into B before that molly, this could have gotten very, very bad for Espada, but that Molotov has just severed this push in 2. The grenade as well is timed well, and now there's 2 players here ready for the Apps play. Make it a third. Sophic on rotation, joined by Dexter. They are walking into an armada on this CT side, and now it's all on the lurk of Hobbit. Might find Finnegan here on the site. Oh, nice shot, but this one's a lost round. He's going for the gun at this point. The bomb is still stuck in the apartments. He could give this a go, but yeah, I mean, he's not going to win it. Dexter is ready. He should hit the shot every day of the week. Even if he doesn't, he's not going to let Hobbit through the murder hole. Not without a murder, at least. Dima, team player, dropping Deagles over, making sure everyone is armed and dangerous. And Hobbit will save that gun. That's about it. Gets away with the $2,000, can buy armor around it. It's all fine at the end for Winstrike. But Espada, hey, again, Vince, are doing it. They're making it competitive. They are, you know, up against 14, finding rounds out of nowhere. 4 in a row now for Espada. Is this game actually winnable?
I think it is, yeah. I think there's every opportunity for them off this streak of rounds to start to give Winstrike some troubles. Maybe put them into a little bit of panic mode. I don't think the button will be getting pressed yet. I don't think the alarm bells will begin to ring until we see 12 or 13 rounds, but they're definitely looking over their shoulder. They're definitely looking behind them now. This was 14-7, now 14-11. Espada did lose a few guns that they weren't looking to really be comfortable with, but that slow peek into Patsy is a freebie, and again, B-Site getting locked down.
Yeah, Winstrike looking like they're running out of ideas. They're trying to sell a bit of a fake on A after that kill, and it could work well with the bomb still stuck in B. There's no one on A, so Sparta are going to feel pressured to rotate here, and you can already see everyone is running towards that A bomb site. They thought that first kill was a lurker, was a faker. Instead, it's anything but. It's weird, because the bomb is alone in apartments right now. This is such an odd round. Selling this A fake, they need to get appropriate amount of kills. There's still a B player here in the form of Dima. He's not going to leave until the A site is fully lost, and even though Sparta is smoked out of it with no plant coming through, why would you rotate? This is really weird for Winstrike, and if that bomb gets spotted or killed, the round's immediately over. So yeah, very much relying on a lot. Hobbit also didn't buy armor. He saved an AK with $2,000. He didn't buy armor. So the cracks are starting to show for Winstrike. That's all I'm getting out of this.
I completely agree with you. I'm very concerned about this bomb play from Elian. Like, sure, if he can drop Dima, he does get a free bomb plant, and then things are back open and very much going to be difficult because you'll have a quick flank. But it's all down to this kill. It's all down to who wins out on this duel. And elsewhere, Hobbit has been put down, and Dima doesn't get checked. They assumed incorrectly that everyone had rotated. That is such a messy round from Winstrike.
Yeah, it's just very weird. Like, you know, the fact that they leave a lone player in the apartments, I think is the big thing to me. Like, at least have 2 there, at least have someone to cover the bomb plant. Because at bare minimum, as long as you cover that plant and you get the bomb planted, the round suddenly flips in your odds, and the odds flip in your favor, rather. So, yeah, I don't really know. It's like, clearly that's an idea for Winstrike, and I like the idea. It does what they want it to do in terms of pulling players over to A, but they don't get the kills on A. And if you don't get the kills on A, Dima's just not going to rotate. Simple as that. That's all you're relying on. You're relying on the kills to force rotation. So, cool idea. Didn't work in execution. Winstrike now really on a rocky road, really with their backs up against the wall. They may have 14, but 5 rounds in a row for Espada, and they are hungry for more.
Yeah, they may have 14, but the last 5 have rang out on Espada on their choice of map, a map that we know they're solid on. To make matters worse, they're into a half buy. So Sparta will be favorites to take another one. Sophic, spray out onto Hobbit. Patsy going unchecked on balcony, gonna pounce. And Winstrike, they have been dealt some swift blows these last few rounds. This is definitely going to dent their confidence. And as you say, the cracks definitely beginning to show themselves, developing, turning into quite the issue. It should just be a case of a clean sweep round. Maybe there's going to be a dig or two rings out. But in terms of how the overall trajectory of this round is going, it's looking like it's done. Bondik, 1v5. He's been put down with authority. A Sparta 1 round behind now.
This is really flipped on his head. You got to hope the Winstrike just have any ideas, because it feels like their ideas aren't working. And right there, they just set up in B. They lose a couple of players. They go set up in A. They lose everyone else. Like, you know, there's no game plan out the gate. Now that wasn't Eco, and now with guns, they can do something else. It's going to be an A execute by the looks of things. Might be going fast. Seem to be taking these spawns, but not taking them for a run. Just going for the smokes. And only one man inside of A as well. Finnegan, this is a really important spot for Finnegan. He is the only man in A, and he is hidden at the back of the site. Do they know? Do they check? No. Kristen will swivel and get that kill. Traded by Sophic, but now they know where he is, and they can trade him while he throws grenades. Lackey with that kill. Winstrike overwhelmed the A site, and they've never had it so easy.
And they haven't really played aggressively for quite a while either on the A side, so it's a good switch of pace. Sparta actually stacking 3 players on B to start things off really did cost them dearly. Incendiary put towards the firebox. That is going to be Hobbit burning alive. And Lackey taking bullets, taking damage, has to extinguish his own Molotov to keep himself ticking in this one. There is an Deagle kill coming through the smoke, and now suddenly it falls down to Bondik. He's in a 1 versus 2. He's stuck in Palace, and there is enough utility to make a real go of this one. He's going to be wide swinging out here, and he goes down to Patsy. A successful retake. We're all even.
Yeah, Elian goes out wide there. I don't know why. He gets a kill on the jungle player in a 2-on-2. His teammates in Palace. The bomb wasn't planted for him, of course, and maybe he feels the pressure to get kills. But if he just stays alive with the AWP there, it means that he can die before Bondik. He can go and chase those kills in the 2-on-2 when they tap the bomb, and Bondik can stay alive and wait rather than just dying to a fake. So yeah, it feels like Winstrike really are getting nervous. That's all I'm seeing. They're clearly in their heads, you know, scared. I don't know, you know, feeling the nervousness of this game slipping out of their fingers, and a third map that they have a 0% win rate on. This could be a Sparta series, and Winstrike are only just realizing that. Their first tactical pause of the entire game coming through in round number 29. They've had so many opportunities to close this map. 14 rounds and 7 in a row for a Sparta to get us here. And they've got the money favored as well, right? Like, even if Winstrike win this round, OT feels more likely than a closer.
Certainly the case. Winstrike really struggling here. As you say, just seems like they're out of ideas, and it all comes off the back of that Elian whiff, that 1v1 where you fancy him to land the shot, he doesn't, and that's when they went on their streak. And to make matters worse now, as Sparta have the player advantage, they actually find themselves up 1, nearly 2. Elian gets winged, down to 11 HP. It seems like this comeback is destined for success for a Sparta now, as Winstrike go back to pick up the bomb and maybe head over on the B site, but we've already seen time and time again, they get thwarted when they try and push B. Has been a bastion, a real fortress on a Sparta. Things looking a bit grim here, Hugo.
Yeah, it's just not the Winstrike that got here in the first place, right? Think of that ace in the second round from Lackey. Like, where's Lackey gone? He's been absolutely silent. Like, obviously, you can't just rely on one dude, and it's not his fault they're losing. He has 33 kills, but, you know, they got here by him getting 33 kills. You'd hope that he could take them over the line, and without him, no one has stepped up. No one has filled the shoes. Hobbit had a great first half. Think of the shotgun kills on the back. He is bottom of the server right now. He has not kept up his performance into this T side, and the ideas have not been, you know, replacing his performance either. So this is really, really rough. And Sparta know what's going on. They have 2B. They have a guy watching the cat play from window. Sophic can give the info. That will alert Patsy. There's the pick. That could be something for Winstrike, but they need to trade effectively, and Patsy's already putting up the damage. Here's the cat play. Sophic's not spotted it. He's not being able to stop it, and Bondik needs help. He needs support from short. 10 seconds. This plan has to happen. Patsy's killed in lurk, and Bondik's getting spammed as well. Elian does cover him. Oh, dear, this is so close. This is still winnable, but Patsy has not not left the site, and he's not going down without a fight. Another kill down to the Deagle. He's got his ult back out, and Elian is just around the corner. Patsy doesn't know. It doesn't matter. He's got teammates coming from every direction, and it's only a matter of time. The shot will connect for Dexter, and even though Elian almost jumps away out of that round, 15 found for Espada.
The first time Espada have been in the lead since they took a 3-1 lead at the beginning of the match. Since then, they have been trailing the entire way. 8 rounds put back to back. Espada now have Winstrike up against the ropes, wobbling and dazed. Will we head to overtime or will we head to overpass? In Winstrike, certainly hoping for the former rather than the latter. Lackey, as you highlighted, posted up 33 kills quite a while ago. He really has been stalled, and you really can't take that away from Espada. They've just done such a good job of holding both sites and really forcing Winstrike down.
Yeah, definitely. Winstrike have everything they've tried has not worked. I'd like to see some more mid control, but at this point it's too late. Fighting dry against the AWPs, and the AWPs have been a turning point for Espada. Dexter, I remember when he was bottom of the server. He's now second in his team, third in the server. Like, he has really come alive on the CT side and is one of the main reasons why we're here. But yeah, definitely a team effort for Espada, and now they got to deal with one more team, 4 players of which out the ramp and into A. Finnegan hears all. He's sat under the balcony, or under the sandwich rather, and they haven't cleared him either. Sophic dealing with the connector player, one by one. There's only 3 left to find. Bondic does get a kill, but again, they still haven't cleared Finnegan, and they don't look like they're going to. Prism half checking it, will finally convince with the spray, but he loses his teammate in the process. Quick shots from Dexter to close the map. And we're going to overpass. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the game that keeps on giving.
I cannot believe that Espada have pulled that off. If you look at how things were looking at 14-7, not just scoreline, but in terms of the scout ace, in terms of force buying and breaking that CT economy multiple times, how in the hell, Hugo, are we in a position where overpass is even possible?
I don't know, Vince. I don't know. But I'm not a professional. I'm not an expert. I don't know what I'm talking about. A few men who do are over to my left, or I guess my right. I can't tell. Either way, boys, how's it going? Someone rationalize that for me. I'm lost for words.
I think we're having a hard time with it as well.
Yeah, that was looking like it was done and dusted, and then Espada suddenly went, wait a second, we can play this map. Like, this is our pick. This is something we can work in. But I'll be honest straight from the gate here that Winstrike definitely from yesterday look a lot better. They obviously are much more comfortable playing this kind of a team, right? They can make it closer. But Espada, they can make teams that they're supposed to not have close games against look close. And they make games that you think they're going to win nicely and kind of come off with the lead. We all went into this with the mindset that Winstrike would be out of this already.
Yeah, again, it seems like Espada kind of plays to the level of their competition.
How many times?
This is very much, I guess, a tale of two halves for both sides, really. You know, pretty unimpressed with what we saw from Espada in the first half. They do manage to string together 6 rounds, but it's not 6 comfortable rounds by any means. It feels very much like it's Winstrike in the driving seat for the better part of that half. I think, again, Lackey having a fantastic match, at least to start us off, and really just has it all laid out for the rest of his teammates to kind of step up to the challenge and help him close out the game. And when that doesn't happen, we actually get to see Patsy, as we talked about, stepping up massively on the CT side, the ops coming out eventually for Jesus Christ,
Dexter?
for Espada. Yeah, and
for Espada
Dexter. Yeah, exactly. And that just changes the tide of the game. Dexter at one point was 2-12. I think he ends up with, what, 25 kills? Something to that effect. So he just has a complete resurgence. What we wanted to see out of him for so long throughout the close qual, first and obviously yesterday as well. I think we got to see the glimmers of it throughout that CT side.
Yeah, I think just in general, I personally was not really impressed by either team's team side here.
Yeah.
I think Espada showed more of an ability to have set plays.
Yeah.
The problem was they were going for these set plays so early in these rounds. You're going to see on these replays, this is 1 minute 30 into the round where they're pushing. This is another round, 1 minute 30 into the round they're pushing. They're going so fast in all these rounds, and they were using their nades pretty early. So Winstrike always seemed to have the reads. They always seemed to be one step ahead because of all those early nades that were being used, and that allowed Winstrike to really get going early. It's almost like when you come up with some good strats in practice that you think are good, but then you feel like you have to run them in the game, where maybe you're better off slowing it down and maybe defaulting at the start of the round, and you can run those strats a bit later on. Whereas on the Windstrike side, it was the complete opposite. They were just defaulting every round, trying to play for picks. Never seemed to work for them. They started to try and switch it up towards the end, but it just came too late. As Sparta really stepped up there, like you said, Patsy on the B side. I think he's one of the players on the Sparta who's always going to fly under the radar, but he's just been solid throughout this tournament. I haven't seen Patsy do much wrong. Here he really stepped up. And then, like you said, Dexter finally getting into play at the end there, coming through strong, and the Sparta take us to a third.
Yeah.
And what's crazy, right, is not only the fact that they managed to come back into this, but we spoke about Patsy being good on that B site anyway, just beforehand. And I was like, oh, okay, like, I didn't expect him to be that good. Like, maybe just locking it down, he's an anchor. But this is an anchor who's, like, literally saving your life. Set round after round, being able to get the job done. Dexter staying Mr. Consistent, I'm down with that. Dimmer didn't need to actually have a good game for it to be the reason in there. So as Sparta, yes, you've got the win here, but you go into overpass where you're actually favored now, so you need to make a bit of a statement here. You can't be having these close games, because it feels like what you said, Helvor, in terms of them playing up to level of their opponent, that's one thing, but also it just feels like they don't know how to actually get off to the right start.
Yeah, which is kind of depressing as well, considering how good of a pistol player Dexter, for example, has been. And the problem is, like, in these situations, they've been able to win pistols on occasion, but actually mess up, you know, round 2 or round 3. And if not necessarily losing the round outright, at least putting themselves where they're, you know, in economic disarray. And that makes, obviously, the job for their opponent that much easier. So they definitely have some I guess, steps, and there's a bit of a learning curve for them to understand how they can actually, you know, stabilize and get off to solid starts. Because, yeah, it's getting way too uncomfortable for them. They can't necessarily rely on having, you know, 9 rounds in a row pretty much coming their way each and every time.
Yeah, I guess I can cut them a bit of slack on the second half round after the pistol this time, because Lackey just lands 5 scout headshots. I mean, that's just absurd.
It is definitely an absurd like performance from Lackey in that situation, but he had like a similar outing on Dusto as well. That didn't lead to a round win because he only got 3 scout headshots. Yeah. But, you know, it definitely showcases a bit of an issue in Espada's, I guess, approach to the anti-eco round, the fact that they're giving, you know, multiple opportunities for him to take a shot and actually step away. The fact that they're not necessarily using the buddy system to full effect. Obviously, that comes in later on in the game, but when it comes to Mirage, just in general, one thing that's a little bit worrying for me with Espada, you know, especially if they're going to, you know, move forward and continue playing, because it's likely to crop up again, is the fact that you mentioned the high tempo on their T side. And we constantly talk about Dexter being such a vital part of this team. They're not necessarily allowing him to be a part of their T sides. So if Dexter's, you know, specialty is offing, then yeah, you might have to slow down the pace of the game, because he can't be, you know, first man in on B rushes, you know, 5 rounds in a row. Like, that doesn't really pan out for a sniper. So they kind of need to be more level-headed and understand what their strengths are. Luckily, they kind of came to terms with what they actually had success with in this game, and that's kind of what salvages it. But that's also due to the fact that Windstrike, as Alex points out, didn't really have a clear idea of what they were meant to do. So they went away from actually doing set executes, which we kind of saw too much of from the side of Espada, and that burnt them.
Let's touch on Lackey a little bit more, though, right? Because Dust 2, not only did he get away with a 1.82 rating, he was just dominating. Here, he's had a fantastic showing again as well. We spoke about for this team, right? Okay, we're looking at Lackey. Yes, we're also looking at Elian. Elian, we're still yet to see what we're supposed to. But these are the names that are told to us of, like, these are the ones to lead the charge. These are the ones who are the up-and-coming players in here. Lackey's making this look legit, but I just want to see it now done on a position where you're not just facing teams on your level, right? Because yesterday they had a hard time and he wasn't able to pull off any mad plays. And it doesn't mean the scoreline for me. Like, you can see something in the way someone moves, the way someone approaches the situation. But in this game, he's able to hold strong. Next map is going to tell a lot.
Absolutely, and I think it was Tom who'd actually been talking to Bondic at one point when they brought Lackey in, just kind of asking, like, so why did you end up going for him? Like, why not somebody else that we might have heard more of, and so on. And pretty much the justification was that they wanted a really aggressive player who obviously had, like, extremely solid mechanics and everything, and Lackey does possess that, as you can clearly see in many of these situations. But he had kind of like slight issues with just having confidence in his own ability. once he goes up to that level and starts practicing and playing versus better teams. So I guess him having good initial performances here now versus Espada, that could be a good like building brick or stepping stone for him in order to kind of find his own place and understanding that I can actually continue to play my aggressive stance and play in that same fashion because I have the skill to do so instead of necessarily hesitating in that half a second that screws up your timing and so on. So that could be really big for Winstrike going into Overpass. At least they have to count on that happening, because if he hadn't been as good as he's been so far in the series, Winstrike might be in trouble.
Really might be. Now, I do think Winstrike is in serious trouble, though, because we're going on to Overpass, and just look at these map stats. Less than ideal, right? And let me just give you some context for this. Winstrike played fours on it, lost 16-8. Played Skate on it, lost 16-8. Played Espada on it, lost 16-9.
So that's 0 games without getting to double figures.
Yeah, I was hoping when I saw the 0%, like, it's gonna be close. Like, oh no, we're in this spot again where you just go, damn, Winstrike, you could have closed this out in 2, especially considering they hit this 14th round a hell of a lot quicker than Espada or Mirage. It was potential. Now they might have just let this slip away.
Do we think the 1 month period in the lab is purely spent on Overpass? Is that what we're backing on?
I reckon it's purely spent on pug maps, but looks.
I think we've got to see something here on Overpass, though, because like we said, they banned that nuke in the second rotation that we know they're solid on. So they have to have at least some level of comfort on Overpass. We know that for a fact. The problem is, Overpass is almost like the opposite of a map like Dust 2 and Mirage in a sense, where on the T side, you can't really just default it out most of the time. You have to have some good structure in play, which we haven't seen from Winstrike. So unless they have that specifically on Overpass, that's kind of concerning. I do remember when Hobbit first came into this team, he had some really big performances on this map, though. He was playing around the B short position a lot, getting a lot done there. I think the first game back from his break, he came into this Winstrike team and dropped like 30 on this map. So maybe we can see him come into his own, but they haven't really played it much recently. So it is just a big question mark.
Yeah, again, just kind of echoing the same thing. For me, I'm really worried to see a Winstrike team that kind of takes the same approach to Overpass as they did with Mirage. Again, that's something we actually saw Na'Vi do a bit as well when they played Overpass as well, where it's like, it's not necessarily that many set executes, more so than it's like a set pop flash for a sudden exec, which is not the same at all. And that can lead to a fair bit of problems. Again, if you have, active operators like we know Dexter can be, then those kind of plays can fall apart immediately, just right off the bat. Because if you don't find that surprise opening to kind of bust into the site, you don't have anything to fall back on. So really hoping that Winstrike have put in the time during their month off from official games to actually work on some really solid build-ups to their rounds on their T sides, because I think that's going to be a necessity.
When we're looking at necessities, right, you talk about Overpass in terms of just being a more tactical side of map and that side of things. Even Hobbit having good performance is something you can look to. But again, I'm going to look to the young guns. I'm going to look to seeing something from out of Alien. Like, this should be an AWP's paradise. Even they're going to put him on secondary AWP. Let him have some room. Let him try and take some challenges here. I don't want to see him just sat back and waiting for like the green light. Like, yeah, okay, you can do your thing. Take some initiative yourself. I think that's going to be key in this, especially if they want to take a win, because we talk about the month off. Okay, we haven't seen too much of what's really changed in this month off. But do you really think they would have been able to improve a map that much?
I mean, the thing is, without having watched all of their previous games on Overpass, I'm not necessarily sure if it's a case of them being completely, lost on the map, or whether it's small details that could be changed rather quickly. Obviously, that needs to be tested in an official setting as well, which they haven't had the luxury of doing. So that is a bit of a worry in itself. But I don't see it like as an impossible task for them to have kind of figured out what was the key errors of their ways, because they have lost a significant amount of rounds. And, judging from the statistics, again, their strong side was their T side. So that means that, there's obviously issues with their setups and how they actually approach their CT side, which can be identified at least pretty easily. The question is whether or not they can actually rectify it and do something about it in a game setting.
That's what it's always about, right, when it comes to things like this. The big scary part as well, when you look at Espada's results on Overpass, it actually looks pretty decent. They had a 16-2 win over Gambit Youngsters.
Yeah.
Overpass team who is damn good.
Yeah. I think that was almost partly Gambit Youngsters falling apart, if you remember that series, because Gambit Youngsters had just lost Mirage, where they had like a 14-8 lead, and they lost that map 16-14, and then they just fell out of it mentally.
Do you know what team just lost Mirage from 14-7?
Okay, yeah.
Going into Overpass now?
There's a theme here, isn't there?
Yeah. I'm not sure if we can expect a 16-2, but Espada have all the reason in the world to feel super confident about going into this matchup. But I'm hoping to see, obviously, just not a completely deflated team in the form of Winstrike. I hope that we actually see that they've had something worked up. And again, I hope we get to see that, that one game we've been looking for from Elian, because that hasn't come through yet. And as you said, Operas do love Overpass. There's so many different, basically just positions you can take up aggressively as a CT, for instance, just right off the bat, that are almost impossible to account for early on. So yeah, he needs to step up to the challenge.
Well, let's see if he does step up to the challenge, because I've got two guys who are always up to the challenge, always up to put in some good work on the mics. We've got Hugo and Vince standing by again. Now, guys, that was an interesting one. This continues to throw us the curveballs in CIS fashion. Do we think Overpass now can be where Winstrike meet their downfall?
Honestly, James, after that game, I think anything's possible. I lost a bit of faith. I'm not going to lie to you. I wonder if they've lost faith as well, because that's a brutal loss, right? 14-7 lead should be a win. Here we are on Overpass.
I mean, losing Overpass, I think that's just karma coming back to bite you after that one. It's like we gave you your map pick, right? We gave you a lead in their map pick. We let you close out the series. You didn't close out the series, and now, well, the series is going to close you, or at least that's what could happen. We're obviously, extrapolating previous games here. We're going off of what Winstrike have to show us on Overpass, which is, well, if you've missed the desk, nothing. So it doesn't bode well, but maybe they can bring something, right? Maybe they spent a month, Vince, only practicing Overpass. I don't think that's the case, but let's give them the benefit of the doubt here. Quick pause before we get in. Once we do, Winstrike starting things off on the CT side. They've got a full armor buy here, so I'm very excited to see, especially on that T half for Winstrike, what the game plan is, where they're going to be going, how they're going to be taking map control, because it has felt loose at times, and it's felt like they've run out of ideas a lot of times, especially in that Mirage game.
Yeah, it did seem like they were shook a little bit, after there was a 1v1 they lost. Elian missed a shot that really 9 out of 10 times I think he lands. That was at 14-7. That could have been the map pretty much done. That could have been this best of 3 done. And you wonder, Hugo, how much that's bouncing around the back of his head right now, thinking like, we could have done this. We were 1 kill away from basically having 8 match points, and yet instead we're moving to Overpass, as you said, a map that they're very much unproven on. And they're going to be starting CT side, where if there's any cracks, they'll get found real quick.
Well, let's find them ourselves, shall we? Espada waiting outside a monster with a lot of utility, but that is getting pushed. Winstrike are not waiting around, and they've killed Sophic. That was all the grenades. That was everything that Espada had, apart from this smoke molly on Vinegar. Now they wanted to drop B. Now they can't. Now they have to commit to the top site. Nice shot from Elian. Going back for more is a danger on 10 health, as just a bullet away from death. Sparta are flooding in, but they are also flooding blood as they all die on the site. Wow, that was a slaughter from Winstrike. Everyone getting the kills, and I love the push as well. Nice, confident, aggressive pistol round. If you're not getting met with a B rush, what are the chances there's more than one player holding on to Monster? Pretty unlikely, and that's the idea there for Winstrike. So yeah, pistol round going their way. That's a nice start. Let's see what they can do with it.
No, it's very much early days, but I would have a huge amount of respect for Winstrike if they came back and won Overpass now against all the odds. I would have a massive amount of respect for these guys. And, starting the round off in that way and being pretty one-sided and pretty comfortable, that's definitely going to build the confidence a little bit. That's going to push those doubts and those things in the back of your head that little bit further away. So let's see if Espada, once again, can win another force buy. I feel like we've already had 2 or 3 of these today, of these force buy rounds after pistols that end up being successful and just wreck the economy of the opposition.
Yeah, it's often on this T side where they're getting away with them as well. So we'll see if this is doable for Espada. No scouts, no scout aces, but Winstrike are waiting back with a lot of rifles, not wanting to make the mistake of giving away kills here. Standard setups, though, on Overpass. I got to say, this is one of my favorite maps in the pool. It's always fun to watch, especially a good team on it. On Nick, he's going to drop one on that ace site. Got a third rotate up in the form of Hobbit as well. And nice Deeg shot to open up for Patsy, but they have got to get a lot more done here as so many CTs sit around. That's a kill for Ellie, and he's going to go wide out the smoke with 2 with a third, and that's 4 in the round as well. So Winstrike, nice and clean anti-eco, anti-force rather. Now it's the eco here from the T side. And wow, a conversion? I never thought it was possible.
It's happening. It actually has happened. Who knew it was possible that winning a pistol wasn't a death sentence? Apparently, Winstrike proving that sometimes it can work out for you. And Espada on the back foot. I completely agree as well, Hugo, with your sentiment about Overpass. It's one of my favorite maps, if not my favorite one. I think it affords the CTs, as you're seeing right now, a lot of ability to push aggressively, but sometimes you will walk into a deagle, and Dima is going to take the head off of Elian, making this round a little bit more interesting. Dexter's also glocked down Bondic. So already, 2 weapons have traded hands. And this starts to get into the realms of a disaster for Winstrike.
Yeah, with no solution in sight. Lackey is the only man on A right now, and he's so close to the bomb. He doesn't know it. Bomb might even go back. It's starting to consider that. Maybe grouping towards long. But the delay in doing so allows for a rotation up. Crizzen is here. But yeah, it's a gamble really for Winstrike, right? They peek long, they get the info, and that's what Crizzen's going for. He's going to get that jump spot, sees the bomb, sees 2. That's enough really to commit with a rotate if you want, but Hobbit is still waiting for a lurker on B. They don't know where Sopvik is in the party. It's not like Espada are committing. With them being spotted, they want to go back, they want to go elsewhere, and that's made Winstrike just hesitate with any kind of movement. Oh, Lackey turns, but he looks back at the right time. Definitely could have gotten 2 off of that position, but instead it's going to be a trade, and Crizzen's still on A.
Crizzen's that last line of hope. Last line of defense. If he can get a kill, press position, it does go unchecked, and there's 30 seconds left. These wrangles that could have been checked, and it's going to cost Espada dearly. Any hope at breaking some hearts and breaking some economy down has been well and truly dashed. They did take 3 guns. It's not too shabby. And Dexter has an up for the AWP if he so chooses, which you expect to see. And indeed he does. So Espada with a very solid buy going through into the 4th round. But Winstrike off to a 3-0 start.
Yeah, definitely surprised. Definitely well earned, though. Good rounds from them. And now's the test, anyway. The force buys are done. The pistols are out of here. And Espada are armed to the teeth. You know they've got the protocols on this map. You know they've got the ideas. The question is, do Winstrike have the answers? Setting up 2 outside of Monster with a very passive mid and connector play from Espada, waiting for Winstrike. Surprised to see so little map control taken in your first T-side rifle round in this map, and Espada just not wanting to overplay their hand. And also curious as to whether Winstrike will take an area like B short, for example. Espada could potentially retake it later on, but that bomb will be picked back up. They're going to leave B, or go back to it, rather, with the AWP, with a group as well. But like Winstrike have seen nothing on A. They've barely seen anyone in middle, so no reason to move away from this triple lower setup. And they're even going to move Elian into the site, not just buying heaven. He drops, he is committed, and this is a good call from Winstrike. 4 on B, ready to deal with a rush.
Back and Molly's coming out, but the entries are going to be there and available. Espada nullifying 2 lives, make it 3. They did go for the correct stat. They went for the correct plays, but it's completely and utterly gone away from them. Just entries, 3 from Dima, 1 from Sopvik. Post-plant, Winstrike have got to get out of there, and this is where the previous rounds are going to catch up a little bit. Losing 3 in the last round puts them down into an awkward spot economically, so they really need to hold on to this AWP.
They do love a force, though, Winstrike. They do love a scout. So, yeah, I mean, you know, AWP is obviously good to get away, and assuming they do, buying around it fairly likely. We'll have to see, though. Because, again, it is the difference between, like, 1 eco round and having a far better buy. But, you know, you want to get it on early. You know that even with Espada taking a flawless round, they haven't yet to build up a full economy, and you can reset that sooner rather than later. Dima dies. He's further back than Finnegan, or as far back as Finnegan, and he dies to the bomb. That's a bit unreal. But yeah, that's how the cookie crumbles. The only kill Winstrike get in the round is thanks to the bomb that gets planted by Espada. And actually, yeah, now that I look at this money, oof, it is going to be a rough force buy. They're doing it, but some players may just save money here on the edge. Hobbit's going to do exactly that. Crizzen fully commits, and we're going to Famas on Bondic. But yeah, this is not a pretty purchase by any means.
Also a late purchase, so a couple CTs are a bit late to getting towards B. Fortunately, they're not going to get punished for that because Espada are playing this pretty passively again, just feeling out the map and allowing the CTs to walk into traps. But they have gone pretty hard into this round. They don't have any kits, though. Few players deciding not to elect to go for extra grenades, like Lackey, for example, and Hobbit with 2.2k. But enough firepower to really make a go of this. Elian getting tagged down to 68. Still standing. Still 3 players on B. Pretty standard stuff for Winstrike, all things considered. They're going to go a bit aggressively up on long. Hobbit's looking for info, and he's found it. And he's able to turn tail and get out of there. So at least Winstrike know roughly what could be coming up. But again, with a minute to go, that information doesn't really have too much value going through into the next 10, 15 seconds. At that point, because they don't have control over Connector, they will be struggling. Now, they do have Lackey that's down here outside Connector, so he can listen for some information and relay that to the rest of his teammates. Oh, Hugo, are you muted?
Is that better? Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Oh,
Yeah.
that was a weird one. Sorry, I'm fiddling with my dials. Dexter getting the pick on long. There's a smoke down. It will fade. Espada are running low on time. They're running into the stack. Oh dear, the bait for Hobbit. He will commit, but he's run out of ammo. Dexter will trade, and with a no-scope as well, but it's not going to be the round here for Espada. They have simply run out of time, even with a kill from Dima. There's a player on the site that's fallen back far enough, and Espada want to keep their guns alive. It's going to be a round found from Winstrike.
Really just stealing and sneaking that one away. Again, their buy was horrendous. And Espada just running into a brick wall. This is going to be a little bit worrisome for them. Sure, they can just dip back in and buy again, and Winstrike still have a FAMAS, but this is significantly better than their previous buy. So considering that we were coming into this thinking that more than likely things would be getting a little bit dicey, Winstrike have really posted up a decent beginning. Sophic now going to be peering towards the short side, but Hobbit's there to deal with him alongside Lackey. And it's the M4 of Lackey that rings out. So Espada on the back foot again.
Oof, not where they want to be. But beggars cannot be choosers. And right now they're begging for mercy. Winstrike a man up. And lots of utility. Like Hobbit's got some sick smokes, dude. He just threw one from some weird lineup that lands in front of Monster. So yeah, Winstrike clearly doing their homework on this map. That was the question that we had, and well, they've got the answers so far. Nice kill from Dima on the swing from Crizzen, and Dima's going to double down. That's why you want to flash a Monster Peak. You never want to go for that dry in case the T's are closer than you expect. Or an Orcs posted. Dima is not done though. 3 kills in the round, and he's looking for another. Bondic is deep, and well, he will get a trade. Bondic, oh, this is doable. This is winnable. He's got the info. He heard a spam from short. Does he know where Dexter is with the Orc? Trying to grab a gun, trying to upgrade. Smoke for the bomb as well. It's been mollied. He could go right for it if he wants, but that smoke might land shallow. He's actually landed right on the edge of the Molotov, and yeah, not the play. You want to throw it deeper in. It's going to bloom instantly, and he has no choice but to tap it. He can't stick that defuse. So yeah, with smoke, but not the end of the world. It was a hard clutch to win anyway, and Espada find 2 despite the disadvantage.
Hey, Dima is an entry god on B. Like that, the snappy crosshair, perfect positioning each time. He's been there and done it multiple times before. And even though they have 0 kills on Finnegan and only 1 on Sotfik, Dima on 9 is really trying to propel his team forward. 162 ADR. Still early days, of course, but goes to show the layers of impact that he's had early on. And definitely a big reason as to why they have 2 rounds. And now it looks like Espada once again going to be looking to try and occupy the B site, plant that flag down as soon as possible. Lackey, Deagle in hand, pushed up at the tight right, going to be smoking that down, but something. He calls it correctly, but still dies, and Lackey goes in with a second, and there's more carnage, there's more mayhem. This is absolutely slipped away from Espada. Dexter last man standing. One of the worst buys that Winstrike have had. Not a single player's died, and only 1 remains for the T's.
Say what you want about Winstrike, but man, they have had to read every round on the CT side. The amount of stacks that Espada have walked into through thick and thin, through good and bad, Winstrike have always had the majority there. And, you know, that's a map, Overpass is a map where you can definitely, like, read in a lot of the time as to what your Oh my! No, come on. I thought this was done. I thought this was over. Dexter's got 3. He's got the bomb. His opponents are nowhere near. The B site is clear. Of course he doesn't know it, but this has suddenly turned into a 1 round for Winstrike to a doable round for Dexter.
Would be obscene. This would be another heartbreak. This time for Winstrike. Dexter still full HP, still full utility, smoking down onto short. 20 seconds. Trying to stymie and stall the retake positions. Bondik can't really see anything behind the sandbanks, but now the bomb is going to start to get planted. Does he tickle it? No, he goes for the outright plant, and now he sees a shadow protruding around the smoke. You can understand why Dexter went for it. Just unfortunate timing. Nice try, though.
The double swing, that's nice from Winstrike, right? If it's 1 player there, it's a risk, but if it's 2, it's calculated, and they're going to get it done. I don't even know what point I was making, but those are some crazy shots from Dexter, man. He's been like wildly inconsistent, but when he does perform, when he does show up, he really shows up. So yeah, almost a clutch, at least making it expensive, at least making Winstrike reinvest. Remember, that round was not an eco, but a force buy for Winstrike, and they got out alive initially in a 5-on-1. But yeah, they've had great reads, they've had great stacks. Overpass is a map where, you know, a lot of the times the map control that the T's take early, you know, they are going to commit with it. So if they take B short, if they hang around Monster, they're going to commit B eventually. Or if they take, you know, mid and they smoke front toilets and they take party, they might end A. But that's why you want that connector control, just to be able to allow for fast rotations, allow yourself to deceive your opponents. And, you know, that's just really the go-to of this map. Otherwise, you are going to be walking into stacks. And so Winstrike are using the information being given to them very well, but that's only because of Sparta are making that mistake.
Out of this round, have Dexter hot off the back of a potential clutch, now really struggling to muster together really any strength. He's been put down alongside Dima, and Winstrike off to another cracking start, off to potentially a 6-2 lead, barring a big heroic play by Sotfik, Patsy, or Finnegan. None of them really occupying over on short side. They're actually taking up banana control instead and looking to try and wrap onto A. Now, if they were to push A soon, there's only 2 players here, which will be Bondik and Elian. One of which is jumping up and down. Elian nearly dies as a result of that, and the Sparta are in a good position to potentially strike on this side. Finnegan now pushing through with his Galil, finally going to get the upper hand of the Bondik, and Elian goes down at the same time. 3v3, HP struggling on Espada, but it should be post-plant. Sotfik not going to get wide swung from Bank. That could have been a way forward for the CTs, and now uses the AK, but misses his chances. And with those misses, the round may follow. Hobbit now watching onto Long as Patsy peeks in, and he just smashes him in the forehead. Overkill, 400 plus damage inflicted in the blink of an eye. And now Finnegan with 13 HP, unlucky for some. I'll have to see if he can maybe pull this one off. The bomb's also not planted for him, ideally. This round really should not be going his way now, and he realizes it. He has a good read on the situation. He wants to save instead. He may be able to get a kill as well. Oh, no. He's after time. It's rough. Winstrike 6-2.
Well, hopefully my mic isn't complete dog now, Vince. Tell me if it is. Because,
much better now, Hugo.
Yeah, okay, good. I'm gonna keep trying to fiddle and make things right. But yeah, online casting, man, it's yeah, I'm making do with what I got. 6-2 and Espada. Oof, they're gonna be upset about that one, especially losing the player who's trying to save at the end of the round as well. So yeah, what can you do? Finnegan going back for a deagle. Didn't get rid of that. Didn't get that AK after all. Sotfik has got one of his own, but it's a hero rifle in a round of nothing here for Espada. Sparta slowly creeping towards that B-bomb site. That's a almost good grenade, but they just move away from it. And like, again, you know, as Winstrike have often been stacking B, this is a great round to do so. Bondik's come down because there's nothing on A. There's no reason for Elian to call for help. He's seen 0 opponents all round, and so Winstrike, they can afford to run a quad B setup. And Espada, when they commit with no utility, bear in mind, they're just going to walk into a stack, and so this is going to be a bloodbath. You know, these kind of predictable plays are maybe what I would expect from Winstrike, not from a team that, you know, frequently plays this map. And so, but I hope that this hero AK can do a lot of work for Sotfik.
That's that or bust, really. The look of things, and he's not really poised in a spot where he can get a quick fire entry. He's mainly going to be hiding behind his teammates. Now going to be going through the smoke. Christen's there, as is Lackey. Re-smoke coming down. He's going to try and push and does get the headshot. There'll be no second kill to come up, and Lackey with a triple spray has Bondik to lend him a helping hand on short. Locking this down, just one casualty. Winstrike 7-2 lead.
Yeah, just Winstrike looking really, really impressive right now. They've got control of the economy, they're building, they're keeping clean rounds, and now Espada coming back in with the gun round, coming back in with everything they need. Dexter on the AWP, we've had some shots from him, and hopefully he can show us some more of them in this round. He's got Elian to fight against, who has really not been able to see all too much on this A site. This will be a bit of a switch up as Espada go in towards middle. Elian sees nothing thanks to the flashbangs and will have to fall back. We have actually a lean towards A in this round with Lackey in the connector, so he can rotate very fast. And what's so good about Con, especially in this example, is Sparta don't have connector control, so they're not going to clear this. They're not going to know Lackey's here, and they could bypass him only for him to flank them on the back of an A execute. So that's why they're hanging around Party. They're taking their time, they're watching for it, hoping he peaks too early, and he goes to the flashbang. That's perfect, gets away with a kill, able to fall out as well, and if he wants, he can even just safe rotate B. There's no one there to stop him.
This tower of CTs on B side is looking impenetrable, and Sophic tries his best to be the demolition crew that they're looking for, but Bondik, with this AK, turns the sledgehammer and throws it in the face of Espada. Decent work from Dexter. We've already seen him nearly post up a phenomenal clutch. This would be definitely a step in the right direction, getting the first kill, but now the CTs know exactly where he is. They have control over the bomb. Time is starting to run a little bit dry. And so is the finances of Espada. He may need to try and hold on to this AWP. This is so grim for Espada. There's so little that we can really look at here and say is an optimistic or potentially a way forward. Like, they have just been outclassed at every given turn from Winstrike.
It's a lonely day for Dexter, all in the toilets. And I mean, you know, worth looking at the scoreboard for Espada, worth looking at the kill distribution specifically, because Dima and Dexter, 9 kills apiece, but everyone else really struggling, about as many kills as they have rounds, and that's not a good thing here, at least not for Espada. Winstrike, same story, but they got way more rounds, so it's a lot nicer, isn't it? Dexter, it's got that AWP, but what can you even buy up around this? Dima can get an AK. Everyone else is going to eco. That's probably the best call here. Finnegan should probably save some money, and that's going to be the case too. But yeah. Oh, okay. 5-man T-spawn boost. This is it. Elian's watching, man. Elian is ready for the boost. This is unreal. Like, okay, I want to, Vince, I want to throw a conspiracy theory your way here. Simple. Best player in the game. He has 1 in his name. Elian and Lackey both also have 1 in their name. Both also very good with the sniper rifles. I don't know, man. There's some connection there. There's definitely some Illuminati stuff going on with these two. Pretty damn good, if you ask me.
Are you saying I need to change the I in my name to a 1 and I'll suddenly become the UK's best hope?
Yeah. Yes. Yes, Vince. Definitely.
Some people are just too far gone. They're unsalvageable, right? But yeah, maybe you're onto something there. CIS ones. There you go. That's the way forward. But it's not really the way forward for Espada. They're struggling. They don't have any 1s. Maybe that's why they've got a 0 in Sophic.
Exactly. I mean, they do have a 1 in Sophic though.
Oh, but maybe it's cancelled by the 0.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. What's smaller than 1? Basic maths, guys. Pick it up. Bondik, he is pushed mid. Very, very deep. He's dropped the bomb. Patsy's here with a Deeg. Bondik wants nothing to do with it. And, oh, just kidding. Bondik wants everything to do with it. Going back in with a flash, and he's going to continue. He is just firing like a nail gun the way of Patsy. He's not going to get a kill. He's just going to chip away bit by bit, eventually getting the job done. And Hobbit even cleans up Dima with some clean wallbang shots. Winstrike up to 9. 0% win rate, lol.
Stats are a thing, aren't they?
Stats.
Good old stats. I mean, I suppose there's a couple ways of looking at this. One, a lot of respect for Winstrike after, You know, some people would say choking that last map. Others would say it's Sparta just pulled off a great comeback. But the other aspect of that is, when, Hugo, are we going to see that second win from a Sparta? It's happened on both previous maps. Yep. When's it going to happen?
When Winstrike get 14. Which honestly may come sooner than later. They're pretty damn close. And there's not much stopping them right now. This T side is lacking. 5 in a row for Winstrike. Double AWP is out now, Vince. Oh dear, here's where things really get hard because Elian's already been hitting shots, and I mean, they've been avoiding him. So now, Lackey, you can't avoid 2 AWPers, not if they split up. They are everywhere and anywhere. Sparta grouping lower B again, taking that short water control. They do have Con this time, but it's just on the one round that Winstrike give up Con. They blow the doors off from the B side. We see that become more and more standard as of late. Lets you jump spot, lets you spam for more damage as well. Oh, but it goes both ways. Hobbit receives a bit of a beating, down to 36.
Sad to say that's actually a memorable moment here for Sparta. They didn't even get a kill, but it's one of the first times we've actually seen them do damage to Winstrike without losing a player. And, well, there you go. The pattern re-emerges. It continues. And it's gone a little bit worse. Crizzen locking down short. As Sparta really just cannot get anything to stick. They just can't get anything to work in their favor. Dexter now, though, puts that Galil to use. There's 2 quick-fire kills. Maybe there is a way forward yet, but they still need to go back and pick the bomb up.
Yeah, that's going to take ample time, but that time only favors a Sparta. Look on that A site. Look at Finnegan. He has cleared out everything, and they want to wait. They are more than happy awaiting as he comes in on this huge flank. Elian's got his back turned. Oh, are they going to go A? Oh, this is even better for a Sparta. They don't even want to flank and risk getting the kills. Dex is still selling this fake. He's forcing rotations to a site that they don't need, they don't want, and they haven't even been thinking about. As Finnegan sits here ready to cut off the rotations, this should surely be a 1 round off the back of this play. Double up on the retake. There's the first. Oh my! Absolutely turned on. Elian flicks back. Patsy trades. Elian here for the clutch, but he's got his knife out, and it's going to be Patsy closing it. What is going on, Vince? What is happening? I don't know.
That shot from Elian is absurd. He had no right to land that. That nearly got them. Thank God for Patsy clutching 1v2 if you're on a Sparta right now. That's a collective sigh of relief. Like, geez, but even then, they do win a round after 5 in a row. They've dealt a lot of blow to the enemy's economy, but their economy is not great either. So this really could go either direction. It could be a 9-6. It could easily go 12-3. It's all to play for.
Are Sparta just going to execute B again? These have been rough rounds with constant stacks from Winstrike. Not this time, but Elian's up on long, and Lackey can rotate Con pretty fast as well. There's the entry, though. That's the difference. Sparta have struggled on getting this quick kill into B, and not only that, but they've doubled it too. Dexter dropping a rotation in the form of Lackey trying to come through that door, and now it's down to the 2 B players. Bonding with 1, Hobbit burns out, and now things are getting worse and worse for Winstrike. Bomb plant allowed. Bonding has got to do it all, and he's not got a lot to do it with. High flash, he peeks out with it. Wow, still getting the flashed out kill. Elian on his own might be best to save. He has no money in the bank.
Well, we asked the question, when is that second wind? And I think we've just had our answer. Here it comes. Down the tunnels, and Winstrike looking and eyeing up a potential save does afford them a chance at maybe a full buy in the last round at least. But yeah, I mean, this is a Sparta's chance. It's been really a turmoil of a half, to be honest. But if they can end well, that will be a distant memory. Bomb is going to detonate. This round is over. And Elian will be able to hold on to his AWP. No one's close. Dexter actually dies to the bomb, and that could be pretty significant. They're going to have to buy an extra weapon here. Leaves them a little bit vulnerable towards the last round should they lose this.
They could have been on Mach 10 for all they cared. Oh, Winstrike are going for it, man. They're fully committing. It looked like an eco. They had the loss. They had 24 next round, so they would have been fine to buy up at least. But no, they're gonna put everything in around this AWP. I like it. But, you know, if it doesn't work, the result is they get kind of screwed over and give away this 9-6 more likely than not. So pressure is on. Sparta B execute. Why not? Heard it's nice there this time of year. It's also pretty populated. 4 players on B. Sparta have got to be knowing they're walking into stacks. They've been doing it all game long, and through thick and thin, through good and bad, they still commit with it. This time, Winstrike rotate up. They think it's all too good to be true, and Hobbit will join Elian on that A site. A mistake that Winstrike will only realize the consequences of soon.
This time the crossfire can't get into play. They were too isolated from one another. Patsy now going to be rummaging around the side of short, and that's going to be Bondic dealt with accordingly. Alongside that, Winstrike's force is just not really yielded that much, and they do well to save these 2 weapons. You want to keep the AWP and the UMP. At least they'll give you something to work with in the last round. But Espada again, B site, that's going to be 3 rounds in a row that go their way. And this, 5 rounds, not an ideal T-half, but not too shabby already. They could pick up a 6th. Would be a good turnaround.
If only there were kits, man. No one's near the site. Only Dima, and with a player in heaven, it's always a scary option, but no one's going for it. Hobbit hanging around. He will survive from this distance. He's just fine. Dima not going to spot him either, so there is the escape of Winstrike, but still a 5th round for... Oh, okay. I never said that. I never said Hobbit would live in heaven. Don't contact me. That's unlucky. Only a UMP loss, though. Like, at the end of the day, Hobbit can still rebuy everything that he had and be fine. It's not like he could get an M4 anyway. So, yeah, Winstrike buying up. Last round of the half here, looking for double digits. But Espada, their second wind is blowing right now.
Did they make changes in the patch that came out to do with the bomb, like detonation? Because we've seen a lot of players getting killed from bomb blasts.
As far as I'm aware, no. The only change they made yesterday or the day before was spinning on diffusers. You can't do it anymore. You get auto pulled off if you move a certain amount, which I think, I haven't tested it personally, but like the idea is a good change, obviously. A lot of players too noble to just spin on the defuse, like hit that DPI switch. Like I feel like, it's kind of cheesy. So I'm all for that getting removed.
Nothing cheesy about this take from Espada. It was aggressive. It was down the middle. Foot applied to the jugular, to the throat, and now Hobbit going to try and do what he can with the back 7 through the smoke. Uses that as actual avenue of aggression, but Dexter will make sure that he won't get a second kill. And he'll be silenced for the rest of this round, as will be Winstrike. So, fair play to Espada. The start of this half was terrific. The end of it, 4 rounds in a row. Can't argue with that.
Yeah, definitely a recovery, but it's all relying on this pistol round now, Vince. I feel like these pistols have been so topsy-turvy for both teams. We've had either side pick them up, and we've had either side lose the second after winning them. So it's a bit of a mess, and I think, if anything, Espada are probably hoping to lose the pistol so they can win the 4s, because at this point, it seems to be a guarantee. But we'll see. 4 on B. Got a mid spot for Patsy. Oh, I love this from Winstrike. I love it when you see teams do this. They delay their mid peak to the point where Patsy's already checked it. Patsy spots mid. He goes, guys, mid's clear. Care B, care con, rather. And then Winstrike take late middle. So, Espada can guess, they can gamble, they can predict, but they can't know where Winstrike are right now, which is a nice bit of, misinformation or disinformation that Winstrike have provided. It's not going to change much, right? No one's aggressive, and Espada are going to gamble with an A stack pushing up into middle, so maybe they've got a bit of a read here. But Winstrike moving through mid themselves very, very slowly.
Yeah, moving up here could get them into an awkward position. It just comes down to timing. If Patsy gets the right timing around the back of the tees, it could be a feeding frenzy. There's the first, takes the shot instantly, not too sure as to where anyone else is currently residing, and just wants to make sure he survives. You've got that opening pick. Don't overstay your welcome. Don't overextend. And Winstrike now are in trouble. They feel like they have to be compelled to just push on to the A site. They're going to go straight in. Smokes and flashes preceding the push, and the Glock from Lackey is going to dispatch of Dima. Still, though, Dexter is on long, but he's now been dealt with by Elliot. Another USP headshot now from Lackey as he's looking to try and turn his attention elsewhere. Patsy making moves. They last saw him in bathroom. They know he still has his ability to show his hand. 2v2, HP favoring Espada for the time being, but with USP crisp headshots, that never really matters a great deal. Hobbit's going to trade out alongside Patsy. It comes down to a 1v1, the first killer of this entire round. Patsy is the last man standing, and it's a 4K, and it's Espada taking the second pistol.
Oh, poor Hobbit, man. I love the cross, but he goes right back for the fight, and he didn't know, but the kit was next to him. There's no way Patsy goes for the defuse without the kit, and so Hobbit could have waited. He had to get closer. He had to tap that bomb, but yeah, understandable. Wanting to win the fight, wanting to close the round, and a missed shot will put Patsy on 4. Huge performance from him, saving Espada. They find a bit of a recovery near the end of the first half, and now winning the pistol. But that might just push them over the line. Sophic has 3 kills. He's having a rough game, but now after that round, maybe he can build into the second half. Winstrike, on the other hand, they forced up in their second. And we've seen this round get won far too many times. Dexter has a second round AWP. This whole game is crazy, Vince. It's absolutely mad. And yeah, I don't know who's going to win this force, but I would lean for Winstrike, honestly, just because of how this game's gone. But now with the AWP in the hands of Dexter, that's going to be something Winstrike aren't ready for.
Yeah, it can be such a scary proposition, because if you're up against pistols and MAC-10s and they just rush you, the AWP can be horrific to play with. But when you're up against a force spy like this and after a post plant, you're expecting it. Double players up close. They boost over onto Flower Pit. They get 2 kills, but not a third. It's an even trade. And now Winstrike can try and push off the back of that, but it's a whiffed smoke. Oh, no.
Bit of a mistake here, bit of a blunder, and that's not going to leave Winstrike in the best of spots. Walking into 2 with the AWP there as well, so maybe reconsidering, throwing another smoke on the dumpster. No one pushing with it, though. Trying to feign a rotate back to B, but Espada, you know, it's easier to retake B than A often in this map because of the choke points, the fact that you can smoke them off, the fact that you can stick the bomb easier. You know, Toilet is such a good post-plant position in this map. And so Espada still gambling on this A site right now, still 2 here with a passive B player to rotate fast. There's the kill. Dexter with the AWP, yet to fire a shot, yet to give away this gun. Can he get anything done? There's one. Wallbang can come through on the plant, and he's got it as well. That's the bomb with 10 seconds. Dexter has just won this round, the weapon of their dreams. He needed that AWP to hit that Wallbang headshot, and he will get it done for his team. Great round, and shout out to Patsy, I imagine, who dropped that gun over after finding 4 in the pistol.
Just absolutely unreal. I thought Winstrike had that round. It was in the palm of their hand. But as you said, Dexter just threading the eye of the needle through the bomb box, denying the bomb plant. And with low time, there was no chance. And now Winstrike into Deagles and into not much else, honestly. This is Espada's chance to tie us up. This is their chance to make that comeback complete. It's 6 rounds in a row, spanning over the halftime break. Winstrike now in a serious spot of bother. And there's some aggression through from Patsy as well. He throws a grenade towards the ramp side. That's the bomb that goes with him. That's so much information that's been gathered. And here comes the aggression from Finnegan as well. He's going to claim 2. It's a disaster again. It's collapsing.
Yeah, at this point, the bomb is the least of their worries. They can't even survive the fight. Winstrike in a 2-on-5, and both around the middle area. Espada have 2 there as well. So, yeah, it should just be the kills here for Espada, you would hope. Alien has a Deagle, nice shot from him, but Patsy needs to get the trade, and he will. It's labored, but it's still a lost round for Winstrike. Here's the money, though. That's what we've been waiting for. Another eco gone. And at 9-9, with the AWP still out for Dexter, here will be the buy. An AWP for Winstrike as well. We're going to have that head-to-head. Where does Alien want to take it? Not going to spawn by any means for fighting middle. Might just post up a monster or something of the likes.
Decisions on both teams. Espada originally going aggressive, tossing their grenade and back away. Early utility also has been put down over on B site just to stop any potential monster shenanigans. But Winstrike, very passive, now taking playground control. They're not pressing the objectives too hard as of yet. entries from Lackey. Huge, opens up, breaking the deadlock, and Winstrike now have options. But we saw this happen last round as well, Hugo. They walk into Dexter, and it's the same result.
Yeah, they are just trying to play avoid the AWP right now. They see him on long, they instantly dive to B, and even though there are more players here, it's probably favored, it's probably preferred than fighting that AWP. They need a Heaven Smoke, though, because he is already beginning to move down lower. Molotov is down, but they're coming through Monster. The grenade will churn up Lackey, and they need a kill. They need a trade. Bondic gets it. The spray is messy, but a kill's a kill, and Winstrike is just 2 more away from a 10th round, but oh no, the grenade. It's going to take Bondic down out of the round. Elian in a clutch, gets a close shot. Oh, it's a one-on-one. The Deagle shots connect. Dexter puts him low. And now 25 seconds. Does he want to continue with the sidearm? He has the shots for it. Elian's looking for the fight. And Dexter's going to hit the shot. Great Deegs. Finding 3. And Espada up to double digits. They take the lead.
8 in a row. We have seen this before. Winstrike could go in for a half buy. They do have max round loss bonus, so could buy down quite a bit. Maybe even get some Mac 10s in play. Okay, there we go. I was going to say, I'm very surprised they don't buy anything in that, considering that round loss is pretty much to the fullest extent. But they do go in for a late buy again, which means it's going to be a case of not being able to get early aggression really anywhere on the map, because they were so stalled in spawn. Molly down on short, but Finnegan's bypassed that, so that could catch the T's off guard.
Oh, they're getting baited in as well. Bondic won't be ready for another man, even though he gets the tag. It's Finnegan with the frag. And now, oh, nice trade. The 1 AK. Getting it done for Lackey. He's going to continue into the site. They line up, and he gets a 2-for-1. Smoke is down on short. That's going to cut off any rotation. The bomb is still back in T-spawn, but, oh, Elian, again, another play like this on top of the A site. Lackey's lost in B, and Dex is going to rotate down. Hobbit takes the bomb back top site again instead of dropping lower, because Elian has already got this one cut off. I love these plays. And oh no, the whiff. Oh no!
Elian, please. He had him dead to rights. He saw the barrel of the gun protruding around the corner. And again, Winstrike, they had chances. They had opportunities. These last few rounds could have gone their way easily. Instead, though, Hobbit 1v2 still trying to salvage this, still trying to remedy the situation. But Patsy's here on the barrels. Should have him when he's on the cross. 20 seconds. There we go. He's seen him. He's fragged him. Another round. 9. And as a Sparta move 11-9 into the lead, Winstrike will have a bye, but Hugo, how many times are Winstrike going to have these opportunities and just let them slip?
Yeah, they have both sides. They own A and B, and both of them are fighting. Like, oh, obviously, Elian there, like, you know, you can't blame the fight. It's just he whiffs. That's all it is, right? Like, you know, him killing the AWPer there. The AWPer doesn't know where he is. Dexter should be dead. Ellie misses a shot. He gets no-scoped. It's just what happens. But Lackey had B, man. He gets those entries. Great work. And then he sits in the pit. And Espada, you know, obviously they're the ones peeking into him, but he's sitting in a very exposed position. And him dying there, even though I think the bomb would have gone A anyway, he could have done the reverse of Elian, which is flank up B. And, you know, when Elian died, Lackey could have gone, oh, Hobbit, come B. I have the site. But no, they lose both sides. I don't know how Winstrike get so much map control, but then lose so many rounds from it. Like, Espada are basically not leaving the CT stairwell, and they're winning all these rounds. That's just all that's happening. They're running up and down the stairs, Vince, and they're killing everyone in tandem. So, yeah, great rounds for Espada, but Winstrike really have been dropping balls left and right.
As they did, to be honest, on Mirage. You know, this best of 3 could have been already tied up in a neat little ribbon. Winstrike could have moved forward. Remember, the loser of this best of 3 is eliminated. They're done. They're out. So both teams really fighting for their survival. We do have a tech issue. I believe it's a TeamSpeak problem for one of the two teams, and hopefully that will be remedied soon. Yeah, it is, you know, on the short list of classic reasons for a tech issue. It's right up there towards the top.
Yeah, I mean, not the time you want to be sitting there frozen in time and paused in a match, right? Like, for Winstrike especially, this has got to be feeling rough. Just, you know, for those maybe who didn't catch the earlier games or the earlier maps in this series, that's Cast No Minds back. First map, Winstrike's pick in the series. They take a nice not dominant win, but they take a win on Dust 2, 16-10. It goes to the pick and Mirage as Sparta's choice. Winstrike up 14-7. They bottle it 14-7 to 16-14. They lose that map 9 rounds in a row to a Sparta. We now head to Overpass. Winstrike 9-6 at the halftime, in control. What are we in now, Vince? Oh, look at it. 5 rounds in a row in this half alone. If you include the rounds at the end of the first half, 9 rounds in a row for a Sparta. This was 9-2. And again, the second win. It's almost a joke at this point, but a Sparta, they play for the long haul. They play for the end of the game. And right now, they're the ones who may be taking this one. Winstrike yet to field a T-side round on a map they have a 0% win rate on. We questioned it in the first half. They looked prepared, but this T-side is showing us anything but.
Yeah, it's that two sides of the story as well. Like a Sparta, no doubt, they always have this grit and this tenacity that you believe they're going to fight back. But on the other side, I would also say that Winstrike seem to be a team that when things start to go against them, they do seem to crumble. They don't seem to have that same level of tenacity to then bounce back themselves. So it's probably like column A and column B, and they did look very, very much sort of locked in position and had good ideas as to what they needed to do. And then as soon as Sparta made some adjustments, as soon as they changed things up, it's like they were lost at sea again. And so Sparta, as you said, 9 rounds in a row. Here we go. Now we're going to be live again. Hopefully all the issues have been remedied and resolved. And Sparta are going to go aggressively. They're going to try and take the fight to Winstrike. They're going to try and establish some authority as they back away. Some damage has been done to Lackeys. That's significant. But by and large, everyone's going to be pretty happy with how this has started out.
I don't want to keep bullying, but I'm going to. Asophic has 4 kills and 17 deaths. And so the fact that Sparta are leading in such a fashion only goes to show the credit of like a team play and not necessarily relying on any sole individual, right? We've got players playing excellently, but this has been a great game for Sparta. Right now to B-Rush though. Oh, Dexter turns, he saves Demon's life, and he's done more than that as well. Doubling down, he dies for it, but it may be worth it after all. Bondic opening with 2. They haven't cleared Dema out, and they should know that. He survived for far too long, and he's dropped the orb with the bomb. It's Bondic in a 1-on-2 on a single point of HP.
Yeah, Gust of Wind pretty much takes him down and takes the round out for a Sparta. This would be 10 in a row. And Bondic is going to be wide swung. Bondic is going to be fragged. A Sparta 12-9 lead. Winstrike have yet to get off the mark on their T side. It has looked a little bit grim. They have got a lot of kills in a lot of these rounds, but it's just about that final little jump, that final hurdle they seem to stumble over.
"24 kills for Dexter, 21 kills for Patsy. Only players above 20 right now, and still with 2 players on their team with 13 combined. So yeah, I mean, this is great. Not for Winstrike, though. They're going to be feeling pretty rough after this one. Still a chance to come back alive. A smoke from B that lands in front of the toilets. That's cool. But also they see the trajectory. It's not like that's a surprise. Dexter sees where that smoke has come from, and so the B play, well, it's pretty predictable, but still the kills are good. Chrisen and Elliot opening up in a massive way. Winstrike, they overwhelm B. The bomb part comes through, and this might have to be a save from Sparta. Yet to field any money in the CT side. They are not rich. And so Patsy, even crossing to Graffiti here is a big risk. He's going to run right back out of it and almost gets caught on the repeat. Winstrike just don't want to risk taking a fight and throwing away the round. So Elian lets him escape, but that is definitely the right play. Sparta getting away with very little in this round. Well, Winstrike, well, they break the curse. They break the 10-round streak and find their first.
Yeah, fair play. It wasn't really anything too spicy, anything too intricate. It was straight up a B execute, a couple of flashbangs preceding the push. It hit the player on barrels. They were able to deal with him and then pretty much just clean sweep the site. Nicely done by Winstrike. First round, as you said, and because a lot of these previous ones have been 4 players killed, 3 players killed here and there, the finances of Sparta is pretty terrible. Patsy can drop. I think they are going to force behind this. But it's all about what's left afterwards that is more of the issue. If they do concede this, then Winstrike actually are straight back into this. And it's always strange when there's a very topsy-turvy game. It's like up and down like a seesaw. You start to just think that the match is maybe already won by Espada, but the fact is that Winstrike, if they do take this round, it's pretty much all even, and they can still very much turn this back in their favor and even win this game.
Yeah, it's the value of getting damage in rounds that you lose, right? Looking at the last 3 rounds that Winstrike lost prior to the previous, they either got 3 kills or 4 kills in all of those rounds. And so it's not like Espada have been building economy. You need 3 alive to build money. And so, you know, Winstrike have been making it expensive, and it gets worse. Patsy climbing the ladder, falling to Bondic, who's just sitting here in T-spawn holding. Very sweaty stuff, but at this level, that's what you got to do to get the gold. Winstrike finding a kill, and look at Espada's rotation, man. Look at the run right back through CT spawn, going up to that top site. Dexter has a USP with armor. Has he crashed? It looks like Dexter has crashed. If you take a look at him down on lower. That's unfortunate. So Espada playing 3-on-5 right now, having to deal with a long take.
Yeah, very unlucky. Not going to be able to do too much out of this. Dima misses his shots, goes in for the second, does land it. Well, hold on a second.
Okay.
Of course, it doesn't end up mattering, does it? It's a calamity.
Dexter's back.
And he's also back as well. It was all a ruse. It was all a fake. I can't believe that Espada have held the line that convincingly. It looked like Winstrike were going to take it. Instead, Winstrike have been pushed back in position, have been put in their place, and Espada going to have a 13-10 lead.
Well, I mean, you know, if you look at the scoreboard, Espada, they've been playing 3-on-5 all game long, so that round is no different. But no, like, it's crazy. I guess, I don't know what happened. They're going to call a tech. Yeah, good time. Whatever happened, Dexter just, like, crashed for, like, 20, 30 seconds. He was AFK in spawn with his knife out. And then, you know, they just kill everyone on A, and he rotates up, so it's all good. It's all under control. It's all calculated. But, yeah, Winstrike, they going to be pissed after that one.
Certainly upset, because again, it's another one of those rounds that we highlight and say, like, come on, you had chances. You know, there was a real glimmer of hope behind that for Winstrike, and they'll go back and watch this demo, and they'll go back and watch this best of 3 and think, what could have been? Like, if this is the end of their potential major journey, a team that's touted as being one of the favorites coming into this, to go back and look at how this has fell into position, they're going to be so disappointed because they have no one to blame but themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. On the bright side here, though, Vince, you know, they're 4th in the rankings coming into this event, in the CIS, you know, RMR, and there's one more RMR event after Clutch Island. Obviously unannounced, don't know when it is, later in the year. So there's going to be one more chance, you know, no matter who loses this BO3, they're not done. Especially not if it's Winstrike, because they already have, you know, a significant amount of points. That being said, yeah, it's like, you know, getting grouped here, I don't know the maths off the top of my head, probably would leave them in a near undoable spot to get to the major, but I don't want to say it's impossible by any means. Either way, yeah, this is a rough one, and this could have been done a map ago, many rounds ago, a 14-7 upper map on the second, and now we're here on the third, and Winstrike dropping the ball a little bit. On outside of B, this is a good round. This is a fake, and they've sold it really well. They made loads of noise on A. They've not done anything on B, and Espada are passive on this site as well. They're going to execute through Monster. Finnegan's ready on the boxes. Patsy's flanking, but he could get caught by Lackey. No, it's the other way around, and now the player down on B needs to watch out.
He just needs to stay alive, but he's gone down to the hands of Hobbit. Tried to deny the bomb plant and win the round outright rather than play for his teammates to get in position. Bomb planted, grenade does damage onto Hobbit, who did get the bomb down. 2/3 of his HP remain. Patsy now going to be joining the rest of his teammates with his last seen around connector, so that's at least going to keep one of these T's interested over on that area of the map, but they're actually going to be funneling all together. A one-dimensional retake and push. Hobbit, AK, going to go for that repeat. There's another one, spins around, and the T's have held. Winstrike do pick up the round there. Good fake, and they do convert.
Yeah, nice stuff. I mentioned this earlier about how, like, you know, it's the team that makes noise on one side of the map. They often just commit to it, you know, in so many rounds when you don't have connector. And because Winstrike, you know, they didn't have connector, but the early players are making noise at A, and they're just silent at B. And, you know, we've had a lot of gambles all game long, all series long, but especially on this map. Even for Winstrike CT side. So yeah, Sparta, they move 3 up on A, they have a double short setup, and then they, you know, just get dealt a rough hand on B, where the trades finally go favorably for Winstrike. Sparta now on eco, flash into B, there it is. Elian setting his team up, and in they go. This should be a clean one for Winstrike. They definitely got to get out with a few guns alive if they want to keep their economy intact.
Yeah, full USPs should just be fairly straightforward. Finnegan, at least going to take down one, but that's it. 12-13. Sparta only have a 1-round lead after a hot streak. Winstrike won through the last 4 rounds. So it's their turn now to muster up a bit of courage and show that they're not done just yet. They're not out of this. So it looks like we could be going down to the wire here, Hugo. That this match indeed does have a few more turns left in it yet.
Not done until it's done. But yeah, I mean, only a couple of swing rounds. They can change everything. And now it's barely a difference between these two by 1 round. Oh, Dexter, he's pushed very deep. Doesn't realize, but he's about to. Elian's coming through. Oh, no, the duck! Elian crouches below Dexter's shot. That cannot get more unlucky, but Elian, great kill. Finding Winstrike an advantage. It's quickly traded. Patty had pushed, but even so, that should never have been Elian's kill in the first place.
Yeah, that's one that Dex has probably just slammed his desk in frustration because he knows the importance of that frag. That could have just been the round so nicely falling into place. As it stands, it's very much open for anybody. Looking at the back is Hobbit, just in case there's a second player rotating around the back with Dexter. But they are going to be occupying B, and this would be the correct decision for now. But there are still enough seconds on the clock to justify a rotation from Winstrike, and Sparta are respecting that possibility.
Oh, not for long though. Sophic getting aggressive there is a big risk from someone with 6 kills in 26 rounds. That is going to open up B. That is just going to give Winstrike the red carpet, and they won't even take it. They're faking it. They're sending in Lackey to lurk, and it's kept players down on this lower bomb site. But where's the bomb? It's on A. Oh, what a fake. What a juke from Winstrike. I really like that. They get the B pick, and obviously Sparta are going to fully rotate B the second they lose that player, and Winstrike, they don't even commit. So yeah, dangerous play. You know, like, I'm harping on Sophic. Maybe he, you know, that he didn't want to do that, and his teammate told him to, and they said they were going to trade. But like, you know, even just going for the info there are safer ways to do that. You can jump spot, you can flash in, you can jiggle, but he just slow walks round the corner into 3 AKs. Like, I don't know. What were you expecting, really? So 13 rounds to Winstrike, and again, this game just keeps on keeping on.
A game that has been a strange one to watch, to be honest, Hugo. Like, there's been so many moments where I thought one team was just going to pull away, and then for whatever reason, the other team wakes up, and it's happened so many times now. Here's another tactical timeout from Sparta to figure out what to do from here. Do they want to buy? They could drop a couple of weapons from Finnegan and Dima. It wouldn't be a great buy, but you're in that kind of business end now, in the real nitty-gritty of this game, in this best of 3 elimination match, where this decision could pretty much make or break your entire possibility of continuing this tournament. So it's one that you shouldn't be taking lightly.
Yeah, I mean, the pauses are coming to an end, and, well, there's not many pauses left. That's when you know the game is really heating up. When everyone's had to use all their tacks. And right now, for good reason, that Sparta are broke. Considering they've been the one controlling this entire map and just pulled a huge comeback in the previous, this has got to be a bitter pill to swallow to have Winstrike leading like this. I say leading, the score's the same, but obviously the buy is significantly better, and Winstrike should, with ellipses, be winning this round. Fancy coming out of mid late. He does get one. Every 1-for-1 in this round is good for a Sparta. If they can get away with trades off these pistols, then that is fine. It's up to the rifles to find multi-kills, and they're going to begin to do so. Try and rotate up towards A quickly. Winstrike, they faked in the last round. They're throwing A smokes. They're not committing. Are they going to go in late instead?
They could very well do so. They also don't have anyone in connector, so they're not entirely sure as to whether some CTs could be locking it down. They have already heard the 5-7 and felt the 5-7 firsthand. Has picked up a kill, so they'll understand there's some pistols in play, and where the Sparta may be going for some desperation moves. There's a trade. A Sparta have the player advantage. Bondic and Elian now going to dig them out of this ditch they've put themselves into as a Sparta try and cover them in soil. And that bomb being down in an awkward position is going to be a difficult one to really reclaim. Only 40 seconds left here, Hugo, and this is looking pretty sketchy.
There's a late flank as well, so the second that Windstrike start to fire shots, that's when Sophic is going to come out with the USP from behind. Oh, they're watching for it. He came out early. They got the kill. They've got the bomb. They can go B, and Dima's been spotted as well. How on earth have Windstrike made this round theirs? This was a lock-in. This was everything in the favor of Espada, and Sophic pushes early on the flank. Another kill comes through for Elian, and Bondic's going to close the round. That is despicable. That should never have happened. Like, at the end of the day, that was Windstrike's round, right? Like, they had everything. It was 3 pistols, but Espada get the bomb, they get all the info, and they hold on to the flank as well to cut off the rotation down to B, and they still lose it. Like, this is such an exciting game, but it is a game of just who's making less mistakes, and right now, that's Windstrike.
100% agree. How many times have we said things like that? You know, how they won this round, they should have no right to do so. It's been a reoccurring theme in this best of 3, and now Windstrike have the advantage in terms of rounds, but not manpower. Dima is going to give that across to Espada. Patsy again aggressively into playground, smoking it off, cordoning it off. And so Espada, with a player up, also have a lot of map control, a lot of information for their troubles, and now they can back away. They know they don't need to overextend.
This is just the game that keeps on giving. Espada a man up against 14. They want to equal up this scoreline. They want to make this one go the distance, and they might just do that. Boost up on B, not spotted. Oh, Sophic moves away. He didn't even see it. He didn't even realize, but he avoided death. That was very close. Actually, I think he commed it because Finnegan's now looking at the boost. So maybe there is information that is gained there for Espada. The nade does some damage, but Dima does more, pushing Monster, finding one, and seeing the orb. He'll remove it as well. Will be traded quickly after, but Windstrike get the bomb back under their control in a 2-on-4. Molotov pushes Finnegan back, but he's got support. He doesn't need to swing, and Espada are playing this one right by not giving away a pick back into B.
Sneaking his way out is Bondic, hoping for an entry. It's really the only lifeline they have left, is if he can get a quick fire couple. There's one. Looking for a second. Not quite on point with the spray, but now he has Krisen to help him out. Or at least to help out the cause of Windstrike. But 10 seconds. Position compromised, encircled by CTs. It was never looking doable. Espada 14, Windstrike 14. Overtime, a very real possibility at this point.
Yeah, exactly. And the money allows buys for both as well, which is exactly what I want, because, you know, I hate seeing teams having to eco at this point, or like, you know, not have 5 rifles rather, or 4 rifles and the AWP. Guess it's the same thing, but yeah, here we go. Windstrike armed and dangerous here. The boost, it's coming through. Dex is holding for it. I love it. Oh my. That boost, it's done. It's out of the meta. You can't use it anymore. People are holding for it now. Everyone's ready. Espada, they did it in the first half, and Windstrike held for it and killed them. The one round that Windstrike do it, Espada hold for it. Like, that just doesn't make sense. How are you ready for that? They're so ready. And in every example, in every position, all over the map, a 5-on-2. This one's done. This round is over.
It really should be. It was Elian indeed that took down Dexter when the roles were reversed, and now he's repaid the favor. And also got a second, so Espada looking good to have a match point. There we have it. 1 match point for Espada. Windstrike. Oh no, their economy, Hugo. It's horrific.
Yeah. It is worse than horrific at this point. $2,000 a player. Another pause for Windstrike. I mean, they're grasping at straws, and even then the straws are slipping through their fingers. That's just so crazy. I can't believe the 2 rounds in this game. Like, because it's not like players attempted it in any other rounds. 2 rounds out of 30, we had T-spawn boosts, and both of those rounds, the CT from heaven with an orb held for it. Like, Don't know. I saw Simple do it recently in it would have been a DreamHack Masters game. He predicted it and he killed. Mad Lions went for it. But that's only because like Mad Lions, when they play Overpass, they do it like 3 times a game. I'm not even kidding. They do it every game. And so Simple was super ready for it. He was holding for it every round. And he did destroy them when they did it. But yeah, if we're seeing that become like essentially meta now, like default, like yeah, start of the round, hold for the T spawn boost. Like it makes sense, right? Because where else are you holding at that point in time? It's not like they can be out B yet. Just crazy stuff. I don't know. Double pauses for Winstrike. They might use a third as well. Why not? It's our potential last round unless we hit overtime. I think overtime would do this series justice, but at the same vein, I don't know if Winstrike will be able to take us over the line with only $2,000 a player. Vince, what is your $2,000 T-side overpass strat at round number 30?
Rush B.
Yeah, it's pretty much all you can rely on at this point.
I think, honestly, as you say, the choices are so slim, aren't they? But if Espada have a read of the economy, then you're probably expecting that rush. So then you have to almost do double mind games. It's like reverse psychology, right? And you go down this rabbit hole of psychology and you end up maybe outplaying yourselves.
Inverse psychology.
Exactly.
You're inside your own head. You're trying to think, now, what would I read in this situation? Let's do the opposite of that. Ugh, yeah. I mean, I'm very glad they didn't go for the B rush because there were 4 players there at the start of the round, as there has been all game long for both teams. You see how scared Winstrike are of even like taking map control. They're going to flash their way into long. They're going to try and move up middle towards A. A is the call for sure. You know, they've been abusing B all game long. But look, this is obvious. They're making no noise at B. They're flashing A. So what does Espada do? They push Monster. And they have all the info now. Not only that, but they have the info. Winstrike don't. That allows the A-site players to play passive, knowing they've got flanks coming through. And Winstrike are walking into their death. Little do they know.
In come Winstrike, 40 seconds, big entry from Crizzen with the Deagle. You know these pistols can be so deadly, so devastating, and Espada are allowing these rotations to come in. They're giving up the site. They don't care about a plant. They don't care about post-plant. Want to make sure they encircle from as many angles as possible. Crizzen, I thought for a moment Dima had missed his chance and Crizzen was going to spin and flick him, but instead he's gone down. It's looking grim. It's looking like Espada may very well take this.
Oh.
Right idea, and Hobbit gets sprayed through the smoke, leaving it all on Bondic. 1v4, completely out of position. He's going to get the 1 kill, but gets traded out afterwards. And a marathon game comes to a close, and Espada take it 2-1. How gutted, how absolutely devastated must they be about this Winstrike, because this match should have been theirs.
Yeah, this should have been theirs like 35 rounds ago, Vince. I mean, it was a 14-7 on Mirage. And what a comeback, man. Because, yeah, okay, Winstrike, they feel devastated, no surprise. But credit where credit is due. The resilience to continue to fight, to take that game the distance, and to take it in round number 30. I mean, that's impressive.
It really
Absolutely
is impressive. There you
It
go.
really is impressive. Take it away.
Thank you, lads. I'll try to jump in and not cut you off, but you know what? Delays, it works like that. What is also delayed is the reaction of Espada to get into their game again, but my, oh my.
Cheers.
I thought,
Sorry,
out of
I don't know
anything,
who
it would
was
come
throwing
into
to, Vince.
overtime,
I was
you know?
just throwing.
Yeah, I kind of love this from Espada. They pulled an Ends classic, which is give them the Sima, then you pull the Mato Alta, which is basically you set the bait and then you reel them in. And this is 2 instances where
Oh, you've got 14? Oh, you've got the game? No,
yeah,
you haven't.
exactly. They didn't quite let them get to 14 in this instance without fighting back. But at one point in that overpass match, it was 9-2, and it was looking like it was a done deal pretty much. Same kind of issues that we saw with the T side from Mirage bled over into overpass as well, and we didn't really see an Espada team that seemingly had a good idea of how they wanted to actually structure their T side. So it was a lot of the rounds they picked up was simply off of individual performances, whether it was Dexter or Dima finding just not, I guess, reliable entry frags and so on. So yeah, for the longest time, that looked like it was going to be Winstrike kind of cruising into a victory, and then all of a sudden, 10 rounds in a row, and we're looking at a 12-9 result.
Now, Winstrike are eliminated. That's them done and dusted. But you got to say, considering what we saw from them yesterday, which was damn awful, coming into today, better games, they just still don't have that closer. They don't have that way of like, cool, we're there. Like we saw how many they were taking overtimes, right? Like, okay, we can sit there and, sorry, overtime, taking timeouts, trying to use that to their advantage at the end there. But maybe a little bit earlier, you know? Maybe just a little bit. You're like leaving it to the last round to try and get 15-15 with all those timeouts.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And one of the things that kind of surprised, I think, both Alex and me was we didn't really see too much adaptation in their T-side play on the side of Windstrike. It actually took them all the way until, I want to say, around 25, 26, around that area. So pretty late into the game when you've already given up a significant lead to actually start implementing fakes or actually pressuring multiple, multiple positions of the map. In a lot of cases, it was we're going to pressure towards A, therefore we're going A. We're going to pressure B, therefore we're going B. And obviously that becomes too damn simple, really, to kind of get a grasp of. If you're a spotter, we can see early rotations happening. And again, if you're slow about your approach and not proper in it, someone like Dexter is going to make you pay for it. And that happened time and time again. And it took, a very, very long time before we started seeing any sort of fake being implemented. And when they actually did, they got rewarded for it. So it's kind of surprising to see a bunch of that experienced players, as you have in Hobbit, as you have in Bonding, and so on, not necessarily get wise to it sooner. And as you said, maybe take a couple of timeouts earlier to talk things through and figure out, like, why are we actually just running into stacks over and over again?
Yeah, it also felt like the only rounds they generally seem to be finding some success were maybe towards the B site, where the CTs on the Espada side, both Finnegan and Sotfik were playing B. They were both having really slow games. Sotfik in particular just couldn't seem to buy a frag. I think he ended on about 6 kills. And overall, that was a problem for Espada, but they managed to overcome it with some of those other players really starting to show up. Again, I keep saying Patsy because I've just been really impressed by him throughout this whole thing. It's another good map from Patsy. Dexter's had a good performance here as well on the AWP, which is more of what we were hoping to see. Dexter had a really good start to the game. And then even to get to this point in the first place, I think back on the T side, Dima was doing a lot of work in some of those early rounds where they probably shouldn't have been winning. They didn't really set up Dima to get entry kills that well, in all honesty, but he was able to just win some fights he really shouldn't have to get them those T rounds they needed. Because once again, Espada had the same issues on their T side. I think that the problem I'm having with Espada is it feels like they almost have their game plan when they come into a map at the start of the game, and they're very regimented to it. They stick to some sort of game plan they have coming in, and then it takes time for them to adapt. But once they finally adapt towards the end of the half, once they start playing a bit more across the map, it starts to look so much better for them. And at least they are able to grind out those 6-round T sides that we've seen. At least they strung those 4 rounds together at the end, because you see here, it's just about enough for them.
And one thing, right, we spoke about Patsy having 2 great games back-to-back, but Dexter is Mr. Consistent here across the entire series. Like, he didn't have that star potential, like I said, that I'm looking for, where he's changing the game, especially when they're down and out of it. But he is able to be the man that, okay, I can get the kills needed, I can play my role to the level where I can make it very, very difficult for anyone on Windstrike. And you'll say one thing with the entire roster here is that the resilience for Espada is definitely something key, but I look at this and think they shouldn't need it. They shouldn't have even been in this situation.
Well, I mean, in this very instant, they shouldn't have been allowed to get to a 3rd map.
Yeah.
So I guess, you know, they can thank themselves for having that resilience and actually being able to fight through. One thing that, again, is going to be something to look out for when they play further future matches and so on is, again, this game plan that Alex mentions on their T side, how they need to find a better way to have Dexter be a part of their T sides. That's simply how it is. Throughout this series, Dexter was the worst performer on Espada's T side, but he was by far the best performer on their CT side. And it's like, maybe Patsy actually got close to him overall, but Dexter, like, by far was pretty much only doing work on the CT side. And, you know, that's great. It's grand and all that you have an offer that can actually lock down sides, he can find you early openings, etc. But you don't want him to be a non-factor when you're actually attacking, right? That's one of the qualities you need to possess if you're going to be an actual top-class offer, is the fact that you need to be able to make your mark on the game regardless of what position you're put in. And so far, it doesn't seem like the team has properly developed the structure or game plan for how they're actually meant to put him in a good position, because we can see that he has the individual skill to actually, you know, hit people. He can definitely shoot, and he can use that off, but they actually need to put him in a position where he's consistently going to be able to utilize it to its best of its ability on the T side as well. Because right now it's a little bit too much to ask for, you know, a massive CT half every single time and constantly put yourself in a rough position where you have to come back into a game instead of being in such a good position that you can just close it out pretty early on.
Yeah, I think looking at the win strike side as well, I just think that the biggest issue with this team still just remains the in-game leading for me, and that they don't have a clear established leader on this team, especially when you've got a couple of up-and-coming players, guys like Lackey, who I think could do well in a team with good structure as an aggressive guy, as maybe an entry guy. It just doesn't seem like the structure's often there on this win strike team. It's a much looser squad, and then if you're going to play like that, there are some players on this team that I think are going to struggle. Krizen's one of them, where he's someone who I think needs that structure on a team to have his role, to know what he's doing. And he hasn't really been able to have as much impact on this win strike roster, it feels. At times, I think it's the other players trying to make plays, and then their other players just get left in these rough positions where they can't do much. I just think if they had a good in-game leader, that there are lots of pieces here on Winstrike that look like they have potential, but Hobbit as an in-game leader hasn't proven it to me just yet. Maybe there's time for him to develop, but so far that seems to be the biggest problem for me with Winstrike.
What if we go back to the old Gambit days that you remember where they just passed around the in-game leader role like crazy, right? So everyone had a go of it. So he can do it, but I don't think it's like a choice thing. Like, oh yeah, I really want to be kind of doing this. This is where I see myself. And you need a natural leader in these scenarios, especially when you're trying to close out games like this. You're having these really close, fought-out games, and maybe that's why we're seeing the lack of ideas in there. But I think I want to have some fun with this by the end of all this, right? Before we get to the very end, and I don't know if you guys want to join in with me on this, but I'm going to dissect all these teams and just try and make at least one or two good teams out of all the pieces we're seeing. Because the biggest issue I'm having right now is I'm seeing some, like you just said, there's some really capable individual players not being utilized correctly. So let's try and form like a super team of our own by the end of this. You can leave like Na'Vi and maybe the top three where they are, right? Just let them do what they're doing, even though Na'Vi might probably need a change at this point. But we'll take some of these other teams, right, where we're hearing these names like Elian, Lackey. We're seeing how good they be, Dexter. Like we're hearing all these things. Let's try and form a team of our own of what we'd want to do. I'm down.
I'm down with that. I'm down with that. Absolutely. Yeah. I have the in-game leader in mind already. So.
Hey, okay. Halvor's already scouted around. I picked my want to be superstar, but he's going to have to deliver. He's going to need some kind of leader to back him up with this. But what we're going to do now is we're going to head to a break. We won't be too long though, because the next game is going to be coming up. You guys won't want to miss it. We'll keep on banging out these Counter-Strike games. 3 more best of 3s throughout the rest of the day. This one started off incredibly close, so make sure you're back on the island with us very soon.
The devil's got you beat. The devil's got you beat.
We had a quick stroll around the island to make sure we're back right here, right now for this series. It's Spirit taking on Namiga, and I don't know about you two, but this is my favorite series for the day because we've seen an Namiga that has come in strong. They're looking so much better, but this is a Spirit that recently have been able to test some of the better teams in the world. They have these individuals which they're looking to make this next step forward, right? Not just be in the shadows of an RV. They want to be this other CIS team that's doing well because, well, Virtus.pro, they certainly dropped off of that since the major when you look at that, if we're honest. So Spirit now, this is where you go, cool, you're in the winners match, time for you to shine, do your job properly here, and handle Namiga. But this is not going to be easy, and we've seen what Namiga's been able to do.
Absolutely, and again, many people probably would have thought like, okay, yeah, no, it's going to be Navi's elimination game later on. That probably would be Manny's game of the day. But no, I completely agree with you. Namiga versus Spirit, that's basically the two teams that have delivered the highest quality of Counter-Strike consistently out of what we've seen throughout the close qualifiers and obviously just recent form. So super excited to see this, especially because we were lucky enough to have Lollipop for an interview after they secured their spot into this match, and he said, yeah, going up against Spirit, bring it on. We feel really comfortable playing against them. Our play style in general is something that's really uncomfortable for them to go up against, and we're going to make the most out of that. So I'm really excited to see what Namiga has to offer. So from what we've seen so far, they've had structured aggression, which is, again, something that's really hard to pull off. Again, Fury is a team that's doing it over in NA, but I've just really been enjoying watching Namiga play and kind of just driving their opponents mad.
So these are the bans we accept here straight away coming into it. The Mirage pick, of course, because, Namiga, they love to get down and dirty. They want to get a bit scrappy with it. And against the Spirit, right, they can play Mirage. Every team can play Mirage.
You hate this.
We
all hate
this.
Is
the era, Spirit. This is where you play yourself, man.
I don't mind it as much this time. Because Nust 2 is not a great map for Namiga.
Heathen.
I don't mind it, especially because, as well, the other choices they had were maybe going to be like a nuke or something, which Namiga are also pretty good on. So I don't mind it as much here. I'm actually slightly surprised that Namiga go for the Mirage pick, just because last time these teams played, they picked the Inferno, because that's more of a weak spot of Spirit, whereas Spirit are a really good Mirage team, which we've already seen. And then there is that nuke as that decider. I think that's why you don't need to pick it, because it can come through as the third map. So I'm pretty happy with this veto all round. I think we've got good maps for both teams, and that's what I want to see.
So I'll just give you the non-analyst thoughts, because that's you two's job on this, and I'm going to come back to this madness on the fact that if Namiga have some banging Mirage game, right, and they're just hitting their shots and they're playing as confident as they sound, they can go into Dust 2 and spiral this 2-0. I don't have too much hope for them on Nuke because we're all going to remember that phase game for Spirit on Nuke where it didn't matter what was happening, didn't matter if they losing players, they had to delay things, they were coming in swinging every single time and they looked so sick. But honestly, this is scary if you are a Spirit fan because there is a world when Namiga 2-0s this now because of these opening 2 maps. Spirit boys, why have you done this to me? Why is the Dust 2 pick here?
Yeah, and again, I guess, you claim the non-analyst role, but I completely agree with you on the Dust 2 pick, simply because it's so hard to be consistent on that map. It's so hard to reliably go into it, even if you have fantastic individual players, which is, there's no doubt that Team Spirit has. I mean, Sam Young can win a game on Dust 2 alone. Mir can do the same. Chopper, absolutely. I just balance. We've seen it many times.
Agreed.
But it's just something about why not play to something a bit more certain.
You don't need it, right? You don't have to, when you're Spirit, pick Dust 2.
Yes, and that's why I rather would have seen Dust 2 being left as a third, and basically just swap around the third and the decider and the pick. And that's simply because I feel like Spirit on an average day on Nuke should be better than Namiga. And I think on an average day on Dust 2, it's hard to really say that one team is going to be favored over the other.
The last time these two played, Nuke went 16-4 in Spirit's favor. You just rolled all over them. Yeah, put the hurt on them, and then if you have to go to the decider, you're laughing, aren't you? They're crushed.
Yeah.
I think the difference might be if you pick Nuke here, I don't think Dust 2 gets to the end. I think Namiga would ban that in second rotation. I wonder if that's part of why Spirit are going for this, because I think from Spirit's perspective, they really like both Dust 2 and Nuke. So I think that's how they're looking at this. I agree with you that normally I'm not a fan of the Dust 2 picks. I think here I'm a bit more accepting of it, though. Like I was saying, I still think that Namiga's Dust 2 hasn't looked too impressive. It was only a 16-12 win last time these teams played when Spirit picked it, so that's still within the margin of error for sure. But I still do think that Spirit will do enough to win it. And Mirage is a map we need to talk about that, because I think Spirit could absolutely compete there as well. Sure, Namiga have been great on it, but Spirit was super solid yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, I'll definitely agree to that. And then again, in previous matches when we've talked about Namiga versus other teams, we've mentioned the fact that just individually, pound for pound, Namiga probably has stronger individual players. I think in this instance, it's Team Spirit winning out that battle, and not necessarily by a massive margin, but I think it's fair enough of a margin to look at Team Spirit and saying, like, yeah, this is the team that should win if you almost regardless of what map you play. But again, might be recency bias, but I've been so impressed by what we've seen out of Namiga, because I'm so used to them being an inconsistent factor that has, an eye-opening result the one day and then a very deflating result the day after. Here, they've actually had a bit of a train of consistent results. So I'm choosing to be optimistic on their end rather than just automatically thinking Spirit are the better team. So therefore, they will win a 2-0 guaranteed.
So we forgot this. I forgot this at the beginning of the first game because I was still asleep at this point, I'm pretty sure. So let's get some predictions on when we got it here and now, because the boys yesterday had to suffer their predictions. Tom somehow ended up as king. Like, what is going on with this world? Yeah,
well, he went for the Gambit.
Just unacceptable, isn't it? Yeah, it's just completely unreasonable. And he sat there gloating his way through it, even getting the exact map score right of the final game as well. So which way are we going? And I'm going to start with you, Hawker.
If you'd have given me the option to pick one team at the start of this tournament who are most likely to get out of their groups, if you'd have said, I'll give you $1 million if you can pick a team that gets out of the group. Firstly, I'd have asked you where you got $1 million from. Maybe, I don't know if there's buried treasure on this island or something. I don't know what you've been up to.
See,
but
hiding it from us.
Exactly. Secondly, I would have picked Spirit. I think they've got the slightly easier group, which helps, but they're also consistent against CIS teams from what I've seen. So I'm taking Spirit, I think 2-1.
Halvor, real quick.
Overall series 2-1. I think Namiga has a real shot at taking Mirage.
Okay, let's see how it goes. I'm with you guys. I'm on the Spirit camp all the way. I think we're going to just clean sweep this group. But Namiga is their biggest challenge with it. But let's find out what the biggest challenge is when we come to these commentators having to work out the madness that is the CIS region. Hugo and Vince, you just went through a crazy best of 3. Do you expect another one like that? And what do you guys make of Namiga? Because they've been such an anomaly before this.
I think to answer the question, I think we are going to have more of the same kind of madness and craziness. And I think the Miga have really turned a lot of heads here, James, and rightfully so. They've got some really good performances. We're going to have to see if they can do it, though. Mirage first up, the map that the analysts felt was their best chance to really get on the board. Starting off a best of 3 with a win is always a nice endeavor, and Sundai Young puts the bullet between the eyes of MDS on the approach. Looking for more. There's a gap in that smoke, and he's going to make the most of it. Second kill goes down. Box has also been tanked out. And this is looking a little bit scary for Nemiga. They're going to try and push the bomb through the murder hole. Mia's whiffed a ton of bullets, and that's going to allow the T's now to push and spill out towards the CT side. This was looking like it was going the way of Spirit. How the tables have turned.
Yeah, Nemiga, they own CT spawn now. It's their real estate, and they're going to use it to get to B. Free plant, Chopper, aggressed off the catwalk, has to go back into the bomb site, but it's not going to be an easy one. Plant can come through, and they're planting a market as well, right? It's in the corner, but you've got a player in the doorway anyway. So this is a really good setup now for Nemiga. They've got to clear close. Sundai Young going first. He does take a shot, but Lollipop dropped. Now Box on 10, and this is suddenly a very doable retake. Time being the biggest issue. Tag onto Geo, a dink. Only 2 damage. Box trades and they close the round. That is ridiculous. Nemiga do get it done after all, as they maybe should have, considering how they started that round. But boy, I saw those whiffs, Mir. I saw those whiffs.
As did I. That was difficult to watch. And I feel if Mia just gets 1 kill from that, that's probably the round done. It would have been a really awkward position, and that player in CT could have swept in from the side and cleaned up the rest. So that's a costly mistake. And we saw how aggressive Nemiga were yesterday on their Mirage. They were so aggro. The likes of Box, in particular, was a player who was so crazy with his entry frags. He just seemed to be everywhere. And of course, as I've highlighted him, he's been smashed by Idis Balanced Scout.
Oh no, the molly under. There's 2 players there. They're going to smoke it, but that's just info for Nemiga. They know what they're up against now. If one player needs to run out here and die and give away the fact that they're here, so now Nemiga hopefully stop considering the position, but Sundai Young has yet to move. However, Gio not clearing yet. Sundai Young, oh, it takes him 3 shots. That's too many shots, as now he's stuck under the bow. Speedak killing Mia, and Sundai Young goes wide. Speedak, great kills from him. It's going to get traded from the ramp flank, finding the bomb is Chopper in a one-on-one. Lollipop trying to grab control back of it. Oh no, he doesn't get the package. Chopper doesn't know that though, and Lollipop can use it to his advantage, going round the edge of the smoke. Chopper's watching for this, the bomb being secured, but a gun not. Chopper still on the Deeg is going to wait out the smoke as Lollipop crosses back.
That smoke was so good from Chopper just to mix up his angles of aggression, and now Lollipop decides, look, I don't want any part of this site. Like, you have it. It's fine. I'm going to go plant on B. And now it's up to Chopper. What does he do about this? He's going to probably, I'd imagine, flank through the B app side, but surely if you're in a position where you've last seen the player in ramp, it stands to reason that's probably the area he's going to be coming from. So maybe Chopper actually mixes it up instead.
Yeah, he goes for the AK as well. There's loads over the site, so he gets a gun, but now he's moving into the market. He's got to break the window. Now there's no guessing games. There's no surprises here for Lollipop. He can't afford to lose this, but Chopper is quick as anything. That is despicable. Lollipop had the round, man. He knew exactly what was going on. Chopper was not, hiding his position, but he's ready for the repeat.
Mate, if you're Lollipop, that is a full-on bruh moment as Chopper just rips your head off. Like, that flick from Chopper was so slick. And keep in mind, like, Spirit force buying, if they lose that, Nemiga are in such a commanding position. And as it stands, Nemiga are in trouble. Like, they got 1 player over $2,500 to $3,000, and that's Speedak. And he typically wants to pick up the AWP. So this actually really screws him up, going for the AWP earlier in the game if they go for a force. If they force here, he's not going to have an AWP for a while. If they peace out and go for some pistols, then he will probably have it in the next round. So that's maybe why the timeout is coming in play. Actually, they're actually saying it's technical, I think. Yeah, it's a tech issue, which I think has just been fixed.
Tech goblins under the desks, unplugging wires all over. We're back to the action. But yeah, I mean... Oh, okay. This is interesting, Vince. This is very interesting. Nemiga aren't forcing. They're not trying to continue the force buy wars. They're actually giving it up, maybe because of the bomb plan. And that's a rare one to see in round number 3. A team taking a Glock eco. So, maybe somewhat realistic. Maybe aware that Spirit would have obviously a lot more weaponry. And of course, the knowledge that you can get guns up in the follow-up round regardless. So that's what they're waiting for. Any damage here would be lovely. Lollipop's got Dig armor. No one else has anything, though. Going to try and move through middle. There's a crossfire. Mir getting aggressive. Needs support. Idis Balance will bring the heat. And the spray control is perfect. It's going to be Geo left alone, coming in from under. And that's exactly where Spirit want to put him.
Sure, and I think another reason why they've tapped out on a potential buy is this allows Speedak to having an AWP now, which is a crucial key part of their buy. He's up to $6,000, so he can afford one no problems, and it's a very solid, healthy buy now that Nemiga will be plucking for themselves. Meanwhile, there's still an MP9 in Chopper's hands. I mean, it's not necessarily the end of the world. They don't have an AWP though, which is pretty significant. So Nemiga actually have the advantage in terms of arsenal of weaponry coming through into this.
Oh, drop under. That's not going to be knowledge that Nemiga have because of the top mid smoke. So Box is going into a very dangerous area, but he's got the results. Trade is there for Mir. Big frag. He can escape as well through the B apartments if he wants to. It's being controlled by Nemiga, though. Geo's coming to clear that position. There's still a man at the top of middle trying to... Oh, dear. Trying to cut Mir off. He gets on top of the bench, and he avoids the bullets that fire below him, eventually escaping to the connector. Nice stuff from Mir. He doesn't hang around. He doesn't die to the underplayer. He just gets out of there and keeps things in a 4-on-4, keeps things traded. Still favorable for Nemiga, and they have the AWP alive. Where will they be going? Grouping towards B by the looks of things. Chopper there. The one SMG, the one guy without a gun is alone on B, but luckily Magix is clearing ramp. And so while that's a two-man push, it should free up Idis Balance to rotate. Of course, he's still holding on to the middle area, so hopefully sooner rather than later as the bomb sets up to take control. And I mean, at this point, Spirit should know what's going on. They've got so much info from this T-spawn wrap.
Yeah, they have sent over that second player, as you highlighted, which is Idis Balance, to join on Chopper, on towards B. Meanwhile, Speedak taking point with the AWP. This is where the AWP could be so deadly, and indeed it is. They see a pixel, they execute off it. That secondary player now is last man standing for Chopper. Does dink MDS, but it's not going to be enough to stop the bomb from getting planted, and Speedak repositioning perfectly. This is why they held fire on that buy. The AWP having so much impact, and Nemiga looking like they're going to bounce back in with another round and really break Spirit down one more time. But they did basically have a bonus round, so they're going to be okay to buy the next one anyway.
Yeah, I don't think Spirit believed the info that they got, right? Magic's pushed ramp, but he, instead of like flanking T-spawn to B, he flanks Palace. Nothing wrong with that, right? Like, just to make sure, I've definitely seen games where teams have pushed ramp and like there's been like 2 or 3 Palace with the bomb and they flank and they go top mid and they go B and they're like, where are they? And then an execute comes through, right? That's certainly a thing. But, you know, off the back of him clearing Palace, you know, it would have been nice to see that other A-site player rotating and going towards B, just full stacking it and playing retake on the easy site to retake, which is A. You know, it's a gamble regardless, but in a man disadvantage like that, it's probably the best play. Either way, Spirit 2-2. They have an AWP as well. Box is on a Mac 10, and I wonder if that's him miscalculating the economy. What does work is there's no head armor, right, apart from Magic. So, you know, the Mac 10's good in that example, but yeah, they're going to go for a B rush, and that's mainly the reason for it, going fast and furious. Only one man, though, making all the noise, everyone else sneaking, Box throwing the util, and Spirit have only heard one dude running, so they're not going to send any rotates, and that's a lineup. Geo kills 2 on the site, and Nemiga, that's the round 1.
Yeah, they're going to save. Spirit really can't do much else about this. They've got an AWP, an AK, and M4. No reason to throw these away. So they had the bonus round. They used it. They lost it as well. They lost it, I should say, as well. And now you're looking at a situation where Spirit have basically been undone by what amounts to a B rush. Like, there wasn't that much intricate or that much really spicy in that play. They just got rushed down and fragged. And that is definitely going to send shockwaves towards the CT side for Spirit now. They're going to be worrying about the potential of them rinsing and repeating doing this going forward.
Yeah, I like a well-executed B rush, right? When everyone, not one where we just go, guys, rush B, but one where everyone knows their role and like knows what smoke they're throwing and like, you know, just far more calculated there by Nemiga. They know they're sneaking, they're hiding the information from Spirit. I mean, the lineup, the double kill, that certainly works wonders. Not something you can consistently get. But it wins them the round, because if you ever lose 2 players in a site that fast without a kill to your favor, or at least some time being stalled out for rotations, often the other CTs are just entrenched in the other bomb site and they just have to save. So Spirit can't even consider rotating there. It was too late. Amigo going back for it, Vince. They're giving it another run for the money. Fast flashes this time. But again, the slow, cruel Box throwing his grenades. And this is going to do so much work in conditioning as well, because Box can do this play solo. He doesn't need his team there later on if they want to sell a fake. Now it's a commitment. Only one man here. They run through the smoke. Chopper's not ready for it. Geo takes him down. And now kill after kill in favor of Nemiga traded. And they've got the B bomb side as well. I think they were expecting a second player. They haven't rushed this plant, but there was only one man on B this round. And that's an error of Spirit. Does, however, allow for this flank through the apartments.
Yeah, conditioning is definitely the apt description. I mean, this is like Pavlov's dogs, and like the B site is the meal, the juicy, enticing meal. The Spirit have to keep on worrying about every time that bell is rung. And Spirit making moves outside of kitchen. Magics with the AK headshot. They're actually going to be going in for this with Geo. Lone bastion of hope. He gets sprayed down. Is there enough time for this defuse? There may be with the kit, but actually the play going on without the kit first may put this out. No, he's got it. He's okay. I thought that little mistake may have cost them dearly, but a successful retake comes in.
As long as you realize quickly, it's okay, right? There were just a couple of seconds left. And I want to talk about how Lollipop said that they were confident, or he was confident in playing Spirit, right? Like the fact that Nemiga's game style matches up well. Spirit, very calculated team. They like taking their time. They like making the right decision, even if that takes a few seconds. And Nemiga, they're a very fast, aggressive team. And what this does is it can force Spirit to play to the style of Nemiga on this T side with really quick trades and having to adapt really, really fast on the fly. If Nemiga want to continue to play rushes and play spawn-based Counter-Strike, then that is how Nemiga can steal away a game from Spirit, something like that, catching them off guard. Spirit, though, need to have their wits about them at all times. This A site has been rumbled. There's a man out Palace. There's one fighting ramp. Box is very deep. The bomb is going to come back to the site, but Spirit, they aren't taking any engagements. They're just giving up A right now, which is a very interesting one, considering Nemiga own A and the jungle, if you look at Box, but the bomb is in B apps. It's finally coming back through T-spawn. But Spirit, I don't know how much information they have here. They should know how deep these players are, and they do. Box is dead. MDS gets one traded from the connector, and this is like Spirit welcoming in their opponents, only to have 4 on the site.
Lollipop, though, flicks up to some Die Young. Out comes Mia, and down goes Mia. Lollipop's not done just yet either. Nearly gets a third. Magic's, who's shown his hand with the AWP quite a few times over the duration of the tournament, and is going to dip in with another kill. 2v2. Speedak is against his opposite number of Idis balance with the AWP, and then Geo up against Magic's with the rifles. All to play for. Very much on a razor's edge as the retake is going to be coming in. They were successful last time around, but that success stops right here. And Nemiga regained the lead, and Spirit's economy is going to suffer as a result.
Just a very weird round where Nemiga are clearly arguing with the decision and going, oh, we have A, but I don't have any kills. There's no one on A. They might be B stack. Get the bomb out of B. It's just so back and forth. It didn't seem like they were welcomed into A. Spirit gave them the A site for a reason, only because they wanted to make them commit and then just play retake as a unit. I don't know. That's an odd round. Either way, it's one that Spirit are going to come to forget with full USPs in this one. Nemiga's chance to take a further lead, and they know it's eco as well. You can tell by the passive play. I like that from Nemiga, right? They run a lot of fast rifle rounds, and the second they go up against pistols, they stop and they hold and they start to wait for the pushes, as that's very common to see in a round like this, rather. Box removing that one rifle and a lot more behind it. So this should certainly be Nemiga's round. They got it locked in, everyone dead, and Lollipop with 3.
Yeah, Lollipop was one of the main men last time around they played this map. It was against Windstrike when they actually beat them 16-6, and Lollipop ended that with 23 kills and 108 ADR. with a 1.72 rating, so not too shabby at all. Definitely a player to watch out for. The other one we mentioned was Box. He actually had 5 raw entry frags in that game on the T side, getting a lot of work done. And if you remember, Hugo, they kept hitting A over and over and over again against Wind Strikes. So it's been interesting that they've mixed their T side up here so far. They played more mid and more B hits.
They definitely know that if there were to be a team that's going to do some preparation, do some research, it would be Spirit. A lot behind this team and a lot of brain on it as well. So yeah, Nemiga not wanting to remain predictable. And also I think a lot of that was confidence. They clearly felt they were better than Windstrike, and so they wanted to show that by just aggressing and taking dry A fights. This time they can't do that. They are the underdogs in this series, even though they might be favored on this map. They're going to go fast. Oh my, Chopper shows them why they got to respect the name. It's going to be your finest balance to drop the bomb. Speedak pushed Cat's side, and while they don't know that, it's not an issue just yet. The only problem is a triple market rotation, as that gives room for Speedak to move, but without the bomb, how much can he even do?
Probably not much, to be fair. He's going to try and slowly edge his way around through short side and see if he can maybe get a pick with his AWP. But Idis Balance just watching the angle, waiting,
nice.
And will be rewarded for his patience. But that flick from Chopper with the FAMAS was ludicrous. It was instant as well. It's like he perfectly timed when he was going to get the first kill to transition into the second. So nice.
Yeah, this is definitely competitive. That's what I wanted, right? With like 2 good maps for both teams to start off this series, right? Mirage and Dust, both very puggy maps, very CIS, both good maps for these teams. And then Nuke as a third and final, 18 maps played for either team, 61% win rate for either team. It couldn't be more identical, because it is identical. So yeah, this series is certainly going to go the distance. And Nemiga, man up in this round, a round up in this map, and they're going to move up Cat.
Opening pick was nearly equalized. Lollipop manages to survive with 10 HP. Is the most expendable of the players, though, with the Deagle. Trade out on short. Gonna favor the terrorists. More damage done. MDS being tagged down, nearly fragged. Well, Speedak misses, gets punished from Sumdai Young. What a scrappy round.
He almost got a second shot off there. He almost had another chance to kill him, but Sumdai Young whips out the pistol and has now grabbed an orb, maybe even to save. Will that be allowed? Doesn't look like it. Lollipop. Oh, he quick switched after one. He thought it was done. Honestly, if they killed him there without him getting a kill, that would have gone from like a likely save to a retake. Now it's just Sumdai Young, and not an easy one by any means. Full util and the kit, but the time is just ticked away at this point. MDS, he gets spotted, but Sumdai Young, other than getting the kill, the round is going to be slipping past him. He's going to try and stick the bomb, but Geo shouldn't let this one happen.
He will die as a result of that, though. But gets the round. Yeah, I was getting scared. We've already seen a few of those today, Hugo, on Mirage as well. And you better believe that Nemiga were getting even more scared. That was terrifying. Both teams looking like they want to stand and trade again. Both going to go in for full buys. So Spirit's buy is pretty lackluster. It's not that Nemiga's is necessarily great, though.
I don't know, it feels like some players, the MAC-10 can be better than an AK, especially when they do that. Box just walks right by Sumdai Young, giving him a back rub as he kills him in the connector. Look at him go. The flick's back with a MAC-10. I've never seen a MAC-10 flick, and he's going to find 3. Site cleared on A. It's only the Cat player of Mia. And he would need a miracle to win this 1 on 5. It's not going to happen. It's Nemiga finding 7. A strong T-side already being shown.
That was exactly what Box was doing yesterday on A. He just seemed so comfortable being really aggressive through connector or pushing ramp or palace and just getting in the face. Like a proper entry in the sense of the term of super aggressive, 0 cares given, just let me rush out. If I get a kill, I've done my job. And it's just ridiculous. As you say, though, I think the MAC-10 definitely does feel in some players' hands maybe a little bit more special, because I think it frees you up mentally. Like there's a certain layer of expectancy and expectation when you have an AK. With a MAC-10, it's almost like you've already kind of signed the death certificate. You know that you're probably going to go down, so you may as well just take as many players with you as possible.
Amanek is a great example of someone who loves the MAC-10. Like, I'm looking at his stats now. His 4th most used weapon is the MAC-10 at 1,000 kills. Like, that's crazy. That's so rare. So it's usually like a pistol in the 4th slot, or you know, Deagle or a USP. So yeah, I don't know, crazy stuff. Very good with the gun. MDS is now taking his hand at the same weapon, and to devastating results. 2 kills into the site, 3rd gone, and Magix and Idis Balance too far away to have any impact, any input into the site take. It's going to be an 8th. Namiga, they've been very, very good at just staying grouped, committing as a unit, trading, just playing basic Counter-Strike very well. And that can be hard to you know, beat when you're Spirit, when the trades are good and the players are better.
Yeah, there is definitely an element of deja vu as well to the game I just mentioned before with Winstrike, where the first half, they picked up a 10-5 lead, but 3 of those rounds for Winstrike came in the last 4 rounds. They mustered up a comeback 3 of the last 4. Very similar kind of style. Namiga, I don't want to say no respect shown, because I think there is some respect being shown, but just ruthless aggression. And I love to watch it. I love to watch a team that's not scared to sometimes just throw in rushes. It's just you don't want to become too telegraphed with that. You need to mix up the pace.
And they've done that when required, right? On Ecos, they've held defaults. They've waited for Spirit to push. They haven't walked into any stacks yet. So, yeah, I'd say this game plan for Namiga going pretty damn well. Let's see if it keeps up. Final few rounds. This is the make and break, Vince. While this game, you know, doesn't feel close, these 3 rounds decide if it's a stomp at halftime or if it's a comeback for Spirit. And right now, they want to come back into play. It's Magix trading out on A with Box. He's going to leave the site. Spirit know that because, or at least know he's not committing because they have the cross from jungle. But the jungle is all a distraction. MDS boosted up, gets a kill, follows up onto Sunday Young with a trade. And that's 3 A picks with Chopper aggressing on Cat and Mirror in the window. There's no question marks left for Namiga. They have all the info in the world.
Box needs to go back and pick up the bomb, though. And this is time that's going to be allowing Spirit to move in and potentially rotate towards the B side. As you said, though, Geo is already here in a very scary position. Anyone that rotates in, you're not going to expect this. So Chopper's walking into his death. Never had a chance. Never in a million years would have expected a player who sat there at this point. And that pretty much is the round that should be following. Mia shouldn't really be in with a chance at a 1v2 clutch. He doesn't have a kit either. I'm not sure if Chopper maybe dropped one, but he's going to be dealing with a Molotov if he wants to go past, and he takes 50% of his damage, but he feels like he needs to get the element of surprise. He needs to get up close, but it's not going to happen. Namiga had read the script. They knew exactly what was coming up, and they moved themselves to 9-4.
This is excellently played by Namiga, and I don't see them slowing down, really, Vince. Like, look at the money of Spirit. This could be an 11-4 half on the T side of their map pick. Spirit, they're not full buying. They want something in the last round, but as a result, they're left with only Deagles and a lone scout on Idis Balance. It's not like we've had anyone like playing, ooh, that's a shot. Okay, forget what I was about to say, because Namiga, they want to go for a fast contact on A, but they're walking into an aggressive ramp setup. 2 players pushed down. Magix might want to go for that gun, but if he does, he'll go to his death. Geo flash in the corner, moves up, checks it, and now Namiga going to start to clear out the site. The ruthless aggression you were talking about, Vince, it's incoming.
But so is Idis Balance's scout, which has now been took down. There were glimmers of Lackey's play on the table for a moment, but now nades and flashes being exchanged, landing on some Dayon. Hell of a flick from MDS, but the bomb's now been dropped down, and the Deagles are getting into that kind of range where things get a little bit scary, a little bit tentative. Going to be smoking off Mia. That does afford them a chance at a bomb plan, but Mia's going to push through that smoke because there's no cover to help him out. This is actually possible, and Mia's going to clutch it as Lollipop walks into the dig. He didn't cover his bomb plan. What a nightmare.
What? I'm trying to track back. Did they know Mir was con? Because he was looking around like he didn't know, but I swear Mir crossed past his view to get into that position anyway. And yeah, the lack of cover, I mean, that loses the round. Plain and simple, no other question about it. Maybe sticking the bomb there wasn't even necessary. Like in the 2-on-1, you've got to expect he's close. And yeah, the smoke push is ballsy, don't get me wrong, but what else can Mir really do in that position? So I don't want to blame the victim here, but like, damn, they made that easy for Mia. They really did. And damn, this guy will take every opportunity he's got. Definitely one of the more, if not the most exciting player on this roster. Actually, I say exciting. I think Idis Balance will fit under that, as AWPers often do. Flashy, explosive AWPers like himself. But yeah, Mia, I mean, we know how long this guy's been playing. We know what he's accomplished. We know what he can accomplish. And it's honestly great to see him in the server today. Amiga boosting, but this is being watched. This is being waited for. Someday Young doesn't get the shot off. MDS is quick. That's the right eye peek, favoring him pretty fast. And, ooh, Chopper, he could find the bomb. He's a little late to the party, but it's in the hallway. It's in his favor. And if Gio doesn't expect this and doesn't have his gun out, this could be the package lost. But no, Gio grabs it and runs away. Chopper never cleared the corner. He lets them take the bomb from under his feet.
I think Spectre, though, Gio's gone back in. He's moved back in. He decided against it. The call must have came through that they wanted to end B. And so they've walked into Chopper. He's dropped the bomb down, but he's encircled. Look at all those T's. They're all wrapping around him. 25 seconds to go. This leaves Nemiga very little opportunity for any mistakes.
They gotta go. They gotta sprint. They can't stop. And neither can Idis Balance. Maybe he should have. It's Box in the corner, cutting off the rotate. And now the bomb dropping onto the site. It's going to go down in time unless they get Box out of this position, which at this point doesn't seem likely. Mir's on the flank. He does have Lollipop with his back turned currently, and he knows it as well. Takes the kill. Doesn't even want to wait for a little bit more. Doesn't want to play the trigger discipline. He now has to move in fast. With Magic's on the AWP, the pressure's on Mir, and the face is gone. Great grenade, but the shot is better. And they can even boost up here or just play the double setup. Speedak now hiding, MDS going for the fight. There's no way he'll expect two players in this position. And oh no, if he swings it, he is going to be in for a nasty surprise. Realizes the worst way, and Nemiga gets 10 rounds. I love it. Like the little cheesy ideas in the postmark, the double up van, you never see things like that. But it works, it wins them the round. Magic's kills one, never expects another. Nemiga are looking good, man.
They really are. Honestly, like, again, I think it was Ven that says that he doesn't want to have recency bias because we've casted these guys quite a bit in the past and they've had some really good performances, but you can't fault their T sides, man. Their T sides have looked so good.
Yeah, I guess now is the test, right? Spirit moving over to that exact same half, and Nemiga have to do the defense now, do the dirty. Double Palace setup. Dink comes a box in the connector. They're going to molly the window to allow these mid players to move con side, and Gio running could get heard. Magic's coming in from Palace, but they haven't seen him. They've got the kills on con instead. And what? You think their T side is good? How about a flawless pistol?
That will definitely add a little bit of danger, a little bit of threat to Spirit. I'm sure they're not too proud about that one. And more importantly as well, they didn't get a bomb plant. So they don't have the luxury of the Galils, the AKs that we often see, even the scouts. Actually, they're going to completely hold fire. They tap out of this entirely. They know 11-5 behind. If they go in for a force, they lose. They're looking at 13-5 deficit, and then they're pretty much 1 foot out of this map already. So they're going to be playing for that better buy coming up. Full Glocks, though, this should just be a foregone conclusion. This should be things dropping in favor of Nemiga again with the 12-5. Maybe they can try and fake or wrap onto the site and get a bomb plant, but that's pretty much all they could hope for. And they've lost Chopper already, so I mean, this round is going the way you'd really expect. Down goes Idis Balance. That's the bomb that goes with him. And, well, rip Spirit.
Spirit, I guess. Mir, his head's poking out there. Gio will give him a haircut. And Nemiga, well, they're dishing out everything they can. Bullets and all 12-5. I mean, this is not, you know, it's weird because I know this isn't the Spirit that we've seen throughout any of 2020, and so I don't want to count them out here at 12-5. I think the chance, we've seen already comebacks all across the board today. The chance the Spirit suddenly win some rifle rounds and start building, I think, is very likely. It starts with a bonus round for Nemiga with 3 SMGs. This is the perfect opportunity for Spirit to make things happen. If they don't, if they drop this round, this map is done.
I think you've painted the picture pretty much spot on there, Hugo, and I'm sure that Spirit are on board as well. They know how important, how vital this round is. Now, of course, remember, this isn't an elimination match. This is the winner's match. The loser of this will still continue on their journey. Just the winner gets to the next phase that little bit sooner. So lots and lots on the table to play for. And Namiga not really going for anything too audacious. They do have 2 players now pushing into underpass, so pardon me on that one. And the MP9 with 2 kills. Box and Speedak have locked it down. That's brutal.
Spirit have had no answers, and the Amiga have had so many weird and wacky setups that, Spirit's entire game plan just gets ruptured from it. They clearly had an idea of what they wanted to do in this round, but as soon as the round starts, they're already in a 5-on-3, untradeable, unsalvageable. They've just got to go back to the dry A play where they hope for the best and assume that Mir can get something done on this lurk. Re-smoke on the ramp. They've got to push past it. They can't wait. 40 seconds. It's time to go. And there it lands. iDisbalance walking through it. MDS not giving them a fight. They've got a man under the balk who's waiting for contact, and then he can swing with Speedak. There's the spot. Lollipop with one dropping the bomb, and Mia, oh dear, he's stuck in the connector on his own. He's not getting anywhere for free. Namiga, they come into that round with 3 SMGs. They leave with 4 AKs.
Oh no, Spirit. What do you do from here? You're in a position where you can't even feasibly come straight back in and, get the salty run back. You basically just have to tap out and say, fair enough, we'll get Deagles instead, 13-5. And I think a lot of people expected Namiga to have a good chance at taking this map. But in this fashion, I'm not too sure. This has been way more one-sided than I anticipated.
Yeah, I thought, I thought maybe Namiga take it in some scrappy back and forth winning comeback. They win a crucial clutch or 2, and that changes the economy in their favor. A lot of the time we have games where it feels like one team's winning, and then because it's back and forth in the last couple of rounds, another team just takes the victory. Like Windstrike were in control of Overpass most of that game. They still lost the series. They lost the map, but until those final couple of rounds, it felt like they had it. And I don't think this is one of those games. Namiga, they do have it. It's 13-5, about to be 14. The bomb's in T-spawn. Magix is dead. And Namiga are just 2 rounds away from Spirit's map pick. Of course, this is their choice, but this is not a map the Spirit refused to play. They love a bit of Mirage. And Dust 2 up next. It's one that Namiga know as well. So it's not like Spirit can go, don't worry, guys, they don't play Dust. No, this is embarrassing right now, and they need to pick up some rounds, or a bare minimum put up a fight in the next map, because this one, it's coming down to this one rifle round again.
Certainly is. We have some more technical issues. Apparently some FPS drops are happening, so fingers crossed that things will be remedied shortly. Seems like both teams are readying up, so nice short technical issue. And now we are going to have 2 AWPs in play, full weapons across the board. And as Hugo highlighted, Spirit now down to what surely is their last lifeline. If they are unsuccessful in this, next round's not going to be faring too much better. And Namiga would have 10 map points. Yeah, you heard that right. Spirit in real trouble. Speedak running with his back turned to middle, anticipating the flash, but it came too late. And Magix, that's the easiest kill he's going to get this entire map. And it could be coming up with a second as well. Spirit are going to finally get some kills.
Could be coming up with a round at this point, because Namiga, no trades and no mid-control. They're in a 3-on-5. They're going to try and fight back tooth and nail, and MDS will nail Sunday Young to the wall. Chopper's deep in B. There's no sight player. That player's gone aggressive on Catwalk, and MDS wasn't ready for the deep position. Chopper with the drop, and now they're going to begin to rotate B, but Spirit are already there with the bomb in tow. Lollipop coming cat side, and Namiga taking their time. But little do they know, Spirit, all 4 players in the site right now. There's the cross shot. iDisbalance doesn't let that AWP get into picture, and Lollipop might just save after that kill.
That would make sense for him to piece out of there. 2 of his players are pretty low. You got Speedak at 1,000, MDS at 1.8k. 3 of them are very wealthy, so we're doing well to save, so they can drop, and Namiga can have another crack at this. Lollipop may also perch up for some exit frags. I mean, he must know that the T's economy is in no great shape, and as a result, Spirit have no intention of really chasing and charging him down, because it could do more harm than good. There's also a secondary AWP. I doubt you take 2 AWPs on T side of Mirage, especially when you're this far behind. So they're going to leave that one as it is.
Terrorists win.
Well, nice round for Spirit. They salvage something. They save their bacon, even if it is for just a moment. But Namiga with the bank to make anyone envious, really. They could be able to continue to buy back up, at least for one more round. And after this one, the bonus is going to kick in. So, you know, then they have 6k on Lollipop, 4 on Geo. They can buy up. So, yeah, Namiga are in a very good spot right now. They got a few chances to shut this down before Spirit start to get confident.
Box smoking himself off just to make sure any incendiaries would be extinguished. Nothing was really forthcoming, so he's going to stay in position. HE designated to the backside of B. Abs, but no one's there. So not really going to do too much. Bomb drop back at T-spawn. Spirit tentative start to the round. Understandably, still so much working back into this. They've got to climb their way back in. Want to make sure they don't slip and slide and fall to their demise. Leaving one player, though, Hugo, here on A is a little bit worrisome for Lollipop. He's a very good player, but he doesn't really have much in terms of reinforcements.
Yeah, you know, if he was playing CT to drop back and play retake, it'd be one thing, but he's in the site, so he's looking to get 2 kills and die. That's his hope here, to get a multi-kill. But yeah, we've got a mid split right now, and right as Namiga fall away from a 3-man mid setup, that's when Spirit attacks. So at least Namiga are close, and they can continue to push back in. Idis Balance trying to escape with Box. Let him. Oh, yes, he will. Well, it's not really much of his choice. Idis Balance with a quick shot back. And a 3-on-2 ensues with the player per site for Namiga. Spirit, as long as they group, they can trade their way to a win. But worth noting, Lollipop can see Catwalk from his position. And so Connector is certainly a safer choice right now. That's where they'll go to. Lollipop needs to do it all here.
Triple Box going to show himself. Peeks out, gets fragged by Magic's. Important. And MDS... Again, the economy is pretty low. It's pretty dreary. Namiga may try and save it. He is going in, at least to start things off. He spotted a player at CT spawn. He decides better of it. It's not a favorable angle to push back into the murder hole. And he knows it's basically suicide if he leaves the sanctuary of the B site. So he's just going to hide in. It does mean that the Spirit will pick up a 7th round. Namiga, again, not going to be too bothered by this until they get a few more in a row. But at least Spirit are going in the right direction.
Yeah, that was very unlucky for Namiga. They had a triple like cat mid setup where they were trying to fight anyone coming out top mid, but no one pushed top mid for Spirit in like 40 seconds. So, and then A smokes came over from 2 A players from Spirit. So Namiga, they rotate A off the back of the smokes, and then Spirit take middle with 3 in the bomb. That's such a shame. If Namiga just held their own, I understand why they rotate, but they held their own for 5 more seconds there, they'd probably win the round because Spirit would have just walked into like this hugely heavy contested cat setup. And, well, things probably wouldn't have gone as well for them. And then with an anchor player on either side, MDS on B, Lollipop on A, they probably could have closed it out. So, yeah, would have been a very different situation. But Spirit, that was the intention. They threw those A smokes as a fake, and they drew the players out of middle. So any more tricks up your sleeve, Spirit? Group towards B early, clearing under and holding apartments. It's a gamble stack for Namiga on A, with only Geo on B.
Geo with the Deagle. They do have 2 primaries in MP9 and the M4. They are situated over on A. The gamble stack seemingly not going to work out. And now the T is beginning to take systematic control over the apps and push and apply pressure. That's an awful Molotov. This actually isolates Magix from the rest of his teammates. This could be easy pickings for Geo if he shows his hand, but unfortunately there's 2 more T's pushing on Catwalk. And so it's going to be okay. Geo, though, gets 1 dig and goes down without too much of a fight afterwards, and the rest of the CT's being cleaned up. But man, that Molotov whiffing in apps could have been crucial.
Yeah, it gave loads of time for Namiga to get into the site, but what Spirit do well is avoid the flashbangs through the market and above the market. They dodge everything. Mir turns back, gets a couple of kills there as they come through the doorway, and Box, yeah, this is done. He's just looking for kills. He's hoping they'll exit apartments, and so he can grab an AK and scamper away. But at this point, Spirit, they are going CT side, and so 8 rounds taken. Box, he can run and tap the bomb. That will probably make someone from Spirit die with it, because now, even though he's not sticking it, he doesn't have time. They have to run back to B, and they'll realize, but he'll get away. He's in apartments with the AK. He'll die to the bomb, no armor. But no, I like that play. I really like that play from Box, because even though it goes drastically wrong, not only does he not get out alive, he doesn't save the gun, no one from Spirit died, all of those things almost happened, right? Spirit, 2 players on 10 health. He almost got away with the gun. So, like, in another world, maybe. But not today, not here, not now. And Spirit, they're starting to bring this comeback to fruition.
Brick by brick. They are building it. And Amiga now have a goodbye again. Double AWPs in play. We know they like to run with this when they get the chance. Box using a bit of a cheeky angle down towards underpass, where a grenade is going to greet Chopper. Tags him down to 79. Early utility being expended from the CTs. They have much less of it than the Ts, so Spirit going through into the latter stages of this round could be pretty good, and Box takes the initiative, goes aggressive, gets one. We know he likes to go for those aggro peaks on both sides of the coin, but now Spirit gonna be retorting to that push with one of their own onto the B side. Some die young, Molly and Frag. Magix comes in with one of his own. They still have Geo at the back of the site, but he's been swiftly dealt with additionally. And now Box gonna come in for his second, but it's looking as though Amiga gonna pull the plug and save, and Spirit, I tell you what, this is going to be their fourth round in a row, Hugo. This is getting interesting now.
Yeah, I mean, it's always hard to believe in them up against 14, but if there were ever a time, rather, Spirit, this is it. Like, they are a very good team in CIS and very good at dealing with CIS teams. So, you know, it was already a shock that Amiga were up this dominantly 14-4, but I mean, or 14-5 rather, but yeah, now I'm starting to believe a little bit in the Spirit camp. You know, we'll give it the benefit of the doubt, Vince. That's what we'll do. We don't have to say it's happening. We don't have to sign any contracts. But yeah, this is not a done game by any means of the word. Amiga's map pick still under question. With every round that Spirit get, Amiga get a little more sweaty. It's going to have to be an eco here. They could drop 2 M4s and buy 4 rifles, but if you want the AWP, if you want all the util, it should be an eco.
Yeah, there's no great rush here. Only thing they'd be rushing in is to a potential comeback. And boy, do they know it. P250s. Amiga went for a gamble stack on A last time, leaving Geo with a Deeg by himself on B. This time it's more of the same. It's just MDF, the P250 that's over there. Aggression outside the middle with a flashbang before it, but all it does is flash box. And his weapon goes with him, which was one of the M4s, one of the assault rifles. They still have an AK to play with. MDS is going to go aggro into B-Apps to try and find info. But, I mean, this is looking good for Spirit to hit double digits. This is looking good to get themselves one step closer.
Unless Lollipop has anything to say about it, that is likely the case. Waiting stairs side. One thing that, you know, like, compare these T sides, I think is a good way of like looking at these teams, because Amiga, the amount of rushes, the amount of fast plays into sites, into B, into A, you know, no messing around. Now Spirit, they're doing the opposite. They are bleeding the time. They are sweating every single round. They are making sure Amiga can't get aggressive and do what they do best, which is, you know, cause this chaos, and not allowed to when Spirit are holding every single choke point. So yeah, it's down to waiting for the T's to come your way and trying to trade effectively. It's so hard. Look at how hard it is. Lollipop, he gets a kill immediately removed by this balance from a pistol. So 2-on-1, MDS, this is the best shot Amiga have had in quite a while at closing a round.
MDS takes a little bit of chip from the grenade, but still undeterred, pushes forward, presses bravely into battle. What could be the last passage of play in this round, unless he can get this opening pick, which he does. Spinning around now, knows he doesn't have a kid. He has to be quick. Headshot comes in as well. Amiga, against the odds in that round, make it work. And now they're going to have 6 MAC points.
Oh my, that is a massive error from Spirit. The re-peek from the ramp as well, right? Like, you're hoping to catch the timing on the cross, but he'd already crossed past where you thought he was. He sees the arm, he knows you're going to go back in again, lines up the shot. Like, that was really well played from MDS, but yeah, Spirit didn't need to peek. They didn't need to move there. They could have waited. Obviously, the reason the ramp player is peeking is because it's a default plant. And so if you know, MDS sneaks out and gets a timing and kills default, then the ramp player is screwed. So that, you know, you can't do much there if you're stuck ramp. So it makes sense as to why you're peeking. Just a bad timing for him. And Amiga, Matt point here on their pick, a man up in this one as well. Oh dear, how the cookie crumbles. That is not what Spirit wanted to happen, and it's getting worse by the second.
How the tables turn. originally turned sharply in favor of Spirit on their comeback, and the perspiration of Nemiga. That's turned to precipitation now for Spirit, and indeed it will fully fall to the ground should they lose this. But Mia with 2, with his AK-47, gonna keep that dream alive, gonna funnel away any potential tears. Mia now turns his focus elsewhere as the smoke now gonna dwindle on Connector. Speed axe barrel of the AWP gives him away a big frag, and Spirit showing, okay, look, you got a crazy clutch, but let's be honest here, we kind of threw that round. We were on top. Let's regain that momentum. Let's start pushing towards the 16 rounds.
Well, like they did in the last, and Amiga did in the current, man. It just feels like they're playing like they've already won at times. You know, this aggression is, Spirit are holding for it. That's all Spirit do, it feels like, on this T side. Just wait. And they don't move until they get given kills. And the Amiga are giving them kills. So, yeah, Spirit got to take the site and the plant. So, around for them by the looks of things. Nemiga trying to save. But yeah, like, I don't know. Nemiga, they had the advantage. They can tuck into passive setups and run crossfires, but they just love hunting the kills. And sometimes it's great, right? Sometimes you get your timing, you get a gap, and you find a huge flank. Well, there's the other side of the coin. You have a 5-on-4, you lose it in a 2-on-4 save. So massive round from Mia. Huge credit to him. And Spirit, that's 1 out of 6 map points taken.
It's really the duality of playing an aggressive style of CS is it can be very entertaining and you can create chances out of thin air, but my God, can you throw them away as well? Yeah. And that's one of those situations, as you highlight, that you're in an advantageous position. You're in cruise control. It's looking like, okay, you had a couple of jitters, there's a bit of turbulence, but now you're in cleaner air. And then suddenly it's a 2v4. Mia springs into action. A player, by the way, you really don't want to ignite because he will take over games. And suddenly things are looking a little bit more worrisome. Nemiga do get a buy, and it's not too bad. Decent amount of utility and a tag onto Idis balance, Hugo. So maybe they can still put this to bed yet.
Yeah, that being said, tag on your AWPer, not really of as much value. That's sick from Box. He sees the barrel, but he knows he can't get the guaranteed kill unless he drops in. So he just shoots the smoke in the same position. Mia gone. And that's the man to make it happen from the connector last round. So with him dead early, with the tag now, all contextualized, this is a very good round for Nemiga. Now, let's compare this 5-on-4 and see how these next kills go. See whether Nemiga give them away or if they can fall back passive. That looks to be the case, but Geo getting aggressive, and yeah, okay, it works sometimes, right? And that's why they're doing it. That's why they're getting aggressive, because sometimes it does work. 5-on-3, Some Die Young in the apps, he gets spotted, but he's got the AK, one-shot potential, lands it onto Geo, and all Spirit, they're not going down without a fight.
Yeah, they really live or die on these aggressive plays, and I can respect it. Not being put off because one round didn't go your way due to it, and actually sticking to what's been working by and large over the duration of this game. On the T side, super aggressive plays. They did mix in some slower paced action as well, but by and large it was just full on, pedal down straight up into the face of the opposition. And now what could potentially be our last fight, our last battle, will take place on the B side of the map, and Box with the M4 locking it down. His teammate to his left has died on the bench, but both the remaining Ts are low, are struggling, and Box is putting them out of their misery. Wow. The Nemiga take the first map 16-10, and this best of 3 is very much alive.
This has heated up the server now. Like, I'm super excited. Where is this one going? We have Spirit's map pick after the break, or after the desk rather, but it's Dust 2. It's a CIS classic. And as we always say, picking into Dust 2 is such a danger, it feels like, especially when your opponent can play it as well. And fun fact, their opponent can play it as well. So Nemiga, a map up in the series, looking to take the 2-0, looking to take that winner's bracket game. What do you guys make of it? James, how you doing, man? It's good to see you. Hey.
Not good to see us, apparently.
Hey,
just
Hugo, yeah.
James.
Don't care about those two, but neither would I either, right?
I mean, I like Harry better anyway, so...
See, I just know I'm the more important one, right? So you guys stay in your lane, and Hugo will continue to entertain me as much as possible here. Yeah. Make me feed my ego.
The guy who called you Trace, right?
He's making up for his error yesterday, right? Like, he called me an American, first of all, that's a big red flag. Like, we know how much better...
Now he's buttering you up.
Yes, how much better we are on this, but he does butter me up. He does try to make it nicely. 16-10, though, end scoreline.
It's pretty nice.
I'm going to start with this, though. Going into Dust 2, we were scared anyway of the 50-50, how it could go down. If that scoreline had not been those last string of rounds we just saw from Spirit there, I'd be saying Amiga are going to take this 2-0 because Spirit were looking uncomfortable so many times. They weren't able to get a good read in it. They weren't able to predict it. Well, that round we were talking about upstairs, one player's just busting A ramp on his own. One player's in B, the whole B site's empty, he's just chilling. The other guy's just running through mid and just getting a few kills.
Window,
just boosting window, like the fastest time of a boost into window as well. Like, I don't even know how Namiga get away with this.
No, again, they're just they have an uncomfortable playing style, really. I think, again, I find it hard to see this kind of playing style being extremely sustainable going forward. Again, if they run into the same opponent over and over again, and obviously they do have the benefit of, I guess, being an underdog. So the likelihood of, let's say, Team Spirit having done, the amount of prep into Namiga as they would to, let's say, a matchup versus Navi, that's not as likely. But yeah, no, it's working remarkably well for an Amiga, and one of the reasons why it's working, why it's not just random aggression that could get shut down easily, is because even though, yeah, as you said, they are like instances of seemingly random aggression, but what they do in the middle area is that they actually have each other's backs. It's that buddy system being put into full use there. They actually go through the majority of the game without actually winning out opening duels. That's actually something Spirit had going for them for the better part of it, even when they were down 14 to 6-7, whatever it may have been. And that is the result of the first duel, as Alex said, when we were up in the green room. The first duel for Namiga doesn't actually matter as much because they rely on getting the trade, and off of this space they create there, they immediately do something with it. Yeah. And so they force a rotation off of it. That's how you see Jo, for instance, all of a sudden being alone out on the B bomb site. That's how you see Box, seemingly random pushing up into the A bomb site from 8-bit. Those kind of things. They just create chaos and they thrive in it.
And I think that's one thing you're saying, like the random timings, and it's slightly random with the calculation behind it. That's the interesting part, is because you see it. That A ramp hit came in. Well, they were already, as soon as he'd gone down, he got a kill, then he got traded out. They were already boosting window. That was the next step. Yeah. They were causing the havoc there. And then just in case that didn't go well, there was a guy walking through B apartments while B is completely empty. So they had a fallback plan even on the fallback plan. It's like A, B, C. They're just ready to go whatever happens with it.
It's organized chaos.
Yeah, it really is. And for Spirit, they're now used to playing a bit more conventional Counter-Strike, especially against the teams they're facing. So this is probably a bit of a shock to the system after how easy their game was yesterday.
Yeah, there's definitely method to the madness on the Namiga side. It does look crazy sometimes, but even just the way they started this game, round 3, 4, and 5, I think it was, they rushed B in every one of those rounds. And the third time round, Spirit thought, okay, they're not going to rush B again. They had, I think it was Chopper solo holding B, because he's not ready for the B rush 3 times in a row, but they do it, and it keeps being effective for them. And they had the nades to back it up as well. They had the smokes landing on short. They just do a lot of things which make Spirit not be able to play their own play style. Yeah. And we were kind of saying it up in the green room throughout the first half. There wasn't much to talk about from the Spirit side because it was just Namiga controlling the game. It was Namiga able to play their game. And I was suggesting that if I'm a team playing against Namiga, I might want to start on the CT side on this first map. I might want to start on the T side, rather, because I don't want to be going up against that to start the game. I don't want to be starting against these crazy aggressive plays when maybe I'm not warmed up, maybe I'm not really ready for it. Because if Namiga are running in your face like that and you're not landing your shots, then it's actually really hard to hold.
It's a painful wake-up call, one might say, when it comes to this. But Namiga at least win their map pick. We now go on to Dust 2. My kind of worry for Spirit is we know they can play Dust 2. I'm ignoring the stats because the stats are just lies at this point within the CIS region. This just doesn't make any sense anyway. But we're looking at an Amiga who is coming in looking really solid. They weren't massively pressured. They knew they had that game in their grasp. They knew they were going to close it out. It would be very unfortunate if they weren't able to. They can go into Dust 2 with that same confidence and exactly the same style. It's a map that just perfect for it.
Yeah, the one thing I think they need to be a little bit more wary of is the fact that aggression, especially when it comes to CT side, we saw, for instance, the Mirage Box is very active in the middle area, kind of just going for, like, I guess, cheap shots or cheap feeks into mid every now and again, just to see if it can create some, a bit of a stir and get an easy pick and then get away. Like, that's, sure, there's potential for it on Dust 2, but I think you have to go through harder avenues to be able to find that kind of room. So if you think about maybe you want to try some catwalk aggression, I mean, you have a very limited window where that could potentially work, especially with how focused on, basic catwalk executes and so on teams are when they run defaults on their T2 sides. The same thing is the same counts for, if you want to push aggressively at long through cave, for instance, because there you kind of need to have that gut feeling, just have that sense of timing for when you're actually allowed to push up, when a team gives up that area. And so, and that can be really, really difficult to kind of find and fine tune. So I think for Nemiga, they're going to have a harder time of it. And when we saw them play last time in the close qualifier, Dust was probably the map where we were the least impressed by what they delivered, and a lot of what they got, in terms of positive results, was off of a really good game from Speedak, because he was dominating with the op on the CT side. So I do think there are some aspects of their Dust 2 game that could be worrisome. But again, I don't necessarily think we saw the best version of Nemiga on Dust 2 either in the close qualifier. So it's going to be a real interesting one for me. But I'd still hold, a slight favor towards Team Spirit for this one.
And I think with Spirit, though, for them to have that favor, I want to see Ideas Balance wrecking havoc. This is where one of the maps, like we talk about how good he is on Nuke with the AWP. I want to see him fully activated and going toe-to-toe and taking these challenges that he should be confident enough to take in Dust 2.
Yeah, I also think that when I've seen Spirit on Dust 2, they have some really good plays into the A site in particular, up through Catwalk. They have one round where they do 3 Molotovs all over the A site. They really make it difficult for teams to actually hold the A bomb site itself. And that sets up Mir a lot of the time to go in first, or Chopper oftentimes does it himself as the IGL. He oftentimes is pretty good at taking control of that A site. You actually look at the strong side of both teams, though. Nemiga better on the T side of this map by quite a margin. I think they win about 55% of the rounds on the T side. Over on the Spirit side, their strong side's actually their CT side, and I think it's quite similar that it's a fairly big disparity for both these teams in having that favored side. So that's definitely something to watch out for here heading into this one.
And when we talk about the randomness of Dust 2, right, we always have covered the fact that we're playing on the new Dust 2, the doors have changed around. It makes it a bit easier for B, but we saw it yesterday, right? It's still, A-Long is this point of contention. A-Long is where everyone takes these fights. If you've got an A-Long spawn, many times players just like, oh, okay, yeah, we're going to go for it now, right? We're going to take that gamble. We're starting to see teams now put 3 or 4 players sometimes at the beginning of a round on A-Long. That is a bit where I'm thinking, okay, there's a crazy amount you need to do to lock one part of the site down. What about just giving it up and going back to the old school way of like playing it from short, right? Just allowing them to walk in. Why do we have to challenge for long?
I think it's more of like a comfort aspect to it. And again, a lot of teams are so convicted, I guess, to actually grabbing that control that they don't really know. They don't necessarily have a plan B or something. Yeah. They don't necessarily feel comfortable with a double man setup on Catwalk, because teams usually, if you go by default, because you can easily grab long control. We saw Navi do this many times, where they grab long control off of spawn, and they'll kind of just go to a standstill. Nothing really happens for the next 40 seconds. And there's 2 things that can happen from that. So obviously, as a CT, you've lost map control at this point. You don't really have any clear vision. You don't necessarily want to hold the peak to, you don't want to stand too wide. You don't want to be too much in the open, because you can easily get flashed off, and all of a sudden Simple comes running around the corner with an AWP, and it's kind of game over. The same thing that you have to be aware of if you're giving up long and then setting up for a Catwalk execute is because you don't have information on long, this could easily lead to just a basic defaults, or they revert back into default as a T side, go into standard cat control, where you will have Molotovs, you will have flashes and so on, to basically clear out all the nooks and crannies of Catwalk, which makes it an already tight space almost impossible for 2 players to maneuver. Yeah. So I think that's really the hard thing to kind of adjust to and to find any sort of comfort level on. And the only third option you have really is playing a completely retake based, which is a bit of a terrifying notion in itself. And like, you're already having enough issues just dealing with the idea of playing retake on B in any scenario. So having to kind of go that route with both sides, I think that feels very, very uncertain for a lot of teams, and that's why we see heavy focus over towards the A long side. But I completely agree. Like, sometimes you just kind of have to realize that the battle is lost, because depending on the spawn cycles, whenever your opponent has a solid long spawn, like, your 2 normal A long players are not necessarily going to be in a position to get the utility in and so on. So you either have to put 3 to 4 players there, or you just stand to lose the fight time and time again if you go in half-assed. So it's a rough one, but I would really like to see, if that ends up happening for Nemiga, that they actually just back off and try to find a different solution instead of just banging their heads against the wall. Yeah,
that's what I'm worried about. Like we said, right, the aggression they love to show. Maybe they overcommit to the aggression when it comes to it. Now, Chopper on the Spirit side, right, didn't have a great game when it came to Mirage. They didn't get a great scoreline, so it's just a game they lost. On Dust 2 specifically, Chopper is one that's putting him at the forefront of all the action on their T side normally when we're coming to it. And I think his success is going to be a huge tell on whether Spirit can do this or not, because we're always talking about, right, what Mia can do, what Idis Balance is going to be doing on this Alt Battle that's going to be coming in there. But Chopper's that one where when they're down, when they're looking like they're going to lose, he's the one that flicks the switch and it's like, okay, we're doing this, and he takes the team with him.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think the kind of the dastardly duo of Chopper and Mir actually as a twofold has to really, just kind of rise to the occasion and lead by example. And as you said, Chopper, and also as Alex mentioned, even on these catwalk takes, he'll happily be the first one in. He's not necessarily afraid of the challenge that stands before him. So we definitely need to see a better individual performance. I think that goes across the board for Spirit. But if you're looking to someone to kind of open things up for you, I would look towards Chopper.
Yeah, I think it's clear that Chopper and Mir have a really good understanding as well, because I always like to say there's a phrase that's behind every great man, there's a great woman. And I like this phrase. Wait for it. I like this phrase in CS terms in that behind every great star player, there's a great in-game leader. And I think Chopper and Mir have that synergy between them. You see them playing bomb sites together. Here on Mirage on CT side, they play the B site together. I know on Inferno, they play Banana together. They've got that good chemistry, which seems to be why Mir's getting so much success, because he knows that if Mir doesn't want to go in first and be the entry, he knows that Chopper's there for him, and he can maybe have a bit of a better time following up and having clutch rounds we saw him have previously in this very tournament. So I think that the synergy between those two is a really big deal. Having Chopper there seems to have been a big benefit to Mir's game.
Do you know what I really thought when you were going down that behind every great man is a great woman? I thought he was going to bring up the Team Spirit Twitter face app things.
Oh,
yeah. They did the face app on all the players.
I'd completely forgotten about that.
And I was thinking, like, Hawk is just going to reference that Chopper looks like a woman and actually pretty hot, Like, fair play, Chopper. You're a nice-looking woman when it comes to it.
There you go.
Do you know, it just seems like if you're Russian
That might
or
have been where
Ukrainian,
he was going, and then just did a double take. And was like, oh, wait, can't do that.
It doesn't matter if you're Russian or Ukrainian, as long as you use that face app right. Even the players who are men, the bearded, muscular men can look hot at the same time.
There you go.
We do have some hot-looking men coming on our screens in a second. We got Vince and Hugo for this game, and they do get to enjoy the madness that is Dust 2. So, guys, with this one, what I think we've been saying, right, is Dust 2 is the coin flip with it. We've kind of said that Spirit has the advantage in it, but from what you saw from them in the first game, do you think that's enough, or could this be Namiga's 2-0?
I actually, James, completely agree with what you said. Had it not have been for the end of that first map, I'd be sat here thinking 2-0 100%.
Yeah.
But because of that second win, I'm actually not too sure anymore. Hugo, what are your thoughts?
Oh, I don't know. I think Counter-Strike, Vince, Counter-Strike, great game. No idea about predictions. I'll say it to the day I die. A couple of clutches can change everything, James. I don't know, man. Like,
You're copping out of this one,
you
ain't
guys are the
Hugo?
experts, I guess. Not me.
Damn.
Well, I gave him the compliment and said he was a pretty face and he can't even do his job properly. Go on, get on with the game. Go commentate.
I'm only a pretty face, James. That's all I bring to the table. But thank you very much. We're going to get your pretty face out of here and get into the game. That's what really matters here. Regardless of the victor, I don't know, man. Namiga, a map up, move into Spirit's pick. The scripture says Spirit win this and we go the distance, right? That's a competitive series. We've already had like a nice start, a back and forth start at least. Well, more of a fourth and then Spirit pull it back. But regardless, we're into the action. We're into the madness here as we get into this pistol round. Namiga taking long very quickly and moving up to the A site.
Oh, yes, and there is a wraparound as well coming in from Chopper, who is trying to see if he can stop this bomb as it transitions across the A. He's not going to have any success in that endeavor. It's already moved up. Maybe gets the upper hand onto MDS, which would at least make this retake more viable and a little bit easier and lighter on the load as players come straight out onto long. There's an even trade, but now that equality is being flushed away from Lollipop's USP, and they decide not to go A. They're going to go at B instead. They know Chopper is out here and very vulnerable, and it shows the confidence of Lollipop that instead of joining his teammates pushing B, he just stands and fights Chopper and bests him. Namiga off to a good start again.
Yeah, it's a great word to use, confidence. I think it really is evident in the camp for Namiga. Like, these guys are exuding confidence. And the fact that they start on the T side, I think, is of huge value. We saw how dominant they were pushing on the T side in that first map. It was the CT side where they would have to play passive with the man advantages, things like that would sometimes be difficult to convert. But getting to dictate the pace, what else would they want to do? Going to be able to deal with this mid push as well. Speedak needs to have his wits about him because Mir is now at the top of middle. The rest of Namiga taking long, looking for the commitment. two on the site. We've got the scout here as well for Idis Balance, but he's in CT, so he's not going to be able to get a whole lot done when those smokes come down. And now, no flank active yet. Mir is taking his time, and Namiga already own A.
A slew of smokes are planted down on the long cross, completely blotting out the sun for the oncoming CTs, and they think better of this. They want to back away. Box again with the MAC-10, hyper-aggressive in their face, trying to cull the retreating CTs, two of which are very low, one of which has been finished off. Sundai Young next to go 6 foot under, and Chopper surely is soon to follow. Indeed he shall. Mia 1 versus 4 with the Desert Eagle. Really, exit frags are the only point of contention at this stage. And I should mention, well, we got a little bit of a lull in the action with Mia surely going to fall down soon, that the last time these two teams met each other on Dust 2 was back about a month and a half ago at the Road to Rio, towards the start of May. And it was a 16-12 win for Spirit, but it took Mia dropping 32 kills and 19 deaths with 125 ADR with a 1.78 rating to pull it off. So it really was pretty one-dimensional. If Mia doesn't have that same level of impact, who knows what happens?
1.78 rating. That is just
madness.
filth. Yeah. Oh wow. That's a really interesting bit of context. Thanks for that. Like hearing the actual scoreboard difference as well, showing how reliant they were. Oof, it's not a good sign, but hey, it's a good sign if Mir can drop 33 kills. We'll see what happens. Namiga moving up long as a unit. Flash is good. Everyone's blind. The pistol's getting kills, but eventually reality sets in and Namiga will overwhelm those P250s. Still a nice attempt and good damage. Can Idis Balance make it better? A single kill here would turn this no longer into a profitable round for Namiga, but it's not going to be as easy as that, especially not with a USP.
Yeah, this is asking for a miracle from Idis Balance, and it's an unreasonable thing to ask. He tries to do what he can. He lands the dink onto Lollipop, but it will be Namiga 3-0 to the good. Here we go, though. The entire map has been building to this point. We're going to have potentially 2 AWPs if they decide to go for it. There's enough money, at least, but it would be at the cost of some Kevlar and utility, so they're going to just go for the one instead. Idis Balance facing off against Speedak.
Speedak with the Deeg? Does he want to... What? Okay, it's in spawn. I was going to say, does he want to get it? Or he tried to run suicide, so I think he probably wanted to fast cat or fast mid here, but yeah, I'm not able to now. Ollie smoked by Magic, just about. And Amiga have middle, but not cat.
It was a bit of a head-scratching start. You wonder if, with the AWP getting a quick peek, if things could have maybe shifted dynamically. Mid-control, though, is being locked in. It's 1 kill for Mir. He gets traded out from MDS, but it is Speedak that's gone down. So a key member of the roster has gone with him. Chopper now aggression through on Catwalk. The read has been made, the call has been pulled, and some damage has been inflicted. MDS, though, going to be joining his teammates on B, and Geo has just made a fast track there. But look how rapid this flank is. Do they expect this?
Oh dear, no, the Molly's out. He has no idea. Turns into the fight. And now B has been lost. B now is belonging to Spirit, as weird as this is. MDS is so close to this position, but because of the reverse doors, they don't know he's there. And this is still a winnable round for Namiga as a result. With MDS able to sell a B fake and box with the A site open, he can silently get this bomb plant down. MDS, he doesn't need to move. He should wait for the plant because he can kill both these B players on rotation. They've got to check it though. Magix doesn't. There's the information. MDS with 1, and that's still going to draw the AWP over to him, which only gives time for Box to plant. He now knows where both of these players are, or at least were. Chopper coming back in from CT and regrouping with the AWP. Box is going to try and take a fight by the looks of things. This is a dangerous play with both players looking at the ramp, but he'll hang on instead and wait for them to come to him.
Oh, he peeks out. The thing about Box is, Hugo, we know he loves a peek. We know he loves aggression. There's some players that really can't hold angles, and I don't mean that offensively. I just mean like their natural instinct and inclination is to be aggro, is to be twitchy, is to go for peaks, and I think Box is one of those kind of players.
Yeah, I definitely see why, right? Like as a player, you know, when you're in a position like that, you're aware that, say, Box just crouches on the ramp and holds a dead up angle. You're not only relying on, of course, you hitting the shot, but you're relying that you don't get hard peaked, right? And when I say hard peaked, I mean someone peeking that angle with the expectation that you're holding from that position. And often, like, you know, it's a next best thing to like a pre-fire. They're going to hit that shot. It's online, right eye peak. you know, they're expecting you. They're going to win the fight more often than not, of course, especially when there's 2 players to trade. So yeah, especially in like a position like that for Box, you feel the pressure to peak. You feel the pressure to go for a fight. But obviously, Spirit know that, and that's why they're taking so long. They're just sneaking up the ramp, watching everything, waiting for a reaction. And so, yeah, it's for sure the predictable play, but it's also this, I don't want to say safer play, because I guess it's not the safer play, but you know, the alternative is you just get checked, and it's so much harder to win when you just play passive like that, at least I think. But yeah, it really does depend on the player, right? Like some player will always gamble, they'll pick an off angle, and they'll hold, because they know, oh, they're not going to expect this off angle. So, I mean, there's a million ways to play that for Box, but yeah, that's a very Nemiga play, I would say. Just trying to take the fight in the 2-on-1. Doesn't work out, does allow for the plant, bit of money here for Nemiga, and with MDS and Lollipop rich, they can drop over guns and allow for a buy once Box is back in the server.
Indeed, some tech issues, unfortunately. Once they are redeemed and resolved, I should say, then we'll be jumping right back into this. And just to give like a little bit more context to how the last map went, as I said, 16-12, Mia went lights out, but so did Lollipop. Lollipop had a great game. He had 25 kills, 101 ADR, 1.34 rating. And interestingly, the 2 bottom fraggers, the 2 bottom on rating, were Speedak, who obviously is the AWPer for Nemiga, and Box, who is typically their entry fragger. So you're looking at those stats and you're thinking, well, it's unlikely they're both going to have a bit of a dud again. So unless, again, it just kind of paints a picture, kind of what we've been talking about, that Dust 2 very well could go the way of Nemiga. It's looking like this is a very scary situation for Spirit.
Yeah, that is true. I think the one thing that always bodes well for a team like Spirit is they're just never going to give up. Like their attitude is clearly great. From the interviews we've had, from the times we've gotten to talk to Sundai Young this year, like clearly the attitude is great, but also the mood is great. And so it means, like, you know, even when you're down, even when you're getting beaten up like they were in the last map, you're still able to pull things together and you know, take every round as a sole entity, right? Like, you know, if you're losing a game, it's important to take it just round by round and focus on the small victories, not, you know, thinking about winning the map, just thinking about winning each specific engagement, each encounter, and slowly you can build. So I think Spirit are a very good team like that. They won't give up. They won't you know, let Nemiga rustle them, even if some of these rounds are going very fast and Nemiga are catching them off guard. But honestly, like, yeah, all of that aside, Lollipop's looking sick, like you said, he was in the last map. The ideas have been good for Nemiga. They've had like some very weird and like spooky rounds. Like think of MDS in B doors cutting off rotations while Box like plants A. Like that's a very weird situation. And those kind of situations are beneficial to Nemiga because Spirit won't know what to expect. Maybe a B rusher, or at least a B spawn. They're not going to rush it. They will just take the position instead. Bomb left, back with Speedak. He spots the cross but can't see a thing.
That's an interesting proposition that you put forward, that within the chaos, maybe Nemiga will be more suited and more equipped to actually handle that. Whereas I feel like Spirit are a more structured team in some senses. Yeah. Nemiga are a little bit fly by the night, fly by the numbers type sort of situation. So we'll see if they can continue to take Spirit out of their comfort zone. That Molotov is going to force Magix away, and he's getting sprayed up through the doors as well. Down to 34. Lollipop needs to just have a little bit of chill here. If he pushes out into the long area, he's very susceptible to being crossfired down. So he decides against that, but he must know he's done a chunk of damage to Magix at least.
Bombs still spawn. Speedak was supposed to pick it up, but he didn't. And so someone's got to go back for it. Box will. Ooh, look at the lean, Spirit. They're on a bit of a unbalanced ground. They are falling in towards that B bomb site, although that might not be a negative thing, as there are 3 players here, and the bomb is joining in tunnels on the back of Box. So this looks like it's ending B, and it looks like Spirit have made the perfect read in this round. Players out mid, though, and no info, no spotting for Spirit. There's a player at the door having a look at least, but it's mid to B, 25 seconds. It feels all too obvious at this point. Spirit need to put a stop to it.
Chopper's pushed out. Chopper's got 2. And that funnels the rest of the T's through onto the bottleneck of B entrance. And down they go. Spirit make the perfect read and the perfect execution, thanks in most part to Chopper. If Chopper goes down, that B wrap is very much on the table. So integral moment for Spirit. They pick up a second round and they force the Amiga into a save.
Yeah, full save as well. No real investment. We got smoke flash P2s. This is like the kind of round that you want to, just go fast as a group and try and trade either B rush or get up catwalk. That's a pretty common one. Try and plant on the A site. You're likely not going to be able to fall back. And honestly, Spirit's reactions have been very good. That's one thing that obviously is their map pick. You would expect that, but when Nemiga go fast somewhere, Spirit, look at the minimap. Like they are instantly surrounding them. They're instantly handing them down. Like those B players leaving very quickly. In this case, Sundar Young's taking his time, but the bomb plant's coming in and it killed the way of Nemiga. This is kind of scary. If they get the next fight their way, Spirit are going to be in a very uncomfortable position.
Well, it's raining men, and well, Mir's going to capitalize on that. Magic's now top flashing. Yeah, as you said, though, the next trade really needed to go the way of the T's, and it absolutely didn't. I think they felt compelled to go for aggression because they knew that eventually you'd have utility firing their way, like incendiaries, HEs, and they didn't really have much to deal with that.
I didn't catch who it was. I think it was Magic's on long, but he has got a Molotov, so maybe I'm wrong. He could have picked it up. Someone from long threw a molly that lands on catwalk, from the long corner. And what that did is that pushed Nemiga from the stairs on Cat, trying to play the bomb right. It's planted for them. They want to play passive. It pushes them into the open. It makes them fight the CT players, and that's exactly what Spirit won, right? There was only 10 seconds on that bomb, maybe, when they got the defuse. So that could have been a winnable round if Nemiga played passive, but they couldn't because of the Molotov. So that's a nice little retake trick there for Spirit. You see that a lot. Oh, Box. Getting dealt a rough hand, but he does deal with it well. Oh, a second man there. He wasn't ready for that at all. Magic's trading. And fast up long. The flash is good. Geo runs right past the AWP. Like, he's so fearless. The AWP is going to escape, but the site now belongs to Nemiga. They've got to fight for it, though. Idis Balance dead. Molly's going down. Spirit are fast retaking from CT. They're coming in with a vengeance.
Geo now using that smoke to his advantage. Sundar Young gets pierced through there. And now Magix and Mia 2 versus 3 retake. MDS, Speedak, and Geo to meet them and greet them. And Mia going to be tossing in a flashbang towards long. There's a good flash. And it's a good counter kill as well from Magic. Suddenly this is spinning back in their favor. There's a smoke been put down onto the site. Speedak's not sure as to whether they're actually on the site or not. He knows one player's coming down from the bottom side. There he goes. Lands the first. Looking for the second one. But the bomb's going to get defused in amongst all the ruckers. Speedak really needed one of his teammates to stay alive. It's such a rough position in a 1v2.
Yeah, the molly, though, it landed default, right? That was, again, really good utility on the retake right there. Throwing in a molly, forcing the fight, getting the kill, smoking the bomb. Speedek can't see which side he's defusing from, and that's a round for Spirit in a huge disadvantage again. So Spirit just pulling out of rounds from every direction. Oh my, and that helps as well. Idis Balance, he was killed through a smoke last round. Well, this round he's blind, and he still gets away with a frag. MDS dead in the water. And Spirit, again, a man advantage early in this one.
Any potential to counteract either and avenge, as you said, flashbang lands in the eyes of Idis Balance, just pulls the trigger. Why not? You're safe anyway. And now Mia aggressively into lower tunnels, now going into upper tunnels. He's going to get the drop of 2 plays and nearly gets a third. Individual effort taking this round away. And not really leaving it open for debate, closing the door in the eyes of Nemiga and Speedak. I mean, his options are so scarce. He may even think about saving eventually if he can't get a couple picks, even though there's like just under a minute to play with.
Yeah, it's so sad because he could just push long and plant, but he doesn't know that. And so he's going to walk into middle, which not only has Idis Balance on cap, but Magic's in lower if in case he kills the AWP. Does check it, but, well, you check yourself, you wreck yourself. Idis Balance is going to lock in the round for Spirit, and it's going to be Nemiga with a rough economical situation on their hands. Going to have to be pistols here. Hero AK available, but Speedak's probably going to save for AWP. Buy some util, get a pistol. Go for a B-rush maybe. Haven't seen that in some time. Yeah, Nemiga with 4 there. Is Box just spotting mid? Seems like it. 3 on the cross, but 1 hanging around, and Nemiga aren't going to rush. go towards lower instead. That bomb is still upper, so don't be surprised if this ends B.
They do have utility as well to block out CT side, but not smoking middle is going to just be a free B for Mia and Molotov behind it. So any hopes they had of maybe getting onto Catwalk and trying to pressure the CTs has by and large been lost, and now Mia's going to see them on the cross as well. So Namiga, after a hot start, winning the first 3 rounds, it has been 5 and potentially a 6th unanswered in retaliation. They're all off the pistol. So things certainly looking up for Spirit now. Flashbang out towards the site. No one's home. Namiga actually playing this one a little bit more passively. Flashes out to the double doors. Now going to be smoking off to try and wrap onto B. That's a good smoke. And now MDS. Aggression round the corner. First kill goes down. The spray in from Chopper. Young with 2. And now he can turn his attention back to B. Good hold.
I actually love that tuck from Mia there. He gets nothing done, but they spot him first. And what that forces Namiga to do is swing wide. If they want to kill the first player, they've got to go all the way out into the open, not just run up the long wall next to the doors, which would have been preferable. No, they have to really go for it. And when they do, the player in the window, Young, just mows down multiple kills. So yeah, like a nice little baity setup there from Spirit. They're by design, they've had the reads, they've been stacking B on the B rushes. Namiga been losing long players at spawn. It's been really, really good for Spirit right now. It may be 6-3, but, 3 in a row from Namiga off the back of winning the pistol, and Spirit have not dropped a rifle round since. Another long play with another opening kill for Spirit. They're going to double it down. Magix was ahead of the AWP, and he finds Lollipop as well. So really, no safety, no salvation here for Namiga, and considering how their T-side carried them through Mirage, this doesn't bode well. Oh! Maybe it does.
Transfer. That just got them back into this round, Hugo. Like, that one moment, they're in this round, and actually they may take it. Just brilliance.
A hard one to be convinced to go for, but the issue is Spirit have everything, right? They got the money, they got the kits, they got loads of flashbangs. So it's very tempting. They got to clear this lower player out first. So this is the kill that matters. Geo trying to fight. Now he needs to stay alive. Molotov down, but Magic's going to take him out. And they run right back to middle. The Molly's there. At least Namiga know they can take tunnel. They know that area is safe. But that is of small value. And Spirit are running. Look at the pace. The lineup has to be there. MDS needs multiple kills, and he can only get 1. 3 in the round is still not enough as Spirit get the defuse. I don't know how they win that round. I really don't. Like, it feels like Namiga, they just can't settle back passive. They just can't hide. They force themselves to take fights. And especially when you have a bomb down there, like, that defuse comes in the final 10 seconds again. All you wonder is, if Namiga just hide, do they win that round? Probably.
I think it also goes to show what we were kind of wondering about with the Dust 2 changes. Are we going to see more retake attempts? Yes, is the answer, and it works out very nicely for them. And again, long control. Namiga keep trying this, and they keep getting destroyed. Like, maybe it's time just to tap out and say, fair enough, let's try and pressure somewhere else.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell there's a Spirit's map pick through and through, right? They look so comfortable. Like, the fights that they should be winning, they are winning. Spirit can't get opening kills anywhere, like, no matter what they do. Did I say Spirit? I meant Namiga. I don't know what I said, but either way, yeah, Spirit in control. 5-on-2. Long player still here close as well. It's a hard spot to clear. Flash is going to be good, though. Magic turns the scope up. Magic knows at least 1 player on this corner. Now he knows there's 2. He's seen the AK barrel. Oh dear, he shot too early. Box is going to swing. Magic still gets the kill. And Speedax holding for a re-peek from long. I bet the second he looks away, he's going to get peeked. There's the look away. Gets the shot. Oh, there's Idis Balancer with a trade. Will not let him get away with murder in broad daylight. Nice shot from Speedax, but ultimately meaningless in the grand scheme of the match.
Well, fair enough. Spirit showing that Dust 2 is certainly a map that they are to be feared on. We thought Namiga would have a really good shot at this, but so far, again, other than the opening 3, it's been 8 in a row, and many of these rounds have been pretty open shut cases. 4 of those 8, Spirit have only lost 1 player, so their economy building to a nice simmer. Geo, 2 one-digging, or at least attempting to one-dig onto Sundai Young, but just tags him in the chest instead. And Iris Balance watching middle with one. Speedak tossing the AK up to his teammate. Gonna go and try and peek in for a kill, but he's actually just burning alive. And another round is very much gonna go the same way. It's just a question of if any kills are gonna come down on the side of Nemiga, and it's not looking good. Lollipop's been tagged and put down. I mean, this is about as one-sided a CT half as you could ask for.
Yeah, it's just, you know, we've been talking about comebacks all day today and like second wind and, you know, recovering well. I mean, this has got to be a hell of a recovery if Nemiga want to take this game, because, or at least this map, because 9-3, this is it. This is the time to come alive, but I don't know if they're going to be able to. Like, what can you fall back on if you're Nemiga? We haven't seen a cat take. That's all I will say. The last cat take was that pistol round, and Nemiga got a bomb plant. Other than that, they've been struggling to even get the bomb out of choke points. So I really would love to see them go back to a cat take, even if it doesn't commit, even if they drop CT and go back to a mid to B, depending on how things go. At least get that cat control, because long has been a failure. B has been a failure. Mid has not even really transpired. So yeah, try the one thing that has at least gotten you in post plant, which is that cat take. But they're going to go back to long, Vince. Why not?
This time it's worked out for them at least. The first kill has. Could be a second as well, or perhaps not. Chopper with his AK, tossing in the grenade, doing damage across the board to Lollipop, Box, and Geo. And now Iris Balance has had enough time to recover his position. Drills Lollipop, but Geo onto Chopper. They maintain the player advantage. Oh! Flick through the smoke is huge, but he goes down to Speedak afterwards, and now Sundai Young steps up. 2 for 2.
Yeah, he might be able to stop. He sees a shadow. He knows MDS is climbing, and even though MDS was looking the right way, that little shadow advantage provides so much benefit. Sundai Young not wanting to take this fight. Speedak needs to get to the site to plant, but all the while he's being wrapped from long side, and he doesn't know it. Mir was just seen far, far away. Oh, he's flashed as well. He's giving away his position. Speedak's not reacting to the fact that Mir just flashed long. He should be pushing fast, and he is. There's the shot. Speedak in a one-on-one. He knows Sundai Young was close, at least in the CT spawn, but he's going back. The wider angle. Speedak's crouching. He's not going to be able to see his head. And there's the confirmation. The jump will leave Sundai Young hanging. And Speedak's going to shut it down with 3. That was a much-needed round. It takes a clutch from Nemiga, but a clutch is what will do it, finding 4 and maybe restoring a bit of value near the end of this half.
Yeah, I mean, Spirit have just got to look at that as the round that got away, honestly, and focus on the fact they won 9 in a row until that point. And I'm surprised it comes off the back of some long aggression, because we've seen so many of them just stumble and faceplant and completely backfire and fail. And I also wonder as well, Hugo, you know, Box on Mirage was this real firecracker, this guy that was just running around super aggro with the Mac 10, so confident. It seems like that play has disappeared. He's 2-13. And as I said before, the last time these two teams played each other, keep in mind it went 28 rounds. It was 16-12. He only got 8 kills then. Clearly, this is a map that he's just not super comfortable on.
Yeah, it seems to be the case, right? Like, Mirage is a map you can have a lot of gaps that you can exploit on the T side, and, you know, we saw some fakes from Nemiga, but this map is not one of them. But, like, Spirit know what Nemiga are doing. They've always got the right reads. That's a nice long take with a kill, but again, it's going to get traded, and so favorably for Spirit. They stack long with 3 because Nemiga, they finally took it last round, and Spirit had enough. It's left Speedak in another clutch, a 1-on-3. You know, this one seems almost unattainable. He's got a 1-on-1 versus the open mid to start it off. Oh, Mir's giving away his position. Speedak with a chance, and he's going to get the shot off. Oh, dear. There's another mid player close, plus Iris Balance on the catwalk. Speedak, where does he want to go? Oh, the switch. The switch. He pulls out the smoke, and that will be very unfortunately timed. Again, why are Nemiga taking long? I'd love to know why, because it keeps failing. I guess it worked 2 rounds ago to get them an opening kill, but they've always traded badly, even if they have traded in that position. Please don't go long.
Yeah, I think it is. This just seems to be their default. Okay, there we go. They're actually not all going to push. They're more occupying it, but yeah, these are the kind of situations, Hugo, where I wish we could have a chat with you know, Nemiga once they've calmed down a little bit and say, Why long this many times when it clearly wasn't working out for you? Is there a read that you'd made? Is this like some demo viewing that you've looked at and you think there's a weakness there? Because surely after this many times of being wrecked, you decide maybe now is not the time anymore. Chopper on catwalk with 2, make it 3, could be a 4th, it won't be, but his teammate's going to clean up the rest. Magix is going to be plucking them all out. It's actually Magix that gets 3, took one of those kills away. Regardless, though, the score is going to be 11-4.
Yeah, I mean, this was an excellent game for Spirit. This is just the Spirit, you know, that maybe showed up a bit out, maybe an hour late today for class, right? Like warming up into the second map, taking a dominant lead. Everything's going well for them, but let's not count the Amiga out of a comeback here like we have not all day, because comebacks have been pretty frequent. This is a great B spawn. You're not going to get a better B spawn than this. Spirit won't take it, but yeah, that's good. If anything, it shows that they have a clear game plan and that they don't want the spawns to take away from whatever's up their sleeve. Flash on long, solo player getting the info. Magis goes out behind the blue bin and Box fights middle. He's got to be careful with Mir close, and he knows it. Magis is getting pushed, but wow, the pre-fire dink and the cleanup onto Lollipop. He's going to go for more as well. There's 2 Ts here with the bomb. Make it a 3rd. Speedex got to fall back, and the Amiga have gambled, leaving B.
Finally left B to just really bolster up their A defense, and so far it's not going to be pushed on. However, it seems like there may be some life yet on this side of the map, but with MDS drilling into the head of Magix with his USP, now the bomb is making moves elsewhere. Sundai Young, aggression through middle, and they've smoked off CT spawn. This is putting more pressure on the A side, and Speedax gonna feel that pressure, pushing through the CT side, gets another one, and it's down to a 1 versus 1, but he thinks this is A. He doesn't realize that Chopper has a free passage towards B side, and this will be post-plant.
Oh, he's about to realize. I'm going to show you that. Speedax better swap gun when he finds a corpse, because he's got 8 bullets left in his USP, or at least did. Yeah, he does. So needs an upgrade, needs a different weapon. And there's weapons all over CT spawn. He's not taken one. Oh dear. Like, you know, it's probably not going to be a problem, but it could be a problem. And so that's a scary reality. Chopper hiding in upper dark, and Speedax has so much time, and so little time to clear all these positions. He's worked it out though. He's going to tap the bomb, and he can force this peek towards the tunnel now, but he's already been spotted. Chopper's off the defuse, and Speedax, he's got to stick it. Good luck, buddy. 10 seconds, not allowed. Chopper locks it in, and Spirit find the pistol after all.
Really cool on-the-fly calls from Spirit as well, faking and then completely baiting out Namiga into stacking A, rushing Chopper towards B. And it was a little bit scrappy. There were a couple trades that should have been cleaner, but the end result is the same. Namiga now into a 4-spy. I'm going to have a scout. There's a scout, of course, on Spirit. You expect to see this on Dust too. We've already seen some insane plays today with the scouts as MDS goes aggressively. Magix does spot him on the cross, going to be standing in the long doors with a couple of his teammates. They're going to get smoked off though momentarily, and they don't want to be pushing through there. Meanwhile, Scout down middle, neither of them actually hit each other. Now Box has been tagged, and he has to think twice about re-peeking, but goes back in, down to 8. Still re-peeking, still going for that frag. And again, it's Box. You don't expect any different.
Yeah, at this point, 12-4, I mean, you know, you're taking every fight if you're in the Amiga. Not that they've given up, but just that they feel the need to, you know, like take kills and try and make their job easier. It's nice that they're not pushing, right? You know, they've learned from Mirage in these rounds, a Spirit just hold and use the clock to their advantage. The Amiga don't make that mistake. Not anymore, at least. But eventually this will end somewhere. Spirit grouping towards a catwalk. And 4 on A. Amiga are double long though, so it's not exactly a huge defense, and Box is only 1 shot away from death here on the car cross. We're relying on Lollipop to stop the bomb plant and at least provide a bit of delay for these long players to come and help.
Scary though. Spirit are walking into a 4-player stack now, a bit isolated from each other, but they're doing significant damage on the cross. Mia and Magix both feeling worse for wear. Now Chopper's been finalized. But this is where the superior firepower really comes to the forefront, and Amiga have a decision to make. Do they want to go in for this retake or save their guns? And they've chose for the save instead. It's an understandable decision. MDS is going to get 1 kill at range at least, but that should be all. They're going to try and keep the T's on the bomb, actually, and let the bomb do the work for them. This round's done. Like, Spirit have it won. Whatever happens, they're going to be 13-4 in the lead.
Yeah, we're feeling like Nuke is likely at this point. I don't know about you, Vince, but that's in the back of my mind. Spirit really storming over this one. And Amiga saving almost nothing. That's when you know, like, you're really having a rough game. When you save, like, D armor, like, oof, against a rifle round. What else can you really do? Hope for the best. Another eco to give them 14. And only then and there will Amiga have a chance to fight back and need to pull a 12-round comeback in a row to win this game in regulation. B-Rush?
Good old B-Rush. With Idis Balance watching for the cross to give intel for the rest of his teammates, and the fact he's seen nobody, I thought they may have pushed that a little bit quicker, because I don't think he would have seen anybody cross.
Was there a smoke? Maybe, yeah.
Oh, there was a smoke. Okay, fair enough. Now they're going to realize, though. Now they're going to cross, and, well, Namiga, you went for the gamble, and it's not paid off.
Yeah, luckily not lost their life savings here. They only had pistols in this round. MDS gets spammed through his smoke, the one weapon. I mean, for Geo, could even just save the armor here. Ooh, I mean, not that he has a choice. They're coming at him. They are chasing him down, and he is getting kills. This could get scary very quickly. You don't want to throw this round to the 2 AK players who could get on the defuse. Idis Balance is in T-spawn, for crying out loud. He's got to run all the way back. They thought this round was done, and it's only just begun. Idis Balance with a shot to take down Geo, and Lollipop is on the full 10 seconds. It's tucked, it's stuck, it's round the corner. He's ducking in below the shot. You've got to be kidding. There's no way he's going to get away with this. He's knifed out of the round, and Idis Balance will deny everything on this B site. That was scary, though, for a second.
Definitely skipped a few beats, did their heart there collectively, but they still take the 10-round lead. Namiga with a buy, including 2 AWPs. And if this is unsuccessful, then I absolutely agree on the assessment that Nuke is going to be around the corner sooner rather than later. I mean, to be honest, even if they do take this round, it's very possible we're heading towards Nuke. And our third final deciding map, Idis Balance, has been pummeled down to 30 HP. So that's at least a good start on the side of the CTs. And they have Mia, who's actually just snuck outside of middle. There's been no flashes or smokes preceding this, so it could catch Speedak unaware. He is slowly peeking towards mid. If that barrel protrudes around the corner, he will be a dead man. And that opens up things nicely for Spirit there. And they're going to be Molotoving onto short, taking control. Speedak will be able to hear this.
On a knife's edge right now with this mid play. That's a great shot, but it's traded. And again, Chopper flying through the doors and finding the AWPs. Both of them removed now from Namiga with only a lone B player. That should be at least expected here from Spirit. They're running wild. They're just going to trade their way to a win. MDS has dropped off after one. He just needs to stay alive as long as he can, eventually put to bed. And the AWP in middle cuts off those rotations. This might just be a done deal. They're trying to escape Idis Balance. Lollipop needs to go back, and at least he's done that. But a 1-on-2 with no kit, maybe saving the AWP as the play. Instead, it's the AK, so he's still giving this a go. He might think he's saving here. That is not the case. But again, with no kit and both players in the site, no one's run T-spawn yet. This is not going to be easy by any means.
First one goes his way, but now he's known. Now Magix has the position perfectly placed, and through the window pane, he will dispatch of Lollipop. And it's going to be 15-4, 11 map points. What a turnaround from Spirit. You've got to give them so much credit coming into this. Losing the pistol. The fact of the matter is, since it went 3-0, Namiga have won 1 round to Spirit's 15. It has been that one-sided.
The maths does check out. I've actually run the numbers. I've done the calculations. I've hired an accountant. That is correct. Sad but true. More sad numbers. Box has 2 kills, and we're in round number 20. 2-19 is not the place you want to be in a game like this. So, you know, as a guy who really looked good on Mirage, and we touted his name a lot, he needs to bring the heat for Nuke. It's going to be the finale to this series, assuming Spirit can find one more, push us over the line. And honestly, Nuke is going to be such a good game. Like, both these teams really love that map. They've got the exact identical HLTV stats on it in terms of win rate and maps played. So you can only assume it's going to be a banging game. I mean, it's got to make up for this one, because this is just a slaughter.
Oh, the Chopper's headshot, well, fully flashed, by the way, still flicks down into the head of Box, and his woes continue. 2 and 20. It's looking like he may finish as all the rest of his teammates are being silenced around him and suppressed. And know who the last player is, and the last player is going to be picked off quickly, Hugo. What a one-sided affair.
Yeah, that was not what I expected. Like, Dust 2, for sure, a good map for Spirit, but as we always say, like, picking into Dust 2 is such a danger, and you rarely get, you know, like, credited for it. Usually, at best, you'll win it, but it will be a super long, you know, hard-fought affair, 30-rounder. Not today. Spirit, they make quick work.
Just unreal. I don't know how you break that down, James, but good luck to you, sir.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't know how to break that down either, lads. That was Spirit saying, you know what, we're going to come full force and not give you a single chance in this game. And I've got to say it, Chopper continues to love Dust 2. Every time I see this man on there, he's a madman.
Yeah, absolutely. It felt like everybody on Team Spirit loved Dust 2 for that bout.
Yeah.
So not really anything negative to kind of pick on from Spirit's side. More so, I think what we kind of noticed pretty early on is, I guess, the repeated unsuccessful attempts at taking long from Nemiga that kind of just, I guess, yeah, gave you a good reasoning as to why it went as terribly as it did. Because I don't think there was anything wrong with Nemiga's tactical approach in terms of what they wanted to do on their T side. They went long when they had long spawns. That's completely fair. The only issue I saw with what is just kind of how unexpected they were to the fact that Spirit never wanted to give up the area. And that's something we talked about in the pregame, the fact that some teams are extremely adamant about continuously fighting for it because they don't want to give up that ground as the CT. And Spirit definitely came in with that mindset, and I guess, you know, to their benefit, they won out, I'd say, you know, probably 85% of those fights. But Nemiga definitely didn't seem prepared to meet that kind of resistance, which is odd because, you know, on the 5th time you go long on your long spawn, and you know one guy's crossing over automatically, you don't have to be surprised by the fact that Magisk or I Disbalance is actually coming from the corner of long to peek at you. But that continuously continued to happen, and I don't have a good explanation as to why, but I feel like that was a massive part as to why we saw Spirit run away with this.
And I think one thing, right, you look at there is with Box, so much he's able to do on Mirage and being a nuisance, popping out of places and causing a big surprise. Well, there was not a single chance when you've got Spirit just running straight at you, ready for you every step of the way. Poor Box struggled to even get his game going.
Yeah, I was going to say that Box was sharp as a knife on that map. Unfortunately, I'm talking about a butter knife, not any other type of knife, because he had a rough time, like 2 for 20. That's just how Box plays, though. He plays super aggressive. Sometimes that's not going to work for you. Yeah. And like Halvor was saying, they kept going for those A-long plays. They kept not switching it up, even though Spirit was stacking those 3 players long every round. That's where maybe you can fake that long aggression with some flashes, maybe try and push up short quickly. There's probably going to be a gap there where the long players won't be able to rotate back to A in time. Maybe you can even just try and start exploiting the B site. There's more options you can have, but as Halvor was saying, so many teams seem focused on A-long as the start of their default. So many teams seem like they almost feel like they have to have A-long control to start their T side off from the get-go. And you see here that Nemiga just didn't have a backup plan.
Yeah, like I really would have loved to see actually Nemiga taking a page out of Navi's book in this sense. Again, use the long spawn for what it is. Get one man out behind blue, for instance. Leave him there. Job done. Yeah. And then immediately have a rotation over. Basically, you have your worst spawn player, you know, on that long spawn set up for the Xbox smoke, so you have a possible way of rotating back, because in a lot of these instances where they didn't end up going long, and on a few occasions they actually wanted to take cat control, they were doing it so late into the round that Spirit have already established the fact that, okay, they're not coming long this time around, so we can actually rotate off. We can actually have people up towards the catwalk, and it never really felt like Nemiga were able to get any sort of forward momentum or forward positioning on the map. So I guess in one sense, this is Spirit teaching that they can, you know, give as good as they get when we look back at Mirage, because in Mirage, Nemiga kind of took away any opportunity Spirit had to play their game, and this is very much the case for Spirit and Dust on Dust 2.
So just look at some of the opening duels we saw here. Mir was 4-0, Chopper 4-1, I Disbalance 3-1. Then you go over to like Nemiga's side, 0-2, 0-2, 1-3, 2-4. Like, they're just having no luck in it. When you're obviously we saw it, right? They were trying, they were looking at ways to do it, but they just weren't very reactive to what was going on from the Spirit side. And Spirit here showed us why they are the better team. And now we're going on to a map where I've seen so much comfort for Spirit. I've seen resilience from Spirit in the past. And it's going to take Nemiga to not just completely reset themselves, but be able to communicate in a way that we've seen them say, okay, look, if things start to go wrong, we have a couple of extra plans, backup plans to roll with here. And Chopper, he may be the Ingram leader. We talk about what he can do as fragging out here. This man on Dust 2 just continues to be a problem. He's such a beast on this map.
It really is, and it's not like he's a slapshot on Nuke as well.
Yeah.
So it's not like this is going to get necessarily easier for Nemiga, even though they might feel more comfortable on the deciding map. But yeah, I kind of want to see Nemiga get back to, I guess, more of the basics for them. One of the things that we're lacking severely throughout Dust 2 was just the ability to trade. Again, that comes down to their approach on how they would take long, for instance, being very one-dimensional. They can't afford to let that happen on a map like Nuke. If they do, then we're going to see similar numbers, I think. Obviously, a little bit dependent on who gets, to win, or who wins the knife and gets to choose whether or not they want to start CT side. But yeah, you can't necessarily slip up versus Team Spirit. They're going to punish you heavily.
Really, they will. And one thing, right, when we do move into Nuke as a map, it's like, okay, both these teams can make it this scrappy, they can make it competitive, they both play it, which is a good thing, right? It's not like one team's going to be surprised here, but it's the caliber of what Spirit has to offer on a map like this in comparison to what Nemiga do. What I don't want to see Spirit do, though, is go and, like, get into that scrappy style. Stick to your style that's been working against some of the better teams in the world. When you've played Fnatic, when you've played FaZe, when you've taken down like big-name teams, don't go back into that CIS mentality of like, hey, Nemiga, let's play our own game again.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And one thing as well, again, we've compared, the possibilities to be able to be aggressive on certain parts of the map, and comparing Mirage to Dust 2 and so on. Nuke is a map that I'd say has a fair bit of freedom as well for CTs in order to get aggressive, whether it's out in yard, if you want to play behind T-Red, actually get really up close beneath Silo, and that kind of stuff. But one thing that I want Spirit to be aware of, not necessarily because Nemiga has done this religiously, but because this is actually a trend that more and more top teams are doing on Nuke, is basically having two-man pushes through ramp. Ramp is one of the most inactive areas to start off round as on Nuke, as you find really on the entire map. And more top teams are actually, usually sending an AWPer and a rifler, basically close up, getting into radio room and so on, just to get that early pick on the usually isolated player who's just kind of casually hanging out in radio because nobody ever goes there, just to get that easy opening and then fall back and basically let the T side stew in their own, dirt. I kind of want to see Spirit being able to be settled enough in their own gameplay that they don't fall for aggressive plays like that, because that's definitely something we know Nemiga thrive at.
Yeah, and we've seen Nemiga on this map against Force actually earlier in this tournament, and they beat Force 16-7 on it.
Yeah.
That was a really impressive win, and I remember from that game, there were rounds when Nemiga were going for those lobby crunches on CT side, where they were pushing into lobby from all these different positions, through ramp sometimes, and through hut as well, and through door. There were rounds where they were getting aggressive outside and trying to play around that red container. They're definitely going to be, I think, able to be more disruptive on Nuke if they can have that confidence back on their CT side. But at the same time, we've seen adversity from Spirit on this map. We've seen them come back in that game against Espada, where they were actually down in that game on Nuke. They were struggling, and they came back into it, and they had their individuals show up. We had that round from Idis Balance where he saved them. We had just in general just good structure on this map. So I think Spirit should still be feeling good heading into this one, but it's definitely a map we've seen Nemiga have success on. So I'm actually really glad we have this as the decider now. I want to see what that kind of matchup goes like.
Yeah, both teams have their own style when it comes to Nuke, and one's a bit more risky, one's a bit more what we would call normal Counter-Strike and European style of Counter-Strike. I'd love if we can get from production the map stats coming out here for Nuke, because it is so interesting. There's a story to tell with it, because both teams are playing against very different caliber of opponents when it comes to this, right? Nemiga is playing up against your usual kind of suspects for teams like them, like Movistar Riders, Pact, Forza, Espada. Like, there's not one team in here that I would consider a top team.
Well, if you look far enough down on the list, you'll find Spirit, who I guess you could qualify as a top team, but that didn't go too well for Nemiga.
Yeah, they got 16 forward,
Yeah, exactly.
Then you go over to Spirit, and they've played against FaZe when that crazy overtime game. They've beaten Fnatic. Heroics up in there. Biggs in there. Like, it's a whole different caliber of teams the Spirit are going up against on this map, and that's some legit official practice.
Oh yeah, no, again, having watched Spirit not only play officials but also in practice, terrifying to play against. Absolutely terrifying.
I love this, by the way, Halvor.
Yes.
It's like you're sat there, coach is digging to us, right? It's legendary lineup, and you come talk to us about these CIS teams, and you just have this awful practice experience of losing games.
Again, they're fantastic individual players. You know, there's no denying it. And I think there's like few teams. Like if you go back a couple of years, it was a common thing where teams hated to play or hated to practice versus Immortals.
Yes.
Because Immortals would literally just run at you. And normally you'd think to yourself, nobody does that in officials, so why are they doing it in practice? But Immortals would actually do it in officials as well. And it's not to the same extreme with Spirit, but Spirit does take liberties because they have such skilled individual players on their side. So when you go into practices and you're getting one tapped as you're just doing a jump peek or whatever while he's I don't know, diagonally moving backwards and whatnot, like they'll just possess that skill to make you frustrated and feel like you can't necessarily do what you want to do without them being reckless about it, which is a fantastic thing to have on your side. So Spirit, they have all the reason in the world to feel supremely confident about Nuke as a deciding map.
Yeah, I will say that the AWP battle is going to be something I'm looking at because Speedak was the one player that kind of showed up for Namiga on some of those rounds on Dust 2. And in general in this tournament, Speedak's been really impressing us with how he's been performing. At the same time, though, we've said that Idis Balance can be streaky, but throughout the Nuke game we saw previously, he was playing a bunch of close angles a lot of the time. He was actually playing like on the A side, on the silo position, and he was landing a bunch of close shots. That does feel like a slightly scary style of AWPing to be playing, I'm going to be honest, but he seems to get it to work, I think, more often than not. Even if he is a somewhat streaky player, I think you see the high highs more than the low lows from him. And so far, in this series at least, he's been just pretty solid for them. So if that can come through again on Nuke, I still think we have to assume that Spirit are favorites
Definitely,
here.
yeah, we all went from.
Yeah, definitely. But Namiga at least have shown us some ability to play. The problem is, again, that last matchup not going their way is a worry, because that suggests that maybe Spirit have seen some of these aggressive plays that Namiga like to go for before.
Yeah, they might be read like a book here. Now I'm going to bring in Hugo and Vince once again, and I'm going to enjoy this one because Hugo, I believe you were the man that commentated that Spirit versus FaZe game, weren't you? You got to enjoy the madness that was that individual crazy showing, FaZe like not being able to hold their own, and Spirit showing us that no matter what lineup they have, they can do huge damage.
Yeah, coach, Dima. I mean, it doesn't matter really who they have on their roster. They can make it competitive. It's so sad, James. I did cast that game. It was so sad because Spirit lost it, man. And we all kind of wanted Spirit to win because, it was against FaZe and they were upsetting and they took their map pick. It was cool. But yeah, Mir was in a 1-on-2 on Dust 2 and for the map at round 30 or 29, and he crashed in a 1-on-2 in a very winnable 1-on-2. And they got the coach in. He finished the map. Coach would, play fine, whatever, threw a bunch of flashbangs, lost the map, obviously. Then they go to Nuke, they bring in a stand-in, they lose that map as well in overtime with a stand-in instead of Mir as their best player. So it was a really rough one, Vince, as I'm picturing here. But hopefully no crashes today, and that's the reason that I'm definitely leading in favor of Spirit.
Yeah, I think I'd probably be alongside you, especially the nature in which Dust 2 went. Some confidence players like Box, for example, just going absent. I think he was 2-20. I would hope that they can mentally reset fully, and I'd say a lot of CIS players honestly can. They have very good mental strength, but surely that's got to be something, Hugo, that's going to be sat at the back of their mind. It's going to take them a little bit before they ease their way into Nuke. So if Spirits start well, if they pick up the pistol, if they convert the subsequent rounds, I think this definitely will be headed in their direction.
Yeah, I mean, regardless of what is good is the fact that both these teams play this map, right? At least a bare minimum, it should be competitive. I do say that, but the last time these two teams even played was a month ago, and in that series there was Nuke, and Spirit won 16-5. Obviously it's a grim picture, but as we always say, like, you lose a game, you learn more from it, and you're able to, pick out the problems from the demo and use that to your favor. And for Spirit, they go, oh, we won, so we have nothing to improve. Not that I think the Spirit are going to say or do that at all. I'm still leaning in their favor. But, I'd like to think this one's going to be a little more competitive than last time. And regardless of who wins, this is such a great match. It's gone the distance. It's a winner's match as well. No team is getting eliminated from this game. It's for all the marbles. And we got the knife round as well first to see who's going to be taking what side.
Yep, of course, as a decider, going to be occupying the stabby stab. And obviously the winner of this is going to go CT, more than likely. It's a map that, of course, over the ages of Counter-Strike has drastically changed in terms of dominance. At one point was heavily CT-sided. Then we had a little brief spell with the outside catwalk area where it actually went pretty heavily in the T's favor, and now it's been changed back. I think it's a lot more even nowadays.
Yeah, definitely. I think Nuke is the best it's ever been in terms of, at least in Go, right? Like in terms of balance, in terms of it playing well, in terms of like having the most diverse, like some of the most diverse strategy on any map, like in terms of wrapping and faking and everything. It's my favorite map in the pool. It's not even close. It's the best map in Counter-Strike Go. And yeah, I'm not gonna even begin a debate because I think it's like almost unarguable at this point. Like the level of games that we've had at the top level on this map have been so exciting to watch, and this one is surely going to be that as well. Spirit starting on the T side might feel bad, but they're going to feel confident. They're going in towards the lobby and setting up towards A. Last time I watched Spirit start T-sided, they 12-3'd Fnatic and closed the game with the pistol and conversion. So yeah, they're pretty damn good at this half.
Nice. I expected the CT side, but not the case. So, Spirit, let's see what you've got. Oh, Geo gets Chopper while he's flashbanged. Actually, from one of his teammates' hands. I think it was Idis Balance tossed in the flash. It's actually going to hurt them more than help, but now they're going to be rummaging their way down on B via ramps.
Oh, no.
Has got to get that kill. He had Idis Balance dead to right, so now Idis Balance is going to take that Glock and try and push in towards main. He's drawing out so many of the CTs here. Meanwhile, the rest of his teammates are coming in. He's picked up a second kill. What a mistake that's going to end up being from Speedak.
Yeah, and that's huge because this is all a fake, Vince. This is all a ruse. They fake the lower play by dropping someone in the vents who did die. They go ramp, they go secret, and then they all just retreat and go back up to the top site. It was so dependent on Speed at getting that kill. If he does, then A site wouldn't have been empty. It wouldn't have been left open, and Spirit wouldn't have been able to just drop in from heaven for free. So yeah, damn, that really is a rough way to lose a pistol, especially after taking the advantage early on. But Spirit, I like the misdirection. They make Nemiga think it's B. They go A. It's a Nuke classic, and they're going to take the pistol round. Lots of rifles in the second, wanting to keep things clean.
Yeah, all the rifles. Don't want to take any chances. Perching up outside, waiting for the push. They're going to trade weapons for Idis Balance to take the Galil and go in first. The expendable weapon to draw away fire while the AK comes in, but Speedak seen that from a mile away and able to land the headshot though. So no outright kill, but it is at least going to put Chopper on his back foot. And of course, he was one of the main players on Dust 2 that really took over the map.
Yeah, players to look out for are going to be, questions, I think, in this game as well, because we had, players with massive performances in the first map drop off in the second and vice versa. Box ending last game with 2 kills, despite being the, the linchpin of Mirage. We need more from him here and now. Spirit moving outside. They got the late smokes coming down. These are wider ones towards the main side. This allows them to move towards Secret with that bomb. But notice there are still 2 in lobby, so actually they're not dropping Secret. They're going to come in through main and attack this top site.
Speedak continuing to make Spirit wins collectively. Now Box up closest, drop the bomb. AK trading hands. Does have Kevlar behind that. Alarm bells ring for Spirit. That early safety net has now been cut drastically short. Box still abiding time, still wasting time on Spirit, and they need to make a move outside on the site. There's still one player in A main. You can see the importance of Box's kill. It's just messed everything up from Spirit. All their timing pushes, all their timing plays have come crashing down. With 10 seconds to go, Mir on 30 HP can do very little to clutch this round. He may just want to hold on to this AK-47. If he peaks after time, it would be a disaster. Oh my God, he nearly ended up dying and paying for it, and he may get finished. He doesn't. That was so risky. But Nemiga have done it. They actually win the round.
Yeah, and like you said, it's all off of that close kill from Box. Not only is it the kill, but it's the bomb dropping. And then to make matters worse, because he's killed a player right next to him, he's got an AK, and he just hides. He doesn't repeat. He doesn't give them a kill back. He just is stuck behind the box. In a full rifle round, you usually wallbang that with an AWP or throw all these grenades. The Spirit didn't have either of those as options, so what can they even do there? They try and get outdoor. There's a crossfire from Hut and Main and Spirit. They moved the wrong way. It was a 50-50. And they lose it. And so Nemiga now in control of the economy. We've just seen this has happened all day long, Vince. And I imagine, you know, we're going to see a lot of this here in the CIS region. That's fine. You know, these force buy wins, pretty common. But it's insane how many times today it's happened. I feel like we've had like, well, we've gone for every map so far. So we've had a lot of pistols. What's that, 12 pistols? And I feel like we've had maybe 2 conversions in those 12 pistol rounds. Or I guess 11, because we haven't done the second of this map. But yeah.
You're pretty spot on. It feels like a very high percentage, and it was the same in the group stage as well, Hugo. I mean, this happened all the time. It's very entertaining, very scrappy, though, and very difficult to predict what was going to happen next, which really is CIS CS in a nutshell, let's be honest. Spirit's still not out of this one either. Have an AK picked up now, and Magic's going to be using that up against his adversaries, but they have no grenades, and every player is pretty weak. So it's possible, just highly improbable, but they're going to be moving together downstairs. A bomb plant at least does give them some options going forwards, but now the CT's moving in. MDS in a prime position to fend off this push, and also interference play coming in from ramp, and it works a charm. Some Die Young does get 1, and that is 2 in total, but in terms of his options going forward, they're pretty slim. Down he goes. 2-1, Amiga waking up after a barrage, a devastating Dust 2 performance.
Exactly what we wanted to see on the CT side as well, right? After winning Knife, you always get the favored side. Whether that be CT or not on certain maps, pretty much everyone picks CT just to get it over and done with anyway. But Spirit, full eco now. They're going to have to wait till the next round before they can get back into play. It's P250s and Glocks here. Grenade outside doing good damage. One flash on, Magic's going to go over the top. They drop round and they're trying to wrap the hell side. Box denies it. Again on the box. They're dropping into main. He's found the bomb. This is getting worse and worse by the second for Spirit. To be expected though, right? Like, you know, they're not going to win this round with Glocks, but not even a kill either. Ooh, clean as can be. Nemiga with 3.
Yeah, exactly. You had Glocks and 1 P250 and a flashbang. That was it. So they were never really in with a hope. Just if they could get a kill or 2, that would have been nice. A bomb plant, even better. Doesn't end up happening. As a result of that, Spirit will not have an AWP. They are lacking an AWP for IDIS balance, but so in Amiga. It's pretty much a stalemate in terms of firepower. Some AKs on the side of the CTs, they have way more grenades, and it's another HE high ordnance that lands on IDIS balance, tanks him down to 58. Squeaky is being contested. Another nade lands. $600 well spent collectively from those 2 HEs.
It's not going to deter Spirit from executing in the yard, though. They won't commit behind it, however. Only one man moving through this position. It's Chopper. Notice SpeedX position in secret, though, of course, ready for this. The Molotov, he's either got to go forward or back. Oh, he's going to go forward with the flash. That's such a great play from SpeedX. He even burns to a crisp as well, maybe expecting a little bit more than 1 and didn't want to fully overcommit. But he gets a kill, and he gets the info, firstly, that you know, there's no more outside play. So Nemiga aren't going to rotate lower. They're not going to move away from this heavy A-side setup. And now Ramp has been spotted. MDS going to drop off. And with that flashbang landing perfectly, he will fall off. Box getting a kill from Hell. And the bomb dropped. I love this from Nemiga. They clearly know what they're doing in terms of, you know, when to rotate and who to take fights, because they're not overcommitting to these positions. But B is held. Box denies the Hell play, and 1 by 1, Spirit can't really get any real estate without it coming at a cost. Oh, how's this happen?
He snuck downstairs, and some Die Young should have the drop onto minimum of MDS, who turns around and, of course, drills him. So scrap everything we're about to say. That cost that you highlighted before has now taken a turn sharply upwards. And in doing so, will be a 4-1 lead with Spirit onto another eco. So,
yikes!
It's kind of everything that I expected about Nuke has been turned on its head, Hugo. Again, why do I even predict things?
Yeah, I feel like, you know, the thing you have to remember when we're in these positions, Vince, at 4-1, is that, you know, it's a full 30-round game. And at the end of the day, momentum is good to start the map, but the better team often comes out ahead. So we've only had a couple of rifle rounds of Spirit, and a lot of that is, especially on a map like this, where there's so many ways that the CTs can set up. Like they can play, they don't have to play for certain positions, or they can stack positions on certain rounds. Spirit are trying to get a feel as to how Nemiga like to play and what they like to do. What are their protocols? Where do they rotate? And so I feel like when you have a team like this, who are 4-1 down, Spirit are learning with every round. They're picking up a new bit of information. They're building this map that is the CT defense in their brain, and eventually that will pay off, you'd think.
Yeah, that's the thing. They have to do something with that information. The lack of bomb plants is somewhat worrying to me. The fact that out of the last 4 rounds, collectively only 5 players have fallen is worrying to me. But as you say, it's still early days, and Spirit can turn the tides of what has been a fairly one-sided opening. Their one round being the pistol, of course, and then instantly being wrecked by Box with his 5-7. 35 seconds. Spirit have used their utility. They have got to now pressure and press onto the site. Lollipop, perfect angle with 1, 2, and could be a third, but now the remainder of his teammates should be coming in to clean this up, and it's a bit scrappier than maybe it should have been, but they still get it done with 3 players to go.
Yeah, that's nice and clean. It's a lock-in for Nemiga and another A-side defense. Spirit, now this is it. This is the test, because while we talk about 4-1, it's not that bad. 5-1, it's not that bad. But if Nemiga win this round, they're going to go 7-1 up with an anti-eco to follow. So yeah, this is a crucial rifle round for Spirit now. Better late than never, but not too late, because then it will be never. Nades towards the door and execute upon the A side, but no one pushing through, trying to rid Nemiga of utility early. They still look like they want to commit, but they're going in late with a flash from Mir on the rafters. There it is, popping, and still no one pushing. Spirit, I'm interested as to what the idea is here, hoping maybe there's an aggressive reaction outside, but with no one even being seen for Nemiga in this round, why would they push?
Yeah, and if the idea was to try and draw out as much utility as possible, you look at Nemiga and they still have 3 incendiaries. They still have 2 smokes and plenty of flashbangs. So now they're going to look to start to make movements outside, maybe hoping that an over-rotation from outside towards A would be forthcoming. Good flashbang onto Speedak, but there's no follow-up, so he can get the freebie onto Mia. And with that information being so crucial, now they get a good idea what's coming up next.
No.
Chopper somehow doesn't kill Box. He's still alive. He's still an A main.
He's still in the same position. He's just gone right back. There's no way Chopper knows that. He's seen Geo. That's only going to confirm his suspicions. But instead, it's a different player. Spirit are on B, and that is known. MDS has come down on rotation. Spirit are going to try and get out with a smoke, though. MDS swaps positions. That's really smart. He gets aggressive, but he's only going to get 1. Good damage to the second. The pistol on Speedak, we've seen him whiff before. He can't afford it again, so he goes back to the primary to close the kill. And Idis Balance, who was tagged up earlier, is going to get finished off in B as well. Nemiga, nice little retake. They deal with those top side players. They don't fall for it. And yeah, that's just another defuse coming through. And I say another defuse, like the first defuse coming through, the first bomb plant coming through. So yeah, Nemiga 6-1 up and a T timeout for Spirit. Pressure's on.
That was my main concern, Hugo, that they hadn't got a plan up until this point. And again, it's a retake this time around, but again, only 1 casualty. So, I mean, you look at the overall kill tally on the side of Spirit. We're moving into the 8th round. Overall, they have 13 kills. So they're not even averaging 2 per round at this stage, which is pretty scary when you factor in that you look at the economy of Nemiga. Even with everyone buying up, the only thing they could really add at this point are sidearms. Everybody is over $6,000, and Box is nearly on 12K. So their economy is in such good shape. Spirit now, though, will have another buy, trying to bring down that economy somewhat and make it more manageable to crack and devour some more rounds on Spirit, because right now 6-1 is going to start to get very scary for them. And moving outside again as well. This hasn't worked for them, but Box is in a bit of an awkward position and he's been swept aside.
That's a huge kill. They're going to collapse on A off the back of it. I like this fast reaction from Spirit, right? Just push and commit and trade. But wow, what a defense. Lollipop. Oh my God, he is just destroying from the back of the site. And up the vent goes MDS to close the round for Nemiga. This is not what I was expecting. Spirit, that looked perfect, man. They get the A pick. They get ready to split. They have 2 hot, 1 door, 2 main. They're coming in together. And Lollipop just pivots to the back of the site. Kill after kill after kill. I don't know how Nemiga get out of that without losing any fights after the first. I really don't. But excellent work. It is once again Broken Spirit's money.
Where was this Nemiga on Dust 2? Where was this box on Dust 2? 7 and 4 with 116 ADR. Seems like he has emerged. Maybe Dust 2 just isn't his map. It does happen. Chopper wrecked on the cross from that man. Box spraying up. And Lollipop, who got a ton of kills from this position, is going to get 3 more. Make it 4. Make it 8-1.
Yeah, that'll do. That'll definitely do. Lollipop, back-to-back rounds, just absolutely mowing down men on this site. And Spirit, I mean, you know, obviously a lot of options left, a lot of things that they can do. And you know, it's never a problem on Nuke not having the ideas. It's like, what's going to work at this point? And, you know, with how different every round has been, with how different the setups have been from Nemiga, Spirit don't really know what to do. Or sorry, don't know what will work here. I don't know what will work either, right? Like, you know, Nemiga had an answer for everything. Their B rotates have been excellent. The AWPing's been good from Speedak and outside. You know, Lollipop's holding A. What's open? Box has been dropping ramp every time they come there and not overcommitting to his fight, or MDS, whoever plays it. So, yeah, Nemiga keeping it up, and Spirit just trying to get on the board.
It makes grim reading as well when you consider that Spirit have Sundai Young, who has literally 8 ADR. And we're moving into round 10. Like, that's just obviously got to change. Maybe it will. Coming through into the 10th round. Spirit looking for a set play outside. Execute on a bunch of smokes. Last smoke has now been put into position. Going to be trying to take outside control as a result of that, but the CTs may feel like they need to push into Squeaky and get some control of their own. That's what they're going for. Box and Geo going in, Box dropping down into Secret, going to try and fend off the push with an incendiary, which isn't coming up anyway. The T's haven't fully bit on this. They're actually hiding more in Garage. They're keeping their options open.
Jump across, and the AWP firing off shots. They're getting closer, but the second Speedak, smart decision. He's going to fall back. He's going to play the spawn. A rough spot. You're very much on your own on an island, playing for yourself, but you can pass info on the heaven flank, and also you can just stay alive if that's what you desire. Sundai Young. Oh my, he's got Geo. He's not going to take the kill, though. Maybe he should. A quick drop and a shot to the head. That's a nice frag, and it's going to open things up a lot more for Spirit now in a 5-on-3. Lollipop is dead, and that means the A-site anchor that has been doing all the work is no longer a threat. Spirit attempted into the A site. Speedak with a shot from the spawn. He will get traded, and that's excellent for Spirit. Trades here are a must, and with them comes the round. Box stuck in the vent. The Molotov comes in. He gets a kill, but regardless, this round is lost. There's 10 seconds left. Miz hunting a frag, and hungry Hippos. He's going to take a bite down on B. Spirit up to 2.
I do feel bad for MDS there. He had a decent position perched at the back of the A site, but as soon as Speedak died and the information came through that there was a player, I think it may have been Mia, in hell, he knew that he was about to get flanked from above, so moved out to lower the angle from heaven, and in doing so just walked out into the AK spray from main. Unfortunate, but a well-worked round from Spirit. That's more like it. That's more like what we're expecting to see. And they'll need to do much more of that if they're going to get themselves back into this half and really start to threaten Nemiga, who are straight back in with another buy. And even after this buy, they have, other than MDS, who's on 3.7k, everyone else is pretty well off. Everyone else is pretty wealthy. I mean, Lollipop's still over $10,000. So Spirit really have their work cut out for them. Looks like they're going to go for another outside-centered hit and line up those smokes. It's going to be tossed in a few moments' time.
Over they go. and hidden is Box. And this is what I talk about when we say like how much you can switch up your defense, right? Like we've had no outside control, we've had Speedak and Secret, we've had, well, now Box is playing a one-way smoke. Mir knows it though, yeah, people aren't falling for that anymore. When you see a smoke in that position, you know that someone's playing it. And yeah, we've been seeing that get more and more common. There are two ways to play that one way. You can do what Box just did, stand on top of the railing, or you can throw another one that lands on the railing area and you can stand on the stairs and peek below it. So it still is a gamble for Mir to swing that, because he actually can't see Box. He doesn't know where he is until Box shoots. So I guess he saw the muzzle flash and took the kill. But yeah, always a scary one that one way. Spirit now going to flash outside, go deep. Speedak does have the AWP, but he is nowhere to be seen, sitting on top of the A site with Lollipop.
Lollipop again, they line up for each other, and there's a lot of damage that's actually inflicted as a result. Now Speedak and Geo both coming with kills. Speedak is flicking left and right. Flash up and over, 8 seconds to play with. Idis Balance has got to get on the site right now and get some kills. They nearly gave him a collateral, which would have been insane, but instead Nemiga hold on at the cost of 4 lives.
Oh, there's a world, there is a universe out there, a million light years away, where they just got collatted on the A site. Like, that's very scary, but it's not a worry for Nemiga, who can just continue to build into this game. 9 rounds, Spirit take their second, and they instantly get reset. It's not a problem they can buy here, but it means that, well, you know, firstly, they're not going to continue to build, but also if they lose this round, they're instantly broken again. So it's not smooth sailing by any means. Joe, oh, he's going to try and get into the vent. He can't find it, or at least opts against it. But now Nemiga are going to have to adjust the setup, because in a world, or in this world, Spirit could be B. They could be down vent, and Nemiga don't know that they're not. But now they know that they're ramp. Fast player. Speedak hits a shot. Can't fall back in time. He was out of position, and Mir will take him down.
Indeed, out of position. I think he felt as if he had to stand his ground, or he'd just get overwhelmed and swarmed, knowing that no one was on the L-bend to help him out where Box currently resides. Now, I do like that Spirit, having got that kill, have now backed away. However, does Box see down towards ramp? No, he's playing the tight angle instead. So now MDS comes up for that information, and this leaves the A site that little bit more vulnerable. Lollipop's there behind the vents. He's typically been playing behind the site, so that could be a position that catches him off guard. Geo at the top of the hut, and a perfect read from Nemiga for the time being as Box comes in and tosses a smoke down. Now looking outside, can see nothing. But Spirit, their position suggests that we're going to see an A hit, or the very least event dive. Now the smoke's clearing on Squeaky, and Idis Balance wants to go in. They need to push in. There's 25 seconds to go. They can't afford to take too much more time.
They're waiting on Sunday Young. They want him to get the wrap and play, but they can't wait forever, and he's being held regardless. Box has got him, and now the push has come, but they've lost the wrap, they've lost the flank, and Nemiga know exactly what's going on. They're full stacked on the A site, and they're going to deal with it well. Yeah, just not falling for anything. That was clear as day for Nemiga the entire time, especially as the clock ticks, and especially on a map like Nuke, where it's not easy to get into a bomb site. If there's like 20 seconds on the clock, and you haven't seen everything, or anything rather, and you own all of the map, you know it's an A hit. Like, if you're in the Nemiga, you just know it's an A hit, because they couldn't be B. You have ramp, you had view outside, and yeah, they can only be doing what they're doing. So yeah, kind of unfortunately one-dimensional for Spirit because of the clock. But yeah, Sunday Young getting spotted and checked on that flank. He's 2-11 right now. I wouldn't even say it's like him performing badly. It's just Nemiga performing excellently. This CT side is really piecing things together.
Such a turnaround from famine to feast, and very much vice versa for Spirit. If you missed the previous map, it was a bloodbath. Nemiga got destroyed, and here they sit 10-2 on their CT side. Some die young, rest of the troops pushing in. That grenade is money in the bank as far as Nemiga are concerned. It wrecks 4 players, and they're able to dip out of there as well. They don't get overwhelmed on ramp.
Chopper sneaking late to join the crew, but MDS is waiting right below. He's got a bit of a gap in the smoke, so if they drop, he's going to have... oh, he's pushing forward. There's 5 players here. Got to be careful, buddy. Oh, yeah, not getting out of there alive. That push was not the play. Box will get away with 2, but these are guns gifted over to Spirit as they get the trades.
Gifted over, and in positions where they could maybe strike on Geo, and they have. Double stacking on the double doors. So Nemiga, from a round that looked like it would be fairly comfortable, a half buy ultimately, is now very much on the table. 45 seconds to play with. Spirit now making moves back towards the secret side to maybe occupy outside, go into A main. Instead, they decide better of that. Thinking about decon and potentially wrapping back to B.
Yeah, I thought they were going to go vent. And lucky they didn't.
Oh no. There is a CT player coming down control room stairs, though, and the doors are open. The doors are completely open. Does he get peeked? No. He just more time. I thought he'd get the bomb plant at the least. And now that absolutely wrecks some Young. He's had a rough game. Oh, and that spray's even more rough to watch.
We've all been there. We have all been there. But that's not even just like the whiff. It's also Lollipop hitting the headshot on the ladder. Like fully inaccurate, fully RNG. Fully tilted. 11-2. How on earth have Spirit just lost that round? I mean, you know, this is where you can't take it away from Nemiga. They are coming up with such smart, mid-round activities, and that's a great way to start it as well. Box wall-banging Vent and killing some Young. He's 3-13. He's probably mad frustrated. I would be the same. That last round ended the way it did. Now he has to sit back, relax. Well, not relax, but watch this entire round transpire without having any impact into it.
Well, credit where it's due as well. Box has gone from 0 to hero.
Yeah.
From Nemiga, 13 kills, but 5 assists. Doing great work. So many impactful frags at that. Now he's perched up on top of the boxes, as his namesake would suggest, in ramp. On the rest of his team, I try to filter across the map. It's going to be secret push on Spirit. They did catch a glimpse of MDS, who throws down the Molotov to delight the double door push. Looking for info as well as Geo in the meanwhile, and he's going to find a lot of it.
Yeah, lobby cleared out here by Nemiga, and now they're going to rotate fast ramp to B. So, yeah, MDS, he actually shuts the doors, so shout out to him. Doesn't let Spirit into this site. Maybe they should learn a trick or two. SpeedX running around secret with his pistol out, so he kind of gets what he deserves. And MDS trades onto the door player. Many more CTs in this site. There's no questions being asked. Nemiga are convinced, and for good reason. Everyone is here, and now no one is here but Mia in a 1-on-3 with a bomb in the open. Players surrounding him. They'll give him the package, but he can't go anywhere but the floor. It's going to be MDS closing it with 3. Really good play on the lower site. He goes to that jump spot. The safe jump spot behind the door. He sees the bomb. He sees 3. Calls rotate. Drops molly. And just frags out on the B-bomb site, taking his time in between each engagement. And yeah, you talk about Box. He's looked excellent. But honestly, I think what's important to note is no one looks bad for Nemiga. Every map we've had, in this series has been like one player for either team just looks abysmal, like useless. And that was Box in the last game. But now, not only is he carrying this team, but everyone is fragging. The kill distribution is tight. And Spirit, they are so far in the back line, so far behind. Trade outside, and Spirit are wrapping. They have great control in this round, but it's swiftly removed by the AWP Speedak, and it's just, yeah, this is a 13-2 written all over it, unless Spirit have something insane to show us.
Yeah, the interesting point is they were quite literally in the back line. They were towards the CT spawn, and now some Young is moving through ramp. So they have good positions. They have the ability to maybe funnel their way into a couple of kills and transition into a round, but they have got found and put down. Chopper and Idis Balance, 2 big parts of the puzzle, go out, speed, act the timing, not on this side. And now they can try and convert these positions into a much-needed 3rd round.
So the question is, where do you gamble? What site do you play? They've got MDS and Secret. He's been really good here, so it's safe to say that he could run this site solo. Geo in main. He can also spot outside, and Lollipop clearing lobby. The only worry is Heaven, and of course outside, where Sam Young finds a kill. Geo was distracted by the footsteps of his teammates running Secret, and now off that kill, they're going to go back towards A. Lollipop spotted. If he gets a kill here and backs up, he can set himself up for this clutch with his teammate, but he's fighting tooth and nail and gets triple peaked. MDS up the fence. He's done this one before. They've been ready for him in B. They should be ready for him now.
Oh, I thought he was going to get that kill, Hugo, and then anything was possible because a couple of weakened players, but 12-3, still a sublime half for Nemiga, and what a turnaround.
Yeah, Sundar Young, that round's on him, right? He has had an awful half, but he gets not only 3 kills in the round, but also all the control outside. He doesn't wrap heaven as he's been countered there before, but he hangs around in hell and then comes back to main, getting that kill on the door player or on the main player rather of Geo, and making his team turn around to go to A, wins them the round. If they go B, it would have been a different round. And MDS has been really good at taking kills and falling back in between each engagement on lower, as well as the fact that Nemiga would have had B, Spirit would have had B, but Nemiga would have had 2 vent rotations. So yeah, it's a really good call. And it's Sundar Young finding that kill that makes the call happen. So they win in 3-on-4, they salvage a round, but Vince, I want to be realistic here, buddy. It's 12-3.
Absolutely. That is the caveat amongst anything that we can say about Spirit, how they've played throughout this best of 3, how they did in Dust 2. They are absolutely unequivocally against the ropes, and they're not going to be eliminated. It's important to mention this is the winners match, but still, this is a golden ticket to the next phase and to get yourself a bunch of very important points that head you towards the major. So they want to get this win, and if they're going to pick it up, it's going to have to be a near enough flawless CT side, which has to start with this pistol.
Yeah, I guess that's the biggest bit of pressure as well. The pistol, the RNG round, the one that no one can guarantee. People always talk about like removing pistol rounds from the game. I don't know what your take on it is. Just while we have this pause, I'd love to hear if you have any strong opinions or not on the matter.
Honestly, I think we're quite quick to complain about things. Counter-Strike is a phenomenal game, and it's got to this point for a reason. I actually have no issue with pistol rounds at all.
Okay, yeah, I agree. I fully agree. I'm glad you say that, because I feel like a lot of people have, like, reasonable people. I'm not just reading Reddit comments. Reasonable people are saying that, and I find that quite surprising. As random as the pistol rounds can be, like, I don't know, they're also some of the most exciting rounds in the game, and they always set us up for a match well. But yeah, I can understand the frustration of playing at the top level and like knowing how good you are and then just getting like 2-tapped by a USP. Not fun. But yeah, cookie crumbles that way. And Spirit, they can't afford to cut a crumble. Only 3 rounds in this entire map here into the second half. MDS pressuring ramp. We've got a lot of players running silo to main. They're dropping onto Mia, overwhelming him, but he is not overwhelmed. He's got a double. Surely they can get a trade eventually, but now Disbalance has come out to help. And one by one, this table has turned. It's Nemiga in a 2-on-4 with no bomb.
Well, we said it has to start with a pistol, and they have delivered on that promise so far, Spirit. MDS needs to, at the bare minimum, take down this first kill in towards Huts, which has now been vacated from the CTs. They're playing their angles a little bit more passively. Doesn't have the bomb, of course, and doesn't have any life left. So Spirit do pick up the second pistol. They got the first. It's a pretty depressing statistic to say that Spirit have both pistols and still trail 12-4, but that's the life that we live right now. That's the world we're in.
Yeah, not even conversions on the first pistol either, right? Like they win 1, then they lose like 9 in a row, 8 in a row rather. So yeah, hoping for the conversion. I'd like to think they could win this one because Nemiga are on a full eco with Glocks and P2s. So this is the perfect time for Spirit to get into this game. Got an outside wrap again, much like the pistol was. It will continue. They even get players in secret with the bomb. That gets spotted, but Mir, he checks the corner. He hears that reload, and he is ready for it. Second kill from him. Chopper needs to go B. Yeah, this information hasn't been divulged. A plant comes through. That should not be happening. Chopper it clearly wasn't given that information, as he takes way too long to rotate. And suddenly, this goes from a Glock round to a really good round for Nemiga. They lose everything, every fight, but they get $800 bonus, and that's really all they could have hoped for.
Exactly. This was their mission, and they have accomplished it. If Box can maybe get a kill as well, that would be even better, but it's not going to happen. They don't care. As you say, bomb plant, that was all they wanted. They invested pretty much nothing. That is a big oversight on Spirit's part, and it's going to be felt in this round. Now the buy is going to be that much better for Nemiga.
Yeah, it's also a bit of misdirection, which was really nice. The fact is, outside is they threw like 3 players from top silo to main really fast, jumping on the hell wrap. So not only is the main player looking at that, but the outside player is looking at that. And so, Nemiga were just able to run dry, no smokes outside, down to secret for free because the outside players were distracted. So that's a nice way of like getting the attention, like sacrificing some of your players for the greater good. And well, great round. That's a good shot. It's going to be Idis Balance with the scout laying down the paint.
Tread carefully. A scout at that range can be a nightmare, especially with the mobility of going back and forward on the vent. There was actually a knife at spawn as well, by the way, which is very odd on the CT side. I don't know if it's going to end up costing them anything, but Lollipop's been tanked down. Now the aggression comes through onto Lobby, catches Lollipop, and that's another weapon that can now be upgraded. So excellent start on the side of Spirit on the CT side.
It's not done yet, though. 3 on 5. Bomb still under the control of Nemiga. MDS is hiding behind main. He's got teammates in hell. They can go heaven and Rappe. That is an option. There's no one there. Not even really being watched. Mir's playing inside of A, watching the heaven walkout. Magix has ramp, and he won't let them into this area either. He has his back turned to lobby. He's so sure that he is covered by Idis Balance. The 2 kills, 4 free, MDS, and a 1 on 5. I've seen some good clutches in my time, but yeah, maybe not.
This would be the top of the list, wouldn't it, if he pulled this one off?
I think
nope.
so.
Absolutely wrecked. Now, listen, I know it's super, super early days, Hugo. And even saying comeback, I know probably instills a bit of skepticism and chat, rightfully so. But we have seen a comeback already today from 14-7. This would be a bridge further, no doubt, from 12-3, but I'm just saying it has happened before.
Vince, I've bought the ticket. I'm on the bus. I'm with you all the way till the line closes. So don't worry. I believe in the comeback. If there were ever a team on a half of a certain map in an important series, it would surely be Spirit CT-sided Nuke in the upper bracket match or the upper group match of Group A. This doesn't seem so undoable, especially not in this round with only Deagles out for the T's. Going to try and take their hand towards ramp. Chopper letting them in. Ooh. Seen them. Miz killed the one outside. Now comes the ramp push, and Chopper's just going to be able to fall back to B with the Molotov.
Naviga getting some ground, but also losing a lot in the form of Speedak and Geo. And Almia making moves outside. Oh, why did he switch his gun, but still gets the kill? That was so scrappy. Not the cleanest of Counter-Strike. I think we can all agree, but the round is still going to go their way more than likely. MDS perforating the head of Mia with his Deagle. They do still lack control of the bomb, and they're heading towards the CT side, which is where Idis Balance is waiting with 19 HP and an M4, but Nemiga decide they're going to go elsewhere instead through Garage and try and pick up the AK that was dropped down outside. And maybe if they can take down Magix, at least force a couple of rebuys and try and catch up to the economy and Spirit further down the line. But I mean, this round, it's over. It's going to be 12-7. There's just no real hope with 15 seconds and a 1v4.
Yeah, especially when the bomb's in T-spawn. That really throws the chances out the window, I would say. And yes, stuck in the smoke, going to give it a go, but he's dead as well. At least he died before the time ended. But yeah, it's not going to be much of a consolation. Oh, dearie me, Vince. It's happening. 4 in a row for Spirit. No rounds yet for Nemiga on this T side, despite an excellent first half. And it may all be forgotten. Speedax on the AWP. This is the time to shine. Got one on Idis Balance as well. He's very aggressive in the outside area on this map when he wants to be. Love watching him push red and just post up. I imagine that will come through eventually. This time it's a main fight. Lollipop going to go for it, and he wins it. The grenades actually hide the view of Idis Balance, but Lollipop spams anyway, and Idis Balance can't see him back. So an advantage away of Nemiga, and that's the first time in a while. They're going to double it. Oh, they're going to triple it. Quadruple. Let's just kill everybody. Get them out of here.
Chopper's the only player that mounts any resistance, any retaliation, but it is short-lived. And Spirit's winning streak may also follow. Nemiga, though, off to the races on their T side. It was their first in 5. It was 4 in a row up until that point on this half, and 5 if you include the last round of the previous half. But 13-7 definitely looks a lot more respectable than the 12-3 scoreline did. And if they can just bounce straight back into a victory, then Spirit's still on the right path, still on the right track to pull off something special. But there's no doubt that previous round's going to hurt them, and it was such a convincing, comfortable push as well that they're going to go in for more. Magix shuts down MDS, who was controlling the bomb. Lollipop with one and a second as well, looking to try and shoot through the boxes of the site, but Sundai Young is hiding in a smoke. It's going to clear sooner rather than later, and Box could see the underhanded smoke through there and will deal with him accordingly, leaving Chopper in a 1 versus 2. They still don't have the bomb, but they've got so much time, Hugo.
They can just sit and wait and watch Heaven. It's the point of rotation he came through last round in this exact situation. And so why wouldn't he do it again? They've got to be convinced. Smoke in the hut just in case he flanks ramp. But right now, feels like Nemiga know what's going on. They're just considering every possibility, every option. Make sure there's cover this time. No one's looking at Heaven, by the way. Doesn't matter. Chopper didn't peek, but Box didn't cover him. And now they're going to get the info. Now the dink comes through, and Chopper, good luck, buddy. He's not getting through. Yeah, there's a world where, you know, Lollipop could have died when he sticked the plant there. I'm thinking back to Mir running through the connector on Mirage and winning that 1-on-2. But yeah, good round nonetheless. Nemiga trading well in a disadvantage. They turn it around, and Spirit, their money is wrecked.
Just imagine the tilt, Hugo, if he actually got peeked while planting from Heaven and died to that. Like, that is almost unforgivable.
Especially considering it would be the second time in the series.
They made the read, Hugo. They think A's weak. They're going to keep pushing this until Spirit make them respect this defense. 1 for 1, but opening up Squeaky, getting a lot of that utility away from Spirit is definitely a worthwhile trade if you're Nemiga.
Yeah, I actually like that as well, right? Because, you know, they trade 1 for 1. It's not that interesting, but it's you know, made Spirit adjust things in a 4-on-4. They're still scared of A. There's no way this will end A, or at least not in the short term, but they've adjusted the setup and they've made Spirit stack the site. They know other areas are weaker as a result, and Ramp is one of them. They know that Idis Banners can't come and rotate down with the AWP from Hell, so yeah, they'll take that kill, dropping Chopper and moving it towards B. Notice the bomb is still on Geo in the lobby. He could get pushed and killed, but luckily no one's reacting that way. So maybe this will end A after all. He's taking it to the hut. So I think we're going to see Nemiga come back towards his top site eventually. Still 2 CTs here. And so Spirit haven't really fallen for this one, but they're going to need to get some big kills off if they want to win this round.
Beautiful crosshair placement. Magic from 2, and it's going to be 3 as well, more than likely. Indeed it is. That crosshair was so crisp, so perfectly placed, and just destroyed everybody on the approach.
I don't know why they just ran out hut 1 by 1 with no util. Feels like Nemiga thought they'd already won the round, but Spirit just hadn't left A. And, you know, B was open, for example. Hell was open. They could have wrapped Heaven. Obviously, all this is info Nemiga don't have, but they don't even try and send a lurk in. They have an advantage, and they just 1 by 1 push the hut with no flashbangs. I don't know. And I had it coming to them. 14-8. And Spirit continue refusing to let go of this game.
Oh, that flash actually forces the error of the smoke, which is significant and actually blocks the vision from the Nemiga. So that's pretty much a red flag been planted down on Squeaky for the time being. It's going to stall the push. They are going to still take out side control with Giu up on top of the silos. And now Nemiga going to join him momentarily. They have gone outside already a few times and got a fair bit of success, to be fair. Going down secret, getting outside, getting up into Heaven. These are all key hotspots of the map.
Cross coming through, flash high for Idis Balance, sets his teammate up, but Mir can see nothing but smoke and mirrors. Oh no, it's a slaughter, and the smokes fade as well. Idis Balance kills one, and then they get further info on the drop. Oh, MDS is going back for a fight, buddy. You don't want to do that. Mir is ready and raring to go. They're going to go back for it with the bomb in tow. Speedak with the AWP. If they leave this position, they're walking into 2 CTs holding the cross. And, well, there's the first. Idis Balance dropping the bomb, and the AWP is stuck. They may have Lollipop out into the A site, but he's yet to kill the man at the back. Oh, it's a messy spray, but he gets away. 2 in Heaven. These rotates are so fast for Spirit. They are everywhere and anywhere they need to be. Another trade. Speedak going B.
10 seconds. Could be able to get the bomb planted. No, you need to move a little bit further across the left, and that's going to cost him. And it's actually going to cost the bomb plant. If he got that down straight away, he would have had enough time to fully complete it.
They would have had money to buy it.
Yeah. Oh, that's really unfortunate.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. 14-9. This is a 12-3 half that has somehow closed up. It's not won yet, but I would not count Spirit out at this point. They've looked very, very capable on the City side. Chopper getting dinked, has to fall off. This is the first proper ramp to be rushed. As long as that Nemiga commit with it, this could be very, very good in terms of getting a bomb plant. As long as they can overwhelm Chopper and upgrade to another rifle, that's a big kill. Chopper's still trapped. They know where he is, and he's dinked. Finished off by the AK, rather, the M4 of Mir, dropping 1 in B, and those rotations are coming through all on the vent side of things. This plant will be allowed as long as they shut that decon door.
And dink onto Mir as well, and now Lollipop lines them up with his AK double spray headshots. Overkill with the assault rifle, and, well, a Tech 9 armor rush down B. Nothing particularly special about it, but that cohesion, that iron fist, catches Spirit square on the jaw. And now Idis Balance is going to have to try and take the 10 count, see if he can hold on to the AWP, but that's going to put Nemiga with 6 match points.
Yeah, that's the first full ramp rush we've seen all game, really, especially on T side. Like, a lot of A crunches that at the start were going well for Nemiga. It only incentivized them to keep going for it, but finally Spirit just continuing to stack A. And off the back of that, Nemiga are pretty confident in assuming that Spirit aren't going to run like a double ramp setup at the start of a round and put Idis Balance there with Yorb, like a lot of teams do when they know they're against low money, because they're expecting that exact play. But Spirit have been so conditioned on these A plays. Idis Balance has been getting a lot of kills outside, and so Nemiga, they just rush ramp into 1 man, and that 1 man is not enough. 15-9, 1 more to find, and if they can do it now, it'd be better than letting Spirit continue to build.
So many flashbangs, snowstorm outside, and finally it will clear. And the sun shines bright again, but now there's smokes in their face, and Gio can't really afford to peek too much further than his current position. But once that smoke clears, Idis Balance should have him. He spots his feet underneath the smoke and pounces. So that's a great start, all things considered. Smoke out onto Squeaky. They're going to be trying to push behind this. And why not? Why not just spray through the smoke? You know there's a good likelihood that they're going to try and vent dive from this. And Lollipop's been successful, but now there's 2 CTs. They're going to be facing him in a few moments' time. He has no idea that one of them is just up to his left-hand side. Lollipop going to go down, and now Box is waiting for the push and gets 2. They run straight into him. The trap has been sprung, but the bomb is out of control, as is this round, you'd have to feel, for Nemiga.
Yeah, I mean, Box, we've been talking about him a lot, but this would be quite the clutch to close the series and take the top of the group here in Clutch Island. See what he can do. Moving through Secret, Spirit, they've got everyone here playing that package. Sundae is on ramp late, and so there is a temporary 1-on-2 inside of B. Time is ticking, and fast at that. 25 on the clock. Box, is he not going for this? He's already clearing vent. He doesn't have time to check these positions. He's got to focus on that plant because he won't be able to win this round via kills. Sundae is separate from the action for a reason, to deny that exact factor. Even if he gets both B frags, he's already lost the round. There's 10 seconds. He's too far away. So 10 for Spirit, and Box is simply just looking for a kill to make this round a little bit prettier. It's not going to come his way. I say that. It's not going to come his way.
He had a chance, but it was fleeting at best. And Spirit going to save 1 of those match points. 5 more to go. Nemiga, off the back of that save from Box and the fact that everyone else had a good enough financial situation, will be able to buy again, including an AWP. Speedak hasn't had a huge amount of impact with it, but Idis Balance on the other side of things hasn't had too many chances on the CT side. Bit of a stalemate on ramp. Mollies and Smoke's going to be deployed on the CT side, and Chopper locks it down for now. Another smoke to greet them on Squeaky. However, a lot of this utility on the CT side of things has been used early, but that is a very important pick and could keep Spirit alive a bit longer.
And we were joking around at 12-3, but this is really happening. Even despite match point being taken by Nemiga, this is not a one game yet, not even close. Gonna try and take the A site, try and battle their way to victory. Oh no, Magix has a grenade out. That's a quick kill. It is traded. It's not done yet. The Spirit still have a man on the site. Sunday Young is putting up a fight, but only good for one. And the trade is in for the York. Chopper going in fast. They weren't ready for the quick re-peek, and it's left MDS alone. Chopper is just trying to bait him in to allow for Mia to cross to the lobby. He can wrap Hut. This is a big play from Mia. And MDS, oh, he's checked door. He's not seen him. He's not ready for it. He is going to look back to the Hut, but timing is everything, and he's stuck between a rock and a hard place. MDS with the read, and now he's got the one-on-one for the map, for the series, and Chopper's going to take him down. 11 rounds for Spirit. They just keep on, keeping on.
Oh, this is an awkward position for Nemiga. They may call a timeout. They have 3 players that could feasibly buy 4. Yeah, I'm not surprised to see this timeout come in. A 4th that could go for a Galil. It's really Geo who is the question mark. Do they want to go for this? I mean, you have rounds to spare. I feel like forcing here actually wouldn't be the correct decision.
Especially when, you know, not only do you have like a decent loss bonus, but also you've already won a round off of a Tech 9 ramp rush. Like that's a perfect round to just do it again. Like even if you get slaughtered, it's, you know, it's definitely worth the risk, because it's not like you have a lot that you can go, ah, yes, this worked. That did work. And they're going to fully buy Vince. They're going to put everything in this round. And so clearly they have a plan, as, you know, they called out a pause for this. So let's see. Let's see if this is worth it, because it's a big risk. And they need the reward.
The reward obviously is the win, like the match win, but the risk is very high. They lose this, it could get Spirit to like a 13th round, and at that point, who knows? Ooh. That spray nearly whiffed it. Nearly gave Box a second chance. It does capitalize. XM up on the Hut, and considering that you've just forced in Nemiga to lose a player for free in that kind of a situation, that's exactly the antithesis of what you're hoping to achieve. Like that is not good enough.
I thought they had an idea. I thought they were going to do something, right? But like they've just bought to hold lobby and not, you know, even Box there. I'd love to see his perspective, because he just walked out silo and didn't even react to getting shot. That's a big kill for Lollipop, but it is just a kill, and it's traded swiftly as that. Spirit have been so good at like returning fire when they lose a man, especially on this A site. Mia, nice off angle. Geo walks right into it, and yeah, Nemiga forced for this? Why? There's been not one attempt at a trade in this round, not one fast idea, and they just kind of all pushed separate positions to their death. I'm actually like awestruck at like how this round has gone. I don't know why you would buy if you're going to do this.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. And the economic situation after this, assuming that Speedak can't clutch, and to be fair, he has brought this down to a 2-on-1, and he does have control of the bomb. So let's not get ahead of ourselves. Yeah. But still, I think the decision, as you rightly pointed out, wasn't ideal. The outcome may very well be ideal, though. Speedak now making moves, and his Idis balance goes for the peak and misses the shot. He could actually pull off this 1 versus 4. Bomb plant will be successful. Now is the CT's turn to feel the burn and feel the sting. And in comes Speedak. It was so close. He takes 4 players. Such a nice try, but it's not going to be close enough.
Yeah, like, okay, you know, I almost got Caster's Curse there, you know, saying that was a bad buy, and then they win the round. But honestly, that was such a nice attempt from Speedak. Orb, AK, doesn't matter what you give this guy, he's going to show up, but not enough for a win. Nemiga, they've had a lot of opportunities to close this game. 6 match points, or match points. They are halfway through those 6 match points. They found 15 against 9. And now they have just 3 more to do it. Buy coming through here. Bomb plant gives everything to Nemiga. So, you know, like, justifies the buy somewhat, sure, but it's not like they've played for a plant by any means. So, you know, you can't really make that argument. But the buy is here, and that's what matters. Nemiga with a chance to do the dirty once again. Double ramp setups. So Spirit finally been pulled away from these A stacks that they've been conditioned to do. And that bodes well for Nemiga if they want the A site, that is.
Yeah, absolutely. What you mean to tell me, Hugo, that they didn't play for the 1v4 post plan?
Yeah, that's...
Get out of here.
Yeah, not really a good contingency plan, but hey, it almost worked.
Yeah, it does afford them a great deal. The buy would have been nowhere near as good as this had Sun Dai Young not have... Sorry, Speedak nearly pulled off a miracle play. Meanwhile, Spirit now have 3 more match points to save. And they are moving in the right direction. FAMAS and XM, not much utility though, has to be highlighted. 45 seconds to play with, and Namiga now starting to make a move outside. There's not a gap in the smoke, which is going to be good news, but still Iris Balance does connect a shot into box and blows his kneecap out.
Limping down lower on Amiga. Question is, does it end lower? So many of these rounds haven't. So many of these rounds have been, back up the stairs, and maybe they should have gone back up the stairs because they don't want to walk into Magic's. 3 with a shotgun, and that is insult to injury. Up against 12. 1 man with a dream. Box in the clutch, and frankly, it's not happening. He's being flanked. He doesn't even know. Chopper's got the kill, and Spirit have got the round. 2 more to find OT.
I'm somewhat speechless that we're actually in a position where this could very well go to overtime. 12-3, if you have just joined us, ladies and gentlemen. 12-3, Namiga were winning. They were in cruise control. And now Spirit have dug, fought, scrapped, bitten, everything you could think of to get back into this stage. And the buy is going to be poor. So you're going to have a timeout just to figure out what they're going to do. But in terms of weapons, they do have max round loss bonus coming up, so they can afford to buy down to around the $1,200, $1,400 mark. But it's going to be pistols and a UMP. It's pretty grim reading. It looks like we're going the distance.
And then some, Vince, and then some. Overtime on the cards here in our final map of this series. And yeah, our games today, they've really gone the distance. They've really been worth their weight in gold. Lots of close ones, but this is quite the matchup. 12-3 to 29 rounds, and maybe even more. It's a fast vent dive. Oh, that's a nice one. They actually get past the Molotov and the grenades, taking minimal damage. This is a fast one that Spirit have lost to before, at least in the ramp room. Iris Balance with a quick shot. Chopper saves his teammate's life. That could have been a kill that would have won the map. Box would have had a double in the backline. Instead, it's the retake cleanup from Spirit. But you've got to wonder, if Chopper didn't get that kill, would this map have been done? Very likely.
Yeah, you spot on. I completely agree. That would have been the ramp portion of this defense would have crumbled with him, and then very difficult to deal with positions post-plant. 2 players at least would have been pushed up there with likely a rifle and an AWP. So that kill from Chopper was so instrumental to securing their 14th round. And here we go, round 30. Who thought we were going to get to this mark? Certainly not I. But here we are. All credit to Spirit and Namiga for just juking it out in the center of the ring.
Well, not credits in the Namiga in the second half, I would say.
No, true.
I think Spirit is giving them credit, but only for losing. That being said, they're still at 15, and the fact that Spirit have done all this against 15, knowing at any point a couple of missed shots, a couple of bits of bad communication could have ended this game. Props to them. They've really held on, and from a 12-3 half, brought things all the way back. Spirit, though, this is it. This is what it's for. Is it worth it? We'll see. It's a fast A play. Mere spamming. They're not going to commit to A. They will go down the vent again, and this time maybe slowing things down in the post plant. Lollipop naded out. Not the start Namiga needed.
was so awkward as well. You could see that he was stuck in the smoke on the vent wall and just couldn't move. So post plant now coming in. 4v5. Remainder of Namiga are by and large healthy. They have a smoke to play with as well. No incendiary. So a lot of these pesky angles like Shadow and the new box not going to be able to be contended with. And Namiga have box in the back line, but he misses his chance. He needed a kill from that. He's weakened them up. He's given a lot of knowledge to the rest of his teammates. And now the CT's moving in one by one. Spirit, surely you haven't battled back to stumble and trip on the last hurdle. Surely you're not going to let this one run down. There's a team kill in there as well. Now Magic's 1 versus 3 has been dealt with, and it's a disaster. Spirit battled so hard, and they lost when it mattered most.
That's heartbreaking, man. Yeah, you're not going to forget about that one. It's going to be in your nightmares for some time. Oh my, you got to give it to Namiga. What an excellent game of Counter-Strike. Regardless of the victor, regardless of the outcome, that was so entertaining. It was so unclear who was taking it, and wow, that was exciting. You're throwing over to some equally excited men, I'm sure. James Banks and his beautiful analysts, Halvor and Holger.
Let's go. Thank you, Hugo. Yes, we are excited because we thought it was going overtime. We thought this day would be extended in a wild way, but it didn't go down like that. My oh my, did not expect that coming out of Nemiga. There's such a strong play right from the get-go, right? You're in a situation where, okay, you lose the pistol on your T side, you think it's going to go bad. We're seeing so many of these upset second rounds come in, but then you normally get that usual back and forth, right? Oh, we're going to keep forcing, we're going to try to trade each other out. But no, they just went on a run with it. But you got to feel pain for Spirit right now. You were clawing your way back into that and you'd fall at the final hurdle.
It's those losses that sting the most, really, because you really start to believe. It's that classic thing. You hear like the movie music start playing in the background of your headset, and like you can see smiles. The crowd, the invisible crowd, starts cheering for you.
That was me. Don't worry, I was there.
Yeah, exactly. And then it all falls apart at the very end of it. And to be fair, it kind of felt like it was bound to happen at some point with how well Nemiga were playing for throughout the first half, But again, both teams kind of suffer from the same issue throughout their entire T side. They're not getting openings. I think at one point, or actually once we switched halves, Nemiga were up something like 11-4 in opening duels. By the end of it, Spirit actually had better opening duels than Nemiga did, which is pretty impressive. But that kind of goes to show you how much of a struggle it was for them to actually find openings.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, no, overall. And looking at this in a positive way, don't want to be too, focused on Spirit losing. Really, really excited to see Nemiga being able to follow through in a best of 3. Again, we get to see Lollipop stepping up when needed the most, just being the clear star of the team that we expected him to be, and he does that in a fantastic fashion throughout the entirety of Nuke. So, while it's unexpected that Nemiga is the first team to actually make it through, super happy on their behalf.
This is super crazy because all of us at the very beginning said Spirit, easy group for them, no problems at all. Nemiga said, wait a second, you can't forget about us. Not only did we have a first great opening week, we came into this stronger than ever. And Lollipop said, right, they match up really well against each other. We can see this across every game.
How cool isn't that, right? Yeah. Like, it's someone who actually just, puts something out there in an interview and follows up on it.
I respect
Not
it.
just like sitting on the fence, not necessarily being like, oh, we're both skilled teams, it's exciting. No, actually just like, we feel super comfortable with it. We make Team Spirit uncomfortable.
And to that guy in Twitch chat that said that the players only give me good interviews because I'm a road man. No, don't worry, I'm not threatening them. I'm being nice to them. We're all friends. It's all love. But
for now.
Yeah, for now. If they dare, then they may.
Exactly.
It's only Hugo I have to abuse every now and again, right? He calls me Trace. He has to get like a digital punch through the screen.
Yeah.
But no, I'm going to say for Spirit, this is going to hurt them. I don't think they'll be... They're obviously unhappy they lost, but I don't think they'll feel like, oh, we just played super bad, it's our fault, because they can see that Nemiga were really ready for this. And Nemiga is actually showing us that there's a few more teams in this CIS region that can rise up beyond what we might think capable.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Nemiga took them to the candy shop there and they gave them a taste of Lollipop. He was so good throughout that series. CT side on that A site, he was getting multi-kills round after round. But more importantly, I think, on the T side, Lollipop kind of had to bring them into some of those rounds individually. He kept going back to door. He kept getting these opening kills. He was a big reason why they were able to just get a couple of rounds they needed to get themselves over the line. Because we've seen how good Spirit can be on that CT side. I think we heard SDY in the interview yesterday saying when they got 5 rounds on their first half, he was actually fine with that because he was so confident in their CT side. This time, though, they just don't quite get enough rounds from that first half, and they're going to go back to that second round of the game. After winning the pistol, they made a slight mistake giving the AK to Box. Magic's pushed that close position. They ended up losing that round. I think if they win that one, that might make the difference. That might have been enough for them to get the win here, but they ended up losing that. Then they went on an 8-round loss streak on that first half. It all just seemed to go wrong from there. And if they win that round, I think they probably get the 5 rounds and they maybe get the win. But hindsight is a wonderful thing, I guess.
It really is. And I got to say, full credits on Nemiga, right? You've come through this. You're the first team to qualify for the playoffs. You're going to be sat in a spot now where you get to watch, you get to relax a little bit, work on some things ahead of this. But you can see how important this is to this team, right? They know these points are much needed, but they also know that it's not going to be an easy thing to fight for, and that's what I fully respect in it. And Box, right, I'm going to keep pointing this player out. He's like a smarter Crad in a way. Like, Crad became very predictable. Crad became like, you could easily have a good idea of what he's doing. Okay, Box had that terrible game. Sometimes it's just the way it goes when you play this role. But here on Nuke, he got back up into it. Even though he was shut down a few times, he was still able to find his own way.
Yeah, no, and again, that's incredibly important for just Nemiga as a team, and just in total, the fact that they're able to, I guess, have a reliable, unreliable player, if that makes sense, right?
Yeah.
Like you want to have that guy who can create a bit of a fuss with your opponent, not necessarily feeling too comfortable about what's going to happen. How, like for instance, team playing Hard Legion and Crad, they can kind of expect like, okay, he will be searching for something in this area of the map time and time again. That you can't do that with Fox. Yes, he got shut down on Dust 2, but luckily we could see that that was more of like a one-off for the better part of both the post qualifiers and what we've seen here at the main event. He's been more or less fantastic. He's been playing way above my expectations for this, especially considering the fact that he's in-game leading. So yeah, this is definitely showcasing the fact that he's a smart player, a cerebral guy who knows how to kind of find solutions when it hasn't necessarily gone his way previously.
Our predictions did not work out at all here, lads. Just to be honest, yeah,
No,
we
it is what
didn't
it is,
start
man.
off strong, did we?
I mean, yeah, that $1 million, that's not happening apparently. Well, I guess they could still make it out of the group, but not as flawlessly as we might have imagined. And I guess for what we thought would be the most clear-cut group, we've had some pretty close, intense games.
Yeah.
But again, I'm happy to see it. I came into this event expecting to be surprised by CIS talent and CIS teams kind of just hitting their peak form, because now it really starts to matter. Because if you bomb out of this one, then you're already at a bit of a loss. Thinking about securing that one of those 5 major spots come third RMR tournament. So you really need to put in the work already now, and it's definitely clear that Nemiga has done so.
One last shot for Spirit, though, with Windstrike being out. They're going to go take down Espada again, right, to try and make sure they can do this again. They got the 2-0 last time around. Was closer than maybe we expected. And certainly Espada showed us today that they still like to make close games. So that could be an interesting one to go through. But guys, we're done. You guys are swapping out.
Yep.
It's over and out. And when we come back, it's going to be Na'Vi taking on Hard Legion. I'm going to be real quick. Hawker, which way you think that one's going to go?
I'll say Na'Vi. I'm not confident, but I'll say Na'Vi.
Halvor?
I'm counting on a bounce back, but that's not a convincing Na'Vi pick at all. But I can't doubt Simple and Electronic, but I'd still do.
I've done this many times, but I've fallen victim to a painful defeat, mate. But we're going to be going to a break. The game will be coming right up. You will not want to miss it. It's an elimination match between Na'Vi versus Hard Legion coming after this break. Born to win or not born to win. That's the slogan that Na'Vi is going to live and die by today.
So bad.
Shut up, you. Let me have
didn't
my
you
fun
do
with my
some of-
amazing
some of your
skull.
best
No,
work,
but-
some of
no,
your
but
best work, you know.
It should
Thank
have
you,
been
there we go.
Na'Vi or not Na'Vi. Like it's
Yeah,
so,
but that's
it's so
just
much
easy.
better.
That's
like, it
so
rolls
much
off the
easier.
tongue.
You play with the skull then. You have your fun. Actually, it's very similar to your
got the
head.
same haircut. to be
Yeah, there we
honest.
go.
It's just not far.
We
I can see
found
it.
one of Tom's relatives here on the island. At least they died before you got here, mate. Sorry, we couldn't save him. That's probably why the knife's there as well. If you give me any more of your shit, I'm going to pull that knife out and take off your arm as well. So you'll be the next to go.
Okay.
Pimp's safe, though. Pimp's always going to be safe because no one messes with big bad pimping over here.
Moving on.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, you want to start off with some fun segment this morning, Pimp? Yeah, you've been streaming all morning.
Yeah, it was a good
And
one.
now you get to watch Na'Vi potentially get eliminated. And that was the whole idea of starting on this because this is not a conversation I thought I'd be having.
No.
They got beaten by Gambit youngsters. They're now going up against Hard Legion, who beat them in the last RMR event. This is really not looking good. How do we even make sense of this?
We don't, and I think that's I think that's the way to phrase it. We can't make sense of it, right? Na'Vi, a team that is, supposed to be one of the best teams in the world. That won IM Katowice this year, the one big LAN event we've had in 2020. They not only win it, but they absolutely demolished everyone who turned up. Astralis in the semifinal didn't stand a chance. Won against G2 in the final, not even giving them a map. It was just Astralis. Sorry, it was Na'Vi all over the place at that tournament. And then ever since, it's just been lackluster, right? And in the beginning, sure, you could give them the excuse it's online Counter-Strike. Na'Vi is not feeling comfortable playing online. Not normally something they do, but after 3 months of playing online, there's no excuses anymore. What we see from Na'Vi right now is simply not good enough. And as you said, it's do or die time, James. If they lose this one, that could be it.
I'm loving this, though. Na'Vi picks Train again.
Ooh,
Okay.
that's bold.
It's bold, but
is.
it's not Dust 2. That's all I'm saying. It's
Yeah,
not Dust 2.
they basically picked statistically Hard Legion's best map. So if anything, Hard Legion are going in with the two, maybe potentially the three best maps they could find. Inferno's sort of a middle map. I think if they would have had a Dust 2, it would have been better. And actually, that's banned out by Na'Vi, which is very interesting considering it's been one of their more common picks. I would have thought they would rather go to that for a third map choice. But I guess being beaten by Hard Legion on it last time and Overpass last time, maybe they've just decided, okay, let's remove one of the obstacles.
And the good thing is that Hard Legion said, cool, we're not going to go to Mirage. We're going to try and keep it tactical and play to our strengths because it doesn't matter what way we look at it. Firepower-wise, we're still sat with the Na'Vi camp.
Without a doubt. I mean, we have to talk about it. Symbol and Electronic, two of the best players in the world. We haven't forgotten about
Not
it. and
yesterday.
Not yesterday. They were struggling a little bit. Perfect was the
A
one guy showing up.
1.08 for Simple. When was the last time you saw Simple get a 1.08?
But we talk about that as being ridiculously bad, right? It is for Simple.
Yeah. For Simple,
For
it's
Simple,
bad.
but it
For
would be
everyone
like
else,
the
that's
best
all
game
right.
is in James' career, right? But it's just
Probably
Simple. Probably true, probably for mine as well. But anyway, Simple is a guy that has to turn up as well. And I made the point yesterday as well. If you go in and you deep dive into the Simple statistics, for whatever reason, he doesn't feel comfortable playing against the tier 2, tier 3 CIS teams, right? He doesn't feel comfortable as he does when he's playing against Astralis, as he does when he's playing against Cyber and Vitality. For some reason, Simple is just not performing when it gets down to the nitty-gritty against these teams. And when we're saying not performing, instead of posting a 1.40 HLTV rating, 2.0, he's posting at 1.10, or something like that, which is not, Simple-esque. So we need to see him step up today. We need to see Simple be the Simple we know him to be. We need to see Electronic come to life. Perfecto showed, glimmer of what he can do for Na'Vi yesterday with a strong train performance, but it's not consistent enough. And then we have the one big problem that we keep leaning back towards, Flamey, especially when we see the maps as well. He's going to play Overpass together with Perfecto on that B bomb side. Yesterday, it was looking absolutely atrocious, so he will have to look at that demo and do better today. Otherwise, I am 100% certain that Hard Legion will test that B bomb side. If they didn't learn anything from yesterday, that's going to be it. Navi's not going to be able to cope with it.
All right, in one word, you both got to give me your thoughts. Tom, starting with you, prediction king. Which one we're going with?
Na'Vi.
Pimp?
100% Na'Vi. No room for mistakes.
That's not
here.
one word.
He doesn't know what one word is. That's it. Pimp loves to talk a bit more. So it is time for Analyst Stop Talk, but it is time to hear from the amazing Anders and Semler. I'm going to be picking Na'Vi in this as well because I ride or die on these guys, and hopefully they don't kill me one more time. But Semler, Anders, you guys saw this go down yesterday. This was not pretty for Na'Vi. This was not the Na'Vi that we know and love. And against a Hard Legion who play, I guess, less CIS style of Counter-Strike, does that maybe give Na'Vi a better chance?
Perhaps. I'm pretty sure they know where you live, Banks, as well. I mean, now that you're over in Kyiv, so you got to be careful, bud.
I'm saving myself, mate. Don't tell anyone.
All right. We'll keep it hush-hush. Good. Dude, everybody's going Na'Vi on this one, but Anders, you and I got to cast Hard Legion yesterday, and they looked pretty damn good. So I feel like this is a tough one, man. Na'Vi looked like a wet noodle yesterday in their match.
Yeah, Hard Legion were looking hungry. We had Crad pushing all over the place. Forrester, I think, is a real prospect, someone that's really worth looking for. Obviously a good player. So I don't know. It's still, if you just think about it in your brain, though, like, you can't pick against Na'Vi, can you? It just doesn't make any sense. But yeah, they did look like an awful team, and I don't know what's going on. It's making me upset. Listen, hey, I'm going to pick Na'Vi so that I can beat up on them really badly if they screw this up, Semler. That's my reasoning.
I feel you. Okay.
I'm ready, Na'Vi. I dare you to lose this game. See what happens. I'm gonna be mad.
Yeah. Oh, man, this is so tough. All right, we're live. We're in the thick of things here, ladies and gentlemen. Hard Legion starting on the CT side of Train. First map of this series. It is Na'Vi's pick. And so they're looking for that strong start here, Hard Legion, as Na'Vi start on the T side. And already we've got Flamey creating a bit of space over here in Brown Halls. Forrester playing very passive B. But he's not alone out here, dude. He's got 3 people on B. Hard Legion were ready for that hit early.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's a bit unusual. Normally you'd stack A early on and then, rotate someone back later, but I guess they're just gonna go for it right away. That suggests that they're looking at some Na'Vi demos and have tried to sort of anti-strat them a bit. Although it looks like it might backfire, as Kinky and Rage are the only ones defending this Ivy position, and Simple's gonna be peeking over the P250, so that's an instant headshot to take him down. Rage is dropped, and now they're all trying to get here, but they're gonna be way too late. Kinky, nice headshot, that's gonna help out. He has one more fight on his hands, and he's gonna come up big. That's a nice double kill to start the game with. That might have actually brought them back into the round here. Forrester gonna run into Electronic and take him down. This is brilliant.
This is so good, dude. This is the thing is that these Hard Legion guys, dude, they don't mess around. They can frag. We're gonna get a flank here, but Forrester, clean one tap onto Flamey, drops him like a bag of bricks, and now Boomich, last one alive here for Na'Vi. He's got the bomb at least. And he's got a little bit of time, 30 seconds, but it's not a whole lot. He needs to one tap Forrester, just insta-die. Never mind.
The other way.
Well, that was a decisive pistol round for Hard Legion. They just smashed him. Forrester started out on B, and yet he still winds up with 3 kills in that pistol.
Yeah, well, now it's my time, Samla, to just quickly, first of all, say hi to Twitch chat, and hi to the guy in the chat saying, my head is so big it hardly fit the little screen, the little jungle poster we're going on. Sure, listen, I can't help it. I have a giant head. I don't know what to do about it. There's no fixing it now, is there? I can't do anything about it. But
well,
good observation nonetheless.
Take advantage. You need to go to Hollywood. All actors, big heads do great in Hollywood, dude. Oh, they're Simple. Okay. See, right now, Rage was wishing that his head was a little smaller so that Simple wouldn't just keep one-tapping him and his teammates. Svat is next.
You know what? Esports is already messed up. I don't want to go to Hollywood somewhere. That place can go away.
That place can drop into the ocean, and nobody would be... nobody would suffer because of it.
Well, Forrester suffers a little bit. He's gone down. That was Simple sneaking in. And this is a kind of an unforgivable round, at least so far, for Hard Legion. They've just lost a couple of battles that they didn't even need to take at all. Nice shot there from Kinky to take down Flamey. That's going to give them at least a chance here. 2-on-3, but Na'Vi is showing up. They've got that M4 and Perfecto. Simple's been dropped next, and they started the fight back. There's the M4 being put into place, and that leaves Crad in a 1 versus 2. And yeah, they could just follow back. They've got 40 seconds.
Brad isn't bad, but he's about to get had as they rotate over to this B site. He's feeling sad right now, Anders. Just a tad bit out of position. And, well, not really feeling too rad about it.
No, Howie is trying to retake with no kit, no grenades, no head armor. So a lot of things working against him at the moment. And he desperately wishes this is when Avi would give him some sort of mistake to work with. He's got to take down Boomich, but that only solves half the problem. The other problem is, how do you even try and do this? You can't. It's faking it out with 10 seconds left. It's almost impossible, right? And he's getting shot in the back. Oh, that was spicy. Tried to go for the spin, but yeah, he knows. He definitely knows he's done with. So, second round goes in favor of Na'Vi, and that, I think, that did not need to happen. I think Hard Legion, they're playing themselves basically at this point in time.
Well, I mean, you get smashed by Simple. I mean, if anything is going to save Na'Vi in this game, I mean, do you think it's Na'Vi coming together as a team, or it's Simple just, strapping on that backpack and getting to work? Because it feels like Na'Vi kind of ride or die based off of him and his performance right now.
Yeah, I mean, you would love it if it was the whole team that's going to come together, but I don't know what's happening to Na'Vi right now. We've had some given individual performances. Boomich had a great one of the 3 games yesterday was great. One of the 3 maps, and the other ones he sort of went missing. Flamey went missing for large stretches of it. Simple played well. Yeah, Electronic had a couple of moments, but I'm not seeing the team Na'Vi coming together right now. That would be my favorite version, but hard carry Simple is fun, I guess. It's just not, it doesn't inspire confidence, but it's fun to see.
No, certainly not. If you're Hard Legion and you're just getting bopped by Simple over and over again, you're going to be in for a real sad time. Lot of frustration here for Hard Legion to kick things off, but Na'Vi very quick in. Bomb is planted on this inner site, all 5 alive, and life is going to get difficult for Hard Legion. Simple. Oh, it's Flamey and Perfecto taking the fight to him. Crad trying to fight back as well on his own side, but we're into a 3-on-3, and this favors Na'Vi as the bomb is still ticking this entire time.
Yeah, and it would have to be a 10-second defuse. I don't even know if that's going to be technically possible. Kinky's trying for a while, but he's going to get found. Oh dear, oh dear. Well, I'm shocked that they actually went so hard for the retake then, given the fact that they did not have a defuse kit. I just felt like that already would have put it at a very, very low odds. The smoke and everything is a good idea, but maybe still a bit of a stretch. So, 4th round is going to be coming up in Hard Legion. Well, they picked up a Zeus on Forrester. That's always encouraging. You like to see it.
Oh, man. Was this the same one yesterday? Kekfecto? There's a Kekfecto in the chat now. There's a Defecto. Perfecto. It's a struggle right now for him.
Listen, Defecto came back and I think he became Godfecto at the end for some reason. He did have like 32 kills or something.
It's true. He had a second map for Na'Vi. Yeah, he was hard carrying. And he had a crazy game. But now, let's see. I mean, 5 alive here for Na'Vi. And this is definitely looking a little bit more solid for Na'Vi. It's the eco, though, so you expect it. You really do expect them to kind of put their feet down and say, right, this is it. And so going into the 5th round, we've got a... The thing is, man, that's so tough. You get kicked in the teeth for 2 rounds, and you still don't have enough money to even pick up an op if you're Hard Legion. How frustrating is that right now for them?
Yeah, it's not that great, is it? Not the kind of start they were hoping for, surely. I honestly think the thing that's probably the most annoying about watching the wrong kind of Na'Vi is just all the hesitation and waiting. So if we can avoid that, I don't really care who's carrying the show. I just want to make them some good calls and follow through on them. I think that's the thing that I'm needing right now. Big trade early on here favoring Na'Vi. Flamey going down. Perfecto there to pick up a kill. And oh, that is going to crush all of it. Forrester inside of the smoke in a 1 versus 4. And he is surely dead no matter where he goes. They had him boxed in. That is a hard round to lose. And Hard Legion are in a lot of trouble right now.
Taking advantage of that lack of utility, Na'Vi really putting the pressure on Hard Legion here. I mean, with the anti-rush nades, no mollies, no HEs to slow it down. Na'Vi are like, sweet. We'll just go ahead and push out here, not worry about taking damage. Look for these duels, because you guys are going to have to play aggro. Na'Vi read them like a book that round. And while this is another round of eco coming in from Hard Legion, and they still spend money, and it's... Let's see, because this is about to be max, but still, I would kind of wish that they just didn't spend any money at all and just max out next round. Incendiaries, HEs, kits, everything, right?
Yeah, get the double orb in there maybe. We know on train it could be good fun. Yeah. I'm seeing Rage with a Zeus. He's waiting over in the over in Pop Dog. He'll be waiting forever for someone to show up that he gets Zeus. It's not gonna happen.
Well,
Man.
Oh, that's Forrester getting spotted. I thought that maybe he'd be able to catch him out here, but it's not going to happen. What was up?
I was gonna say, Keg Dub has really made a huge impasse on Twitch chat. It's their new favorite thing apparently. So, fair play.
Like that's been around for a while.
Why?
Oh!
That much waiting and no reward. That's a shame.
Well, the money is now officially out of control on Navi's side.
They're rich. Rich! They're mega rich.
Ah, here we go, though. All right. So let's see. double AWP incendiaries as well. We'll have some of those anti-rush nades. So we'll be able to get aggressive here for Hard Legion, try and put a little bit of pressure on Na'Vi to not just go bursting out through the main entrances. And well, from Na'Vi right now, I mean, they themselves are kind of taking their time this round. They know that Hard Legion will be fully bought up, and so they're going to suss it out, not wanting to run into any crazy traps here.
Double AWP could be great, but again, you have the trouble of just facing the fact that you're fighting simple. And look at this, they're all going to be over at that B bomb side. Electronic is going to be solo down towards Ivy. So if they can make any kind of an attack here, then Electronic could probably sneak past, and they could end up having him as like a late lurker in any kind of an after plant. That would be really hard to deal with. Forrest has to fall back down. It's Krad to pick up the opening kill on Flamey. That's a great start here for the defense of the B bomb side. Krad will go down. Forrest the next in line, and only really the Molotov there for Forrest getting a kill late on Perfecto. But the bomb is down, and Electronic, he's actually not sneaking through Ivy. He's gone all the way back, so I'm not sure why. That would have been such a cool play if he'd kept going, but now all he's going to be doing is making sure there's no flank and joining the rest of the team. The retake, though, is looking miserable right now. Hard Legion are actually getting destroyed in this game. Oh, dear, yeah. Savat's about to be shot at the back. He's boxed in and has just nowhere to go. He does have a kit this time, but unfortunately, this won't even matter. So what a hard first opening half here. This is for Hard Legion.
Yeah, he's hoping that he just survives this right now, and it's not even going to happen. Boomich comes over the top, even grabs an AWP so that Simple doesn't have to tap into that $13,350 bank he's built up. So Na'Vi, it feels like Na'Vi have just got money forever now. And it's a tough one for Hard Legion because it felt like they had made the correct call. They had bodies on B site. They were stumbling. I mean, Flamey got picked first on upper, which you're thinking, great, Flamey's gone. They don't have to worry about upper anymore. But then I think Hard Legion missed a few key shots after that coming down ramp. Na'Vi were able to get down ramp and trade. Had they had those shots landed, I think Na'Vi just get the door slammed on them, and we're not looking at the situation that it is right now. 6-1, Na'Vi in the lead on T side. I mean, this is a brutal scoreline right now for Na'Vi.
Good to see, though. I mean, they look way more fired up. Maybe they were tired of people laughing at them yesterday. Maybe what we were doing worked, Semler. Maybe online bullying has found a place here. Can we take all the credit?
Yes, 100%.
Oh, perfect. I love it.
No hesitation.
Just award that to ourselves. Just say, that's it. It's our fault. We made Na'Vi better from just raining down a lot of criticism on them.
That's always been the case, just looking out for him, right? Best intentions at heart. And it's the same thing for Hard Legion, we give him put a little pressure on him.
Yeah.
But it's all for the good, right? We're like dads right now that want their kids to just be the best they can be.
Stern parents trying to make them do better. Boomich is back on top now. He's 10-4. This is I think again what we're seeing more than anything. Listen, it's been like 8 rounds, and Na'Vi hadn't had a single round where they've run out of time. That in itself is amazing. So like it's working. They're decisive. They're following through. I love it.
Sorry, don't mean to cut you off there. I just noticed that Rage is sitting on 0 frags right now.
Oh,
0, 1, and 8. That's a rough one.
Yeah, that's a real issue. Well, could be the return of Bot Legion from yesterday, Sam. We had that as well. Much enjoyable.
Soft Legion, yeah.
Soft Legion.
Oh, he's been spotted too, dude. They can't catch a break.
They're getting so badly run down. I love this though. I mean, not as in I love it from Hard Legion's point of view, but I love seeing a real Na'Vi. Because when you think about it, until yesterday, many of us didn't even know what Hard Legion were. So you think Na'Vi's going against them? This is what it should feel like. This should a well-motivated, hard-hitting Na'Vi should look like this versus a lot of these sort of regional teams from the CIS region. So I actually think this is positive news, even though it really sucks for Hard Legion because they just can't get an economy. They can't even really get started in this game.
Well, what's interesting is that we saw this yesterday as well from Na'Vi, where Boomich, he seems to step up a level when he's playing against teams of this caliber, which is like he was top fragging yesterday in the first series for Na'Vi, despite the fact that they lost it, obviously. But I mean, Boomich against this quality opponent, he does seem to turn into a bit of a frag leader. But you're right. I mean, Na'Vi right now are currently ranked 4th in the world on HLTV. That's the world ranking that we're using right now. And I mean, we would expect the team that is ranked 4th in the world to bulldoze
Yes.
everybody in this tournament. That nobody should be able to stop them from just getting run over. And so, yeah, that would, I mean, that's kind of why, you know, when we're talking Na'Vi and we sound a little bit frustrated sometimes. I mean, the frustration is justified because these guys are world-class players, and not to take anything away from their opponents. It's just that right now, you know, I mean, it's Na'Vi, it's 4th place team in the world.
Well, and don't you hate it when as a caster, you almost have to come up with all these dumb excuses. You have to say like, oh yeah, but maybe it's because it's online and they're not taking it, like they don't think it's going to be that hard and they're not feeling motivated. But it's like, come on, like if you're actually in some ways you should be super motivated to not get beat up by, you know, tier 2 or 3 teams. Like you've got to find a way to like say, no, actually we need a level of respect around our name. We have to make sure that these guys know, you know, this is the real deal. And that's not the Na'Vi we saw yesterday. And I actually hate making those. I think we should stop doing that to the extent that I've been. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no more excuses.
Like, let's go. Let's see this version of Na'Vi for the rest of this. Yeah, I think that's what we need.
And it's
no
worth
more
mentioning
excuses.
as well. This is an elimination match. So, I mean, Na'Vi have already lost once in this tournament. They've already lost once. And so this is an elimination match, double elimination bracket here. And so Hard Legion now, you know, they're fighting for their tournament lives as well as Na'Vi. So far, it looks like Na'Vi have the upper hand. Still early days, though. Obviously, this is the beginning of the first map of this best of 3 series. So anything can still happen. But it's currently 8-1 for Na'Vi in favor of Na'Vi on the T side. And Flamey going to get double pushed, not expecting the second man there. Kinky takes the whip to him, but we're going to get that bomb planted on the outer side.
Yeah, well, Na'Vi also picked the map. Second one would be on Overpass as well. So, you know, that's the benefit. I love the fact that we're playing best of 3s all throughout. I think that's great news. So, still obviously want to see how you can come back and do a little bit more. It's very tricky to know how you're going to fight your way out of this kind of a thing. I mean, this is where you almost want like some sort of wild trick. Let's say, you know, you push 3 people on those B stairs and you just hope to overwhelm someone. Then you get that opening and you're back to something else. Because I feel like right now, the pace and the speed that Na'Vi are bringing to this game, it's very, very hard to deal with. They're not giving them any chance to like, slow the game down, look for some fights or anything like that. So you have to almost make them respect you at this point in time. So
yeah, you got to put a beating on them, Anders.
Yeah,
it's that simple. Right now, it should be like the yes, okay, Hard Legion. They're like the thing is it's not, we're not talking about like a white belt fighting a black belt here, obviously. But there should be a difference in skill enough to the point where Na'Vi shouldn't feel threatened by these guys. They should get a grip on them the entire way, and it should not be possible for Hard Legion. But the thing is, we've seen crazier upsets in the past, Anders, and we got to cast Hard Legion yesterday where they were looking pretty good. They play a stable brand of CS, and so
yeah,
it's a tough one, man. But let's see. Right now, Na'Vi doing their work perfectly. Whoa. Electronic just smashes the A defense. This is looking like a 10th round for Na'Vi.
Yeah, he was flashed through by Boomich and just came through that smoke and exploded that whole A site. Listen, I'm actually fine with a potential upset against a stronger opponent if that stronger opponent is looking like a team that's actually giving it 100%. And it just turns out that the lower ranked team is just going to be having a great day and they're well prepared. I just don't think that's what we saw yesterday. I think what we saw yesterday was like a Na'Vi team that kind of showed up because someone had reminded them that they had a game to play, and they're like, "Oh, really? Okay, well then I guess we could go and do that." And they just sort of like fumbled their way into a game and got beat up. And I just think that's inexcusable. So happy to see that this is someone had a conversation, maybe Simple sat them all down and said, "No more of this nonsense." Regardless, it seems to be working. So that's exciting news. 10-1. Oh man, the money as well for Hard Legion is still rough, even losing that one. But I want to see them try and go a bit aggressive. Like, try and find a way to fight this because they're getting really badly beat up at the moment.
You can see them trying to make use of anti-rush nades that are getting canceled out by Na'Vi.
Yeah.
And, I mean, you've got, like, the incendiaries, the mollies. There's Flamey once again setting up that smoke that's going to cut the side up. And again, HE's going in. A little bit of damage dealt to Boomich and Flamey, so they've got that going for him there, Hard Legion. But it still allows for Boomich to make his way here. And he's got the bomb behind him. This is a very quick split onto the A side. Na'Vi, not interested in slowing down the pace whatsoever. They want to keep the pressure ramped up.
Savat, he's going to come through the smoke there. Looking, oh, they just traded places. That's a nice kill though, but Boomich, big double. Perfecto. I think he spotted someone up there. He knows Savat is now fighting his way back. Huge round for him out here, and that might finally be something that's working out. I can't actually believe they traded places, but yeah, Na'Vi attempting to keep the pressure on. And Electronic, the last one left, no, 1 versus 2. He's going to eventually go down Savat with the triple kill. What a huge round from him. Didn't get to say his name that much yesterday, but this was really big. I want to point out, Electronic and whoever was with him over there at Ivy, they both pushed through a smoke that was there, and I think that almost caught them off guard in the A defense. I think they put down that smoke over at Ivy and thought, okay, we'll have like 15 seconds apiece, and Na'Vi just said, no way, we're just going to come. So, nice defense. That was great to see.
I think it's... I think the main thing is that it was slightly off the timing between the main push and the Ivy push. Just slightly staggered. If they'd have hit at the same time, if they'd have timed it properly, then we'd be looking at a different situation. But still, Hard Legion, it doesn't change the fact that Savat had to hit those shots, and he did so. So well done on his part. And that's the second round on the board now for Hard Legion. 10 rounds on the T side of train here for Na'Vi, though. And well, down a man in this round. Looking up for Hard Legion here. Maybe they can fight back at the end of this half and at least try and set themselves up going into the second half where they can try and keep this pressure up. But for now...
They got the opening kill.
I'm just wondering if Rage is going to get anything out of this. He's just camping right now, waiting.
They're going to push forward right into Perfecto. Instant headshot, and oh man, that is such a shame. Great opportunity there. He's ready for it. Perfecto's seen that play many times. And he'll take down Kinky as well. Savat trying to fight his way back. Simple gonna challenge him. Close range with the AWP. And now Boomich. Oh, and he catches Forrester. I was gonna say there's a big chance there for Forrester to maybe bring it back at least into a 2-on-2. But now instead, the bomb is gonna be down and B. There's nothing Krad can do about this. Let's see if Simple can get the flick. He's gonna miss the opportunity. One's back for more though. Not afraid to take this fight at all. And they know where Krad is. He's in so much trouble.
Yeah, you can't... I was about to say, you just can't help but feel sorry for Krad. Where's he going to go? He's just caught in the sandwich. He tries to back off into B site. That's where they planted the bomb. They were already there, dude. This is brutal. And so the economy now is just in shambles for Hard Legion going into this 14th round. I mean, it's like, yes, we finally got a round on the board. And then no, Na'Vi put their foot down again and just smash them. So we're going to have a little bit of a half buy coming in here from Hard Legion, trying to maximize their money for the next round. And Na'Vi just get to keep running amok. Even seeing the aggression out over here towards Ivy. Molly going down just to stop him.
They are really beating up on the Monday. It's 11-2. It's the T side of train. Normally we're happy if someone gets like 5 or 6 rounds, but this is wild. And yeah, the money broken once again. Rage is trying to pick up a kill. He's 1-1 and 11. But the most they have on the team is 9 kills on Krad. And on the other side, the top fraggers are Boomich at 17 and Electronic at 14. This is kind of disturbing.
There's the peak, and Kinky gets chased away. Oh, we're getting oh. It's the trades, but let's see. Did he get... Oh, man. The headshot from Simple. So patient. Doesn't waste the chance. Takes Rage out of it.
He actually lined that up for a while, didn't he? He was being real patient about it. Kinky's out here. No one's been shooting him in the back yet. He's going to turn the corner, but they're all just waiting for him. This is nice, though. I mean... Normally we criticize Na'Vi for being a bit slow, but they're being really patient here. I don't think this is them not knowing what to do. This is them saying, we know there are people hiding on this bomb site. Let's just wait and see where they show up. And they're going to win this round just fine. This is... Yeah, I think it's a fine line between watching, you know, indecisive and slow Na'Vi throw away rounds at the time and watching them be deliberately, you know, calculatingly slow and waiting for the enemy team to make a mistake. And that's what we just saw in that round. So, really like it.
I'm blown away right now. This is the Na'Vi we all expected to see yesterday. Just absolutely mauling their opponents. And while Hard Legion now, after that round of eco, they're going to be able to buy here. They've got that AWP up on Rage again, who's been really struggling all game long. He's at 1 frag right now, Anders. It's a tough scenario for him, especially when you're the op. You need to be having a bit more of an impact than that against Na'Vi. And so, Na'Vi's still being very thorough. in this last round of the first half. And there's Boomich catching Crad, nade in hand. That's a free smoke that he gets to take advantage of. The rotation coming through already to the B site now for Hard Legion, and life just got so difficult for the CT side.
Boomich is taking the B bomb side, but the rest of his team is just miles away. They're just all over the map. He's now traded places with Forrester inside of that smoke. So Forrester's right behind Boomich, but I'm not even sure it's going to make a difference at this point in time. Perfecto taking down Kinky. They still have there's still a minute left. Now Boomich is going to walk back in and check for Forrester, who must be confused about how he ended up there. But regardless, they're in a lot of trouble here. 2 versus 4, and what a half it's been for Na'Vi. This is out of control. Just that round for Boomich shows everything you'd want to know about that first half. Just getting the kill, taking the bomb side. They're everywhere. It's 13-2. And yeah, wow. That's what we wanted out of Na'Vi, and we got it.
God damn. These guys, that is unreal. And no break here at WePlay. We're going to move straight into the second half. And so Hard Legion don't even get a chance to breathe, Anders. You almost kind of want to see him just take a timeout here. Like, all right, we need just a moment to try and recover, because that beating was so harsh.
Yeah.
And it's going to be the raid boss approach here. We're going to have double P250 for Hard Legion. Double P250, double Kevlar, and a single flash on Crad. And it's just looking like a bit of the old run and gun here. Hoping to just go explode out onto the site.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a bad approach. I appreciate it. They're not going to have any smokes, which means Na'Vi are going to have plenty of chances to use the USPs on the other hand, which is dangerous on a map like Train, right? You've got all that range. You're running up alongside the Train. It could definitely backfire. Boomich will spot out at least a guy there at Pop Dog and start to fall back. Flamey and Perfecto are so far back on the B-bomb side, they could be here pretty quickly as well, but now what they're going to go, it's time for Hard Legion. Boomich will take a quick kill, spotting for more, and he'll barely get that one. That's on the bomb. He's going to trade out for the Glock. He just wants to keep fighting. Doesn't even want to spend the time reloading, and they're going to get real close. Oh, and burst fire to take down Kinky. It's a bit of a disaster, and they're going to absolutely be destroyed. Boomich with a quad kill, putting him at 22-8.
Oh, man, you hear that click of it switching into burst fire mode? You're thinking, no. But then you realize, man, Shadow on the ground gives it away. Boomich, it's like he's got wall hacks at that point. He can just line it up and pull the trigger. 14-2. Man. And a force buy obviously coming in here from Hard Legion. They've got to try and do something, of course. They're not just going to roll over and take it. But Na'Vi are just looking supremely confident right now. Got the footsteps over into Brown Halls already. Molly just in case from Perfecto, in case there was going to be that rush into B. Possibility from Hard Legion. But they elect to slow play it in this round right now. Curious to see if Electronic gets anything here. Yep. Kill on Rage. Knows that there's a second man. So a lot of info gained as well as that kill.
Yeah, this is one of those situations at this point. I mean, yeah, you can't blame Hard Legion for buying into this round, but it just all feels like a sort of, like, whatever happens now, it's going to be too late, surely. And maybe it's better to just mentally try and prepare yourself for a map like Overpass. That's going to be the second one. Just think, like, you know what? Like, we just got beat up. Let's just try and forget about it and move into the next one. Entirely possible that one could be way more competitive as well. But what's so rough, given how this is played out, is that they're not even going to have a chance to get most of their team warmed up. I think most of them will feel like, what on earth just happened? We've only been playing for like 10 minutes and we already lost the map.
Yeah, you wonder if this happens so fast that they kind of just, you know, it happens so quick. It's like when you cut your hand or something without realizing it. It happens so quick. You didn't even know. All right. And so you're going into the second map. You're going to be fighting. And all of a sudden you notice, wait, there's blood all over the place. What happened? What? I've been cut already. What? Where did that happen?
You know, it's weird that you say that, Sam, because you know what? I got new knives in my kitchen. And they are really sharp. And you know what I realized? That's actually not that good of a thing. I mean, it probably is if you're like a chef and you know what you're doing. But for me, it's like, I used to be able to like, you know, I could like feel when the knife's getting close to my hand and like I just stop and it will be fine. These knives are like, I'm endangering myself basically. It's dangerous. It's no fun. So
yeah, you get a good knife, man. It's it'll change things for sure. Oh, buddy. Well, this is looking like it's going to be a very, very fast first map of this series. Na'Vi just no respect, getting in there, sliding in like a very sharp knife. Hard Legion are still wondering if they've been cut or not. They don't know. They don't realize that they're dead already, Anders.
You know, but they definitely are absolutely dead. There's no reviving this. It's done. There's nothing left here. Crowd and Forrester trying to fight their way back in, but it's not going to happen here. 2 versus 5. The bomb is miles away. Electronic will get 1 more kill. Good little double for him, putting him up at 18 for the minute. And Forrester, the last one left. They are absolutely getting beaten up. What a ridiculous performance out of Na'Vi. 16 to 2 at the end. I think again we just have to take all the credit. We were pretty hard on them yesterday, and and here we are today, and it's worked out. So yeah. What do you guys think over at the desk? Criticism, does it work? Does it work for you guys? You know, if we were hard on you, would you do a better job analyzing these games?
You've always been hard on us, Anders. You've always been controlling everything in your wicked ways. You're just the mean man. And, by the way, can we frame you a little bit better? You look like this evil head, you know, something from like Red Dwarf.
I know, I like it.
I still think we should put him on a stick.
Yeah, put him on a stick. There you go, that'll
his
work.
Head on a stick.
Flames around him. Go do some magic with the green screen, Anders. You got some time while we break this down. Thank you, lads. Now, this is the Na'Vi we expected. This is the Na'Vi we know and love. But it almost feels like we have to really push them to elimination, backs up against the wall, to see this Na'Vi against the CIS team.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, this is the Na'Vi I guess we expected throughout the entire tournament. This is the Na'Vi that was looking solid throughout. You know, there was a strong showing. I think there was not a single weak link within the Na'Vi camp. I think every player had a good moment. The entire team, you know, played well as a team. Not often something we say about Na'Vi. It's more about Simple, more about electronic. Yep. So, you know, we as rough as we are when we talk about Na'Vi, as criticism as we put on them, then we gotta, you know, compliment them as well when they're doing a good job. And this was a strong performance by Na'Vi. Of course, Hard Legion not playing a great game, but when you're facing a Na'Vi on this level, I think it's to be expected that you take a loss.
I think this is why we criticize Na'Vi, is because they can do that. They can do that. They can just come out here and just blast the team out of the water. This is a team who's #1 in RMR points, by the way. They've just been battered like it was nothing, and they might be going out as one of the first teams out of the tournament if they don't.
Na'Vi will be happy. They can claim some points back, you know, and push these guys down, try and reclaim that
the
spot.
other team out is also above them at the moment. Windstrike are currently 4th, so if Na'Vi can pull this back, they have a really good chance to catch up with all of the opposition. Obviously, you've still got teams in the tournament like Spirit, who are very, very close to being #1 at the moment. I think they're off by 40 points or something ridiculously small.
Now, one thing I want to sit on here, which is really important for me, is it didn't need to be the Simple and electronic show. They had great moments. Just remember that 3K that it's electronic by electric box. He just disappears through the smoke, sees 2 of them, and then even the guy that's already shooting him just pops him as well. It's like, this is normal stuff we expect from these guys. But I think the confidence there for Na'Vi as a team is that it wasn't just them required to pull off heroics to make the win here. They did what we expect. We shouldn't be hyping it up too much, but we should be thinking at least, okay, now how do we see this Na'Vi in every game from here on out? Because anything else is unacceptable. When you're going up against teams within your region, especially how the disparity is in like world rankings and where we sit, you should not be dropping more than 12 rounds to these teams at best if they're like the second best team.
I 100% agree, and if any of us had the answer as to why Na'Vi are showing so much inconsistency, they'd probably pay us a lot of money, you know, for telling them you need to do this, need to do that, and all of a sudden you're the best team again within the CS region. That being said, though, this was a great showcase of what Na'Vi can do, but we still need to see them win out the match. I wouldn't be surprised if the next map is going to be a complete different story, and once again, we're going to see Na'Vi struggle a little bit. They got off to a good start yesterday on Overpass against Gambit Youngsters, and then they lost a few anti-eco rounds, and it's like, it doesn't take a lot of resistance for Na'Vi to just fall through, right? As soon as they face a little bit of obstacle, it seems like the mentality within the lineup is easy to be flustered. So we need to see Na'Vi getting pressured in a game against Hard Legion, and then overcome that pressure and actually show some of that mental strength that we know they can do. They're good at it on stages. They're good at it at big tournaments. We saw it in Katowice. They were playing in the lower bracket as well, qualifying for the playoff. When they got to the playoff, there was no doubt they were the best team at the tournament. But in the group stage at Katowice, people forget that Na'Vi was just playing some okay Counter-Strike. They had backs against the walls a few times, being pressured. But they showed mental resilience, and that mental resilience is something I want to see again from Na'Vi. We have to see.
That's a harsh stat. Can we get that off the screen? I don't like it. 38 ADR. This is the thing that worries me, especially about Hard Legion, is like, so far in this tournament, we've seen Forrester still be Forrester. Like, he's been a very good player, great individual, 20 years old, someone to watch, that's for sure. Krad's meant to be that other player. I think that he started to be figured out. Like, it is one thing when you're someone like Art, where you can do the things you do and get away with it every single time. People have started to realize that he gets very aggressive, and they've caught him a fair few times.
And I fully agree with you, and you make the comparison to Art is perfect, but the difference is Art's the in-game leader and plays around that system himself.
Exactly.
Krad's not the in-game leader. The rest of his team is trying to play what I would call his more normal CS, not so much CS style. They're actually trying to, when you look at Hard Legion, have this more tactical way. And then Krad's just this CIS odd piece that they're like, go do your thing. And that's when it doesn't work.
The other issue as well is something that you mentioned yesterday is, like, say he's not succeeding with his aggression.
Yeah.
You talk about Rage as an AWPer, and I don't think he does enough. Like, even if he puts the stats up, it's not particularly good. And I sort of mentioned it to you when we were talking before, that the fact is he takes the least opening duels of anyone on his team. And you have to bear in mind, Sviat is an in-game leader, almost a pure in-game leader. Like, he doesn't really frag. Kinky is almost pure support. Like, he's throwing all the nades. Sometimes he runs in first just to almost go, Forrester, he's over there. I'm dead now. Him. So if you don't have that third player, you're relying on 2 people to beat Na'Vi. Now, sure, they've had some bad games. Sure, they haven't been great throughout all the CS tournaments we've seen. But if 2 players from Na'Vi can step up, which we expect as a bare minimum, surely those 2 players should be able to beat the 2 players that are on the other side. So that means someone we have to look to. And the only person I'm looking at is the AWPer. Surely it has to be the AWPer.
And that's the thing, right? And with no offense to Rage, like yesterday, he didn't put up a fight against Jame, who is not even similar to the same form we've seen Jame in. And now you're going to try to go up against the simple, just
and
back
he's
to hitting
more
some
passive
shots.
in general as well. Like, Jame is known for his more defensive
Rage is
AWPing,
the
and
turret.
he had more opening picks. Like, Jame was 10-5 in that series yesterday. I think it was 6-7 for Rage. So if you're being out-AWPed by someone who's memed for being a passive AWPer, that's a real worry for your squad when things aren't going well. When Krad and Forrester are running the show on the T side, like they may do on Overpass, because that's where I think they both got 15 kills apiece when they played the other day, so they definitely can play Overpass. But when it goes to a CT side and you need those picks, or when things aren't working on the T side, that's where you need your AWPer, and he doesn't seem to show up.
Now let's start talking about this Overpass. I'm going to start with Na'Vi on this because it has not looked pretty. They lost in that overtime against Gambit Youngsters. Okay, that Gambit Youngsters map is the best for them Overpass. But I go back to this Vitality game that we saw back at Blast. Pimp, you're going to remember it oh so well because it's in everyone's mind. It went 16-6 to Vitality, yeah? It was Na'Vi's pick. We all sat there and went, aha, yeah, they must have a plan with this. And they just looked lost. And that wasn't a game where Zyru popped off. That's a big problem.
It is a big problem, and I think Na'Vi are showing inconsistency on all maps. I think you can't really pinpoint it and say it's Overpass' fault. I think they've done the same with Dust 2, as we talked about.
But they don't have a home map.
They don't have a home map. That's the biggest problem, right? But
they do have a home map, but it's just a stupid one, and it's Dust 2.
Well,
but
not
they've stopped picking it.
Yeah,
exactly.
because they know
really
how bad
don't.
it is.
They really don't have a home map. They're trying to make it train by the looks of it.
Sure, and that's a good thing, that they're trying out new stuff, because Dust 2 clearly not working out. Overpass, maybe that could be the map. If you look at the results, sure, they had a rough showing against Vitality, but apart from that, it's been looking all right. The problem for me yesterday was the B defense was so weak. Flamey didn't have a good day. Perfecto had some lag issues. Maybe we can pinpoint that and say that was part of the reason why I got to
It happened in Road to Rio as well, though, against Hard Legion and against Simon.
That's the thing,
so.
but if you look at Overpass for Na'Vi, I don't think the T side of Na'Vi is bad by no means. I think it's all right. I think the CT side on A-bomb side is good, so if you can fix the B-bomb side, Overpass could be that map where Na'Vi comes in and have a strong showing. It needs Flamey to step up, it needs Perfecto to step up, and they need to find out a way to play that B-bomb side together, because the A side is more or less under control. Simple had a somewhat rough showing yesterday, but normally he's good, for 1 or 2 on the A-bomb side.
Retake a lot.
Get to retake a lot. That's not a lot of fun, though, but Simple is a player that will lock down the A-bomb side. So if Flamey finds a way to control the B-bomb side together with Perfecto, maybe even Electronic helping in there, as a rotator, but that's it, then you have a strong Overpass showing, and that's all, it's just a single piece missing. But I agree with you, they look silly when they can't fix the B-bomb side.
Yeah, it really is. And when you come to the Hard Legion side, right, Overpass is a map they like to begin to do. It's, again, with them, it's very up and down. You can only say so much about the results when you look at their opponents.
Because their T side's the good side.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, if that's a worry. Like, sure, you can definitely put up numbers on the T side of Overpass, but when your CT side is the one where you're going, it can work. Like, even when you look at the match they played previously versus Na'Vi, I think both teams dominated the T side. Even though Na'Vi eventually lost, it was 16-14 after a dominant first half. So that's scary, and I think that's mainly because they do again, like they rely on Forrester and Crad on the T side, but then Crad is still a bit of a loose cannon. Like he'll push through connector, and again, like teams have figured him out now. So if you're losing early picks a lot, like I think yesterday, I think I wrote down the stats somewhere. His opening duels were 4 and 11. That's ridiculous. And bear in mind, Forrester's were 11 and 4. So it was almost like at this point he was just trying to balance out his teammates' aggression. But you have to realize there's a point where you go, okay, this is now not working. I need to change. And that's what makes maybe an okay or a decent player into a great player, is the fact that you don't just have one level to your game.
Exactly that. And we had this conversation yesterday, right, about Boomich as an in-game leader. I think they've got the defaults down. I think what him and Blade work on to have this system is certainly something that's there. It's when we get into the messy parts, right? That's where it all starts to fall apart.
The CT side.
No, just the T side of like actual mid-rounds, when they get a pick and they're trying to work out what to do, or when they're down a number, what's their next step. That's the problem for this Na'Vi lineup at the moment. What I would love to see is give a bit of that Savat mentality, because him as an in-game leader, he takes full control, right? Lets his players do his thing, and then he just grabs them when it's needed and makes a decision. I want to see some more decisiveness out of Boomich if they're to take this win.
And I agree. And I think there's, if you go in and watch Boomich when he first joined Na'Vi, I think he was a leader that led by example. He was being very aggressive, especially on the CT side. He liked to lead the pack, right? He liked to go in first, go for the opening duels, and basically be the leader that leads by example, as we often refer to as guys like Alexi B, for example, or Glaive for that matter as well in Astralis when he's playing. I think he's gone away from that a little bit. I think Boomich has lost a little bit of that confidence. We don't see him as aggressive anymore. We don't see him as flying around as he used to be. Sometimes you see glimpses of it where he tries to go for the peak, doesn't always work out. And I think we need to see that Boomich back again. When he's having confidence, I really don't care whether or not his calls are like as picture perfect as Glaive, for example. Yeah. As long as you lead by example, as long as you make space for Simple, as long as you make space and create space for Flamey and Electronic so they can do the job for you. I think that will be enough for Boomich.
So you want QB Fire Boomich?
I want QB Fire Boomich, exactly, all over the place.
Here we go.
That's a player that is just hella annoying to play against. So if Boomich can get back to that level where he finds that confidence, doesn't really matter whether he posts, 30 frags or 20 frags in a game. As long as he creates the space for Electronic and Simple to do their job properly, then I think that'll be enough for Na'Vi.
And Tom, I'm going to ask you this question, because especially with how much insight you have on the CIS side of things, players like Simple and Electronic, sometimes it's not just a go-kill mentality, right? They can feed off that confidence of someone like Boomich just coming in and being like, now we're hitting it. Like, if you just go, they will just follow. But if you hesitate, that's when they'll jump on you, which is why we heard recently, we've seen these comms come out from different events, that we're seeing Simple be like, no, guys, don't do this. And then if he's having to do that, he's not focused on the game, he's not focused on his role.
I think the QB Fire example is the greatest example of that of all time, where if you take the individuals of that team and take them apart and put them in another team, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Cool. Like, well, even look at where are the majority of the players right now? Some of them are on break, some of them are like playing in like tier 3, tier 4, maybe even lower rosters. But as a group, they pumped each other up. They had someone like Boomich who, like, we've seen it. If you ever see his Instagram, I don't even understand what he's saying. It's some of the funniest stuff I think I've ever seen, just him dancing and singing. And like, he is one of the most positive people, I think, in the whole scene. So if he is being less vocal and in his shell, I almost want to blame the rest of the roster rather than him, because like there has to be something that has got him into that mentality, because he's never been like that before.
And we come into this topic of conversation about mental coaches and stuff like that, right? Someone to boost him up, because there's only so much you can do as one individual player, and someone else needs to come alongside him and say, come on, mate, remember how good you were, remember what you guys can do.
Get Zeus
here.
behind him, that's what I want to see.
What, like, so a Zeus version of like Jason Lake, kicking the chairs and stuff, the Ukrainian version.
Yeah, exactly.
At this point, why not? If it helps Na'Vi, I'm all for it.
Or Banks.
Stop trying to put me in this position. Sebla's already making comments about this. I like my life as it is, right? I'm not getting myself put into the underground of Ukraine.
Island. You like the island?
Yeah, the island is safe, right? I'm surrounded by familiar faces. No one can kill me here. I'm in a good position.
Think about that twice,
See, looking around and seeing all the skulls, either you're admitting to some crimes or you're wrong.
What was that famous rock singer that had all these horrible song names and then actually turned out they're all true? You must have seen it. He says,
I think we should move away from this.
I'm going to show you guys afterwards. It is classic. But on the hard Legion side of things, I do actually see them being able to get away with overpass. Even if this Na'Vi that we just saw on train comes out and they have the confidence and know what they're doing, hard Legion know how to play this game. Look what they did to VP yesterday as the prime example of it.
Yeah, they're good on overpass, and Na'Vi did struggle yesterday against the Gambit YNG. They got off to a good start, as I said. The CT side was looking all right. Then they lost a few anti-heroes to a few deagle rounds, and again, as soon as Na'Vi they face obstacles, as soon as they face, resistance, it feels like to me that they're falling apart a little bit. So Na'Vi, it'll be nice if you could just finish this game 2-0 and actually give us confidence that you're back, somewhat back, and you're able to, resist that pressure that you're being put on by the CS teams.
Well, let's see if they can. Anders and Semler coming back into the mix, and it's time for us to see the second map between Na'Vi and Hard Legion. It's Overpass that we're getting this all down on, and we've seen Overpass from Na'Vi not look so good time and time again. So let's get into the game. Or we go into the commentators? There we go. We're slowly padding into it. I could only drag up the throw so long, we wait for him to do it. There you go. That's what I need to hear from Anders. That's what I'm happy with.
Oh.
I
like
see
the
him.
slow pad. It's great we get to see that beautiful set. I think they've done an amazing job. So, Sam, how do you feel about this up and coming second map? Do you think Na'Vi are going to be just as crazy on this one?
I think Na'Vi don't have any reason not to be at this point. I mean, this is a Na'Vi that is looking pretty confident in itself. They hit the ground running in train. They never really let Hard Legion get any kind of flow going. And everybody seems to be hitting their shots on Na'Vi's side. They all seem to be confident.
Yeah.
And that's the key here going into this map is we're talking about the 4th team in the world going up against a team that isn't of that same stature. The 4th team in the world should be destroying everybody in this tournament. And so Na'Vi finally living up to expectations here.
Yeah, it's about time, isn't it? Maybe we could, if they prove it again here, we could dial back on the criticism a little bit. And we can give them a little bit of the benefit of the doubt. But yeah, for now, I want to see more of it. I think the way that we saw them play, Boomich just rolling through, Electronic doing well. Didn't even get to see Symbol go fully crazy, but I think it's one of those things that, they just need to keep this up. I think they're sorting out a quick tech issue there on the Na'Vi side, and then they should be good to go. I can't wait for it. I think this is going to be... I think it's going to be a similar experience, to be honest, for Hard Legion. I also think most of their players didn't get warmed up. It was only Krad that got into double digits at all on that first map?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. He's trying to hit some shots. Forrester was up there as well, I think.
All right.
With him. But, dude, you got to give it to him. This is so sick, the AR going on with this studio. Seeing the Na'Vi and the Hard Legion totems going here. Yep, head-to-head, lads, head-to-head. These two teams about to go at it. And, well, we are still paused. No, okay, Simple's calling ready. It's looking like we're ready. So let's get into the thick of things here. Map 2, Hard Legion and Na'Vi both fighting for their tournament lives right now. That's what we need to keep in mind. This is Group B, but this is an elimination match, a lower bracket match. And if that shocks you, you're saying, wait a second, Na'Vi in the lower bracket. Yes, Na'Vi lost to Gambit Youngsters yesterday in our first match, and then Hard Legion lost against Virtus.pro.
Yeah, right you are. And I mean, it should surprise you. It should be shocking. It was certainly shocking to those of us watching it yesterday. So, yeah, maybe that was the wake-up call that Na'Vi needed. Regardless, they seem to be ready and here today to really fight. So we should all be happy about that. Look at the push out long. Electronic realizing how many people are coming around that corner. Simple going to sneak in with a kill. That's a nice one from that connector stair. And he's just going to be hanging around here. He's got Flamey behind him as well. That's a problem for Hard Legion. I think they wanted to actually trap and fight someone there, but didn't get the chance to.
How agonizing is this? Because, I mean, it's all just being off here and there, just off. In timing, Electronic shouldn't be able to make it past out of there, but he does somehow. He goes down eventually on the A site proper, and now Hard Legion are going to be able to make their way up here and get this bomb planted with a lot of utility left on Kinky as well. So this could make life pretty complicated for Na'Vi. Na'Vi have elected to gather up and try and retake all from CT side, and Boomich going to take a bullet to the face. This is tough for Na'Vi now.
Actually is becoming a bit tricky. Good start for Hard Legion so far. Simple finding a headshot. He's swinging. Oh, he's so quick with that flick. That's disgusting. Taking down Rage, but they still might be running out of time here. Simple does have a kit, and but no smoke to force any fight, and this is going to be real tricky. With Savat and Kinky having essentially a crossfire here, they're going to have to go really big, and yeah, Savat's going to be able to finish this round. Nice shot. That's going to be Hard Legion picking up the pistol. I think they handled that very well.
They did. This is where I wish we had the ability to draw again, you know, because it feels like we should, but then you and I aren't streaming like in the old days, Anders, so we don't actually have that capability.
We're missing that.
We are missing that because right about now is where you want to say, okay, when they push Electronic back on long through restroom, you want Kinky to be in position to catch Electronic as he tries to get away. And because Kinky hesitated for a second, Electronic then gets out of there. And that sets it up for Simple, right? To catch them as they try and push for Electronic because Electronic got out. You know, then that sets it up for Simple to get his kill. You can see the chain of events But then Hard Legion did an excellent job stabilizing after that, just using their utility, turning it into a nice clean take of that A site, and playing it out from there. So what could have been a really dicey situation, I think, for Hard Legion turned out to be obviously very good. They're off to a strong start with that pistol win.
Now they need to survive this round, which Scout on Simple could be dangerous, but some of those deagles there on Navi's side definitely can hurt as well. So, yeah, don't celebrate too soon here if you're Hard Legion. Gotta find a way to make it through. Simple's out there looking for them. Not quite turning the corner yet. They've got another Scout there on the Rage. So, yeah, Simple hurt that shot. But if they just go at him right now, it's actually not a bad call at all. They should be able to run him down before he get too many kills, if any at all.
Indeed, if any at all. Let's see. Slow lurk dry onto the B site here. Forrester gonna get spotted by Perfecto. But that's just showing. It's keeping the defense honest because the hit is going to come in on A site. And they are hitting this timing, Hard Legion, not waiting at all. They're going to move right in. Once Forrester showed himself towards that B site, this is when it comes in on this A site. And things are going to get dicey here for Na'Vi. Yeah, not a whole lot that Electronic can hope to do. Perfecto shows up and gets a body shot. But this is where it should end. As far as the damage is concerned, he should get overwhelmed right now. Unbelievable.
Wow, 9 seconds left. They're in so much trouble all of a sudden. I can't believe it. Forrester doing his best. He almost sprays the second player down. That would have been it, but he's out of time. He can't win the round, and he just has to try and save the AK. That is so devastating. They had done it all perfectly. They actually got Electronic because he never got a chance to reload that CSAT 75. He just picked up a Scout instead, and wow, that's not a round they need to lose, Hard Legion.
What even is happening, Anders? I don't even know. It all seems so good. Like, Forrester shows himself B. They line up utility for A, except that they never actually push onto the site. And when they do, well, now Simple's just going to get aggro. This is going to fire Simple up if anything ever did. Losing the pistol. Okay, fine. Fluky. But now with the M4, he's already going to be moving in, just looking to wreck him.
Yeah, just saying, guys, let's not get sucked into this. Remember what we were doing on Train? Let's do that again, just with maybe even more power behind it here. Perfecto going down, though. Forrester on that saved AK from the previous round, and I kind of want to see. I think Forrester is still my guy to watch on this team for someone that could be interesting. He's going to be trapped in the smoke. That was a perfectly timed smoke. Tried to beat it and went down. So now the AK has been lost in that tunnel.
AK's been lost. Frustrating. Even though they get the perfect, the boost on Perfecto. It is still going to be Hard Legion setting up this B split. I mean, they're just going to commit. What can they really do here? They forced up Pistol Kevlar, but that's where it ends. They don't have any nades left to work with apart from this single flash from Rage. And so Rage is setting it up right now for that pop. AK's been recovered. Here we go. They have to push behind this flash. And the timing just not good here. 30 seconds on the clock, and Hard Legion are walking into a real tight spot.
Yeah, Flamey actually using that smoke as a wall, so that knew it would be hard for someone to push through. That great double kill, in fact, a triple kill on Flamey at the end of the round. And, I mean, a little bit expensive. Hard Legion made it look competitive, but unfortunately they can't follow it up. They have to be more passive in this round, or at least more conservative in the vibe, which is a bit of an issue. So, yeah, Na'Vi sucks to lose some rifles in the last round, but they're going to make up for it here, I think.
All right, this should be a mauling. So I'm going to take advantage of this time to say welcome everybody in the chat. We are in the second map of this elimination series between Na'Vi and Hard Legion. Na'Vi in the lead 2-1 on the CT side. And well, this is an elimination match in the Group B of the WePlay Road to Rio Russian tournament.
Yeah, CIS region only, and could be real interesting to figure out how that's going to be playing out. Electronic is looking super fired up, but he's still going to be going down eventually. And Boomage, that's a nice kill. Really, really active fights coming out from Na'Vi. And Kinky, he's alone with an M4A1. He's going to get the kill, run back to pick up the bomb. And, I mean, he could spend some time here. He's got a minute to figure out where the next kill is going to be coming from.
Just get set up so I can see the chat again.
Oh, that's important. We don't forget about the chat.
Dude, can't forget about the chat.
He's managed to walk his way around, so he could get a bit of a surprise kill on Flamey if he's going to be checking the bank, although Flamey's at a really safe position right now. Like the way that Na'Vi are playing this, they're just setting themselves up as safe as they can be, and Flamey's going to win the fight. Close to going down on 9 health there, but yeah, 3-1. And now Hard Legion are back with another buy.
It's a dumb joke, but I shouldn't laugh, but it's funny. Forrest left Dignitas for this?
G.
Shout out, Gian. Oh, yeah. Well, Na'Vi, that was way more expensive than it needed to be. At least Hard Legion are doing a better job of making Na'Vi spend money this round than they did on Train, where Simple was sitting on 16,000 for most of that map. So at least, Hard Legion, if they can win this round here, they've got Na'Vi in a tight spot regarding the money. And so definitely trying to keep an eye on things here for Hard Legion. They're a little light on the nades, though, which is going to make it difficult to get that full clean execute. You don't have the incendiary for Toxic if you want to hit B, right? You don't have the incendiaries to clear out those spots. So, it's a toughie. It's looking like they just want to go up dry and hope that they catch Na'Vi off guard with this.
And actually, that could work really well. It's a 3-man defense here, but that kind of an opening is perfect. Boomich only with the 1 kill, and that is a very clean entry. You're absolutely right. Just no warning as soon as they turn the corner, and especially when they get the opening killed. I don't know what the rest of that B defense is meant to do. That's just Na'Vi, I think, just not being prepared, actually, for that kind of a play.
Oh, well, they're simple. Getting a freebie. It's impossible to take this over, though. I need so many angles to worry about. Limited on nades. Electronic hoping he's going to spot somebody. Oh, the flash goes off behind Kinky. That's so unfortunate. Simple still finds a kill on Forrester. Now they know that there's a man beneath the balcony here, but there's just so little time. And the money is so tight for Na'Vi that they can't afford to lose these rifles, especially not the op for Simple. He needs to hold on to this sniper rifle.
Yeah, that's going to be, I think, one of the key rifles that they're going to be using down the road. You have to imagine he's currently top of the scoreboard at 7-3, which is a very bad sign for Hard Legion. Even if they're able to pick up that round, you just, if you know that there's going to be a bunch of rounds in the future here where Simple is just going to be sniping away at people, he could push up aggressive and try and take people down before the round even really begins. That is going to be a bit of an issue. 6th round though, and I mean, this is a better match already, or a better map already than on Train. So, props to Hard Legion for fighting back.
Oh, sorry, Archangel. Archangel? It's not happening, dude. Boom! There's the shot from Simple, though. That's definitely happening. Puts one right through Krad's dome.
With no backup, there was just Simple alone out there. Bit scary, perhaps. Looks like they want to try and see if they can make their way through the tunnel, but the position that Flamey and Perfecto have got set up here, it's impossible really to flash Flamey, and you're going to have to fight Perfecto first. So let's just see what happens. Smoke is about to fade. They're waiting inside. They could get the kill on Perfecto. Oh, and he almost gets one in return, but there's the lineup, and nearly a triple kill with that MP9. Boomich still hiding inside by the barrels. Will get spotted. No one else is coming through that tunnel, so Boomich just has to play it safe, and he will. That's a smart
They
call.
force that smoke. They force the smoke out, so this is good, though, because that smoke goes down around 50 seconds. There's still time here for Hard Legion to play with. And Rage needs to stay alive at all costs, because he's got the utility right now. He's got that Molotov, he's got that smoke, and so he's going to go for something clever. Svat going to get boosted up. Does he spot anybody out, though? Unfortunately for him, Na'Vi going for a boost of their own, and they can't see each other.
Oh, dear.
Oh, there
now
it is!
they can. He just popped right off. That is funny. Nice shot there from Savat, but might not be enough. Rage has got 15 seconds, and he can't just put the bomb down. He has to find someone, get the kill, and I think that dream is probably done right here. Electronic with a good double kill. If the time had been more, he could have done something here, but does not work out in the end.
Nope, not to be. And well, they are just continuing to stretch here, Na'Vi. And this is a round where we're gonna get a whole bunch of deagles out for Hard Legion. Fair enough. Everybody buys deagles these days. But this should be a round where Na'Vi smash them and establish their economy going forward. And that's what we're going to be trying to keep an eye out here for Na'Vi. They need to not really get caught up by these digs. They need to just keep everybody alive, trade effectively, and build that economy so they can get a little bit of room for error. And there it is, Boomich. And just to get the wall bang down on Rage towards Sewers. And so Na'Vi are looking good. I mean, they are still looking like the favorite team in this matchup. Hard Legion are struggling right now, Anders.
Yeah, I tend to agree, although I think the point you made about the money is the one to really watch for. I mean, that's the big difference here between Train and Overpass is the fact that at least Hard Legion are doing damage, but every time they have a round like this, there's always that threat, that danger of them not getting enough kills, and then Na'Vi will be set up pretty nicely, so this is looking good, yeah. Trying to fall back, he was alone out there. He's going to try and vacate that position. And I don't know what they can do here. 5-on-3 with 2 Deagles. Hard to do a lot of damage, although they are trying the best they can. Not getting many fights out of Na'Vi at the moment.
What was the flash? Smoke is about to clear. On long, Svat is going to be behind. He's past it now and steps right in. Electronic, ready and waiting. What a baller. Oh, thank you, JRs. Good looking out, my dude. Flamey is definitely looking out for this shots right now. Electronic's going to swing and get the kill. It's not. It's at the end of the week. It's on Sunday. So the finals for this tournament will be my birthday. So it's going to be perfect, dude. I'm going to catch some CS, and then I'm going to have a barbecue. I'm just going to chill. It's going to be great.
Yeah, you figure out what kind of meat you want to barbecue yet?
I've got some good. I got some good steaks. You know, I'm big on steaks right now. I'm still really trying to figure out how to, like indirect heat, right?
Oh,
Messing
yeah.
around with that sort of stuff.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Could go the Joe Rogan route, find some elk or something like that.
Oh, dude, I would love it, but it's so hard to get here in Sweden. There's just no elk in Sweden, That's it's really a North American kind of thing.
Really?
Yeah. There's deer, there's plenty of venison. There's moose. You can get moose, but elk, the way that North America has elk, it's just not the same.
Okay. I didn't even realize that. I just assumed that it would be up there somewhere, but fair play.
Maybe in the CIS region, Russia over there. I don't know. I don't actually know. That's a good question.
Someone tell us in the chat if Samuel and I decide to go elk hunting, if we should go to Russia and check that out. Could be.
Hell yeah.
Must be some out in Siberia. We'll never find any other people out there, so I'm sure there's gonna be some stuff going on. Maybe that's for a future thing. We make some content around it. Now, totally. This round, though, they're setting up for another monster tunnel push, and it is the same defense, but with better rifles and a worse outcome for Na'Vi. They actually have a better chance of doing it this time, and I don't want to see them replicate that setup again. Now, I think that must be too readable now for Hard Legion. So nice trade, and still with 35 seconds. Ooh. Why are they waiting a long time?
Yeah, now this is about time for Simple to rotate in. Now he's got Boomich's back, and he hits that first shot, drops that bomb. Forrester's been spotted out as well. Boomich had to win that. Gets the kill. Now we've got a man advantage for Na'Vi. Boomich still here, but he sticks his elbow out.
Why?
Probably, has no idea that he's peeking there, I guess. But it's down to 7 seconds, and that bomb is still stuck on short.
Yeah, the round is lost for sure. Even if Simple failed that kill, he couldn't have won the round. Nice triple. I don't know why Boomich even wanted to be close to that. By the time Boomich goes down, there was 12 seconds left. If he just hides, if he unplugs his mouse and keyboard, it's done. The round is won. They can't find him and everyone else. So a little bit of a silly situation, but whatever, I guess. Still an expensive one. Na'Vi have won 3 rounds in a row here, and they still don't have any money to really work with, so that's a bit weird.
It's crazy, right? These have been such close rounds. I mean, Hard Legion, they keep getting kills. They just can't lock the round down, Anders. That's the frustrating thing. It's like they keep getting kills. They're putting pressure on Na'Vi. This is by no means as one-sided as it was on Train. That's awkward.
Yeah. And this time the Monster Tunnel defense works really well, but then again, they were only up against pistols, so not bad at all. 7-2, and that is finally around where Na'Vi are starting to build some money behind them. So now the job for Hard Legion just got twice as tricky.
In Russia, elk hunts you.
Good memes.
CS, Ison. And people are saying that elk and moose are the same thing. I mean, maybe they're the same family, but it's definitely not the same meat. Like moose is super gamey. Not the same thing. Whoa! Simple, he's been watching for that boost this entire time. We saw that yesterday as well. He's been watching for those 4-man boosts.
He is lucky to be alive, man. What a great idea for Hard Legion. That would have been cool. I feel bad for them now because I feel like they should have been rewarded. Look at Electronic. He's pushing up behind them. The bomb is way back there, so someone's going to have to go back and pick it up. I don't know if yeah, Electronic, it might be smart to just stop here and they win the fight against Simple, but now Electronic, he can still win the round. This move that he's flanking them behind is huge at the moment.
Okay, let's see it. That's the thing with the 4-man, is that you lose so much map control, and this is the appropriate response. I mean, Electronic now, he's made the right call. Hard Legion realized that they've lost complete control of this side of the map, and yeah, sure enough, you run back there once, and oh, he doesn't quite get the shoulder peek. That was a advantage Rage with the right eye peek. He had more of a model than Electronic did, and so doesn't miss that shot, takes advantage of it, gets it done.
Rumich just ran back into the A site, and that could have been real dangerous. Now he's going to realize they're coming for him. 35 seconds on the clock. He's going to set up a flashbang. That's actually a pretty good grenade. Does a lot. Otherwise, he could have been traded, and he's going to get the headshot on Rage. Great defense being put up here by Boomich. Now it's a 1 versus 2, and that's only 20 seconds. He's going to get shot in the back by Flamey. A close round, a good idea, and I think a good beginning here for Hard Legion, but they're not winning the round. They're not even getting the bomb plant here. They haven't got a bomb plant in the last 5 rounds that they've just lost.
Oh, man. Dude, Boomich on train, we saw the same thing. He really does seem to just frag out against these teams. He's got that confidence right now. Yeah. So we saw a bit of this on train as well, where he was top fragging for a bit before he got caught up on. And here, again, opportunity for him to act, and he does so. Smashes him. 8-2. Hard Legion continue to have these really tight rounds, but they just cannot win. Simple here, just, you know, free farming. Trying to go for the knife, Simple.
Listen, why not? Why not? That was they kind of forgot about Electronic out there. He was hiding in between all of them and got a couple of kills. 9-2, quick round, get it done with. Right now, Electronic is top of the scoreboard at 14-4. It's 13-5 on Simple. It's 12-5 on Flamey. All those stats there just are a real big problem for Hard Legion. Even if it's been close, they have a good trio of players at the moment on the Na'Vi side that are doing a lot.
Really makes you wonder what could have been if it just goes one little bit, you know, one shot comes in, you get that kill on Simple on the boost round instead of just winging him. Things like that. Small details making all the difference, and it's just not going Hard Legion's way right now. Fairly passive stuff here from Na'Vi as well, because they've gone ahead and stacked the B site. 4 players there, expecting an early play. They've got the read. Boomich, he's on top of it. You even got Electronic, who's going to start rotating in, but Rage, again, better peek than Simple. Better angle. There's Kinky following up with the kill on Perfecto, but now Flamey and Boomich making the plays. Forrester steps in, but he dies. 2-on-2.
Oh my, I can't believe they're close to losing this round here, Hard Legion. That was such a great entry. They had everything lined up, but somehow Na'Vi just had a 3rd man on the bomb site, and they just kept on the fight here. Now, they're going to be boosting to look on over. Rage is started to fall back. He wants to go and check the A bomb site, and I mean, hard call to make. I mean, it's going to cost them a lot of time, but they could be onto something. Now, if he keeps running, it's going to give the game away. Yeah, I think they will have heard that even all the way down here, so they started to fall back as well. This could still be a really good call. Rage is going to be there way before anyone else shows up, and he could catch Boomich if he just oversteps the mark. If he turns the corner here, he could be dead in a second.
Glad that we have the player cams as well here. That's pretty sick. Nice detail. But Rage setting it up. Smoke goes down. Bomb getting planted by Safat. And the rotations come through. Electronic, you need to wait for Electronic to get in here. He's got a little bit more HP than you do, Boomich. So you kind of want to make use of that for this upcoming fight. 2 flashes here on Rage as well. So we'll see if he decides to use them, or if he's just going to hold these angles.
Yeah, time's already really far off that bomb. So this is looking good at the moment. Electronic going to be going down. And Boomich doesn't stand a chance at all. And they Rage with good call to fall back. A nice triple kill. and a 9-3 scoreline here. So it's late in the day to start to make a comeback, but it could happen. If they could get the next round here, I think Na'Vi will probably be saving, and then there's something building.
Phew. Just looking simple, electronic, flamey, just popping off in this game. And Hard Legion have yet to make it into double digits on the kills, so
Yeah, that's an
still
issue.
early days. I mean, they're kind of spread out. It's not like it's just one player who's kind of popping off for Hard Legion and the rest of them are lagging behind. It is a team effort here. But 3 rounds on the T side, and now we need to see, are they going to be capable of getting the remaining 2 in this half? Or the remaining 6, I guess, including this one. Or remaining 3 is... well, oh, there's
Some of the
Perfecto.
math. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Never do math live on broadcast. It's always a mistake. Perfecto's got the org. Have you noticed how good Apex got with that? I feel like more people should try and specialize in being an org, specialist of some kind.
I think the AUG is still perfectly fine.
Yeah.
Depends on the positioning, right? Obviously, it depends on your angle. But I mean, it hits hard. It hits really hard. So I mean, worthwhile to use, I think. The Krieg is a different matter. I'm really glad that the Krieg is gone. Ugh.
We've all disowned the Krieg. Nobody likes it anymore. So yeah.
Good.
Oh,
Nothing
here we
and
go.
nothing of value was lost.
Nothing of value indeed. 30 seconds, and they're going to try and push this. Nice boost with the org on top. Molotov, oh, that is going to be a big problem. Molotov is keeping them back. They're trying to run through it, but Krad goes right down. 20 seconds, and they're in so much trouble. Boomich is going to swing for it. I don't know why Na'Vi are fighting this aggressively. There's 15 seconds left. They actually can't get this bomb hunt down if you just stay alive. Perfecto trying to get a little bit of a shot, not connecting, and the bomb will be planted here. And a 2-on-3 ensues in the afterplant. Perfecto still missing a couple of shots. I think Na'Vi are getting maybe a little bit too crazy for their own good here, because all they have to do is stay alive in some of these, and they just win almost by default. Nice shot there, and they're going to find Rage. There's no way out. They're still going to win the round, even if they made a little mistake. Flamey with a good triple.
Who was that? Was that Flamey? He was running around. He went to the default trying to get the defuse. Get faked.
Yeah.
Get faked. The bomb wasn't planted there, sucker. Still, Flamey doing really good work, and yeah, you're. I don't think you're wrong, Anders. You know, it's a little worrisome when Na'Vi start just really going all out aggressive like that. Kind of get the feeling that they may be letting their foot off the gas, getting a little complacent. You do not want to be getting complacent against any of these teams. Yes, it's a one-sided affair right now, but a lot of these rounds have been very close. And if you start horsing around, Na'Vi, Hard Legion, they're gonna mess you up.
Yeah, there's just like try and hold on to some of those fundamentals. There's no point, right, in giving away potential like 3-on-4s when there's only 20 seconds left. I don't know. I'm noticing especially Boomich loves those late round fights where it's like just, I don't know, hang out, wait for them to put the bomb down. It's not really worth it. So they're gonna get the kill on Electronic early on. That's a nice pick off to have. And wow, they need these next 2 rounds here, Hard Legion, badly.
Oh, we'll see the rotation over towards that B side, it looks like. A lot of action on B so far. 2 rounds remaining in the half, and, well, Hard Legion. There we go. Svat going to pick up the bomb, rotate back over here, help out with the mates. It's all going to be on Perfecto and Boomich to hold the line. Perfecto once again with the AUG, and once again in that weird position up on the grating, right outside of Monster. And so Boomich going to give that early warning. Easy spot towards Monster, and there's Perfecto, and it's just a one and done spot to be there. So yeah, interesting that Perfecto keeps wanting to stand there.
Well, now they're going to push around the corner. 20 seconds left. So again, very late in the day here for Hard Legion. No mistakes can be made like that one. Boomich sticking in. And this time he's playing way more conservative. That's how you want to play it. And Flamey will close it out. What a great first half for Flamey. He's 19-6. They seem truly unstoppable. This is how it's meant to be, isn't it? We were saying it yesterday, but this actually seems really good for Na'Vi at the moment.
Yes, this is exactly how it was supposed to play out for Na'Vi. I mean, come on. Again, it's the number 4 ranked team in the world right now. They should be murdering everybody in front of them in this tournament. So, right now it's going to be Na'Vi just kind of moving forward. I mean, obviously the thing is that when you're in that region, it's kind of like Astralis in Europe or Scandinavia, etc. It's just you're going to be so studied by all of these teams in this tournament. They're going to be watching you to see what you're doing, and so you may not be as well educated on your opponents as they are on you, and so that's always going to be working against Na'Vi. But right now, Na'Vi are they're playing super aggro. They're just winning straight up on aim, and that's one way to do it. Play with confidence.
Well, this round, finally, Hard Legion with the bomb down a little bit earlier. They're going to have a 3-on-2 advantage. So they've got every shot at doing this. Really just making sure there's no one flanking. It's all up to Hard Legion to find a 4th round somehow, some way. Even if it's looking grim at the moment here. Electronic goes down, and that's a following kill on Simple. Nice triple for Forrester. It's really only him and Kinky that are in double digits at the end of the half year, as you could tell, whereas only Perfecto is under 10 in on the Na'Vi side. So yeah, I don't know. Just yeah, Na'Vi come alive, as you said. This is how it's meant to go, and today it's worked out that way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, today it is looking very, very good for Na'Vi. 11-4 at the end of the first half. Now we see the change. No break here, no pause, straight into the action. Na'Vi on the T side, accelerating towards top mid, towards playground, and Hard Legion on the CT side, trying to look to see if we have any shenanigans here from Hard Legion. Nope, just Simple hitting a clean one tap on Rage. Simple, he's got that P250 Kevlar combo, and Boomich doesn't even need a P250. He'll kill Krad anyway.
Oh dear. Well, you guys saw it coming. You're gonna have to listen to Seminar and I talk about you know, how they must win the pistol rounds, the first step in the right direction. All the classics could have been brought out, and then we don't even get to it. They're just already getting the kills. All the kills, in fact. Flamey gonna continue. I don't know what they need. You know, they're just in a lot of trouble. Simple's been waiting here the whole round, and that's a free kill. This is so brutal.
Huh? Oh man, and then the molly onto Forrester. He can't even catch a break, dude. It's like there's nothing going right here for Hard Legion. It's going to be a 12th round for Na'Vi, barring a miracle play here from Forrester. I mean, Forrester, he's top fragging right now for Hard Legion. He's got 11 frags to his name. But this is a tall ask, and Flamey will find the final kill. So 2 kills for Flamey in the round. A 12th round on the board for Na'Vi on the T side in this elimination match. This is a lower bracket match in Group B. So Hard Legion right now, they're 4 rounds away from getting sent packing, getting sent home. And Na'Vi obviously fighting to stay alive in this tournament and maximize the number of points they get for their region to qualify for that major that should be happening at the end of the year. We don't know. We'll see how all that goes.
Yeah, lots of unknowns in the world these days, you know. At least we still have online Counter-Strike, so that's it's always a comfort. But yeah, losing that pistol round, I don't even know. I don't know how you start to build a comeback behind this. They're just so fired up. And as you said, elimination match, Na'Vi with their backs against the wall, deciding, nah, it's too soon to exit this. We should go put up a fight. So that's who they are.
Yeah, you should smash. Oh, what a save. Krad nearly goes down from that HE. The railing saved his life there. That's brutal. Brutally lucky on his part. But there's the hard rotate, so it's 4 down on the B site right now for Hard Legion. Golden opportunity for Na'Vi to work their way up onto the A site. 5 have rotated down to that B site now for Hard Legion. And we have Electronic and Simple, who are currently canvassing the area outside of A. Bomb is rotating towards A, and this is looking like it's going to be an A play coming in from Na'Vi.
They're just doing everything. I mean, they're doing the A play while winning the fight at B with just Flamey down there. And even if they lose the Mac 10, does not even matter, does it? It's just not relevant. So, an easy cleanup in this round. No problems whatsoever. Yeah, it's gonna be Kinky, the last to be found. They don't even get to save the Mac 10. It's 13-4. It's really, really one-sided, which I guess from like a broadcasting point of view is not the perfect kind of a match, but I'm gonna stick to it. I think it's ultimately good news to see Na'Vi not screw this up.
Certainly. And you know what's coming up next is going to be the winner match. So you know, this is a bit of a one-sided affair right now. It's the elimination match. Na'Vi are taking it to Hard Legion, but winners match is coming up next between Gambit Youngsters and Virtus.pro. Both of those guys played out of their minds yesterday, so that should be a fun one. We got all 6 maps yesterday in our 2 best-of-3s.
Yes.
Well, here it's shaping up to be 2 maps in this one, but in the next one, I expect it to go the distance. I expect it to get down and dirty.
Yeah, we're counting on it, in fact. Rage nearly gone down, but did win the fight. I think the fact that the grenade hit the, well, could have maybe saved him. Ultimately, 4 versus 5 here, and plenty of time. Now we've got the bomb dropped quite far back. Kinky and Forrester down towards the monster tunnel. Flamey hasn't seen anything yet, but he's in the right position to maybe take a look. Oh, Simple. Sneaking up. He could get both of them right here. This could be so dangerous. Savat and Boomich have traded places over in the smoke on the other side, or nearly have. There's the lineup for them, and oh, that's a free double kill. That is brutal. And he's going to turn the corner for a triple, and the round has been wiped out. That is so disgusting.
Yeah. That is so frustrating if you're Hard Legion. Of course, Simple's going to figure it out. Of course, he's going to walk up and just hamstring the lot of you. He just garroted the lot of you. I mean, come on. Hamstring, you survive, I think, right? You know, garrot usually goes pretty bad.
Bad times indeed. I don't know. They're in so much trouble right here. It's about to be 14 rounds. And just hoping to save it. Oh, did he just think that was a kill immediately?
The wall bang. I think one of those bullets clipped the concrete, and that saved him.
Yeah, but Simple also turned around, right? He was like, oh, it's dropped on. Oh, wait, it's not. It's like
Yeah.
he
heard the headshot.
Yeah. He was like, that's it. I've done my work. Don't even worry about it.
Oh, that's insane. That would have set him up for the ace here. Unfortunate for Simple. Now Kinky's going to make it more expensive. Flamey goes down, and the 2 players, both on 16 HP here for Hard Legion, setting up a crossfire, trying to survive, and one of them's going to go up. Kinky goes up with the bomb. Forrester still in this mix, though. Never mind. Hunted down in the end by Perfecto. Na'Vi do not want to have Hard Legion having any firepower, any rifles to play with here in this upcoming round.
Yeah, they're not just content with winning. They want to take it all away, and so they have.
So Anders, that first map was 16-2.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's see. Do we get? Is it 6 rounds total here for Hard Legion? Is that what's going on here?
Ooh, that would be so brilliant. It would send a real statement again. You gotta send a message to the group here, right? We're really here to play. This isn't just some mess around thing for us. So that's what they're doing at the moment. It's real great to see. Nice shot from Electronic. Could be that that's all they get at the point in time. Yeah, they're in a lot of trouble.
Oops. All right. Let us see what is going on here. So far, so good. I mean, this is looking very good. In fact, for Hard Legion, all of a sudden, now they've got an AK picked up. Mac 10 in play here for Kinky.
Yeah, I mean, there's a chance, right? Finally, the bomb is really, really far back as well. So you're not just well, it's a 2-on-2 now, but even then, 45 seconds. Perfecto has to run back, pick up the bomb, then basically run to a bomb site where he can run it to Savat along the way. So I don't know. This seems like it probably could be around that Hard Legion could find a way to negotiate. They're being so slow about it, though, Na'Vi. I don't understand why they're still walking around all the way back here. You have to take the risk, Perfecto. Yeah, get that bomb, get running. He's going to meet up with Electronic, which I think is a smart move. But again, they're going to be low on time by the time they get here.
It's pretty much what you have to do now. You've got 15 seconds on the clock. And, oh, no, Savat's going to run right into him.
Oh, he nearly catches them. 10 seconds. They just have to play back now. Don't die right at the last second. There's the kill on 1, and Savat goes for the fight. 4 seconds left. He's trying to stay alive and just hide behind here, and he's going to go down at the last second. That is so brutal. 15 for Na'Vi. They just cannot catch a break here. Hard Legion. That's just rough to see.
Dude.
I mean, what are you going to do about that?
I don't even know, man. That is just agony. It is agony. What do you... there was 1 second, literally 1 second left on the clock there. That's unreal.
Yep, just a single second makes all the difference. Double up, a lot of them falls on the board for Hard Legion, and I don't even know what kind of rallying call you would have to make to bring people back into this. It's like, guys, we just need 11 straight rounds in a row. Best we've done so far is winning actually no rounds in a row. They've just, the 4 rounds they have are spread out all across the first half. So we've no evidence that we get more than a single round, but let's go.
Diego get a 2002. He's got the right idea. They need to flip the switch from easy to hard here, Legion. They got to figure this out. They forgot they've been playing this whole time with the difficulty setting on easy for Na'Vi. It's not the best here.
We do need that back. Hasn't seen it yet. The Hard Legion looked way more confident yesterday. Obviously different matchup, but still. Crad will take down Perfecto. 4 versus 3 now. The bomb is going to be going down. And Simple, he's kind of locked in behind this box. Could be going down. He's going to take one with him and Flamey with a kill, covering from behind. Now it's just Simple inside of the smoke. They must know that he's in here somewhere. Forrester is looking for him. Simple, he's chasing him down, but getting finally taken out. So another round here. Even without the kit, they're going to have the time for it. So, I mean, I don't know. It's so hard to believe that that even makes any difference in terms of the end result here. It seems like it's inevitable that they're going to be losing this game.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Flamey's 25 frags, Simple's at 21, Electronic at 20. Basically, the three guys you really want leading the way in terms of frags are getting it done right now on Na'Vi. So this is worst case scenario for Hard Legion. And now you're getting into this where at least you get a buy out of it. Na'Vi have to tap their bank. So if ever there was a comeback possible, Anders, this is the first step on the journey for Hard Legion. Yeah, and then Simple goes first. Okay, then.
Why not? Oh my, they want to end this right now. They're just going for it. Vector's gonna go down. Crad has come alive. Traded quickly there is Simple for Electronic's kill, and yeah, now they've got it all locked down. This is really good. Good defense. And Na'Vi, I think, just getting caught by the chaos of the moment, saying, you know what, let's end it right now. We could do this quick. Electronic getting 2 kills out of nowhere. How does that happen? They were just in a 3-on-2, and now it's Rage. He's going to take a kill, but Flamey, he's got a little bit of health left. He can avoid the Molotov. He might have a chance here. Rage going to try and transfer over, and a chance there. Flamey, he can't run back into the flames. That would be a bad idea. He's almost got the headshot with the AK. That is so close.
Dude, what is even going on here? Oh, Flamey sees it coming! 6 HP clutch for Flamey. And that puts Na'Vi through 2-0 over Hard Legion. What a fantastic performance from Na'Vi. This is what we expected to see yesterday from them against the Gambit youngsters. They didn't show up then. It went 3 maps and they lost. But now, that's a Na'Vi that showed up to play. That's a Na'Vi who's here to do their jobs.
Yeah, our faith in them this time was well placed. I'm happy to see it. Banks, you must be excited as well.
I'm always excited, Anders, especially if Na'Vi's getting the win.
You got prediction
I did get the prediction right, finally.
It's a round of applause.
There we go, there we go. Finally a prediction right. I'm not cursing. I'm not Maniac. Emily, you'll be happy to know I'm not Maniac. I'm not killing everyone's dreams and hopes with these predictions.
He got a few right,
He's a pro Valorant player now, James.
Yeah, I know, yeah. Good luck to him, right? We'll be done with that. But Na'Vi, they were done with Hard Legion real quick. But it's as expected. Like I'm happy. It's good. They got a win, right? But these are wins they should be getting. This is what we should expect from them. It shouldn't be any single dance.
Wouldn't you agree this was better than expected? I think, for Na'Vi coming into this game, you'd expect them to, 16-10, 16-11. The game is somewhat close. Hard Legion showing a little bit of promise, but Na'Vi finishing it out because they're the better team. This was just Na'Vi steamrolling Hard Legion throughout the entire series. This is one of the most convincing wins that I've probably seen in 2020 from Na'Vi, apart from their run at IM Katowice. And that is a good thing, especially after yesterday, because that was horrendous, right? That was one of those games where I felt like I wouldn't even be surprised if there was conversations between Simple and some of the players where he just goes like, this is unacceptable. This is not okay. either you get your S together, or we figure out something else, right? That's what I would have done. That's what I would have said if I were Na'Vi in that position. So to see them come back today and play some stellar Counter-Strike, not even leaving any room for criticism, any room for doubt or anything like that. Yeah. That was Na'Vi as I wouldn't necessarily say as expected. That was Na'Vi better than we expected them.
Yeah, especially the turnaround between the B site from yesterday and today is unbelievable. Like, Flamey went from being, I think, hands down the worst player in the server.
He was a potato yesterday,
hands down the best player in the server.
Yeah.
Like, completely dominated them, was clutching, was like finding entry kills, was finding opening kills. Like, yesterday he was getting entry fragged almost every single round. Today they couldn't get anywhere near him. Like, he was fantastic. I don't know what he had for breakfast. I don't know the pep talk they gave him, but keep doing it, because that was ridiculous from him.
Yeah, whatever mentality they went into with this game, whatever was done, not even just practice work, because we know they can play the game. It's whatever's been done outside of the game that happened now is what they should be doing going forward.
Difference. So in Road to Rio, it was groups. So it was just they finished outside the top point of the group. It's just individual matches. No matches had any more value. This, we put the word elimination on it. So they went, oh, if we lose this one, we're out. Okay, we got to win this one, lads. Yeah. Let's turn the monitors on. Let's obviously turn the webcams off because of 200 FPS lag drop or whatever it was. Let's play with internet that actually works. And there you go.
So what you're telling me, Tom, really is when we get to the playoff stages, right? And hopefully Na'Vi are there.
Just put them all as eliminate match.
We're just going to make sure they go.
Final.
Yeah, every game for Na'Vi just starts with "You will be eliminated."
Yeah.
You will be eliminated. That applies the pressure. But no, all jokes aside, from Hard Legion though, this was just not acceptable. Like, you should be getting a few more rounds than this. You can play better Counter-Strike than this. But it was almost like they were playing scared at times, right?
It's the loss against VP yesterday that is going to haunt them, right?
Yeah.
Today they're playing a Na'Vi that is just showing up, as we're talking about. They're showing up to a level where... Unbeatable, right? Even if Hard Legion had a good day, even if all the players came in and wanted to win this game and felt good about it, there was no way they could have won against Na'Vi as they were playing today. So them losing to VP yesterday, that's unfortunate. Of course, Na'Vi losing to Gambit Youngsters, it's out of their hands, right? But now they find themselves in a situation where they won the first one, and now they're out as one of the first teams in this one. Simply not good enough. That's going to haunt their dreams and their chances of qualifying for the major. It was looking so good for them after the first tournament, but now they find themselves in a reality where if they don't perform well in the third and final one qualifier for Rio, there's a good chance they're not getting down to Rio.
For sure.
So it completely changed the landscape of how the whole point system works within the C3 region.
Yep.
So this gives us a situation where, okay, Hard Legion are eliminated. They now won't have a chance at this. They do have a fair amount of points, but...
It's close at the top, though. Like, it's not like... they're about 2,000 points ahead of... Well, that's not possible, but you get the point. I think they're 40 points right now ahead of Team Spirit. So if Team Spirit even make it just to the playoff stage, they're already above them.
They're already down in 4th place straight off the back of this.
Yeah, just straight from it. But then obviously if we see the others get eliminated as well. But I guess there's a 5th and 6th match as well. So even just from this alone, by winning this game, Na'Vi are now ahead of have got more points than them. So yeah, they've already dropped down the leaderboard, and they might not even be invited next time. That's how you incrementally increase these points. So if you get 2,000 in this one, it doesn't matter how many points the person got in the last one, plus their points from the previous major, you can already be ahead of them.
It's a wild system to deal with. And one thing here, though, I need to see from Na'Vi is this continue, right? And I mean, not just continue in games that we're seeing here, but we're getting towards the player break that's coming soon, but they need to reinvigorate themselves and find this form coming out of it as well. Because the scary part is if we start to see them do better now and we go, oh, this is a Na'Vi we love. Player break happens. Then we come back to tournaments, probably still going to be online because of all this madness that's going on. That's a scary thing for them to deal with.
It is, and I will say as well, let's calm our horses just a little bit. This was one game Na'Vi showed up, and we know that they can do that, right?
They're still in the group of death.
That's the thing in the group of death as well, but let's say they face Gambit Youngsters tomorrow. If VP are winning, and they have to face Gambit Youngsters again, I would still edge it to Gambit Youngsters just because of Navi's inconsistencies. We don't really know what kind of Na'Vi is going to turn up tomorrow. I think you're spot on, Tom and James, when you're saying that when Na'Vi is facing elimination, they tend to perform better, right? There was a long period last year as well, and in 2018, where Na'Vi, for whatever reason, always liked to lose the first game at a tournament and then go all the way through lower bracket and end up in a final or end up in a semi-final or something like that. So Na'Vi are playing better under pressure.
Way as well.
The Fnatic way, sure. But again, this is a CIS qualifier. I expect, and we expect, and you expect Na'Vi to just beat out all the teams, leave no room for doubt. And as said, going into a player break with that good confidence, that would be nice. Now, going into a player grade limping a little bit, where you maybe only finish third or finish second in a CIS qualifier, that's not going to be good enough for Navi. So there's only one thing on the mind for them, and that's winning the entire thing. And today was a good step ahead of that.
And I think that the good thing as well when we look at Hard Legion is this is a team that have managed to stick together with the general core for a while now. We go back to their run at the Berlin Major into this. They do have some things that we can see the positives in. I'm going to come back to what you were saying, Tom, though. Questioning their style of warp, does it fit this team?
Well, also, I've harped on him a bit, but I'm going to do it again. Crad, like, he went into this as their statistically, like, rating-wise best player.
Yep.
He was just the worst player in the whole server by an absolute mile. Like, it is one of those things where I think that a lot of his game style was the surprise factor, and Navi have played him before. He wasn't a surprise anymore. VP were ready for him. He needs to elevate his game, and maybe he just had a bad couple of days. That's arguable as well. But I do think that he had in the first qualifier, it was like, oh, I don't know what he's doing. He's pushing me. He's doing this. I think they've watched 2 demos, a bit like I did. Like, oh, he does this, and they've just waited for him. And it was too easy to counter.
And it's really interesting for me, right? Because when we're looking at this, we see the other CIS teams, they have confidence against Navi. They show it that, like, we don't care that you're one of the best teams in the world. We want to prove ourselves.
Norbert wrecked them last time.
Yeah, there you go. I don't see this when Hard Legion were playing against them. I see it like they play kind of not more defensively, just more worried. They second guess themselves. You can see it on their decision making.
That's the scary part about confidence, though. And I think everyone can relate to that it takes a long, long while to build up confidence to a point where you just feel unbeatable. But it only takes a few series, it only takes a few series for you to lose all of that hard work. So for Hard Legion, this is going to be it's going to be one in the stomach, right? Again, they're probably going to tell themselves, all right, no matter what we would have done today, we face Navi being one of the best teams in the world, playing at that level. No way we can beat them, that's just being realistic. But as for Navi, this is something that is going to build up that confidence. It's going to take some time before they get to a point where they once again feel that they're just unbeatable, especially in the CIS region. But Navi now, with this outlook, then that's when that respect comes back. That's when Gambit youngsters, were they to lose to Virtus.pro again, or Virtus.pro for that matter, facing Navi tomorrow, one of those teams are going to play them for the elimination match. But looking at Navi today, that's going to put a little bit of fear into them, because, oh no, what if Navi is turning up like they did yesterday? Maybe we need to be a little bit more careful with the way we approach the game.
Now, one thing I want to say while we've got a bit more time, we're waiting to hopefully grab this interview as Simple. He'll be joining us shortly, we hope. When we're talking about this, a couple of years ago, Mr. Electronic made the statement that he would be a better player than Simple. So far, if we look at the overall ratings for this year, Electronic is starting to edge his way closer and closer to be a top and ahead of him. Do we think this man's got it in him, though? Because Simple, right, we've seen him even drop down, but even his low ratings are not bad. But when Electronic drops off, he can have some of these really bad games.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Simple and Electronic are 2 different players, and at that point it comes to what do you value the most. Of course, if you just look by the statistics, sure, it could be a close race, and I think if Electronic went out and say, I think I can have the better statistics than Simple in 2 years, then maybe that would be the case. But I think Simple adds that extra flair to the game where it's just... When Simple goes off, it feels like it's him against the world. We saw it in Katowice even. His rating wasn't necessarily the best in IEM Katowice. Of course, he was the MVP of the tournament, but it wasn't like a 1.6 rating. But when you looked at him play on the server, when you saw him absolutely dismantle Astralis, you felt like he was 30-1 in kills, right? You felt like he never died. He always got the kills, and that was it. But he had, good statistics, but not outrageous statistics. His impact in the game is what difference from Electronic, I would say. So sure, it can get close over the years, and maybe Simple will have a drop-off period, but to me, Simple is still the best player in the world, and I don't even think Electronic is number 2 or number 3. So there's still quite some route there.
He's still got a room.
It's hard to compete with someone who's on your team as well.
Definitely.
I think that would be a really stupid mentality to have. Like, especially if he's the focal point of the roster. If you are then trying to beat him, I think that's kind of what happened when he first joined. Like when Electronic first joined the team,
it was uncomfortable.
It didn't work because there was too much space given over to Simple, and because of that, Electronic didn't perform. So they've definitely found a good middle ground, but that comes with the aspect of him going, I'm going to have to take sacrifices. And also you have to bear in mind a lot of the time Electronic is playing the entry fragger role. So for him over the space of a year to statistically beat Simple, he would genuinely have to be the best player of all time because he'd have to be entry fragging and having the highest stats in the server, which is impossible unless they're going to be number 1 for the whole year.
Now, I spoke to the other 2 analysts at the beginning of the day. We were saying about this, right? So obviously take Navi out of the equation, take probably Spirit, take VP out of the equation. But we're planning by the end of this week, we're going to basically make our team out of all the other players we've seen. So make an elite team of what we think should be. Because what I'm seeing for a lot of these teams is they have a couple of players that really have it all, right? you might see one good in-game leader, but the rest of his teammates, not what you need. You might see a couple of superstars, but they're not being given the room to work with. So are you guys down for joining me, Hawker, and Vendetta on trying to build a mini little super team?
We're just gonna make the Gambit Youngsters team then.
We're basically gonna make a Gambit Youngsters team that isn't Gambit Youngsters, you know.
I think they've
Can we
already
pick
done
teams
it.
who missed out in the qualifier, who didn't even qualify?
Yeah, just take any CIS players that you know about, anything you're thinking of, right?
So basically, Gambit Youngsters plus Flit. That's me. I'm done.
There you go. Tom's gone for the easy route without even getting towards the end yet. No,
I'm not
I think
telling
it's
you
an
who I'm
interesting
taking out
challenge.
though. Although if you look at the stats, it might be.
Yeah, but pretty obvious, mate. Pretty obvious. But the thing is, if
It
you...
was Shiro. I'm taking out Shiro.
I don't think anyone's going to do that. Do you know what? How many mental threads have we seen as well on HLTV? HLTV users, you got some serious questions to be asked around you. Mine is simple, plus Shiro after that game. I was like, come on.
Yeah, well,
He was pretty good.
it was,
It was good. I'm not denying that, but come on.
Maybe give
all
him
the
a few
points that
years.
Pimp just made proves why.
He's only 18 though. I think it's impressive. Like I don't want to. Obviously, he's not on Simple's level. I think that's not even an argument. But I do want to see what this kid can do, because obviously there's always players that come up on a rise. If he can keep this level up, then yeah, sure, you can put him in the same bracket as Simple. But that's the thing. A lot of players might do it for a few months, might do it for a year, might be able to do it in a smaller team as well. But once he gets to the big stage, once he gets to the main stage, if he can still recreate that as consistently, then you can put him in the bracket.
It's
Simple.
the same with Exipower, right? We saw him in Force come out, guns and blazing. Everyone thought to themselves, all right, we got a new competitor, I guess, from the CS region, a guy that not necessarily is as good as Simple, but up there, you know, and can compete against some of the best European AWP players as well. But as it often goes, you know, you have good periods, you have bad periods, and especially for young players, I think it takes a little longer than just a few weeks to get out of a bad period. So Exipower struggling a little bit, but
Jane was in there as well.
Right, you
Jane
two
was
can
another
stop
one.
your back and forth debate, because we got the man himself now ready to get into this. So let's speak
got
to
Shiro?
Simple. No, we haven't got Shiro. Stop with that. Stop with this. We've got the one we do actually want to talk to. We got Simple from Na'Vi on the line after they managed to take down Hard Legion 2-0. Simple, can you hear me, mate?
Yes, hello.
Hello, hello. You don't seem very awake. Was that game too easy for you, mate?
Yeah, every game should be too easy.
I like that. I like that. Now, I want to ask this question to start things off with, because your game versus Gambit Youngsters, yes, I'm sure it was frustrating, but what is it for you guys where do you maybe see that these teams play very differently to what you play against the normal tier 1 opponents, or is it maybe that you feel like they can just play with a different confidence against you guys? Because you certainly seem to struggle more against some of the CIS teams.
I think just every team can see that we can lose now to everyone, and they play with extra confidence. I mean, our game is still bad, so we're trying to improve it. And as fast as we're gonna do it, we're gonna play much better.
And what was that today, though? Because you played much better today. What was the talk before you got into this? Was there something said to you guys, or was it just a case of today felt like the right moment?
We just told ourselves we shouldn't lose to tier 3 teams anymore, because we're tired of this.
That definitely
we're tired
helps,
to
mate.
losing to everyone, you know.
Simple. It's not a secret, as James said, that you guys have been struggling a little bit, and it's sometimes it's tough to figure out what exactly it is, right? Do you have anything you can pinpoint? Is it a question of confidence? Is it a question of you guys not boot camping, or is it just one of those periods where, you know, you're just a little bit unrocky and not really feeling comfortable?
I think it's all together, since we are not playing like we played on our last LAN event. Some people maybe lost confidence, and maybe like everyone on good individual level right now online, like any team from any tier scene. So I think overall, I think all these problems, but the main, of course, that we cannot see each other and do more productive practice like we usually do.
All right.
So I'm sort of interested. We've had a lot of people making comparisons. Like we've sort of been joking about Shiro on the desk. How do you rate these two players, like Axile and Shiro? Like, what do you know about them? Do you think they can reach the heights of the tier 1?
I mean, they have good chance to reach tier 1 level. I mean, they're doing good. There's these players were teaching by Blade as well, I think.
Yeah.
And they have a good system. especially on city side, how to counter. But I'm pretty sure we played not like we played before, and only because of these teams like Gambit Youngsters or even Hard Legion last time can beat us. Only when we have a bad period, you know. But overall, yeah, these two players have a good chance to go in more interesting and better teams and start their real journey.
Simple. I got one more question before we get the hell out of here because we've got the next game to come. Is there any hope for you guys to get on a boot camp, whether it's in Russia or Ukraine, very soon and try and sort this out, maybe after the player break?
Maybe if something will change, but I think it's pretty hard for Russia now. But I heard it's a good chance maybe in August for a LAN event, right?
Yes, yes.
Or,
Fingers crossed.
so so maybe we'll go on boot camp in Berlin before this event, if it's gonna happen.
Well, hopefully it does happen. I know you guys want it, but you got to win here, and we'll be seeing you very soon. Simple. Thank you very much for your time, man. Go off and enjoy the rest of your day.
Guys. You too, guys. Bye.
So we got to quickly get into this next game, guys. So no break. We're just going to keep things rolling. And then Tom's like, oh, get the notes out. Get ready, Tom.
The notes out.
Are you prepared? Is your book turned the right way around? Yeah, that's the common mistake people make when they're faking their notes. Good, there we go. I'm happy.
I got him.
Yeah, the branding.
Pimp's ensuring that Tom is doing his job correctly here. But who needs to do their job correctly in this one for me is VP again, because they will be not able to play the level they played yesterday versus Hard Legion against these young guns in Gambit.
The cool thing about this matchup now is that both of these lineups are thinking to themselves that they got gifted a free chance, they say, to finish first in their group, right? They're getting a lot of points out of that. They're getting a good opponents, most likely from the other group as well. And if they lose, they face Na'Vi. A Na'Vi that, as Symbol just said, they're tired of losing to tier 2, tier 3 teams. We don't want to do that anymore. So let's just pretend that VP is losing right here. They're going to go down and they're going to face Na'Vi. A game where no matter what you say, no matter how they perform today, they will be the underdogs. Same goes on for Gambit Youngsters. So this is their sort of elimination game. Often you say that you get an extra chance by winning the first one. This time around, there's no second chance. Na'Vi is waiting for you. They're ready to eat you. So if you want to go through this group, and if you want to be sure that you can do that, you need to beat VP or you need to beat Gambit Youngsters today, because that is going to be the easy matchup of the two. And that's why there's an added extra pressure on it right now.
Now, one thing I'm really looking forward to, we were mentioning him, Shiro, going up against James, because James, yes, he got that amazing last round yesterday, but he's not getting those very much anymore. And Shiro, he's lights out. I don't think James will be able to stand up to him.
Shiro's opening duels is the best, I think, in the whole tournament. Like the guy was 14-4 yesterday in the match that they played, which, bear in mind, that's against Na'Vi.
Yeah.
Like that's actually some of the most ridiculous statistics ever, that he's winning those opening battles. The fights that they were taking, Axel also performed to a higher level, but I think Shiro's topping the charts. And the thing that, for me at least, is most interesting about this matchup is actually the veto, because both teams actually banned Nuke. Now, the last time they played, Gambit Youngsters actually were the team running the veto, I want to say, because they went, oh, so you like to ban Nuke. Okay, you like to play Inferno, we'll ban Inferno. So they actually took the initiative and went, okay, we're going to just screw with your veto by banning out your best map. And if you want to play Nuke, we'll take the risk. So I'm excited to see what they'll do.
And Sibbles just reminded me, right, he said about the Gambit Youngsters, this team was put together by Blade when he was on Gambit, right? When the main Gambit folded, Blade put this all together, he masterminded it again. How many teams and players has he done this to in the CIS team? We have to go back and have a look at it. But there's definitely this smarts in it now. And their new coach, their current coach, he is literally giving them everything in order to be at the best level possible, right? While they were studying, he was putting in the extra work. For me, there's a hell of a lot more pressure on Virtus.pro going into this game.
100%. But then again, there's an added extra pressure on Gambit Youngsters. I think this, isolated, looking at this tournament, looking at this lineup, this got to be one of the biggest games that they've ever played, right?
For sure.
A chance to go straight into the playoff at a tournament that potentially could qualify them, or at least help them to qualify them for a major. A place where you half a year ago would say Gambit Youngsters, they're going to be one of the front runners for going into the major. Nobody would have believed that. So if they can win today against a VP team that we agreed yesterday, it's slowly but surely getting better over there. They are somewhat improving, especially with Yakanda in the lineup, but they're not back to VP that was second at a major. They're not even back to a VP where I think that I'd expect them to qualify for the major even. So Gambit Youngsters, sure, the pressure's on VP. They are the favorites. They are the bigger names. They have the experience, but this is one hell of a chance for Gambit Youngsters, and that must add some extra pressure on this relatively young and unproven squad still.
But the other thing as well is they are a long-standing roster. So they're one that it's like a 4 or 5 year project. And the worrying things with stuff like that is once something good happens, expectations skyrocket. Like if you're just like playing along and then you beat Na'Vi, and then the expectations are right up here. It's like a mountaintop. And then if you go into a VP game and you get battered, that's a different story altogether. I don't think they will, but it is going to get interesting. And that is already interesting. The fact that both teams normally permaban nuke and neither of them have
they're
ban nuke.
floating it. They're playing the A game.
They're playing the game. I like it. That's really interesting, especially with the two options and the fact that if that was, it's disappeared. So
Did they just troll us? Production, what are you doing?
Because if that was an overpass ban, if VP
It
banned
just goes
overpass,
as a little mistake. Here we go. Let's see what we're really going to get. Okay,
is it going to be
ban.
nuke?
I'm down.
That would have
makes sense.
been massive if they banned overpass.
Come on. Give me the second
It's
one.
going to be nuke, innit? I'm going to be disappointed now.
Give us overpass. Come on.
Hello? He's Production, what are you doing to me? You're just trolling. All right, so at the moment we'll ignore the vetoes as production wants to have some fun with us. Do you know what? It's because we got so excited about who floated it first time. They probably sat there and went,
Yeah, that's well, if they do ban overpass, that's massive. But I don't think, I highly doubt they will.
Yeah.
Especially because I could see a Vertigo coming in this
I was just about to say, what for the map picks, right? Where you leaning towards for?
Well, I think realistically, Gambit youngsters like to pick Vertigo against a lot of teams, but not normally teams that actually play Vertigo. So I think it'd be smart for them to stick to their overpass pick because they've been so damn good on it.
Ooh.
It is actually going to be that pick of Vertigo, though. Dust 2, you hate it, but it has been the best map for VP, so far.
sadly, yeah.
So no surprise.
oh, we're going to get...
And then, we get overpass as the last map. See, that's the one I'm a little bit more surprised by. I would have thought, I guess Mirage hasn't really been a map that we've seen too much from VP, but allowing them their best map through at the end seems like a really risky play.
That's like the perfect veto for Gambit, right?
Yeah, Gambit's loving life right now because they can play Dust 2, right? They can play Dust 2, and okay, Yekindar, he's been great, right? I can say he's done a lot for VP, especially on Dust 2, what we saw yesterday. But I mean, overpass is the decider. You're like, even if Gambit messed it up at the beginning, they're loving life.
Yeah, and that's how you often judge it. If you have 3 maps you potentially feel that you're the favorite on all 3 of them, then you've got a pretty good veto going for you. So I think Gambit youngsters are somewhat happy. We kind of forget yesterday VP played Dust 2 as well, and the first half was looking horrible for them, right? They weren't good. It was the T side.
The T side is awesome.
The T side is super, super good. But then again, if Gambit youngsters just have 1 or 2 gimmicky plays that can shut that down, you can acquire 5, 6, 7 rounds on the CT side.
Or just a Shiro, maybe.
Just a Shiro, go for an opening duel once in a while. But that should be enough for Gambit youngsters. I don't think VP were playing good yesterday when they won. They were all right. They almost threw away Inferno as well as the third and deciding map. Game had to come out and clutch it. VP won yesterday by being the better team, but they weren't convincing at all. And I think Gambit youngsters, they're smelling blood right here. And especially with this veto, I'm starting to leaning towards the youngsters over here.
Yeah, the blood is truly in the water on this island. And do you know what I really love in this? And I'm going to give you guys the prediction side of things. I'm going with Gambit all the way, just straight off the way based off this veto.
I thought you said you wanted to wait to be the last one today.
Yeah, no, don't worry, I'm going all out. There you go, see?
That's the thing.
You can't mess with me now.
Coming into today, I was going to say VP, but I don't know how they've let that veto happen. Like, I really don't. I think they've just been played. Like, honestly, it's exactly like last time where Gambit youngsters have got exactly what they want. So, screw it. I'm going to go with them as well.
It's a case of VP not having a strong enough map pool yet with the new roster. That is a problem for them, and I think that's why they let themselves play. Judging by the video, I'd agree Gambit youngsters, they should win this one, but I still have a feeling that VP haven't showed the best of them, so I'm going to lean towards VP still, but I think it's much, much closer than I initially would have thought.
Do you know what I would love, though? If it is Gambit that win this and go through, then we get VP Na'Vi.
That's
and
a good one.
That's going to be a banger of a match either
But
way.
then we also lose VP or Na'Vi.
Oh,
That's
yeah. It's like at this point, nah, it doesn't matter. Whichever one of them can go.
Also, it would be Gambit youngsters and Namiga as the first 2 teams through. So anybody who put a bet on that will be winning big.
Namiga have been looking absolutely solid so far in this tournament.
I'm loving what we're seeing from Namiga. They've actually impressed us because they've kept it going from week 1 going into week 2. But look at these stats, right? When we come to Vertigo, VP play it a bit, but again, with this roster...
I think they've only played it twice with Yukinda, and it was 50-50. They won it once, lost it once. So it's an uncomfortable one, and it was one that, I'll be honest, I saw maybe coming as a third map. I love the fact that Gambit youngsters just went, pick it. Like, they might leave an overpass, they won't leave in Vertigo. So, and then it might have ended on an Inferno, which really would have benefited VP quite a lot. So, yeah, they played the veto as well as they possibly could. So, if they don't win it, then all it really proves is VP are definitely the better team.
Definitely. If I'm not mistaken, I think I saw VP play Vertigo against Big Clan in some online tournament as well. And 1 year was a good game, so they can play Vertigo, and Big have notoriously known for being good at Vertigo as well.
It was the 16-12 scoreline, and it went in VP's favor. And this was with the full current roster.
Yeah.
Guess you had an amazing game, though, when no one else did. Yeah. Yakindo 30
If I'm not mistaken, they were down like 7-2 or 7-3 or something like that. Big looked like, the better team right there. And all of a sudden, they just turned it up. And Yakinda, particularly on the CT side.
It was 8-2.
8-2. There we go. Well,
Prosto
good
used
math,
to also,
good math, mate. You're doing well.
Prosto used to play Vertigo a lot, and ever since he left, it really has gone downhill. So it's one of those maps where there are a lot of opportunities for aggression, and that's where someone like him will thrive. Like, there's positions that he can take, places he can fight on the CT side, and also a lot that I feel like is untapped potential with the map. I don't think middle has really been exploited as much as it could have for the T side. So, sure, going into this, it definitely could get interesting, but honestly, I'm excited. I think this is easily going to be the best match, maybe the best series we've seen so far.
I'm glad Pimp brought up this game against Big, though, because Big obviously just got off the back of a DreamHack Masters win in Europe, which no one ever expected. In this game, it was Tamsin and Keto still playing very well, but Tizian was up there at the same time, which sometimes we know as a supportive player can be a bit of a problem in there. But Yekindar was 12 kills ahead of anyone else on his team, was just wrecking everyone running around. 1.58 rating for that game as well. Problem is, I don't feel like we've seen Gambit have a bad enough individual performance across any of the games other than from Supra, which is not up for him to do in the fragging out. Everyone else has had the consistency with it.
I was glad you just mentioned that because I'm about to say that unless Supra steps it up today, I think that the depth of the Virtus.pro squad is too strong for him to having another day where he misses it all. Na'Vi, they played some atrocious Counter-Strike yesterday. They lost basically 4 against 5 against a team they should never lose to, and that's not being disrespectful to Supra. I think he'll be the first to admit that yesterday was a terrible game of Counter-Strike for him. He did as he could, but ended up winning anyway. If he's missing again today, if someone is stepping up to the occasion for Gambit, there's going to be too much individual powerlessness for Virtus.pro to deal with that. I think Jamie was looking all right yesterday. Kickard have a good showing as well.
Well, they're all over 1 rating, every single player, even a draft.
That's the thing.
Well, let's see how this Vertigo game is going to go. I love the fact that you call Jamie all the time as well, Pimp. I love it so much.
A lot of people do that, actually.
James all the way, man. It's James time. Can't be Jamie. Jamie be JM.
Some call him Jesus. Some call him Jamie.
Jesus you did for the whole end segment as well.
Call him JME.
So before I allow this madness to continue any further, let's get the other 2 mad lads involved. We've got Anders and Semler to bring us all of this best of 3. We get to start on Vertigo, which is certainly going to be fun. But guys, do you agree that veto has got in Gambit's favor in this way, or do you still believe that VP can pull it out the bag?
Ooh, that's a good question. Yeah, probably did a little bit. I'm tempted to side with that. I was so impressed by the way that Gambit were playing yesterday, though. I still kind of want to pick them, though. I don't know. Maybe I'm a little bit crazy. I thought Virtus.pro was looking a bit stale yesterday. Sam, what about you?
I'm on the Virtus.pro hype train here.
Ooh,
I think VP are going to have the firepower necessary to just go on through this Gambit roster. Even though I was really impressed with Shiro's level on an individual side, Axel, Shiro, they stood out to me. Virtus.pro got so much firepower in it, dude.
You've cursed them, and you may be right anyway. It's Kickard with 2 big opening kills. Both Shiro and Supra have gone down, and that's a bad early start here. No denying of the bomb plant, and they're going to be in trouble trying to retake this bomb site. Nothing elaborate here from BP, just a straight call. Let's go take them out of the A bomb site, and that's what they do. Yeah, it's a big welcome. We just got right into the mix of it, but shout out to all of you watching. We see you in Twitch chat. If you've got any questions that aren't too stupid, we'll try and answer them. It's Kickard going down finally after the triple kill, and Nafani and Axile are going to have to make a run for it and just give up the round. Actually, if you have stupid questions to ask them anyway, it's great. Yeah,
all questions. I'm not going to say that stupid questions don't exist or all that, because there are definitely stupid questions out there. But definitely want to see them. See all of them. But welcome, everybody. This is the winner match for Group B here at WePlay. Road to Rio, major points on the line. And so you are definitely looking at getting as deep into this tournament as possible to get those points. And if there's a major happening at the end of the year, you'll be in a good spot. At this point, who knows?
One of these days, there'll be a major. And you might as well collect all the points you can while you can. So, yeah. We'll see. Good start for VP, though.
Listen, Anders, you know what time it is?
Tell me.
Jame time, baby. It's Jame time.
It's always Jame time. Especially if they're winning. I think you know, towards the end of that VP game we saw last time, James really kicked it off. Like, he was really aggressive with the orb. It was really fun to watch. He wasn't being, you know, all that laid back. That's the kind of James I'd love to see. I just hate it when it's like, you know, slow and non-confrontational James. I want to see him go trying to take a fight. Now, Fanny will start off this round, though, with a kill, taking out a Dren. So good stuff there for Gambit youngsters.
Yeah, 2 HP left on him. That's a frustrating one there for Adrian. So what are we going to see next here from Virtus.pro? They have all their utility. They've done a very good job of holding on to that. They've developed some control over here towards B, just making some noise, trying to keep Gambit honest, and even baiting the rotation. Enters. He was thinking about it. He's kind of on the edge right now, kind of on the fence, trying to make up his mind if he needs to rotate towards that B side or not. But the footsteps, yep, over towards A. That's going to be it. The dead giveaway. 3 players here for Gambit, and this is all on them to hold the line.
Shiro, Supra had a really hard game a couple of games last time. Shiro's going to get run over. Inter's down next. And look at VP fighting their way back. That's a nice shot, though, from Supra. Actually able to do a little bit there. And, well, we'll find out if this is going to be quite enough. The bomb is down, and now it's a 3-on-3 in the afterplan, and they don't obviously have a defuse kit, so they're in trouble.
They're putting some pressure in here, though. No time wasted. Kicker being aware, trying to watch to see if there were going to be any flanks coming through. Fresh smoke gets thrown onto this site to cut it in half, and it's all on Gambit youngsters now trying to move in here together. Beautiful flash setup for the peak there from Kicker. Need to win this duel, though. 1 HP, 2 HP. Make that 0 for Axel. And Supra's on 6 HP. This is getting a bit ridiculous. And there it is, finally. But what an expensive round. Oh, even more expensive. The bomb catches James.
He should have got further away. He started to save earlier, but, you know. Couldn't do it. Couldn't get far enough away. Yeah, what an interesting sort of event. So someone's asking in the chat, how much was your 65-inch TV? I don't know why that's relevant to anything, but it was like 4,000 Danish. It was nothing. It was like, I mean, not that 4,000 is nothing, but it was like, for a TV, I thought that was pretty good.
For a 65-inch TV? Yeah, I'd say so.
Someone do the conversion to euros. I don't know. We don't use euros here. It's, you know.
It's only the Danish crown. Well, you guys call it crowns too, right?
Yeah, we do.
Kroners,
something like that.
Do you think they'll ever have an all-star game again, Anders? I don't know. I think so. Why wouldn't they?
Yeah, I think the problem is like the schedule is so ridiculously packed, but I mean, it would be cool if there was a way to do that a little bit more. I'd want to enjoy that. So there could be some real potential for it. It's been a long time, so I'm sure someone will try and do it.
It could be our way to see if, you know, Cold, Nico, Simple. You just put them all on one team and see if it works or not. Finally.
Look at the spy coming out here from Gambit youngsters. Normally you'd wait until the 4th round, but because they did all that damage in the previous round, they just want to go for it. This could backfire in such a huge way, and they did just lose Nafani.
Nekender drops low as well. He'll be able to hand that AK over to somebody else, though, or he should. And Sanji is just running around with the Glock right now. Yeah, okay, there we go. Give him the AK. He's expecting some kind of hard eco, so he's just staying on that Glock, thinking, okay, man, I'm just going to farm up some kills. I'll save some money for the next round. And then you find out that, oh, wait, Gambit have forced into this round. And he's going to be feeling a little bit better now that he's got that AK in hand. Yeah. Virtus.pro currently just grouped up to kind of deathball onto this A site. They're just waiting patiently right now.
Bit of a wake-up call, really, when you realize that you're up against actual guns here. 45 seconds, and Yekindar is just making sure no one is flanking, but the rest of them are ready to hit the same ramp. It's going to be another Mac 10 kill. Shiro next to 9. He has no head armor, but he's going to get a really important kill. They're coming up from behind, though, and James will take him down. So now Inters is the one trapped over here. Again, without any head armor, so those Mac 10s and even the Glock is dangerous at that point in time. No bomb plant and very low health across the board for VP. They could still lose this 2-on-3. Definitely right on the line here. Inter's patiently waiting. He wants to move forward. He wants to make the play. Oh, but some noise. He's going to look the wrong way, and he's down 7 seconds here. He almost has to try and start the bomb plant, but he can't. So now it's a 1 versus 3 for Exile, and I don't think this will work out. In fact, it's probably already too late. He's going to get one good kill, and Yekindar will take him down. Big round win here from VP. Almost gave it away.
Oh, man. That's so close every single time. They save both AKs at least, Virtus.pro. You know, they're not saving a Galil or a MAC-10, but still, these are such expensive rounds. And Gambit, I'm almost wondering if they're tempted. No, they're going to show some restraint. I was wondering if they just keep thinking, you know, if we just keep forcing, these keep getting so close. But this will be that hard eco from Gambit, and I like to see that. Really max out the money for the next round. Get those ops in play. Get the nades in play. These rounds are so close. You know, if you just had a little bit more utility to use, you might be shutting Virtus.pro down. So don't get sucked into that trap. So right now, yeah, Gambit taking their time with it, kind of stacking up around mid. And it's looking like VP once again will get this A site. And it really does feel like it's the name of the game here for Virtus.pro. Just take over A.
Well, I mean, might as well keep doing it. You know it's going to be frustrating eventually for them, and maybe they overreact. But until they actually show you they can do something to stop it, you might as well just yeah, keep coming. That's a bit awkward. Sanji goes down. Could have probably got a little bit more out of it, but whatever. It should be still fine. They have to go back and pick up the bomb though.
Yeah, that's what's got me concerned. As soon as you pointed it out, it's like, where is the bomb in relation to all of these counter-terrorists who are invading the map? It's looking like eventually they'll be able to work their way back over here onto this A site. Yeah, yeah, he's hearing steps. He's hearing these footsteps. Boom. Easy peasy. Not sure if you heard the second man there. You can see he's a little bit worried about it, but this should allow for the easy bomb plant here on this A site and a 4th round on the board for Virtus.pro. Yeah.
Yeah, it is shaping up that way. Good handling of all of this. Only losing Sanji, it's just fine. I think they're good. We're seeing a trend, right? I mean, VP probably should have done way better yesterday. The fact that they are, I mean, they did win the game, but still, it was looking a little bit odd. So Na'Vi woke up, VP are waking up more. This is all looking pretty fresh at the moment.
No, but now Gambit looking to turn it around, looking to make this less of a rotten situation for themselves. This is the big buy round that they were saving up for. Now they've got that AWP in Shiro's hands, Shiro was popping up yesterday. He was looking real good. So I expect to see more of that same level here from him today against Virtus.pro. Now go toe-to-toe with James. James had a strong 3rd map yesterday, but he was a bit quiet on the first 2, so...
Yeah. They're going to need Shiro for sure, you're right. He was one of the standout players. I think Nafani had some pretty good rounds too, but so I think between the two of them, probably Axel maybe as a 3rd man in there, the trio of players that we really need to see.
Okay.
Nice kill.
That was way off the timing. All right, that's a must-win shot there from Nikinder. He survives with 1 HP, and that's Kicker taking super down. Adrian, you can't get too frustrated there because I think he's pushing up behind that flash, and the flash showed up literally like a second after he pushed and died. Yep. So maybe some miscommunication there from the teammates, but they still managed to come out ahead here. Virtus.pro, they've got that man advantage going into the A site, and it's only Shiro here alive with the op. When you've got an op, I mean, full HP, no HP, it's still advantage Virtus.pro in this situation.
Yeah, that's kind of the issue. They are so low on health. There's an HE grenade on the Fanny. He could be a hero. Just one good position of that grenade, and it's all they need. There it is, taking down Yekinda. But after the bomb plant, which is so critical, now they have another smoke on the VP side on James. He's going to put that up to buy more time, and they have more flashbangs as well. So this is actually going to be a tricky retake, even if they have all of the health advantage. Gambit youngsters are so close in terms of health to winning this round. I mean, if it was a straight-up fight, they'd probably have it right now, but all the grenades is making it real tricky, and there's James taking down Nafani, and it just got even worse. They're going to have to back on out. Oh, man, what a shame. It's going to be 5-round for VP, but I mean, good fight in there for Gambit youngsters. Mama is asking in chat, by the way, if I miss Cobblestone in competitive. I definitely don't, although I don't know much about the remake. I know people are really angry lately about Mirage. It's become the new topic of hate for the community.
Yeah, there's been a lot of frustration for Mirage, but I mean, that doesn't feel like it's... I mean, let's say, talking with Sean Garris at the beginning of the year, you know, it's definitely his least favorite map in the pool, and for good reason in terms of him saying that it's just stale. But
yeah.
It's what I was laughing about, thinking about the other day, because, you know, Simple's rocking the Dragon lore, and I'm just like, dude, how... The value of Dragon lores, because Cobblestone is out of the rotation and has been for a while, you know, that the value of those Dragon lores has just got to be insane.
Yeah, you're right. I never understood why they didn't make like a special weapon drop for each map, like or like maybe not Dragon Law level, but something. Because most of the other, Valve designated skins that are in there are completely trash and worthless. So,
Yes.
I have no idea why it's not just something interesting. I'll never find out, I guess.
It's a good question. Yeah, I guess we could always shoot an email over and pray for a
Yeah.
response. And,
For a year. You're
Val,
welcome.
Gaben will just laugh into his wad of $100 bills.
Hello, Gabe. Why are there no more Dragon Laws?
Please.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll get on it. Oh no, the timing. Grenade in hand. He's ultra dead. Supra is also lucky to be alive. Kicker could have just as well taken him down. Some good spray from Adren, but the flashbangs are amazing. And Gambit Youngsters looking to win their first round here. 2 versus 4. It's looking real good.
This is a bizarre round all over the place. The flash is not quite right. Taking damage here. Whoa, James is just going to run right into Supra. Opens it up for Senji to step in. He even manages to survive. And he nades? No. There's a molly on Axile. He could try and get that in play here to deny the bomb plant.
Yeah, could look good, but he's going to be sneaking up behind. He's, thought for a second there. He's got to find a free kill on James. That should be plenty enough here to win the fight against Sanji. It's good that they get the bomb plant down, and Sanji, he's going to make it more expensive. That is actually a big difference. That last kill plus the bomb plant means Gambit are going to be losing money, and VP will be finding a way to just get a little bit more with the bomb plant. So interesting stuff. Wow, look at all the kills. If you look at VP's the scoreboard, they've got 6 kills on everyone except the Dren, and the most we have is 4 on the Fanny. So VP are just miles ahead right now in terms of the output.
They're looking pretty damn confident right now, pretty damn solid. But I'm glad to see Gambit, putting up a bit of a fight here. They need to get their heads in this game, and getting around on the board, that's going to take a little bit of that pressure off their shoulders. So let's see what they're capable of now. With, once again, Virtus.pro, I mean, they get the control outside of B halls at least. Leading up to ramp, leading up to the B site. So at least they're showing a presence there. They are kind of letting Gambit know that they can't cheat too much over towards the A site at the beginning of the round.
Yeah.
But it's still 3 players, holding hard A right now for Gambit. And Virtus.pro, once again, with the nades, letting their presence be known over here.
I mean, having 3 people here is, I think, is potentially fine, but it's just, what if VP figure out a way to exploit that?
Ooh. That was a sick nade combo onto Nefani. It's such a shame it didn't really work.
Oh, Molotov as well. Are they going to go fight him while that Molotov is up? Shiro is stuck in there, and he's going to lose the fight to James. Now, Supra has been waiting the whole time behind the sandbags, and he's going to get a free kill. That's a nice one, but they know that he's there, and they're going to grenade him down. It's going to be one of them landing. Actually, landed a little bit uneven. Otherwise, that would have done way more damage. Now, the Molotov is going to come in, and they're just waiting for that smoke to disappear. That should be a free kill.
Should be. He's still kind of dancing around over there. Molly's going to give him a little bit more room to work with, and Super doing a fantastic job of just staying alive. He even gets another kill out of the situation. Now his teammates have rotated over, and Virtus.pro have taken entirely too much time trying to deal with Supra. It is just down to 8 seconds on the clock. They don't have time for the bomb plant, and this round is a wash for VP. Very surprising.
Yeah, that is absolutely wild. Oh, nice shots from James at the end. If he'd have gone down there, he would have got no loss bonus. So,
dude, they don't have money for an op now. Okay, never mind. Nefani has just enough. He has 6,000, but if they didn't have the money because they weren't hunting like that, Gambit have to be a little bit careful. They got to pump the brakes and be a little bit careful about hunting when their economy is just broken.
Yeah. Oh man, that was 10-1-1 on James. He's doing a really fine job, but I don't understand why they couldn't get rid of Supra. Like, I feel like that's got to be frustrating. They knew where he was. They'd already got the grenades in, and he just, stayed alive forever.
I think because they used the nade combo on Nefani's position.
Yeah, probably right.
Right, and so they didn't have any HEs left for sandbags, which definitely, obviously helped Supra. All he has to do is just move away from the molly, and he's good. But, I like it. Gambit, they're adjusting to what, or at least Virtus.pro, rather, are adjusting to what Gambit are using for their setups, trying to punish Nefani with the nades like that. really clean, very cool. And well, I think everybody is waiting right now, including Gambit. You know, we're all kind of just waiting to see when is it that Virtus.pro are going to pull that trigger on the B site, because they keep showing presence. They keep making sure that Gambit have to stay honest. So when is it that they're going to go ahead and just try and exploit that and get over there on that B site and put some pressure there?
Yeah, or even the middle. I mean, the middle of this map is so powerful if you could take it over on the T side, which I feel like you often can. Just look at this round. There's no one there at all for Gambit, so this would be a good time for it. Nafani going to be taking the fight just 1 second after the flashbang comes in, and that's amazing timing for Nafani. Flick is amazing for Shiro. That's going to be dropping Jamin. This is just a cleanup round. Wow. Nice defense for Gambit.
Dude, yeah, just slamming them. One after the other. Yes, this is Anderson Semler on the mic. Welcome, everybody, to the stream. Thank you for joining us today. Gambit Youngsters versus Virtus.pro in the winner match of Group B here at WePlay. It's a best of 3 as well, so lots of good CS to come. This is a much more even match than the beating we just witnessed. Na'Vi just stomping Hard Legion into the ground.
Yeah. This is fully the end of Bot Legion, at least for the minute.
And there we go. They're starting to hit their stride here, Anders. They're feeling a little bit more confident. It's pretty consistent across the board here for Gambit Youngsters in terms of frags as well.
Well, here's the problem. Now, if Virtus.pro decide to make the change to, to try and surprise them at B or mid or something like that, it's not going to be that much of a surprise. I mean, Gambit Youngsters have got to feel like, okay, we just beat them up two map rounds in a row here at the A site, maybe in 3 in a row. Like, they're going to do something else soon, so they should be more prepared. I feel like the time for VP to use the fact that they've been successful at A was maybe a couple of rounds ago. But now they only have pistols, so now they're not going to be doing that much. Yeah.
So, Anders, why is it that Mirage is hated on?
Yeah. That's a good question. I mean, I think it's been in the pool for a long time without any real changes. And I mean, to some extent, the 2 bomb sites do just play out so differently that sometimes you see those B players that are holding it just not do anything forever. Like it's kind of weird, right? So maybe that's kind of the issue. I don't know. I think Jason had the idea at one point. Maybe other people have expressed a similar idea too. Oh, look, wait, hold on. Kicker is walking in. We're going to have to check this out. P250. One good kill. Off with the second one. He almost gets it. That he deserved. Man, he nearly had a genius move then. Shiro could still be in trouble, and he will be. Another kill for Sanji. This is actually an amazing round. I'll get back to the Mirage question in a second, but that's a huge turnaround. A 2-on-2 now, and they're going to get that AWP on James. This is really, really well done.
Dude, this is all over the place. This is getting outrageous. This is almost as close to a hard eco as we get these days in CSGO. And for Virtus.pro to come out ahead, that's huge. Well, they do manage to retake that fairly quickly there, Gambit. They will recover the AWP.
That's mental.
That's mental, yeah.
Jason had this idea that maybe what you could do is, instead of remaking whole maps or just introducing new ones, you could just change some bomb sites around. Like, you could just, reconfigure some of the boxes on the A bomb side of Mirage, maybe change the B bomb side a little bit. I don't think it actually has to be that much, and a lot of new things would happen. So,
I'm liking that idea as well.
Yeah, it's kind of cool, right?
Yeah, that would definitely that would definitely make things a little bit more interesting. Yeah. I think Mirage it's just been figured out. That's usually what people say. It's just like it's become a bit repetitive because you kind of know what the protocols are for taking over mid. You know what the protocols are for taking over A. You know what to do. Like, feels like the teams have really got that dialed in. And so, I'm gonna disagree with you though and say that I miss Cobblestone.
Well, that's fine.
I was thinking about Cobble the other day. Like, you know what? Was it really all that bad? I don't know. But then again, rose tinted glasses, right?
Yeah, we had some fun games on it. I don't know. I never really warmed up to Cobble. Not the way that I have to Vertigo here. I kind of like that map way more. Look at the beginning of this round here. 2 kills for one for the Fanny, one for Inters, and Gambit Youngsters are just running this back. They've just won 4 rounds in a row. Now, admittedly, 2 out of the 4 have been bomb plants for VP, so that's interesting. But they're really getting beat up early in some of these rounds. I think this is a great comeback that we're watching right now.
Yeah, they've adjusted now. And well, Virtus.pro they've still got Yekender outside of B, except that they figured this out. Gambit youngsters, they're not giving him anything to work with over there. They know that he's there round after round. And before, when they were 2 on the B site, they were taking that fight, trying to hunt him. But right now, it's just Axel chilling over there, and he's not showing anything. There we go. James takes Super through the smoke. Finally, we're going to get a punish on Super for hiding behind those sandbags.
Only 20 seconds as well. They're going to run the bomb back, and they needed that kill. Yekender had to get that kill on Exile. Now, with 10 seconds left, I mean, there's nothing to accomplish here. They're never going to get through. Even if they got that kill on Exile, it would have made no difference. So I like the idea, but it just unfortunately does rest on Exile going down, and he didn't. He held his own. So nice enough idea, I think. They're going to save the AWP on Jame, and it will be 5-5, all tied up.
And there's probably enough money here for them to get a buy out of it, Virtus.pro. If they wanted to, they'll be light on nades, but they could still try to make that play. What is going on with Adrian, dude? He's got 1 kill right now. I mean, 4 assists. He is playing more of that entry role, trying to get in there and make plays, but he needs to get a little bit more consistent with his closing here, or it's going to be a rough time for Virtus.pro. Can't exactly play 4v5 right now. Not against Gambit. Gambit are clearly adapting, and they will punish you.
It's always tricky, right, when there's just one player that's having a hard game and just can't find a way to get into it. Right now, that seems to be Adren. But he's got time to make up for it. I mean, we're 2/3 of the way through the first half, so he could do some more. But it would be nice to get a little bit warmed up. This, again, Yekender, as you said, been playing over on this side, and he's going to go down. Now, good trade. Intus is going to get dropped, and Sanji will win another fight there. So this is looking all of a sudden very, very good for them. Shiro going down 4 versus 3.
And do they have... Oh, that's... Oh, through the smoke he takes Adrian. Dude, that's a massive kill. You can see Virtus.pro all of a sudden, they were going to accelerate. Now they have to slow down again. They're down to a single flash and a single smoke grenade as well. And so if they're going to get in here, it's going to be dry. Kicker going for the jiggle peaks, but the angle is all on Nafani's favor. He's going to have the edge. But Sanji catches Exile deciding to go aggressive, and that's towards B, and that's Virtus.pro. They know that he is the B anchor. You can see the instant reaction from them rotating right over towards that B site, and Sanji could get here fast enough to beat Nafani to the bomb site.
Yeah, he's here already. Nafani, though, catching him out in the open. I thought of Sanji, that seems like a very exposed position to be in. Jame, gotta go straight for the bomb plant. He's got no time to fake it anyway. He knows more backup is coming. He's got the AWP, and he's gonna get absolutely caught. Nafani with a beautiful quad kill in the round. Down to 7 health, but he really made up for everything else there. So I still think that was a good call for VP, but they're still gonna lose the round, and it's gonna be a lead now for Gambit for the first time of the game.
They're in it. They're starting to feel it. I'm feeling Virtus.pro are starting to drop off a little bit here. Gambit are looking better and better. And you know what? It is a tough one. I'm seeing a lot of mention of Cash in the chat, you know? And if ever there was a travesty, it was the remake of that map.
Yeah, I feel like it's not been great, has it?
No, and you know, it sucks to say, but like, that map, man, I like the old version. Why did they have to go and change it? Now it's all green and stuff, and I don't know, man. It's a tough one.
Yeah, well, maybe it could be fixed. Maybe it still could be saved. But yeah, I don't know. Can't be having too many crazy colors in the game. It's hard to spot people, I would say. So maybe it can still be fixed. Now this round, 12-1. And we'll see. Nice early kill from Shiro on Kicker. No chance for a reply. He's going to be falling back. Supra. Oh, he's going to join Supra on the other side, actually. So this might be good. Got to set up with a bit of a grenade. Try and go for a bit of a fight. They're getting real close now. This is dangerous for the CT side. They got to be careful they don't get trapped here.
Dude, they still have so many nades. Look at this. Yep, smoke goes in from Shiro setting up. And they're just going to be able to keep bleeding some time off this clock. Nafani decides that he needs to get aggressive, and that's the Molotov that forces him into the open. Jame there to pounce. So we're back into a 4-on-4. Supra and Shiro doubling up, retaking this portion of the map. And so behind this smoke, there's Supra, and that's the duel he needs to win it. Puts his teammates in a real awkward spot. Now they can get split on this map.
Yeah, they can now. No more smokes, though, on the VP side. So when this runs out, the bomb plant itself is going to be a little bit weird. Only 25 seconds, so maybe Gambit youngsters actually want to try and see if they can just maybe get the kill around the bomb, but it's not going to be possible. That smoke was up, I think, maybe just like 2 seconds longer than Gambit Youngsters would have loved to have happened there. 3 versus 4 for the afterplant, and they don't have that much money to work with. In spite of winning a bunch of rounds here, they're pretty poor at the moment. Inters with a good kill. Exile going to be going down, and they're in a lot of trouble now. Time is running away. 2-on-2, but oh, nice jump up. Shiro, that's a huge kill, nearly taking down Adren. And now it's all on Adren. He's only got the 1 kill. Bomb's already being defused in front of him. He's going to have to swing for it. Faking it out, trying to see if they can get him to react. He's going to line it up and nearly getting a double kill, but I think maybe, no, he actually won't have bought enough time at all. That's a nice retake for Gambit Youngsters, and Adren just not able to come through.
Dude, I'm so impressed with Shiro. That was perfectly played from both of them.
Yeah.
Like, Shiro, what a baller, dude. This guy, he showed up yesterday in their match and looked great. And here against Virtus.pro, I mean, it just feels like he doesn't make many mistakes. He's so reliable. Really solid work coming in from Shiro on that hold. And now Nefeni, at risk of getting run down, Dekendart nearly follows it up. Kickert survives with 7 HP, way too close. Very quick round though, and Shiro looking to take the fight to him, trying to put some pressure on. Doesn't want Virtus.pro to get in here for free, and that's Inter's getting overwhelmed now that they've got an AK in play. It's all on Supra. He needs to stay alive.
He's so worried about getting shot in the back. He doesn't know if anyone's still lurking there. James swings for the fight, but he's going to go down. That probably would have been the critical kill right then and there, but now it's going to buy some more time. Supra finally going to get dropped, and the bomb will be planted here. It's a 2-on-3, and Shiro on that AWP. I mean, how do you come through and help out here? They're so low on health that probably an M4 somewhere would be a better choice. They're just going to walk away. Say, you know what? We don't have what it takes. I mean, they do have very low money. It's hard to blame them, isn't it?
Yeah, this is kind of one of those situations where you just got to let it slide, right? Oh, well. Just let it be. Or put yourself in position to make things more expensive for Virtus.pro. Ha ha ha. Axel with the double. Dren the last one alive, and wow, that's not great. He's, you know, it is kind of painful to say, but if there was anybody you wanted saving a gun on Virtus.pro's side right now, it would be Adren. He's gonna pass it over, it looks like, to James, so James can have a gun there, but Adren's still sitting on 2 frags. That's wild.
2 frags in 13 rounds. Yeah, that is an issue. Not gonna lie. Now, the money for Gambit is also an issue, though, even though they've had all 7 rounds they have been won in a straight line here in the middle of the half. So that's pretty good. But again, you know, if they could have built more of a bank, it would have been so much more comfortable for them.
Well, what do we do now? I mean, as far as Gambit are concerned, I think they're going to be just fine. They're going to have quite a few good nades. They're also figuring out that VP are really focusing on that A side of the map, and so they put a lot of pressure there early. Shiro's really winning, along with Nefani over there.
Yeah.
And so again, see VP moving on up, trying to put some pressure. Nefani here, trying to set up the smoke. No, not quite. But Gambit, regardless, have really hit their stride here on this first map. There's Kickert, though, catching Nefani right on the edge of the smoke.
Yeah, he needed to be there by the time Kicker jumped up. When he was there, you know, a little bit too late, and that is going to absolutely blow him in his face. And now Inters is holding this angle. Pretty powerful angle with the FAMAS. I'm sort of doubting it. Yeah, he's going to be going down. That AK is going to win that fight every single time. And now they're actually in a really dangerous position. Over by the B-bomb side, especially Axile's here with the AK-47 is a good win. And they're coming through middle, though, as well at the same time. Oh, that flashbang. It bumped into the... That did look funny. It bumped into the wall instead of jumping over. I think that's what he wanted. So now it's a 2-on-4, and these rifles are super valuable right now to Gambit.
These need to stay alive. You still have Kicker kind of lurking around over there towards A. He's rotating over. They're going to be hitting this B site, and Gambit have already put themselves in a position to hold on to these guns for the next round. I mean, this is looking pretty good here for Virtus.pro. They're about to get a 7th round on the board in this first half.
Yeah,
and that's nothing to sneeze at.
No, I think that's... It probably could have been way better. Again, if you look at those 7 rounds, 4 of them were bomb plants for VP. So if at any point during any of that, they actually win some of those after plants, they probably do way, way, way more because suddenly Gambit will have run out of money much earlier. So even 7-7 right now, if they win one more round, they probably get 2 more, and it's closer to something that's going to feel like a 9-5 type scoreline or something like that. But that's all in the past now anyway. We're going to go into the 15th round. It will be 7-7, and Gambit will have almost nothing to fight with except the AWP and the M4 here. So do you want to try and push Shiro down, maybe to even fight at the A ramp or something like that? He's been so good.
Yeah, him and Nefeni both have been looking really good over there. And I suppose you could just throw bodies, but you can see, as we saw in that last round there, the number of smokes and anti-rush nades getting thrown in by Gambit to stop that exact kind of pressure. I mean, the Gambit aren't messing around. They are making the investment at the beginning of the round. They're not really trying to cheat their way through this by not, spending or investing the money. So it makes me think that never mind. As I build that up, no anti-rush nades thrown in from Gambit this time. They're being much more conservative.
Yeah, well, they do have a little bit of a lack of grenades, so maybe they want to be careful. Look at this dangerous position as well. Exile, he's got the right idea. He knows that something is up, but yeah, he's still in a dangerous position. Jame almost taking him down, and Yekanda would have been ready to pounce if anything had gone on. No one at the A ramp this time for VP. They're much more focused on fighting at B.
I mean, it would be a first that VP go to B early in the round. So this always feels like they're trying to lurk their way in there, or it's because it fell apart on A that they then decide, okay, we need to go B. Because Yekander's been having some trouble opening up this B site. He keeps, losing the duel, to be fair. And it is looking like that bomb is rotated back over towards the A side, and that VP are going to go back to old faithful here.
Yeah, why not? Such a strange situation, isn't it? The fact that they haven't even tried B early. Could have tried. I mean, I would have wanted to test Exile at some point. Supra, way out in the open. He's going to get the first kill there, and no one has traded him just yet. Nefani goes down. What a nice flick. There's Adrin nearly getting caught, and Supra's just going to be wrapped on. Coming in from both sides to take that fight. Shiro has been a hero a couple of times here. He's going to be called on one more time. Almost getting that on Kickit, but he's going to escape around the corner. Now it's a 3-on-3 as Kickit does go down to Exile, but how do you get this retake?
Let's see it. I mean, you got a fresh smoke getting thrown in as well by Sanji. And so Exile taking the point. Gonna get spotted up by James. There's the effective trade, and this is what needs to happen here for Gambit. They need to get these trades coming in because Sanji is in the middle of nowhere. And now it's all on Adren, your weakest fragger for Virtus.pro right now. But it doesn't change if he's got the bomb to work with. You play with the bomb like he's the 6th man of the roster, and that is fantastic work. Not sure. Yes, there's going to be enough time here for Interest to get the defuse. Adrian gets baited into the open, gets picked off, and Gambit youngsters will collect an 8th round in this half.
Man, he probably couldn't know if that was already being diffused or if that was just a fake, but for sure, if he had known, he could have played that one way safer. So kind of a tough first half here for Adren. He did try and make up for the best that he could. He ends at 5 kills. So, I mean, he was at 1 or 2 for a long time. But yeah, first half done with, and it's 8-7 in favor of Gambit. I think it's pretty respectable. Could have definitely been way, way worse for them. I don't know if it's enough to actually win the map, but we'll find out.
Very good question. I mean, this is Gambit's map pick right now. So you're really hoping that they're going to be stepping up in terms of their level going into the second half, that they're going to have something interesting prepared for us here. On their T side, already the push gets punished, but Sanji finds the headshot on Nefeni to drop him first. Adrian already on 5 HP here, so he's hurting, but he's alive, and he will be able to back off. Virtus.pro with the advantage on this CT side. And so now, well, I mean, Gambit, they haven't committed to the A site just yet, and it's actually looking like they want to rotate back over towards that B bomb site.
Well, that is going to be an amazing call. They're playing retake on B anyway. Yakandar is just far back looking, and they've already accepted the fact that if it comes B, then yeah, we're going to have to try and retake it. They'll have a smoke and a kit on Yakandar, so I mean, that's a good tool to try and set up a retake with. But yeah, they're going to realize no one's at A ramp. They're going to start to rotate back, but they're going to be there too late. So retake it is Yakandar. Is he going to risk it and try and look for kills before the plant, or just wait for the team to show up?
Interesting, yeah. Down a man and very conservative so far, Gambit, just trying to hold these angles. I mean, if Adrian could feed himself in there with the 5 HP, he let him go in first. Sanji taking point, though. Finds that headshot, gonna get traded, and now Adrian needs to get in here and start doing some damage. He's only got the 5 HP. His teammates are dying right now. He needs to get in here and have an impact. Unbelievable. Yeah. VP.
Not
what
happening,
a
is
weird
it?
situation.
They had Kickert on the flank as well. That just doesn't work out at all. In spite of basically playing 3-on-5 at some point, they just never were aggressive enough. I think they needed to all, once they get that first kill from Sanji, they all need to go fight right away, and they were a little bit slow. So, pistol round picked up from Gambit youngsters.
Man, you really don't want to rag on a player, but I really feel like Adrian should be pushing in first there with such low HP. He should be the one taking point to give his teammates more info.
Yeah.
That was a bit of a weird one where full HP players were pushing in and dying. I mean, I don't know. Very interesting retake attempt there from Virtus.pro. Not necessarily a bad idea to go for a retake, but just the way it was executed was very wonky. And so Gambit youngsters get that pistol round. They get the strong start in the second half. This is their map after all. And now on the T side, a little bit of action towards B here to kick things off. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, this buy in this round for VP is not to be underestimated either. Gambit are doing their best to sort of stick in a group and make sure they don't give any rifles away. It looks like they're going to return to the A ramp, where there's 3 people holding, but they can get up on the ramp, and I think that's the most important part. Like, once they get up on the ramp, they can throw all the smokes, they can Molotov away Jame, they should be able to get a bomb now. There's a 4th person coming, so now I wonder if VP will actually just fight here.
Might very well happen. Oh, the nade. Not going to do that much damage. But VP stacked up. 4 players here, ready to take this fight. Kickert has worked his way through this smoke. They've got their teammate watching their back. Sanji with the MP9 is going to drop the first one. Nearly takes the second. That's Nefani with 2 kills to open it up, but he is going to fall. There's the pinch coming in. Delayed, but eventually gets the job done. And now it's a man advantage for Gambit going into this bomb plant. And they're looking very good.
10 seconds. Dren, yeah, he has to go for it while that bomb is being planted. Just thinking about the time, doesn't work out. Good coverage from Inters with 2 big kills there, making sure the bomb did go down no matter what. So 10-7, an expensive round, and I think quite a dangerous one. But VP still have not really found their stride. In fact, apart from them winning the first 5 rounds at the first half there, it's been pretty sketchy from there on out.
They looked very strong at the beginning.
Yeah.
And then they kept trying to do the same thing over and over again, and eventually Gambit figured that out. Started punishing them. And well, here, now we're going into this second half where Virtus.pro are lagging behind. They've got the Deegs, so they could do some damage. Like, a lot of aggression here from Virtus.pro. A lot more than what we saw from Gambit, it feels like. Trying to make those plays mid. But for now, at least, it's just Gambit steadily getting that map control and waiting for the aggression. And there's the punish. Yekender gets caught out towards that B site, forces the rotation from Jame. No, not even. Jame decides he's going to give up the B site. This is weird.
Later. See you later. He's saving that USP, Semler. It's important. Well, he's got... It's a nice skin for it. I guess maybe that's why.
Well worth.
He's... I don't know. I don't know what's happening. I would say right now, VP up a little bit in free fall. Again, I didn't even think about it, but they did win the first 5 rounds in the first half. The other 2 they got, right at the end. That was round number 13 and 14 that they picked up, and then it's just Gambit back to winning early on in this half. Unless they can put up a really good CT defense here, they could actually get wiped out on this map, which is a little bit strange.
It's entirely possible. I mean, Gambit's pick, I suppose, right? You always want to just say that if you picked into it. You think that they're going to have something special, but man, they're just looking really good right now on this T side as well. 10-7. Soon to be 11-7 in favor of Gambit on this T side. Not exactly what you and I were expecting after the first 5 rounds of this map, Anders. It was looking like Virtus.pro were here to play and just smash, a la
Yeah.
Na'Vi. And
That's
yet,
what I thought.
Terrorists win.
Maybe it's because it's not the elimination match; it's the winners match, so they're just a little bit more casual about it. But they can't really afford to be, you know. Some pretty decent teams in this don't want to be giving anything up to chance here. Adren Yakendar's also at 7 kills. I think he's one of the players to watch, definitely in the future of VP. I think he's got a lot of potential. So the fact that both of them are playing a little bit under their level is definitely cause for concern. We'll see. Here we go. Finally, some rifles on the VP side. James has been pretty good with the AWP. That's something to look for. Sanji's also playing well. Might be between the two of them, they can put up a good defense.
and you know, Joy Bag of Donuts makes a good point that this is a Gambit youngsters, you know, that beat Na'Vi. This is a team that is not to be taken lightly here, considering what Na'Vi did to Hard Legion earlier today, which is the team that Virtus.pro beat to get into this winner match. Virtus.pro struggled against Hard Legion in 3 maps.
Yeah,
Na'Vi annihilated them. So,
yeah, and they played the stupid version of Na'Vi, which is, you know, not even
yeah.
the same thing.
I mean, I think stupid version of Na'Vi kind of is. It's still not a team that to be taken lightly, right? I mean, if you got simple, you got simple.
Yeah, I mean, you think so. It's just so silly to watch. Nice return from Shiro. Fanny did go down, but they have a pretty good shot. They could isolate Yakendar right here. They could even maybe stop the rotation if they're really good at it. Yakendar, he has to get a kill. Probably more than that. He has to stay alive. Nice flashbang. He set himself up, but Axar will still take him down. That actually was about to be real good defense. Inters, though, there we go, stopping the rotation. And James sneaking in. He's not saving the gun yet, but yeah, now, I mean, this is not even any kind of a meme. He actually has to make that call. He stayed around maybe even longer than he should have there. He's still hanging out. This is so dangerous. So dangerous.
There we go, finally. Except that he's been backed in. Shiro cuts off the avenue of retreat. And you've only got Kickered alive here for Virtus.pro, alone holding onto an M4. Yep, very nicely done. Get rid of that op. Not going to let Kicker get a chance of saving that.
Indeed. So, great round. They only lose Nafani, and then they just take the middle. They isolate Yakendar. And he did the best that he could there. I mean, the flashbang was actually great. I'm kind of shocked that he was at least not able to get the 1 kill there, but he set it all up nicely for himself. It's 12-7, and that was the first rifle round from VP, and it just falls flat. I mean, they're building good money on the Gambit side. This is looking like a first map victory for them at the moment. I guess they did pick the map. Yes, they did. So there's always that.
For Gambit?
Yeah, Gambit YNG just picked this one. VP picked Dust 2 is the next one, so...
Dude, you picked Dust 2 into guys who are banging heads like this right now?
Yeah, it's an issue.
It's not exactly confidence inspiring here from Virtus.pro. But, you know, again, you get onto your own map, you got your game plan, start figuring it out. But the desk seemed pretty convinced that Gambit had won the map veto here. So far, it's looking pretty good for Gambit.
Yeah, it is. Aggression outside of B for the defense, and oh, they're gonna get some great kills behind it. I don't know, that seems careless. Axel and Nafani, they knew that was going on, and they still kept going. Now, there's gonna be a pretty quick bomb onto the bomb site unless Kicker can somehow stop them with the M4. And that could be the way to salvage this round. Gambit youngsters could be about to give one away for free here, which would be real silly.
Yeah, hugely unfortunate. So we'll see if they manage that or not. Dancing on the other side of the smoke, you can just gather up and go in. Strength in numbers here. Trying to charge on through. Big spray coming through here from Supra, and Supra will be able to collect another one-on-one. Shiro versus Adren, and it gets on him.
That is
I
huge.
am not putting my money on Adrian in that sort of situation.
That is absolutely huge. What a time to be able to get that 1-on-2 there. Really well done. That might just get them fired up once again. They had no business winning that round, and yet here we are. It's going to be forcing Gambit youngsters to spend all of their money, and it's a double up setup for VP all of a sudden.
Oh, buddy. Well, trying to think. As in, what is it that can go right here for Virtus.pro? That was very well played on their side, absolutely.
And they certainly need to make this next round work, because they just, I mean, investing in the double up and everything else has been real expensive, right? So this is just the beginning in some sense. If they can't continue to roll it in the right direction, it's gonna be all for nothing. Let's see. Kicked, semi-aggressive over at the A ramp, but nothing too crazy, nothing out of the ordinary. Yakandar is playing far forward on the B bomb side, which carries some risk with it, but I don't really mind it. I mean, it's also going to give him some advanced warning. And James is in the middle alone with the AWP. That's also dangerous. Look at the Molotov. He's almost getting blocked in. In fact, he's not going to fall back. He's going to stick around. One good flashbang, he'll ruin his day, but instead they just slow climb in against him. That is not what you're looking for there.
Unfortunate, I think, is the word. That is unfortunate. But double op and play for Virtus.pro on the CT side makes it seem pretty solid. It's going to be a tough one for Nafani and the lads. I'm just wondering, is it just going to be the A hit here? It's looking like it. They're grouping up for Gambit. Go in as a group. You're doing a better job of trading. So just work together on this one and try and swarm the side. I think that's going to be the name of the game here, especially if you're going up against ops. So Molly to force kicker it off the angle. Give some space here to work with. Smoke to block off the back of the site, and it's go time.
Yeah,
that
great
was such
counter
a sick
Molotov.
nade.
Yeah, that actually has worked out really well so far. Adren pushing forward, 10 seconds on the clock, and Inters is being forced back. They have to fight all of a sudden. Wow, VP coming up with a massive defense here. Man, not only did they slow them down, but then once that Molotov was gone, they flank around, and you could see Gambit just don't even know what to do at that point in time. They're out of money now. They actually needed that bomb plant, and they're going to be in a real tough position here. This is starting to look like a real comeback here for VP.
Yes, is this Virtus.pro fighting back, Anders? Is this it?
Yes, it feels that way, doesn't it? I think they're on the right track.
I don't know what to think anymore. CS is such a hard game to predict these days.
Well, especially
I did win
online
in
Counter-Strike.
But, you know. Let's say that this is very tricky. You're thinking that a team has got momentum or an advantage, and it's slowly but surely squandered away. Like squandered, essentially. Boost to stop that peak from Sanji in mid. But this is very much a difficult situation right now for Gambit. This is going to be a bit of a throwaway round. Virtus.pro are going to get some eco frags, some feel-good frags.
It's going to put them at 10, and they only lost one person in the last round. If they could do something similar here, yeah. I mean, this is they're saying they don't seem to have. They seem to have had a pretty good plan to get a bunch of CT rounds there in the first half Gambit, but so far their T side here has been lacking a little bit. I'm still so curious about why no one wants to challenge the B bomb side more. At least find out how that B defender is going to be holding, if they're going to be having a good or a bad day. Jekandar doing it most of the time. He's not had an amazing game so far, so just test it out.
It's been a very quiet game over there, yeah, for him. I mean, first half on T side, he's over there trying to figure out what's going on that B side. And then now he's B anchor as well. There's kicker. Woo! Shiro. Another one dig. Dropping him. And that's Nafani finding James. Just like that, we've got a round! Shiro with the 3 headshots. And man, this round has just slipped through VP's fingers.
That is absolutely outrageous. This should never be happening. It's hard to even really justify. Yakandar going to try and see if he can put up a bit of a smoke there. Oh, but
no.
It doesn't even fall. Oh, no. That's meant to fall down on the bomb. Now he's absolutely screwed. Trying to see if he can jiggle peek his way back into this, but he should be dead. He's going to get... Oh, both the kills! No! Gambit, why aren't you hiding? Why are you out in the open fighting him? You could see that that smoke was not even close. Oh dear, oh dear.
That's the thing. The smoke wasn't any good. Why are they in the open?
Why aren't they? Why isn't one of them falling back towards the ramp or something? Why are they both on that side? Why are they at? Oh god, this is. I think is
messy.
a little bit of a collapse.
It's messy. And, well, Yekender, you know, you were calling him out, saying he was a little bit on the low side on the frags. Well, there you go. Wakes up. It's his time to shine, and he steps up. Clutches it for Virtus.pro and keeps him in this game. 10 rounds on the board for VP to Gambit's 12. And let's keep in mind that that was an eco round for Gambit. So that was monstrously expensive for Virtus.pro that round.
It's really expensive, but I think mentally it does reveal something that's really disturbing about Gambit youngsters, because once you get that far into it, you should be able to complete the round. Nice opening frags here. Shiro's going to be going down, and Kicker comes in with a big double spray, but he's going to get dropped right afterwards. So now 2 versus 3. Axile is almost dead, and Sanji is calling in for backup. He's going to need some help here. One good flashbang against him, and he's dead in a second. Looks like they're not going to match him, just creeping into the fight, and a nice kill for Nafani. Yakendar, save the AWP, man. It's not worth it. Oh, wow.
Get dunked. And Gambit, that was a decisive round. Even with the double spray, VP not able to withstand the pressure there. And a very quick-paced round as well. So Gambit youngsters, 13 rounds on the board now. That's it. They finally stopped that streak that VP were starting to get going for themselves. 3 rounds in a row for VP, and Gambit youngsters now back in the driver's seat. It's going to be Virtus.pro on eco. So let's see what they're capable of doing with the Deegs. They have been very aggressive, and yep, sure enough. Sanji getting caught. Oh, you just wish that you could bang there. Not happening.
Exile is ready and waiting. They're going to peek the corner wide against him, and actually not a bad trade at all. Just a 1-for-1 over on that side of the map. So, could they build something behind it here? VP. They have a bit of a shot. James is going to be taken down. Kick it moving forward with a Deagle close, but they're ready. They're holding for him for this reason. He's going to be dropped. This is going to be 14 rounds here for Gambit youngsters, and the money is still absolutely in the toilet for VP.
Oh, man. Reading the chat in these situations, it's high entertainment.
Some of the best, isn't it?
Oh yeah, oh man, I didn't realize how much I missed the chat. What's up, everybody? We don't usually get, we don't usually get to watch the chat when we're casting when we're casting tournaments like this in LAN or whatever. You don't usually have a setup so you can see the chat, but here at home, got the chat up on my second monitor. It feels like it's 2013 again, Anders. What the hell?
Does feel that way, doesn't it? We've got Joey in the chat quoting Uncle Drew. So shout out for knowing who Uncle Drew is. That's great. I love those commercials. Got Kyrie Irving all dressed up. It's the only thing I know about basketball is from some commercial, but it's great. Anyway, Sanji's going to be saving the deal somewhere. It's going to be 14 rounds for Gambit youngsters. Just when I was ready to discount them, I was upset they didn't win that last round where Shiro got all the headshots. I thought they'd given a big chance here for VP to get back in the game, and just like that, here we are. And just to make it abundantly clear, this is Gambit's pick. Gambit's map pick right now. So yeah, Virtus.pro right now fighting back on their opponent's map pick. They're putting up a fight. It's been a struggle, but this is it. VP are now going to try and make the investment to keep Gambit off of map point. Well, Gambit, I mean, this is it's Dust 2 next. As you pointed out, it's going to be Dust 2 next. Virtus.pro's map pick in this best of 3. And there's the shot from James. Aggro opping into B halls. Nafani gets obliterated. Oh! Run boost in the... No way out. Just don't die, Axel. Just don't die. Falling off the side. That was way too close. It was getting a bit close, but wonderful stuff, honestly. That's the kind of power we like to see. They want to close this map. They know that if they win this round, Gambit youngsters, there's going to be no money left for VP, so why not try and come up with a bit of a trick there? It's 4-on-4 though, and there's almost no grenades left on VP side, so that's a really, really big issue, especially if you want to try and retake that A bomb site. This is definitely
slowing it down, my dude. This is definitely slowing it down. But I like this from Gambit. Just group up. You've managed to trade it up. You're a 4-on-4. They have to, unless they take a huge risk, they have to cover more ground with fewer bodies. So you get 4 together and just crash in. And here's the gamble. A site, stacking 3, VP. They're putting it all over here. Doing everything they can. And with those 2 nades, that pretty much confirms it for VP that this is going to be an A hit. And you have Yekender hauling ass, trying to get over here as fast as possible to back his teammates up. Gambit, they need to go now. Flashes are going in, trying to create the space.
Look at this. They've saved 2 HE grenades. They're waiting for the bomb plant. I think they're going to try and blow up the bomb planter. There we go, around the corner, but it's not even close to doing enough damage. Shiro's going to get dropped real low, but the bomb will finally get planted. That's a nice trick for VP. It's something that we've seen Dig try and do a lot in the past, and they're just not going to make it work. Inters will instead line them up for a beautiful triple, and that is surely going to be the end of the round here. And the end of the bank for VP. Yekender hoping to save the AWP, but even that's going to be a little bit tricky at this point in time. He's actually locked in, and he's going to be dropped by Shiro. So, nice try for VP, but I don't think this is going to be doable any longer.
This has certainly got to be it. Even though it feels very even. It's just Gambit youngsters are squeaking through. And everybody across the board for Gambit youngsters, it feels like they're hitting pretty heavily here. I mean, Supra, who's still trailing, is at 15 frags right now. Top fragging is Shiro and Axel at 23. So there's not that huge a gap between the 2 of them. Whereas Virtus.pro, it's a bit more top heavy. 21 frags for James, and then Yekender and Adrian, bottoming it out at 11. It's a rough one. So I'm glad to see some aggression here from Adrian. Getting in. 1-for-1 trade, though. Sanji gets taken out in the meantime. And there's Inters catching Yekender, getting aggressive over towards B. Man, they just cannot catch a break.
No,
this is looking like Gambit got it.
All hanging out of the A ramp, so regardless, they're going to be way out of position. Exile is going to go check out the B bomb site and find it to be empty. So he's just happy about that. Call in the rest of them with the bomb and everything. They've got so many grenades on the T side. I don't think they can lose the 7er. I think it's meant to be.
Yes, Anders, I think this has definitely got to be Gambit's time to shine. Walk it down in style. Nades coming in, but it is just going to be Virtus.pro running into the blender. Adrian, last man alive here in a 1v4, trying to retake on this B site, and well, he's going to get flanked. Isn't that just fitting that that's how it ends?
Just a little bit, yeah. Nice run. I honestly think so for Gambit youngsters here. They've done an amazing job on this map, not letting VP back into it even when it was looking close. So, yeah, real well done. That's the kind of power we like to see. That was their map pick. But Dust 2 is next, and I don't know what will happen. Guys, were you enjoying that? I see you with your phones out. I hope it's important. Tom, you got caught on camera with the phone out.
See, this is why I'm lucky to be on the last part of this, because, I don't get seen doing any bad stuff. Tom, do your job properly. Anders has told you.
Well, can Anders get a bit closer to the camera? We can't quite see his face.
We wanted to go work on some of his backgrounds with it. No, this was a good game, and Gambit youngsters, admittedly at the start, I was starting to think it could be scary. They again show us some resilience in here. These young players certainly know how to play. Shiro's Deagle round, that was just, even though they didn't win it, that's just unacceptable. How did he get away with that?
By skill, I guess, by being insanely good at the game. Once again, he's showing the individual powers this team have. There was a point, where the game was tipping. I feel like Virtus.pro got off to a good start. Then it got into some close clutches. Adwin missed a 1 versus 2 that he potentially could have won. There was another scenario where one of the Gambit players won out on a 1-on-1 there, where you could have argued that VP should have won it. So the game was sort of like going back and forth, but them winning those 2 clutches was sort of like the turning point for them. After that, it felt like Virtus.pro, they played out the first half, right? They did what they could, but they didn't really have any more in the tank. The creativity, I guess, coming out of Virtus.pro didn't really, was anything impressive either. I think Vertigo is a map they did beat big on, right? And they were looking good at that one, but that was maybe more of the individual powers of Yekender. We didn't see that much in this game as well. So rightfully the right winners right here for Gambit youngsters. I think they were the better team, and they were the team that came in the most prepared, at least.
And we're going on to Dust 2 next, but I don't want to touch on it just yet. I want to sit on this Yekender bit a little bit more, because we bigged him up as he needs to be the star for the team, right? Because you're looking at him, you're looking at James, you're looking at Kicker, really, right? Sanji and Adren, we know what roles they sit in for this. But for Yekender, do you think he's getting enough space on these kind of maps or in this team at the moment to be able to really be the beast that he can be?
I think in terms of some of the roles that we're seeing him in, I'm not sure I'm the biggest fan, especially on a map like Vertigo, where the A site is normally where you're being a little bit more aggressive, I would say, like you're trying to take map control away. The B site player is normally more of an anchor, and that's where he was positioned for the majority of the CT side, and I don't see him as an anchor player. I see him as someone trying to make plays, try to be a little bit cheeky.
You want to take the anchor off him almost, right?
Yeah,
Unleash
exactly.
him.
Whereas on other maps, for example, you look at an Inferno, Kicker's the anchor. He's the player who will sit back, sit in the pit, and basically just hold down the fort. And I think he does that very well. He's got the good sort of static aim where he'll just hit clips, whereas Yakinda's someone who you see where he finds these multi-frags. He's normally like running around or jumping through a smoke or doing something ridiculous. And on the B side, I don't feel like he's really being utilized properly. And in the first half, I just don't even think he looked that comfortable on this map. It was mainly Jame doing a lot of the work. Like, again, we actually saw Sanji have a really good performance, which that's a bit of a worry for me in the sense of if Sanji's having a good game, they should win.
Yeah, definitely.
You need, and even Jame was having a good game. And some of the worrying signs in the early portions of the map, actually, Gambit YNG has made some mistakes. Like, I would say they were one of the, I think it was 5-2, the second round that they won. They actually went over facing. They were like, okay, we got to take this off away when they only had 3 players left, end up with 1. If they lose that next round, they reset their economy and they're pretty much wrecked for the whole of the first half. So there's definitely some things they could have fixed, but I think something, a quote from Pimp that you said, it was like, they're already playing like a team that has way more experience than they actually do. Like they were saving in positions like a 2v3 where both opponents were low and they went, okay, let's make the choice. So although early on I think they were a little bit hectic, maybe feeling like they had to go out and win the game, and then later on I think they realized actually we're as good. Like we can face off against these players. Inter's like getting multi-frags towards the end while holding afterplants in afterplant situations, excluding maybe the one where they lost that 2v1 when they had low HP and only a deagle to defend. That they were really good, they were solid, they played as a unit, and that's what we've always given them credit for.
But even that round you just mentioned there was like a bad round from, right? They did that on pistols with no armor, they got a bomb down, and it went down to them only having 1 player left on VP to defuse. It could have been a round for them either way. So Gambit youngsters, right, have a really good map pool. They, don't play Nuke, but they play everything else to a pretty good level. Now we get to see what they can do when they go onto the map pick of VP, which is Dust 2. Bit of their stomping ground. We saw what it came into effect yesterday with it. But it's not out of the world here where we wouldn't say that they could get a win on 2-0.
No, I'm very impressed with Gambit youngsters. And as Tom alerted to, it's like they play like a team that is way more mature than they are, right? They make close to no mistakes, right? And when they do make a mistake, it doesn't seem to fluster them. They still refocus. They get into the next round, still have the objective for an eye, sort of. It's a team that I'm falling more and more in love with, in the sense that they are so young and they're doing so well in so many aspects of the game where you can't really expect them to be that mature. You can't really expect them to be that smart. You can expect them to run around on a map like Dust 2 and just win, by winning the duels, by being a little bit lucky and playing that sort of like freestyle Counter-Strike. But that's not the way they're winning right now. They're winning as a team, they're winning with a plan, and they're winning with the individual powers of guys like Shiro and Exile as well. We did see them play Dust 2 against Navi yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, and that was a good showing for Gambit youngsters. So sure thing, I said Virtus.pro was going to win this matchup, but after seeing Vertigo right here, again, as I said, it's going to be incredibly close, and I think Dust 2, Gambit definitely have a potential for closing this one out 2-0.
Yeah, this is the craziness that comes down to it. Now, the positives, right, when it comes to VP and Dust 2, it is something that doesn't have to be so tactical. They had very limited time with Yekindar on the lineup, but they have played some big events with him. That's my point here of saying, okay, you've not had time. Yes, you're playing back-to-back events, but they're definitely practicing. They definitely should start to be able to find a system. How long do we give them? Is this an excuse?
I think once we get through the player break, I think there are although you want to be saying that like the whole player break should just be relaxing, maybe having one of the drinks on my shirt in your hand and basically just chilling out and enjoying yourself. I think most players have said in the past that the month of a player break is more 2 weeks break, 2 weeks work. And I think that will make sense for VP. Like they have a map pool that at the moment is getting there. Like if they can pull Inferno in as a map that maybe they're choosing a little bit more, if they can get like Vertigo locked down a little bit better rather than just, okay, 3 maps played 1-1 against a good Vertigo team and 2 lost. Like if they can bring a few more in, they've definitely got the groundwork in. I think it's a bit harsh going into this tournament to necessarily judge them versus teams that have been together for a year or 2, because the synergy's not going to be there instantly. Yakinda's consistency can't be there instantly because, well, he'd have to be literally probably the best player in the world to just walk into a team and be like, I'm perfectly comfortable. This is how it works. Either that or we'd be looking at it and going, oh, maybe this is just a honeymoon period. Because So the fact that there are some teething issues, it's kind of promising in a sense because it gives them stuff to work on, it gives them stuff to improve, and as a base, they're looking pretty good.
Yeah, it's going to be dangerous as well, though, considering the map is Dust 2, and we did see them come off, bad yesterday in the first half. The CT side was nothing to be proud of. I think Yekenda struggled a little bit towards the B-bomb side. He was often being left alone as well. Had to be that hero player and couldn't really pull it off. Maybe he can do that today, but that's not a sustainable way of winning. So just the whole game plan and the whole setup, I guess, you have on that CT side didn't look too good for Virtus.pro yesterday. The T side, as you said as well, that's the one that is spectacular. That's the one that they're very strong on. They're controlling the pace. They can play fast. They can play slow. They can wait out the time as well. They actually have a rock-solid T side. So Gambit youngsters, you'd assume they've been preparing. And if Gambit youngsters can get off with a somewhat decent CT side right here on Dust 2, I firmly believe they can win, but it requires Exile, it requires Shiro to be annoying on the CT side. They got to be aggressive. They got to disturb the way Virtus.pro want to play, because if you just let them run their things on the T side, they are good enough in order to run over a team like Gambit youngsters still.
Now, Pimp, I'm going to come back to this point you made in our opening segment. You said about Supra, right? That you need to see more from him if they're going to take the win. He didn't specifically have a bad game. He went 15 for 19, right? When you've got 4 other players that are doing this well, we don't see it enough on other teams, right? We normally see like 2 or 3 players that can do really well. Gambit youngsters seem to do the impossible of having 4 players perform well together, and then Super can just be this actual supportive element in an impressive way.
In this game, he was good. I think he had a lot of impact in the game. Yeah, 15-19, judging by the scoreline. It's not necessarily a good showing, but it's not a bad showing either. I think, if I'm not mistaken, his ADR was plus 70, 72 or 74, something like that. So definitely up there, doing a lot of damage and having a lot of impact. And as you said, as you said, a player that also had the potential to be that 5th star. It's all like, I don't want to make the comparison to rattle people up right here, but you look towards a team like Astralis. If Astralis' worst player is supposed to be Sipnix, you've been in a pretty good place. And I would say the same here with Gambit youngsters. If the bad, if your worst player is a guy like Supra, who's actually doing a good job, a great supportive element to your team, the rest of the 4 players are actually pretty good. And that's a way to look at a team and see how deep the structure of the lineup is, I guess. So if you can point out the worst player on the team and still think to yourself, all right, this player has potential to be pretty good, then you got a pretty good team on your hands.
Well, also, I think if your worst player has Yakinda and Kicker below him, that's not that bad. Yeah. I think VP are going to be a little bit more worried about their statistics than Gambit youngsters will after winning.
And when we look at the statistics, though, you guys mentioned it before, James actually had a good game, right? This is a Dust 2, which he is supposed to be able to have a lot of impact. It's going to be a requirement of him. But Shiro, he likes to challenge at every step of the way. I think Shiro will not be making it easy. Vertigo doesn't allow for that same kind of like AWP versus AWP battle, right? It's historically there for Dust 2. And I think that's going to be a real big point. If James cannot hit those shots, cannot find these openings, they're going to have a massive problem.
Yeah. James loves to challenge mid on the T side as well. Like, he will actively face into that position the majority of the time. So I think this could be a really good map, especially with Shiro. I mentioned it yesterday, had the highest stats for opening duels, plus 10. Like, that's not a common stat to have. So
against Na'Vi.
And yeah, against Na'Vi. that's even better. So if he can do that versus Simple, he can definitely do it versus James.
No, he really can. It's not too far away from getting into Dust 2. Now, Pimp, do you want to maybe swap? We know you like to swap your predictions on this, mate.
It's kind of annoying, right? I do feel right now that Gambit could go over and win.
He doesn't want to side with us.
You kind of forced me into a corner. I think Exile is going to be the win condition here as well. Against Na'Vi, I believe there was a point where you looked towards the scoreline. It was 23-8 or something against Na'Vi. He was just all over the place, running out long, opening up the map. If he's going to have one of those showings against, I don't see anyone from Virtus.pro shutting him down. Adrian, you used to be good, right? It's been a while since you were a major MVP winner. You need to see those individuals step up to shut down for these youngsters. They're playing with full confidence. So if Gambit is going in with the same confidence they had against Na'Vi yesterday, I'm going to tend to lean towards Gambit youngsters. But I still believe Virtus.pro with a strong T side is going to win Dust 2. How about that?
This is just a loop of Pimp. Like, we're here, we're there.
We've got a nice fence for you to sit on.
I'm good, I'm just covering all bases just like the two of you. You two are the worst doing predictions with, man. You're just playing it so safe all the time.
Safe?
Yeah.
I predicted Gambit youngsters to beat Na'Vi. How is that safe?
Pretty safe if you ask me.
How is that a safe prediction?
Pretty safe if you ask me.
We both went for Na'Vi. He was the only one that went for Gambit.
I'm just trying to set him up for success.
I was taking the risks, but
Pimp's always got a positive spin on absolutely everything. Yeah,
always.
Even when he's horribly
positive
wrong.
For him.
Yeah, but it's always positive back around to him.
Also for you, I'm setting you up, man. You're looking good all of a sudden next to me.
Should we get his
I'm
crown
prediction
now?
king, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, better than Maniac.
While we watch the next game, Jesus Christ, poor Maniac, man. He has one really bad go, right, where he just always predictions start messing up, and he's never going to live this down.
Oh, they won't know in Valorant, so it's fine.
Ouch. Ouch.
He's made more money in Valorant than he did in CS. That's always a positive.
Why have you brought that up?
Well, I'm not sure that's a good thing, you know, to be completely honest. Yeah, move on, James. Yeah.
Get on to your winnings if you want, Pimp.
We can count my winnings, you know. I got them all locked inside my apartment. You know, there's I probably shouldn't say this. My address is to be found online. Anyway, I have a painting on my wall, and in behind that wall, there's a little safe with a lot of Counter-Strike winning games, and trust me, there's a lot of money in there.
Oh, look at him! Look at him showing his stuff.
All them ESEA money and FPL Challenger, and you know what? It's just filled up with money.
So, in true typical fashion, we're waiting for players to actually connect to the server at this point, so we can have some more fun with this. Pimp, one thing you do have on your Twitter game is your ability to tell NA that you're willing to be bought still. So, do you actually fancy yourself coming back to the game? You keep making these hints like, oh, does someone want to purchase me? Like, I'm still available. He's streaming non-stop.
Well, not even that. I heard there might be a Danish shuffle coming. Like,
yeah,
Bubsky's been benched.
I have a standard.
Are you a mad lion?
Nah, I'm not a mad lion. I'm more like a sweet cat.
Or maybe
I wouldn't count on it, James. You know, I wouldn't count on it. There's a very few selected teams out there that I potentially would consider joining if they were to ask me, and there's absolutely no chance that they would ask me. So I think we're pretty safe where we are right now.
Oh,
would you join Na'Vi?
Hell no.
Oh, that's a shame.
Could you imagine Pimp trying to fit? He'd lose his mind if you heard their comms.
Yeah.
That would send Pimp actually insane.
I'm not sure there is a team that Pimp could join where he wouldn't lose his mind. I think at this stage.
I'm not sure there's a team I couldn't join where it wouldn't make them better straight off the bat.
Oh god, you can join Contact.
I mean, even Astralis at this point. I don't know.
To be fair, they have dropped so low in what pickups they're getting.
It's not even on my radar anymore. Don't worry.
Yeah.
You could join G2 and then you could defuse the bombs for them. You know, that'd be a good one.
I've been running out a few rounds there, yeah.
Gain the extra rounds. Not cause yourself to leave the server, you know, when you think the game's over.
We'd have to kick Kenny though, you know, so I'm not sure that's a good idea.
Well,
Poor
Simple
Kenny.
Said he's a noob. Do you agree?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Can work out pretty well. Still waiting for these players. We've gone on a whole wild tangent with this, haven't we? We've really allowed
What
this
about,
to go
what,
completely wrong.
what about you, James? What about you? Are you done with your playing
never
career?
ever going to return.
No?
Mate, I'll tell you this. At the beginning of
You come back as a
CS:GO,
StarCraft player again.
I never played StarCraft professionally. Not even
He
close.
just talked about it, yeah.
Yeah, I literally just talked about it and lived in Korea for a while. That was it. For me to come back, right, I even at the beginning of CS:GO looked at coaching some UK teams, spent 30 minutes on a TeamSpeak server, heard their comms and heard how immature and everything still was, and went,
Endpointer on the right.
I'll just back away out of this, you know.
And then
just
he became a
left it.
dad, you know. I'm not sure what's the big difference right there.
It's really not
Children,
much
yeah.
of a difference, Pim. But the servers are up, the players are on there, so it's time for us to bring our commentators back into the mix after we've gone down this wild world of seeing if Pimp will ever return to his career, if I'll even look at having a career again, and Tom, well, yeah, you're just Tom. You don't have
I
a
was
career in the
always
first
good.
place.
Like, too good for the server, that's what they say.
Anderson Sevilla must be thinking, what on earth is going on right now? We're descending into madness. 4 best of 3s a day. Oh, Anders, your background changed. Oh no, Assembly's background
no,
changed.
not
I've
that
lost my
much.
mind.
It's all right.
Assembler's changed.
Don't worry, Harambe's still
Assembly's
there.
changed.
Yeah. I'll find some new pictures on the way. Don't even worry about it, guys. What's up, Sam? Are you ready to get into the second map?
Yeah, dude, let's get stuck in on this. I'm excited to see some Dust 2 action here. Liking Dust 2 a little bit more than Vertigo right now, personally. So I expect this to be a little bit more interesting. Actually, it's going to be straight into the pistol round. So we're already in the action here
Yeah.
for this second map, and the teams are not wasting any time at all. It's VP on the T side and Gambit on the CT side on Dust 2.
Yeah, not wasting any time. You're absolutely right. Let's just get into the mix here. It's going to be VP on the T side, Gambit Youngsters on the CT side. Nice flash in to fight Adren. That was about the catwalk. Supra all the way at the back of the plateau. And, ooh, nice time on the smokes there. That's going to make it hard to go through. The Supra's wasted a fair few bullets already. So could be a bit of an issue. There's 3 people in B right now. Exile and Shiro flanking. This should be a done round almost already for VP. They're just so well defended here, and the flank is coming in before they even get to the bomb site. So, wow, that was a shutdown and a half there.
Yeah, that was a pretty big read on the part of Gambit. The flash setup on short to kick things off. Adrian just cannot catch a break. Vertigo, he got his head kicked in, and well, that's the first round of Dust 2 where he just got smashed. And then very quick play there from Gambit to react on that B site, just not letting Virtus.pro get a foothold at all. It actually looked like VP kind of hesitated though, didn't it? It looked like they were ready to go, and then they kind of started backing off back into upper, and then decided, no, hold on, we need to go B after all. Some indecision.
I'm sure the plan would have. I feel like the plan probably would have been to like clear out Catwalk first, and then like have was it Adren or Yekindar up there, to, trying to cause a distraction for maybe the eventual B hit. But then what actually happened is he just got taken down, and then they were like, I guess we just go. Like, what's the plan now? I think they probably wanted to do some of that, but it worked out, just way quicker than they had expected. So, yeah, a little bit of a shock to the system, probably.
Well, it's going to be pretty much the hard eco from VP. No bomb plant, no shenanigans. We'll have some Deagles in play. And I'm sure that Yekindar is just itching after that Virtus.pro. I mean, after that Vertigo map, the Virtus.pro. No, definitely not their map. And definitely not a great performance from him. He really struggled to find an impact on that map. So eyes on him now. See what he gets out of this.
Trying to see if they could maybe rush to the bomb site. Nafani would come up with a huge round, and Super as well. I mean, nice enough run from VP. They got close to the site, but didn't quite have the impact they were looking for. So they only have 3 kills so far in the first couple of rounds here on the VP side, but now they have AKs, and they're actually pretty well equipped. This is a big chance, I think, for them to get into the second map real early on. They need to, considering the fact they lost the first map. So yeah, this is it.
Let's figure out what the protocols are here for VP on this T side so far. At least at the well, that's Yekindar getting picked through the smoke. Hardly did any damage to Supra either. Not the start that Virtus.pro were looking for here at the beginning of this round. Such an important round. James getting tagged down to 9 HP as well is not going to help things. And well, Axel's got to be careful. He had a strong performance on Vertigo for Gambit, but with that MP9, it's not ideal. This is getting a bit meme. All right, there we go. Sanji gets taken out.
It's not bad at all. This is I mean, James low on health already. Kick it and Adren. They've got a lot of time to fight. Adren's going to find the 1 kill, but he can't follow it up. And Adren is someone they're going to need to find a way to sort of get into this game a little bit more. They need him to start waking up. They definitely need Yekindar as well. Sanji and James were doing well on the first map. They were really doing a lot to make that all work. But ooh, nice shot from Kicker. That is actually kind of amazing. 3 versus 2 now, and Supra's going to get caught by James. How have they let this go, Gambit youngsters? This was a 3 versus 5 that somehow is now back in contention.
No freaking clue. And sure, you've got Inters with an AK, but he's so low on HP. James with 9 HP himself, and they're already deciding to back off and save their guns.
Yeah.
It's looking like
they're going to back on out. Oh, man. That's kind of a... I don't know. That's not them not playing for time. I mean, even if they traded Adren over at long, it's like, why even take any fights at all in 5 versus 3? Now to post up at the bomb sites, make sure you could trade every time. They ended up having essentially 3 single fights from there on out almost. That was a bit of an issue.
Could it be that they were getting a bit too aggressive? Or I mean, they start so strong in the first 2 rounds that you get a little bit giddy. We can't miss a shot. We're crushing them, guys. We got this. And all of a sudden, you let your guard down and you get bopped like that at the beginning of the half. So, Gambit youngsters, that'll be an expensive round for them. They'll still have the money to kind of pass some guns around and get a reasonable buy out of this. But that's VP winning a round that they certainly shouldn't have.
Yeah, I think there's definitely something going on there. Like maybe some protocol that they're missing or someone to calm them down. Kicker, nice lineup, a big double. That is probably the round right then and there. I don't think they... Just stay in the B bomb site. This is way too ridiculous. What an opening.
Let's see. Just worth reminding everybody, this is the second map of this series. Gambit won on Vertigo, which was their pick, and Virtus.pro, this is their pick, Dust 2. So it's a matter of finding out what these guys are going to be capable of here on this map. Expecting big things out of VP, always do. Especially in this tournament, they're seen as one of the favorites in it.
Yeah. Could be interesting if we get to see Na'Vi and VP or something like that. That would be fun. So
that'd be sick. Well, I mean, but that would mean that VP lost this match.
that would mean that, and then one of those two is gonna have to quit. So maybe not after all. Maybe it would be really rough.
I mean, are we thinking that? I'm thinking Na'Vi just murder everybody from here on out in this tournament.
That could well happen. An incredible round here from VP. Kick it with 3 kills. They take every single gun away from Gambit, finding them in the B bomb site. And wow, this is a strong start for VP, even though it looked like it wasn't going to be. It looked like it was Gambit starting off in a nice form. Say VP have come alive here.
Yeah, I've got the feeling that. I've got the sense that Na'Vi are just going to murder everybody else after this. That first loss was a hiccup. I think a little bit of tired. They were a little tired perhaps. But now progressing forward, it's probably their only best of 3 of the day. Plenty of time to prepare. But we'll get to see more of Na'Vi. That was Anders and I, our first best of 3 of the day, and I think Na'Vi let Hard Legion get 6 rounds total, 7 rounds total across 2 maps, something like that. It was pretty one-sided.
Pickett hiding out here from long. I mean, that's full confirmation. If the bomb is here, but it doesn't even matter, does it? They are not going to get anything from picking up that Mac 10. So, still, if there was less time, it may be dangerous another round, but not so here. And they should be just fine. Oh, the Molotov is a bit annoying, and they're actually going to get one more kill. Not with the Mac 10, unfortunately. Sanji going to swing for it, and there's the kill with the Mac 10. That's going to help Super a little bit. That's actually not bad. Pretty great round after all from Gambit, from having really nothing.
3 Mac 10 kills? Yes, please. Look at his money now. That's so sick. That is a huge injection of cash flow there. And well, now let's see. It's still not quite. I'm liking Gambit's discipline. It's still early days here. They could try and go for some crazy force buy and cross their fingers and hope. And instead, they've elected to just do a half buy, Deagle's pistols, some Kevlar, but really just have a maximal buy going into the next round. So we could go double op. We could just have max nades. I'm looking forward to seeing Shiro in action here on Dust 2. Things are going to get nasty for him, although he's over here at long, currently getting pummeled by Yekindar. This is a B stack for Gambit, and it's looking like Yekindar's going to figure this out in a moment, and that bomb is already making its way out long. You already see VP rotating off of B, and yeah, Yekindar just unlocked this round for Virtus.pro.
Yeah, with no real challenge. Probably quite nice for VP if they could come out here with everyone alive. Sanji is about to be challenged by quite a few people. Could even flash their way into the fight even if they lose the first guy here. Could go aggressive afterwards. Oh, Sanji though. He's got to be picking it up one at a time. There's the flashbang to try and fight him, although they don't even run after him. I'm not sure why. James has shown up in the meantime. So yeah, this could still be a flawless round, and that would really help out the economy here for VP. So strong start here for the favorites. Next time for Gambit, though, I mean, could be a double up. I think they're going to have the money for it. So there's always that.
There is indeed. Well, so far, I mean, it's still early days here. Flawless anti-eco, though. That's exactly what you hope to see here if you're a Virtus.pro fan, especially going into their map pick. They just had to ruin it, though. 2 points of damage. 2 points of damage taken by VP. Just had to ruin that flawless 100 across the board.
Yeah, sucks, doesn't it?
Sucks. But now, hey, dude, we're going to get that op and play here on Shiro. Full nades for Gambit. Now they're cooking. Let's see what they're capable of. I'm curious to see where they take the risks on this T side. On the CT side, as it is going to be early pressure long from Virtus.pro. It was just James fishing with a shot. Nothing comes of it, though.
Yeah. Back off the Molotov. Didn't want to stick around inside of it. No double up. I mean, I don't even know if they would be the sort of team to do it, Gambit youngsters, but we've seen Shiro great with the AWP. Maybe nobody else wanted to. Need to find a way to get Axile into this first half as well. At the moment, he's got 0, 0, and 4, so that's a bit rough. He's been pretty steady, I would say. So now is not the time for him to cool down. Pretty standard setup. Looks like it might be mid to B again here for VP, honestly. If they go for it, Intel is going to be a CT spawn. So they have a pretty good defense for a mid to B split if that's what it ends up.
Very curious to see if that is the case. Let's see. Because this is looking like a little bit of nade usage over here towards Catwalk to draw attention from the defense. And now Kicker taking point. He doesn't realize that Inters is right here behind him. Inters could peek out at any moment and ruin their day completely. The new doors also playing in favor of Nafani there with that peek. That was brutal. And yeah, Gambit, they are just smashing Virtus.pro in this round. Yeah, again, actually it's worth mentioning. We're on the new patch. This is new dust too with the new doors. And you can see it right there when Nafani's able to peek into mid like that. Before, obviously, that wouldn't have been possible. But now, as Inters peaks, Nafani's there for the 1-2 combination.
That worked out incredibly well. No one went down on the Gambit side. They took everything away. VP have a fair bit of money to work with, so they're going to be buying this round. They're going to be buying the next round even. But that's a good sign. I really think Gambit youngsters need to stay strong here. Don't want to be going to all 3 maps against the VP. I think even if the map picks have looked pretty good for them, it could still get real tricky if they start to get warmed up. And they certainly seem to be a little bit more motivated on this particular map right now, VP. Seeing some good fight coming out of them. Supra inside of the B bomb site. Shiro towards the middle, but again, he can swing to also help out at B if needed. And looks like they want to go back through the smoke here. They're going to be Molotoving into the corner, trying to fight it out. Supra doing his best to put out a bit of a flashbang, but on top of the smoke, it's going to be Yekindar with a strong kill there. Let's see what Shiro could do in the window with the AWP. He's not fighting it yet. He actually is going to wait a second.
That's unreal luck for James, though, that he gets around the corner. Inters just a split second too late. And now everybody's in position here for Virtus.pro to lock the door on this retake from Gambit. It's going to be so hard. That fresh smoke. It's almost to the point where you want to just see Gambit save it. You know, but they're going to go for it. They're going to make the play, and here we go. Flash in, charge through. Yekindar gets overwhelmed. Man advantage. It's traded back by James, and there it is. The crossfire working out perfectly here for Virtus.pro. Shiro, you see, he's just like, I'll let myself out.
He wants nothing to do with it. I can't really blame him. He's going to be up in the window, hoping to save the gun. I mean, he could maybe steal someone else away there, but now he's actually in a little bit of trouble, and he's going to get dropped. So definitely not worth it at the end either. Orb is gone, and even if, I mean, the only reason they could buy now is because they had that flawless round. Otherwise, Gambit youngsters would be completely screwed here. So this is still a game that's looking great for VP. They win one more round, it's back to the poorhouse for Gambit youngsters, and suddenly it's a really good first half.
Yeah, it makes you wonder what the play is here. I mean, Shiro can't afford an AWP. Could get dropped by Supra, I suppose. Supra's fragging out, though. I think this is the best we've seen him perform so far. And yeah, he's going to be handing a FAMAS over to Nafani. Nafani's going to be the one to take the hit and drop that AWP for Shiro. Yeah, this is a much better Virtus.pro in any case. I mean, this is a totally different VP from the one that we saw in Vertigo, who were getting their heads kicked in. So Gambit youngsters obviously trying to figure out what it is that they need to do to change things here. Timing doesn't work. Shot is whiffed. And out on long we go. No. A little bit late there from Sanji, not able to beat the anti-rush nades, and so he's decided better than to take that fight at a disadvantage. He's going to hold through the smoke. Yekindar gets the shot on Supra. That's just a random shot.
Oh dear, oh dear. That is rough to deal with, isn't it? If you're Supra in there, and he's been playing pretty well. Had a hard day yesterday, Supra, but he's actually been a pretty solid player today. Nothing you can do about that. Fanny's going to be left alone. There's no one in middle even to help him out. I mean, they're all the way at CT spawn, so if they come through the smoke at the right time, and again, they have so many grenades, VP, you could imagine they're going to just, you know, flash their way through any kind of an obstacle here, and I don't know what Nafani's going to be able to do. He would have to come up with a miracle right here. That's the initial setup. He's on top of the box, nearly with a kill, but Molotovs all around, and he's already going to be low. Now they're rotating in, but look at this great call here from VP. Only Shiro on this side. He misses the first shot. If he goes down and Sanji's right behind him, he's in so much trouble. There's the kill, and there's the round. No doubt about it. What a great call from VP.
Yep, they even spot Axel out in CT, so they know exactly what's up. Enters, and Axel, the last two alive, and no capability of recovering the AWP, which is worse. You're obviously, you know, the details, right? You're not really trying to think about saving ops and whatnot, but having your op out on the extremity like that, in a round where you're not going to be able to afford to get a new one. Kind of sucks because now they can't really make the play to try and recover it. It's going to be Axel holding mid. He's going to find one, and with the help of Inters, they get two, but there's a third man rotating in. That's Adrian shooting Inters in the back. Axel now 1v2. The hunt is on. Don't lose those. Oh, yeah, okay. Clever. They want to get this rifle off of him, but they don't want to lose their ops either.
Yeah, it's probably not worth giving away the AW, especially if he could pick it up, right? That would be a bit of a disaster. So they'll let him live. And I mean, it's some kind of good news here for Gambit youngsters, but not really, given the fact that the rest of the team will not be able to buy. So 6-3, good chance here to make it to 7. I think VP are just off to a really, really strong start at the moment. It's yeah, it's looking way better for them. Everyone is helping out. No one is really lacking behind. Adren maybe still, but maybe just had enough chances. Hard to say. Kicker is being flashed down to the pit again. That worked last time, and this time he's mostly against pistols, except for that one M4 on Exile that's up at the catwalk at the moment.
Oh, very patient stuff coming in here from VP now in this round. They know that there isn't much money here for Gambit to work with, and so they're not trying to take any risks. Chill out, wait it out, and see what Gambit have got in store for you. Seems to be the name of the game here for Virtus.pro.
They've got so much control. I mean,
they're looking much better. They're looking much better than on Vertigo. This is a different team right now.
Yeah, maybe that loss on Vertigo was the wake-up call that they needed to say, oh, hold on, you know, this is a little bit out of control. Maybe it was just the map. We'll find out. Out on long, Adren alone in middle, but it doesn't really matter. I think Exile would have to find just the most of a ridiculous round here for them to even be competitive. He's going to try to fall back. They've smoked the cross, and they're going to be taking down Shiro right off the bat. Exile is trying to put himself in a position, but he might actually just have put himself out in the open for Sanji to pick off. Yeah, I think he wanted to get close to the fight, and instead, he's just going to get caught with no backup out there. So M4 is lost, and round will be going to VP.
Yep, Nafani. All you can really hope to do is catch somebody unawares here, and you can see rifle management from Sanji. I like this when players pay attention to detail. Do not let rifles wind up in your opponent's hands for free. Maximum economic pressure being applied to Gambit. It's very nicely done there by VP, who handled this anti-eco round very well indeed. So you can see Nafani kind of peeking around. Not gonna happen, my dude.
Oh, well,
at
you
that
gotta
point,
try.
for Fanny, I mean, if you want to really get stickly, you know, like into the weeds with this, if you're Nafani at that point, don't even peek them. Don't even bother, because what, you know, you're just giving them $300 at that point, right? You didn't see anybody up close. You know that you're gonna be at a huge disadvantage taking a fight long. You know, you just gave $300 away. I don't know. That's really, if you really want to get down to like the micro managing the details.
Yeah, maybe he just thought, you know, lol, maybe I could just make it funny for my team here at the end, snap a kill, something like that. I don't know. It's hard to say. There's probably not much to gain at all. You're right. Just probably giving away a little bit of cash to the enemy side. 7-3 the scoreline, and 11th round is coming up, and it seems like the first time in a long while where Gambit actually have money to buy. So tech pause has been called for, but I'm sure they will they'll be ready soon enough. And I think if this is even going to be a map that's going to be worth talking about, it would have to be now for Gambit. I think if they let go of this round, it's going to be too late to turn it around probably.
Yeah, and it's worth pointing out. Let's see. The Bears 13. Now, just keeping an eye on chat. Nicely done there. At least a shot on Nafani dropping him low. Again, we continue with the battle out long. This time it's no holds barred from VP. Straight out, ignoring the utility, but they lose the fight. Kicker goes down for free. Here's Yekender trying to claw back an advantage, though. Quickly out through mid doors. Smoke's going down to block off CT. This is a great opportunity if he doesn't get spammed down. Holy smokes, he survives it with 26 health.
Yeah, you saw the bullets flying around him. That's kind of incredible. Exile is going to be dropped. That's Adren waiting for him to lurk out at long. Supra and Nafani are both a single flashbang away from going down. Nice pick off there from Nafani. Saw him just at the edge, so that's important. Nafani's going to get one more, dropping Sanji, and just like that, they're set up nicely to win this round. Huge stuff here for Gambit youngsters. I think we're about to be wiped out. Their economy would have been shredded again if they had lost this round. It probably would have been 9-3 before they could start to have a say. So this is important. And now, what's real important is for them to obviously keep the money alive. They've got to make sure that they do that. Adren is sneaking in on the one side here and down the middle. James is holding on to the AWP. We'll see if he can do anything with it. But yeah, I think this is all just on Adren. Fanny will continue to fight. He was low from the beginning, shot in the middle, but he's made a real round of it.
Big round, yeah. Big plays from him, without a doubt. And so now James all by his lonesome here. So I saw some criticism for Shiro in the chat. It's worth pointing out, guys, that this is definitely an off game from Shiro. Anders and I have gotten to cast Gambit youngsters so far this tournament, and Shiro is really impressed, actually. He's done a very good job. Level-headed player and knows how to get the frags. It just seems like right now he's having a bit of trouble on this map to get the ball rolling for himself. So worth pointing it out.
Yeah, I think that's important. Definitely want to see a bit more of him. It could be hard, I guess, to find. I mean, they haven't had the funds to have the AWE a lot on him, and he's been in the wrong position a bunch of times where they've been pushing somewhere else. They've been doing those mid to B splits, and if he's over on A and the smoke is up, hard for him to do anything. So this is another round where it really counts. They can't let go now. They've got the money low on VP, and their own money is only just building. So this 12th round probably will be the pivotal one for especially for Gambit youngsters. If they fail to pick this one up, again, they could be wiped out. They're not really out of the woods yet. All right.
It's looking, I mean, it feels like B split again here, maybe trying to take advantage of those doors, but then they're moving their way up catwalk now. And so this is probably just going to be straight up cat onto A from Virtus.pro. Nades getting set up, run boost across. There's the flash. And now that they've cleared out cat,
are they going to go back again?
Yeah.
They have the time for it.
Yeah, because you still got Yekender over in Upper Dark right now.
Super's in a really interesting position inside of this bomb side. He's got a single flashbang, so that's not really great. Nafani's got no flashbangs, which is actually a really big problem. I don't know where all those grenades have gone for Gambit youngsters, but that could really backfire heavily on them. We'll see if the rifles are going to be quite enough. Here's the chance, but Super gets himself killed right off the bat, and now they're in a lot of trouble. Nafani would have loved to have had another grenade to buy time. That's not going to be possible. They get wiped out on that bomb side. That's not even a fight. They just both died to Yekender.
Yeah, quick. Very quick round here. 2-man advantage, and well, Exile, he's going to catch out quicker. So just a little bit of a parting shot. I mean, what are you going to do?
Well,
but, they continue here. Adrian might run into Inters in a second. There we go. Nice discipline there from Inters.
Another rifle lost in the mix here. This is starting to look like a game that they are just losing control of here.
There, Anders. I need to step away for 30 seconds. I'll be right back.
Do it. Yeah. Another round being picked up, 8-4 overall, and going into the last stretch of the first half here, things are starting to get a bit out of control. Inters is trying to do the best that he can, Supra, but even then, some of the hits we've seen towards the B-bomb side have been so comprehensive. Whether they are mid to B splits or whether they are just straight up B hits, you guys have seen it's been working out quite heavily against them. And here we go. Some money still on Gambit youngsters in spite of losing that round. They saved a couple of rifles and were able to buy for the rest. But I think right now they're struggling economically to even stay in this. Axe out loud along with Shiro. Inters is in the middle, maybe again anticipating some sort of B split, although he's not boosted up, so if they come for him, or come for the B-bomb side that is, It's just gonna have to be either blind spray through the smoke or maybe a flash through the smoke. We'll find out. I think we're gonna get a chance to see that actually. James is waiting, holding it with the AWP. He's gonna smoke off the middle, and they're gonna go for it. Supra and the Fanny called on once again, and this time at least they have a couple of grenades. There's the flashbang, but good counter grenade. Supra, he could peek, but his teammate could not. Still, big shot coming out. He's going to be going down right afterwards. The Fanny with a big double kill, finally being dropped as well, but he did everything. Good defense, 2 versus 3 here. And now they're going to go for the bomb plant, but is it going to be a retake? It certainly seems like it. They have 3 Molotovs, 2 flashbangs, and defuse kits as well. Exile coming in from Upper Dark, he's quite far away, and the rest of them are just waiting for him to show up. So I don't mind that they're waiting. That seems like a reasonable choice. The question is, what do they do once they're all in position? Jame, he's got the AWP. If he loses the fight to Exile, the retake is 100% going to be working. So we'll see. Jame is here. Nice pick off on Exile, and now they're in trouble. Intus and Shiro, they're not even moving. I don't know. They're running back and forth on this ramp. They need to make up their minds. And yeah, they're going to be falling back. That's putting it all on Exile. They needed to go at the same time, and they weren't even committed. That I'm not happy about. All right. I'm seeing people in the chat railing against the mods, the Twitch chat mods. I say rise up against the mods, guys. See if you can fight them. I'm sure it'll work. Need a riot in the chat every once in a while. 9-4 is going to be the scoreline, and we'll be moving into the 14th round at the present time. Just looking dreadful. I'm kind of shocked. I guess it's the round loss bonus that's allowing Gambit youngsters to still buy. So that's some kind of good news, but it's off the back of a pretty devastating first half here. 9-4 in favor of VP. Trying to bring us onto a 3rd map. I guess we should congratulate them for that much. That would be nice if they could get there. 3rd map would be Overpass, which is interesting. Let's see. A lot of B splits in this first half so far. That have been working out well for VP. Same exact setup for Gambit youngsters that it's been all along, pretty much. Shiro going to be holding this position over at long with the AWP. Exile down in pit. So really this is on Shiro. A couple of good flashbangs, and he's going to have to fall back from his position. That's the problem, though. He's trying to look away from it. Oh, he's got some backup in Inters. He's got here just in time, so this could work out. Let's see if it's going to be actually working in the end. Shiro, missed shot there, but bomb will go down, and it's weirdly going to be a 5-on-5 retake. Sanji, I think, down at long now is going to be the main pivotal player at this point in time. What a tricky and weird situation here.
We back.
We're back. Ooh, well, there's Sanji. You're back in time for a 5-on-5 retake, Summer. So action is going to be on. Inters up close to the bomb site fighting Jane, and it'll be Shiro instead to take him down. It's a 1 versus 2 now all of a sudden. Inters at the bomb site, but Sanji comes in. Big plays from him in the round, a triple kill. And we're at 10-4.
You know what this is looking like, Anders? This is looking like a 3rd map to me.
A 3rd map with the potential, that's going to be on Overpass as well, so all around exciting. I got the chat to riot while you were gone. They're fighting the mods, so I'm on their side, you know.
I see it. Yeah, the revolution has begun. I got it. How did you achieve this riot, Anders? What is going on here?
I just caught it at the right time. I saw some people were complaining, and you know, just had to poke them a little bit, and they were ready. Yeah.
Don't listen to him, chat. Don't give in. As far as this match is concerned, yeah, now it's just going to be slow cooking. Yekender just waiting to see if there's going to be any pushing. But Gambit are very patient on the other side of the map, content to sit and wait and let the clock do the work for them.
It's got to be real uncomfortable here to be Shiro, just alone with the other 2 members all the way across the map. Because, I mean,
throwing away the AWP. Interesting. I don't know. I was looking at Yekender there. Yekender had, he throws the AWP away in the 15th round.
Yeah. Guess he just, I don't know. That's a good question. Didn't want it. Had enough of it. Here we go. Run boost out from Jame. That could have been so cool. And Shiro looked the wrong way. Well, that is just some timing right there. He had the right idea and then just got paranoid. That's why it's a problem for him to be alone there. A little bit of an issue. So, Supra and Nafani, retake is on.
Yeah, Shiro's having a real rough game. Might have cast or cursed him. I don't know. Knocking on wood for his sake, because right now it's Supra who's pushing in. Takes down Dren, who's also been struggling. With the retakes, and so, well, with the personal level at least, continues to sit at the bottom of the scoreboard. So 2-on-2, that gives away the information nice and clean. Yekender gets a bullet upside the head. It's now all on James versus Supra. Bomb is planted for long as well. Supra knows it, so he's watching. But there's James to get the job done. 11-4 at the end of the first half. T-side for Virtus.pro. That's about as clean as it gets, Anders.
That is, yeah, really well done. I don't know. It was a struggle for Gambit to stay in this first half at all, man. Really powerful first opening for VP on Dust 2. Gotta love to see it. Definitely means I think there will be a third map. Seeing calls to ban the mods now. Turn the tables. I love it.
Rise up.
Yeah. Start a revolution somewhere. I don't know. This just seems like VP. Maybe they caught people off guard with this Dust 2 pick. I don't know, but they seem super ready for it.
Would you agree with that, Anders?
Go on. What?
That we need more communism.
Less communism. Definitely.
According to Chosen Kiwi.
Yeah, well, ban him right now. Get him out. We need more something because whatever we have doesn't seem to be working all that well anyway. So we have problems all over the place. That's why we're all watching Counter-Strike. It's a good use of our time right now. It's a little bit more relaxing than the regular world. So we all appreciate it. Gambit youngsters. This will have to be a pistol round that they win, and even then they're gonna have to go on an amazing run. They're about to almost catch a boost. Yeah, that boost is being set up there. They were getting James up into his death, basically. That's wild.
In position to pounce as well. Tries to get that smoke down. Too late. They're already through onto the bomb site with the bomb. Long is in control as well. I mean, couldn't ask for a better round here for Gambit.
No, this has worked out to an unbelievable degree. I think the fact that they called the boost just meant VP didn't even know what to do. Like, the guy that boosted him up just ran into CT spawn, and that left Shanji alone on the bomb site. Now, the retake is on from the catwalk. They don't have a kit picked up. They've got no grenades or anything. This just doesn't look like it's meant to be. In fact, the guys with armor are going to fall back, and they're going to leave Kickert here to snipe away at the end. That makes sense. I mean, save the armor, get some kills on Kickert, maybe. Oh, big chance he's going to get one of them and runs out of bullets. Fair play, I think. Wait, someone's saying ban Anders. What?
That's it. They've turned on you, man. It was inevitable.
That's what always happens in revolutions, isn't it? Eventually they come for you.
You started out for the right reasons, Anders. You were doing it, but then well, just the natural course of things.
Yeah. Guess that's what happens. 17th round here, and working on slow start for Gambit youngsters in the second half. It's still, I still think it's a long ways away to get this warmed up.
Oh, it is. Oh, it is. We're gonna have a little bit of a journey on our hands here. Because Gambit, I mean, of course they're perfectly capable. After that performance on Vertigo, they're perfectly capable. We know they have the aimers on this map, and this is Dust 2 after all. So if you start cracking heads, I mean, you could absolutely run it back. So I mean, Virtus.pro, I don't think they're quaking. They're quaking in their boots just yet. But they have gone for the force buy in this follow-up round, and James is the only one who's kind of saved some money along with Yekender, maybe setting up for a double op sort of setup here on the CT side for Dust 2 for VP. Could be.
They need, I mean, a double op I think would be a good choice. Definitely a nice way to shut things down. Oh, you're right. I mean, 11-5, you can make a comeback from that position. I don't know. VP seems so much more fired up on this on the second map than they did on the first one. We'll see. Maybe it was just the T side, and their CT side is going to be dreadful. There's always that. Jame and Kickit going down now. 3-man stack inside of the B bomb site, but I'm not really sure that matters anymore. They're gonna get so wrapped on, and there's gonna be so many grenades flying through. Oh, wow, Nefani, why are they pushing out the grenades? They have them, but they're not using them. This is mental.
Now they use them, and they can't even hold the angle, so the smoke is useless. Adrian's already through. Adren, he's here. Axel's gonna find the one, but he gets traded immediately, and now just like that, Virtus.pro put themselves
7
in a winning
seconds.
position. 5-4, he can't make it.
No, I think he's too late. Wow. Well,
Needed
he
to
almost
frag
could
out.
have had the kill. That was so unfortunate. I just can't even believe it. That makes no sense.
Wait a second. How many timeouts do VP have left? Well, we're getting a tech called right now by Virtus.pro. TeamSpeak loss. The chat is blowing up. We've
I know.
lost them.
They've gone
Down with the
crazy.
bourgeoisie. Oh. Oh,
One day there is going to be some sort of revolution that's just going to be started from Twitch chat. You have to imagine. So
well, you know, it's going to be the like Twitch plays revolution, right?
Yeah.
All of chat will have to decide one move after the other.
at some point they're going to start to like run elections or something through Twitch chat, and it's going to be real wild.
Well, it's looking like we're back in business here. 4 seconds down, and we are good. And both teams forcing up after that close round. Gambit youngsters out of frustration, certainly, because they know that if they do not put a stop to this right now, Virtus.pro could close this second map and force a third. And while VP, I mean, you know, you just got to spend that money. You won the round, but you still have to rock MP9s just so you can have some nades to play with here.
I'm so shocked that they didn't. They had like 10 different flashbangs in that last round. They could have just exploded the bomb site. It's even less about them pushing into like the stack. I mean, that's a problem, but if they'd thrown any grenades, they even walked in one at a time. Just none of it made sense.
Yeah. I mean, I guess you're thinking, oh, there's only going to be one in here, maybe. Then 3, boom, blowing you up. So CT smoke getting put down. Now you could go either way. Cat, mid. You already have the molly getting thrown down, though, just to buy a little bit of time here on Catwalk. So nicely done there by Virtus.pro, delaying things for Gambit. And in the meantime, Yekender's pushed upper halls. So it's still a tough one. Doesn't mean you can rotate a Dren off just yet. You saw that body in upper, but there's James connecting. Oh, he gets a collateral as well. Shiro and Axel, 1 bullet, 2 wounds.
Yeah, that is going to be a little bit of a problem in terms of the health. And now he's got backup here as well. And Kickert, who's been hiding there all along. Yeah, they're getting just shipped down one at a time. Good kill for Inters, but might be way too late at this point in time. Shiro's going to get run down. Not quite enough. He did do the damage to Yekendar, but Inters is now in all the trouble in the world, and he's dead from a jumping shot from Sanji. Not bad. 13-5, and that is also the last of the money for Gambit youngsters. I don't think they have what it takes here on Dust 2. I think they're in trouble.
Yeah, this is a rough one. But this is a best of 3. And this is also the winner match of the group. So keep that in mind. Earlier, we saw Hard Legion get removed from the tournament or beaten, sent home by Na'Vi. In this match, it is a upper bracket match. And so, you know, even if Gambit, whichever team loses, they're not done yet. They're not out of the tournament. I mean, they're going up against Na'Vi, which isn't going to be any fun. But they're not done. We'll put it that way. It kind of sucks, right? It's like, oh yeah, we're still in the tournament, but we got to play against Na'Vi. Shit.
Yeah. That is, I mean, at least from today's performance, that looks like a real uphill battle at the moment. Inters is hiding out here. The Virtus.pro just tired of waiting. They've gone to hunt for them with the Glocks. I don't know. Gambit youngsters decided to play this round slowly. They're just saying, you know what? It's not even going to be allowed.
Why is that making me laugh so much? All right, this is a quick anti-comment. Yeah, Itusu Maki. He probably doesn't even know what a keyboard is. I don't even.
Oh, man.
Favorite lift? Ooh, that's a good question, actually. I mean, deadlift would be my strongest lift right now. but
That one's a good one though. I mean, like it's pretty basic, right? But it covers
yeah.
a lot. So
But overhead, like the overhead press, like strict press, right? Is fun, but I'm so weak at it. I suck at it. So it's kind of like my obsession. I'm trying to get stronger. We'll see.
all right.
Who's trying to get stronger in this round, though? It's Gambit. Now they've got the AKs. Now they've got the nades, and they are going very quickly out onto the B site, and nobody is here for Virtus.pro.
That's awkward. They forgot to defend the B bomb side. Oh, but with that kill in the middle, they're going to be super motivated to try and retake it. They have a ton of grenades, and Gambit have 3 smokes, but I don't know. Do you want to try it? Just throw all the grenades and hope that you win the fight inside of the madness of all of those smokes. It's doable. Sanji finding Super and actually pushing him back a little bit. I don't know. This is so risky right now. They have money on the VP side. They could try and go for it. They could find the next round anyway. I mean, it might be worth it. Here we go. Smokes are set up. Flashbangs are in there. Just all waiting for the word. A lot of time is already off the bomb, and they're going to get Adren first. Now the trades begin. Super and Nafani are left, and just one player left. It's Nafani, and he's going to be going down. And James is going to find the bomb with the kit as well. They're going to win the round. It was all worth it at the end.
Now that is the power play, isn't it, Anders?
Yeah.
Like, all right, we're done with this. We are going in here, and we're taking over. And sure, only one of us survives, but we're going to win that 15th round. And now that's it. Guaranteed overtime here for Virtus.pro. But more importantly, one step closer to forcing the 3rd map and fighting back in this series. That was sick. And so that's actually a timeout getting called here by Gambit. Their 2nd one so far this map. But they've got 10 rounds to catch up to force overtime here. So their work is cut out for them. And at this point, you almost wonder.
Yeah. Feels unlikely, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it feels unlikely, but it's also in terms of like, I wonder, energy consumption, right? Energy management. You kind of just, you fight, but you move on to overpass and you just conserve energy and go into overpass fresh. Like, okay, dust you didn't happen. Whatever. This is best of 1 overpass. Let's go.
Yeah, there could definitely be something to that as well. Like a point in time where you just think, you know what, this is this is not happening. You're down 10 rounds. You've just, the 5 rounds you have are just scattered across the first, and just, you won the pistol on the 2nd half, and you couldn't follow it up. And they rolled right into a grenade. So they're getting dunked on in every possible way, it feels like.
All going straight up catwalk, and the firing squad is ready and waiting. There it is, Kicker. Overlapping fields of fire, and it is not pretty. Gambit youngsters are out of this one. It's all Virtus.pro here on Dust 2. Very one-sided affair. VP really had it all go their way on this map. So,
wow, that's pretty
brutal.
devastating. 16-5 as they take them down on the 2nd map. That means we're gonna go to a 3rd one on an overpass, which I don't really know. It's hard to say that those are such one-sided affairs, aren't they? I mean, good win on the first one for Gambit youngsters, but this is something else for VP back in the mix. What do you boys in the desk think? Kind of an impressive performance, surely, for VP.
Yeah, it really was an impressive performance from VP. They were looking to make a statement when it came to Dust 2. We knew Gambit youngsters could play it, but quite frankly, it didn't look like they could, because even in rounds which could have gone their way, at times they even seemed to second-guess themselves. We saw it, Pimp, when they went to save when we thought it was a round they were easily going to claim.
Yeah. First time I think Gambit youngsters have showed themselves to be, you know, a little bit vulnerable in this tournament so far. It wasn't looking good at all, let's be honest. I think Virtus.pro by far were the better team here. They deserved to win. And I also think they deserved to win 16-5. There was no doubt about it. It wasn't a close game that was going back and forth where you felt that, okay, if Virtus.pro would have lost that clutch, or if Gambit youngsters would have done this instead of that, it would have been a much closer affair. I think Virtus.pro by far were the better team here. And again, Yekenda having a great one. Sanji showing up and playing some solid Counter-Strike as well. There's a lot of positives to take away from Virtus.pro. Whereas for Gambit youngsters, as you said, this was probably the first time in this tournament we saw them look a little bit flustered.
Yeah, I was a bit worried about that one, because normally when you have these sort of performances, like you can go, okay, at least you had Axile, or at least you had Shiro. They both were just getting owned. Like they never really had any impact rounds. It was actually Supra who was probably their best player. So if I've learned something, we don't want Supra to come online. He needs to be at the bottom of the board so the other guys can be at the top. But the weird thing was as well is, it was the B site that was attacked an awful lot by VP. It was where they put the pressure on most of the time. And the players on B were actually doing a relatively good job. Like, they were finding picks, their crossfires weren't bad. There are a few times maybe where they get entryed by Yekenda just being a madman. But they were still doing a decent job. It was just even in 3v2s, even in 2v2s, there was just no retake. And then when there was A-site positions, you would see James just in afterplants, like looking fantastic. Like that's probably the best performance we've seen from him so far throughout the tournament. And he made it look very, very easy. Like there weren't many rounds where I was like, oh, he could have done this, he could have done that. I was just like, okay, he played that to perfection and there was not really much they could have done.
I think the real pressing point here for VP as well is that they didn't even really look like they were stressed at any point, right? Not only did they make it look easy for themselves, but even when the bit of pressure was applied to them, they handled it really well. So after that Vertigo game, they come onto their pick. It's an incredibly confident victory here. And now they can sit there and say, okay, actually, we can remember how to play some Counter-Strike again.
Yeah, they were looking good. You know, they were looking good in pretty much all aspects of the game. I think all the players had decent amount of impact, and the gameplay they came in with worked pretty well for them. And I think, I mean, yeah, Shiro and Alex, or Exile, sorry, didn't show up for Gambit Youngsters, but it was more the case of Virtus.pro actually playing a good game of Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
They weren't really being brought into the game. I agree with you when, like, they didn't find any impact, and it was tough for them to find that impact. You saw Shiro a few times playing the AWP towards long. He was constantly getting flashed, constantly being put out of position. If not that being the case, one of his teammates died prematurely in the round, and he was then being, you know, added on a lot of pressure towards him. So there's just so many different things going the way of Virtus.pro in this one that I don't want to discount them for anything. James as well having a decent game right here. We have his stats on the screen. Good to see him come on fire. But again, we're moving into Overpass, and I feel that is the playground of Gambit. You know, this Dust 2 was a wildcard, so to speak. It was a game that, let's say, they got the momentum in the beginning of the game. It could have been a 2-0, but now we go into Overpass, and I don't think either of these teams are feeling not confident right now. Obviously, Virtus.pro after the Dust 2 showing, they're feeling confident. Gambit knowing it's Overpass, potentially their best map out of all the maps in the map pool. It should be a fired up third map right here.
And one thing we normally look at in a situation like this is the players maybe being rocked a bit by a game like this, especially in a young team. But I don't actually think that's something that matters for Gambit, right? They dealt with stressful situations.
The only real heavy loss, other than this one that they've had, was in the qualifier versus Espada, where I think they were up something like 14-7, 14-8, and then they lost 16-14. Then they played Overpass next, and they lost 16-2. So there is a bit of evidence to say that, like, sometimes when things go wrong. I hope in this case it's not the case, because obviously I don't think they would have gone into Dust 2 necessarily expecting to win. Like, they might have been confident that they could, but I think you have to go, okay, we played the Veto perfectly. We got our 2 best maps. We've got our best map as the decider. That's where you have to go forward and go, okay, now we're going to win this one. And in all honesty, I think they should. Even with that poor performance, sure, I'm looking at Overpass as a map that they are very, very comfortable on. And so far, or at least the last time we saw it, the CT side coming out from VP was really weak. Yeah. In fact, I think Yakinda was getting like 16, 17, 18 kills in the first half, and they still lost in dominant fashion. So it definitely does sit nicely for Gambit Youngsters. And, well, there you go. There's a 16-2 on the list. So I do think that they should be the ones taking this home, but you do have to bear that in mind, that although most of the time we've seen them be very mentally strong, there has been 1 or 2 occasions where things have gone badly wrong and they have not been able to fix it. And especially versus a team like Espada, like, okay, Espada have definitely shown some promise. Like, there's no doubt about that. Like, obviously going and eliminating Windstrike earlier in the day, and also in the fashion they did it, like, they seem to just have a fantastic mentality of being able to come back in games. At the same time, for me, Gambit Youngsters, with the talent that they have, should be able to beat them outright. So, hey, if they can lose it once, they can definitely lose it again.
Yeah, and that's actually a scary point, because had I not known what you said from that first week, obviously I wasn't here, I didn't see it, but, like, I saw after that Na'Vi game a Gambit that looked like didn't matter what would happen, we could come back, we had the resilience, we had that strength. So there's a tilting factor in there. Could this devastating loss be that reason why? And that's something that they really have to kind of regroup themselves in this short amount of time before going into Overtask, because statistically they're the better team. They're playing similar level of opponents. Obviously, given the events that we see the likes of VP at, they are playing a few big names in there.
Sure.
We've got Godsent in there, we got Mad Lions, you've got a game against Big in there, which they lost 19-16 on the map. But again, a lot of their Overpass games, they're either losing very decisively, like they're just not being able to play the game, or they're winning it quite closely. So you're going up against the Gambit, who have good games, look very strong, confident, but this to me now, just from what you've said, Tom, I'm really on the edge of it. Pimp, how do you feel?
Exactly the same, and I guess that's what's so cool about this matchup now. We get to see Gambit youngsters tested in a real environment. They are well aware that loser of this game will face Na'Vi tomorrow for elimination. You don't want to go down there and face Na'Vi in an elimination game. We saw how bad that went today for Na'Vi's opponent. So both of these lineups are playing with an added amount of pressure, knowing that if they win, they're finishing top 1 of the group. If they lose, there's a good chance they won't make it out of the groups because they're facing Na'Vi. Let's be realistic. Gambit youngsters, if there's a tilting factor or not, potentially. But again, this is a game that shows character. If they can, throw that dust 2 out of the window and just focus on the overpass, I agree with you. Statistically speaking, and looking at the opponents and how they fared so far in this tournament as in recent tournaments as well, I'd say that Gambit youngsters are the small favorites on paper. So again, this is a game that sort of like give us the answers that you're sort of like questioning right now, James. Is there a tilt factor? Are Gambit youngsters as mature as they look like? Or is it a team that is still a little bit too, dare say, young and immature in order to deal with the pressure that is being applied to them right now? I'm looking forward to see the outcome of it. And at this point, I don't care who wins. I just want the better team to go through.
Now, what do we think is going to be needing to happen here, though? What do we must see in this? We know about Exile, we know about Shiro, but for me, it's more about them not over-rotating like we saw when it got a bit panicky. Remember, they hit that 14th round so clearly against Na'Vi. It was like, they're going to seal the deal at what, 14-7 or something, I think it was. We're thinking probably maybe walk away with 16-10 lead, and then it just slowly slipped away where they started to second-guess themselves. They were quickly rotating around a bit too much.
I'm actually more looking at VP. Because I think so far, one thing that Gambit youngsters have done very, very well is shut down world-class AWPers. Like, so Simple...
Agreed.
Didn't really play a big part yesterday. Going into the qualifiers, of course, you weren't here for that, but Forza, Exi Power, he got shut down. Like, they weren't able to do much. And this is a map where, especially on the A site, the toilets area, it's renowned for AWPers. Like, you think of your WOC 6, even Mo back in the day when we were looking at them as like a major winning team, that they were dominant in those areas. And Simple is another one that's been dominant on A all of the time. And a lot of the time we did see the Gambit youngsters put a lot of pressure on B, bait rotations, like do very, very well on the T side, and their entry fragging from Axile was one of the main things to watch. So now, after James having a good performance, I want to see him being proactive. I want to see him making things awkward, forcing them into B setups, making it so that they can stack, having him as that one player on the A site that can call rotations, jump spot, and take a pick, and then hold onto the site for his team. That's what I want to see from him so that they can bolster that B defense, because that's something that so many teams seem to be struggling, especially within the CIS, is having a good B defense. Other than maybe Na'Vi when Flamey is just banging everyone out, but you can't rely on that all the time.
Now, you can see the progression, right? I'm just looking down at the head-to-heads at the moment. Back when they were Avangard, they won 16-5 on Overpass, but that's now 8 months ago. Then the most recent result, which was done at this Home Sweet Home Cup, it was a 16-11 win for Gambit youngsters on Overpass, much more in their favor. But we look down all of their results. It's like win, a random loss. Win, random loss. Like, they are just on point when it comes to Overpass. And not many of those games are like ones that have gone the distance, except for that Na'Vi outlier here.
Yeah.
The youngsters looking to get it done and seal this spot. We've seen enough to have faith in it, though, Pim?
I do.
I mean, I think Virtus.pro was looking good in Dust too. And I think if they can keep up the performance, of course, they will be winning. But I agree with you when you look at the map isolated speaking. I think Gambit youngsters had the best veto. I think they're coming into this one with the most confidence. Something that is worth to mention as well for the viewers at home, that confidence and momentum doesn't really carry over from map to map. Just because Gambit youngsters had a good showing on the first map doesn't mean that they automatically will have a good showing on the second map.
Yeah, sure.
Same goes for Virtus.pro. Momentum doesn't really carry over. You know, it's a new map, new setting, new strategies, new setups, and basically a new game of Counter-Strike that is being played out. So, isolated speaking, yes, I would say the Gambit youngsters have a good chance of winning, but when it comes down to pressured situations like these, when it comes down to a match that is so important, right? Again, loser knows that they're going to play Na'Vi tomorrow in an elimination game. I think the experience will win out here. I think I've seen enough from Gambit youngsters to say that they are one of the most promising CIS teams out there, and I'm really hyped and excited about Shiro and Exile for that matter, but to be, you know, a promising team and actually delivering at the same time, that's two different worlds. And I think the experience this time around will win out. And I still will pick Virtus.pro for a win here. But I expect it to go all 30 rounds and be extremely close.
So you've still stuck with VP. Me and Tom are clearly still sticking with the Gambit fellas. But one thing I want to point out here when you're looking down this across the maps, we're yet to see Yekindar come in line the way he has been, the way he can take over games. And that's something I'm not sure Gambit youngsters would be able to deal with at this stage.
Yeah, if he goes ham on the T side, especially on the T side, I think CT side,
Yeah, we said it's limited by his team.
It's a little bit limited, especially I would rather see him being the aggressor. That was actually one of the things that frustrated me a bit. That might have been part of the game plan, but the fact that Adren was the one making a lot of the plays is a bit of a worry for me. But on the T side, especially on the B side of the map where you can put pressure on maybe Supra, who's definitely had a few bad performances throughout the series so far. Like Inters, again, they're not necessarily the stars, but they're very good at their role. If he can put pressure on them, maybe force some rotations, basically what they did on Dust 2, where you were starting to see some of the star players try and move around and make different plays, that's where it doesn't work as well.
Well, what doesn't work very well either is some players' computers, as we've got some technical problems, lads. So what we're going to do is go to a break, and then when we come back, we'll get straight into the game. It'll be Anders and Semler taking you through. It will be the decider, and one of these teams is going to be going through. One of them is going to be having to wait to see who they face. They'll be going up against Na'Vi, and that'll be a tough one for them for sure. But this is the last map of the day. It's going to be Overpass. It's Gambit Youngsters taking on VP. We'll see what happens in a few.
Bomb site under control. I hear something.
It's been like this every day this year, out looking for work, but I wind up here drinking $2 beer. Ain't nobody hiring, and she'll never know why I come down here, or how hard it's been just to hold back the fear of losing my job. Yeah, man, hey, pour me another. But I used to fight like a lion, love like a lamb. Yeah, I used to be that man that only me, and the good Lord knows I am. Heaven held this stool, man held this bar, is the only place I can. but I see it. And I'm way too young to be turning gray, but the man in the mirror don't see it that way. Yeah, I'm running on empty. Yeah, but I used to fight like a lion, love like a lamb. Yeah, I used to be that man, that only me, and the good Lord knows I am. Yeah, but here on this stool, man, here at this bar is the only place I can fall to pieces. Fall to pieces. Oh, and every day I pick those pieces up again. Yeah, brush me off.
All right, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Love the music. Love the crazy jungle disco that was going. It's all really wild going on here at the Clutch Island. Samla, how are you doing? Are you ready for this game?
I am now, Anders. I am inspired by that terrorist in the woods singing, strumming on that guitar. And, you know, he spoke to my soul. And I think he spoke to everybody else's as well, tuning into this stream. That was a moment that we all shared together.
Yeah.
And so welcome everybody to another beautiful night of CS under the starry sky.
We've needed it. We've had authoritarian mods cracking down on the chat. We've had a chat revolution. We've had the chat try and bring me down, and now we've had singing in the woods. So it's been a crazy day here, to be honest.
Yeah, it has been a wonderful day, Anders. I'm glad that we
also had some Counter-Strike.
Yeah, I'm glad we can cast some CS together here at WePlay. It is Group B. It is the winner match, upper bracket final. Winner of this is progressing on into the playoffs. Loser is going up against Na'Vi. And this is the last map of the series as well. And so this is it. All or nothing. You either win or you'll lose and go and fight against Simple. And have fun with that, buddy.
Best of luck. Well, here we go. Yeah, final map. Kick it, Sanji and Jame about to walk in to a 3-man trap, and they've already sprung it. There's a little bit of a fight. Super gonna get the 1 kill. He's looking for more. He's almost running out of bullets. Shiro will help him out, and now the fire at his feet. He's gonna escape back around the corner, and oh, it's real interesting. Axile showing up at the perfect time. Adren, he is actually stuck up there. He needs backup, but Sanji fighting his way in. Adren has gone down in the meantime, and it's a 1 versus 3. Sanji has the bomb and not much else.
Does he have any way of knowing that there's 2 players mid right now, though? That's the tough one for him, right? I mean, now he's got the USP, so he's got that potential to do the one-shot headshots. But if he comes around this corner, there's a firing squad waiting for him. And sure enough, it is Shiro redeeming himself. You know, first round pistol, he definitely struggled on Dust 2. But it's a return to form. It's a return to form for Shiro here. A strong start on Overpass.
Yes, indeed. And if you guys like what WePlay putting together here, and I think you should, go give him a follow or something over at over on Twitter. I think it's at WePlay CS:GO, so it's really easy to remember. They, as far as I can tell, they only have like 430 followers. I bet we could do way better than that. So, you know, show them a little bit of love. But they actually put a lot of effort into this. The stages look amazing. The whole setup is real cool. And what else would we be doing if we didn't have some cool Counter-Strike here for the CIS RMR? So yeah, I hope you guys will show them a little bit of love.
Yep, spread the word. Follow on the socials and get involved. And these guys are doing great work. Then well, right now, let's see. What is it that we got in store for us here? Apart from a force buy from Virtus.pro, pistol, you know, they didn't get the bomb plant, and so it's just Tech 9's armor, nades. The thing is that they forgot what is it, the fine print in the contract when you buy the Tech 9. It's that you will not let go of W, lest you lose your life. And unfortunately, for VP, they kind of screwed that part up. And so it's coming back to bite them right now in this round.
It is, yeah. You have to. You not only will you lose your life, but you'll lose all the honor as well. Like, it's real important. Gotta keep running. You know, you can hold off on shooting if there are no targets. I mean, we prefer to shoot as well, but if there are no targets immediately on your screen, you know, give the shooting a rest. But definitely keep running. Yeah, it's gonna be 3-on-5 here for the A side. They have one flashbang on Kicker, who's somehow walking away from the fight. I don't know why. He's left his team similar. He said, "You guys take over it. I'm just gonna hide down here." Seems rather selfish of him. The bomb still goes down, so I'm just confused.
Did he think, was there a gun back there? No, but they're all alive on Gambit.
I think he just said,
So
"You guys should do it on your own. I'm not interested."
yeah. Interesting. All right. Well then, I mean, he survives. Has a Deagle Kevlar for the next round, so that's cool. Always a fan of that. If you're on the up and up as our Virtus.pro right now, 2-0 now in the lead for Gambit youngsters on the CT side of Overpass, looking very good. VP, I mean, this is it. Hero AK for Kicker. This is him trying to make the play, to make the difference, to get VP in this first half, Anders, and not let it slip too far away from him here at the beginning.
The part of me kind of likes this. This is a potentially interesting, change of pace, something new from VP. Hero AK-47. The rest of the team don't have any armor, so if it goes down, that probably will be the end of it.
The James memes, man.
Have they evolved further since last time? Are they
just on another place to save next to the bird on that stage? I don't know where this is going, Anders.
Well,
all I know is that VP are slow playing this round, hoping to get some value out of this AK. But Gambit are not giving him anything. Gambit are playing this appropriately. They know that VP could be up to some shenanigans, and so instead of pushing in, they are waiting on the bomb sites, forcing Virtus.pro to come to them.
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason they shouldn't. This is the kind of discipline that you actually really want to see out of them. It would be so silly if they were the aggressive ones and they lost to just a single AK. So yeah, slow it down, let them come. They haven't even used the grenades yet. They haven't had any reason to. They've more grenades left at 24 seconds. So this defense should be great. There's really no reason why it wouldn't be. There's another Molotov coming out. Inters is going to swing for the fight and then seize the bomb. 15 seconds and none of it will work out. The AK does nothing. The rest of them are doing nothing, and Gambit will just win the round outright.
You know, this may be mean of me, but I almost kind of wish that he had just thrown that AK over the wall before rushing onto the site and donating it to Inters. You know what I mean? That's literally like, here, take this. Here. I know you guys need all the help you can get. Except that, but then the guy, Inters is like, yeah, but we're winning right now. Nope. Here, I insist. Please have this AK. Oh, Kicker, you're such a nice guy.
Someone came up with a rhyme. My name is Kickert. I'm a beta. See you on the site a little bit later. There's a Keck W in there as well. Great. That's real creative. Oh man. Okay. Well, that's great.
Need me some chat, Anders. Always.
Yeah, it's been gone missing for a hot minute. I feel like it's time we bring it back. So they have all rifles though. They've got the AWP on James. This is the first real chance, I think, for VP outside of the pistol round to actually have a big impact. Adren is lurking around alone on this side. He's got a big job to do. If he gets killed, they'll know that they're all outside of B. So, oh, they're already sticking through. Look at Kickert. He's actually leading the charge. James on the other side as well. This is actually starting to look pretty decent for VP. Oh, they're allowed to get so close. What an entry. That is Gambit being way too passive in the B-bomb side.
Yeah, that is where... If you hit all your shots in your Gambit, right? If everybody wins their duel, you look like gods. It's like, sweet. You hit all your shots. Awesome. You really forced VP onto the site. However, if you miss any of those shots, that's what happens. You lose the bomb site immediately, and it's just a brutal turn of events. And so VP on the board. First round here in the half for them. And, well, there's good money. There's good money on Gambit, so they'll be able to rebuy off of that. But hopefully we'll see a little bit more aggression, just a little bit more out of them going forward here. Can't just let VP get all of that map control. Also on A side of things, we need to see some challenging coming out here from Gambit and mid. Can't let Virtus.pro just run away with mid control at the beginning of the round, because not only will they be able to walk up on B like that, but if you let them walk in through restrooms and long and just post up right outside of A, it's going to get real hard to hold on CT side.
Yeah.
So there's protocols that need to be followed here.
Listen, if I'm playing in a game and someone tells me the plan is for every single person in the defense to just hit all of their opening shots, I would at least be inclined to ask, like, and if they don't? Is there a plan B here? There was no plan B in that round. That was just all on that idea. Which you have to admire at some point. Like, that's, you know, that's brave in a way. Brave in a stupid way. Does that make sense?
Sure. Hey, you know, you don't have to, it's like bravery, Anders. Bravery, you know, dumb, smart, brave is brave.
Well, we'll see if they can continue to be brave in a better way then. Maybe that could be what's coming. But a good round for VP, so credit to them. Setting up for another one here, I think. Sanji with a bit of a grenade on Supra doesn't do that much damage, but it all counts at the end. They don't have anyone on the A side at all. Closest is Adrenaline Connector. They're gonna go for it again. And VP say, you know what? Couldn't defend the B side last time. See if you can this time.
This time I'm liking it better, though. There's a crossfire setup here for Gambit. Yeah. Ooh, that molly. A little bit too much damage. Gotta be careful about peeking into James, though. But James is running away. 2v4 VP. They did leave themselves enough room for air. They did leave themselves enough time to rotate up to the A site. But Axel is here, and he's been fairly reliable.
Yeah, but with the time that's left, he shouldn't be fighting. He should just be waiting. Molotov back to the bank. He's gonna get flanked by Adren. That's actually a bit dangerous now. 2 on 3. This is just a 2 on 4. They should not be losing this round, Gambit. Even if Super is a bit low on health. He's flanking in from behind. James is gonna go back there with the AWP. He's coming right for him. He's running. Super should be turning around in a second here, and he hasn't heard. Somehow Super doesn't know, and that could actually be the end of him. He's gonna get the kill on Adren though. That's going to help out a lot. And James now, long range with the AWP, instant kill. He's got another 2 coming. There's one of them. Supra is going to be able to catch him and will run back. Quad kill on Supra. Even if he never hurt James, he's going to be able to win the round. What a scary round there.
Is it just me? Or did you not hear the shots from James either? Because I didn't hear those shots coming off from James. I just saw the kill feed.
Yeah, I don't know where they went missing. Some
okay.
bug in the Matrix.
Right. Yeah, it wasn't just me there, because that was definitely a bit odd. I'm like, what's James doing? And then you just see people dying on Gambit. Huh.
Glitch in the Matrix. That we're all living inside of, quite obviously at this point in time. Used to just be a meme, Samla, but now we all know it's real.
I'm confused. Like chat, I need to look away from chat. It's too distracting. Let's focus on the game again.
Getting hypnotized.
Yeah.
By chat.
I mean, it's true, Sam, the dude. If you're starting CS in 2020, that's going to be a real rough ride. But hey, props for trying, man. It's the greatest game.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's worth it. I still think it's worth it. Get in there. Start a career, get playing. Let's see.
Well, I mean,
I was going to say, this is the same strategy they're running here, VP, as it was in the previous round. Adren checking out the A side, the restrooms, the rest of them down here. Yekandar is close to the L bend. He's just probably surprised, shocked that he's not seen anyone.
Well, the VP have got to be telling themselves the same thing that we were saying after that round, the first round in the fourth, where they got to be telling themselves, listen, they hit their shots that time, but if we hit our shots, we're on B. And so let's just keep going B if this is how they're going to play it. Well, the flash comes through. Ooh, that was a perfect anti-flash.
They need to do more than that, though. They're walking up right behind Supra. That's Inta's going down. Nearly a great lineup. He almost had the double kill then. That would have been perfect. Now there's 10 seconds left. Fanny's right in front here. Can he swing? Can he stop the bomb from going down? He's a second away. He tries to shoot through, but he's not going to get it. He'll get James instead, but if he could have taken down Kicker, then it would have been the end of the round. So essentially the wrong target. I think he needed to put everything on that. And now they're getting flanked from Adren up at the A side as well. So yeah, they are so screwed in this round. I think actually he could have had that one. Hard call to make, but still.
And Dren getting the freebies. Shiro, can you fight your way out of this one, buddy? You want to save that op if you're Shiro. You absolutely want to hold on to the sniper rifle, but he's going to get caught by Yekender. And that is the round. VP with 2. And I'm liking VP, man. That's it's just, I mean, that's exactly how it plays out. If you hit the shot first as the CT side, great. If you miss any of those shots, you get rolled.
Yeah, that's pretty much what it's down to. So people are asking, what's the most underused wallbang on Overpass? I feel like I've been banging the drum long enough about that box to the B bomb site that people must, you know, must have figured it out by now. Trying to think about if there are some that people might not know about that are still left. That's hard to say. I might have to think about that a little bit. Nothing immediately comes to mind. There aren't that many on Overpass. Yeah, maybe actually it's the one from CT side restrooms through the wall into connector, into like the B connector. You can actually shoot through that wall quite a bit, both ways. I feel like people don't take advantage of that. So maybe that's the answer. Hard to say, really.
They don't really do much wall banging these days anymore, do they?
No, I mean, don't get to see that much of it.
Very few places that you can actually bang for any kind of damage. Usually banging is a good thing.
Usually, well, the problem is as well, like most of the wall bangs these days are like AWP strictly, right? Like there aren't that many left. And the problem with that is most pro teams don't actually want to allocate time and also give away information by just shooting the orb into a wall, you know? It's like that'll just tell the enemy team a lot, and most of the time you're not going to gain that much from it. So I guess that's sort of one of the reasons why it's gone missing a little bit. I'm sure there are others that no one has found on Overpass. I'm sure it's possible, but it's still a bit tricky. In my mind, I want the wall bangs to be more plentiful, but at the back of my mind, I'm also thinking, like, I don't know if it actually would help the game. I think it might just be more confusing and more annoying to people in general.
It's a tough one. I don't know. There's been Dren is just so happy, and he is going to go down. So an AK rather. Oh, Inter's just hide. Okay, yeah, he saves that AK, so they'll at least get that. Inter's just lucky boy when it comes to these AKs. He keeps getting the donations. VP, they're a very generous team right now with these AKs. Oh, they never really want to let Gambit go without. Always want to make sure they have at least one weapon that's capable of a one-shot headshot on that defense. So,
yeah.
And I am being slightly sarcastic.
You know what's a problem here? That one Mac 10 on Sanji, there's 4 people without any head armor on the Gambit side, so it's a chance here that one Mac 10 could actually do way more than it normally would be able to. We'll see. Nafani could be the first target here in the connector when that fire goes away. We'll see. Timing is pretty good for it. There's the Mac 10 coming in, and he's going to win the fight. So no headshots. He's going to be just fine with it. And that is that's a large part of the push, weirdly, gone missing now. Oh, but
that was interesting. What is going on with this CT side here? Gambits just keep getting caught looking the wrong way. Wonder what the communication is like on that team right now. Are they getting weird info? Because that was, I mean, Axel, fair enough. Wrong way, wrong time. But Nafani, was he worried about sewers? But he had a teammate in sewers, didn't he? I don't know. Weird. Very weird stuff.
Yeah, he got shot in the back down there. That was definitely a bit of a hiccup. 40 seconds. They are now regrouping for the B bomb site. Super is in a powerful position, but I'm not sure if he's going to be able to catch them walking through. So it could still be on Inters to try and do this. 30 seconds, and yeah, don't think he's going to see anything here. He's going to know from the grenades, though. Call it out to Inters. Good, HE. They're going to walk right on top. That's some decent damage. And now, setting himself with a flashbang. Shiro is going to be showing up, and I think they might actually be sticking this defense. Although Yekender and James coming back in. Oh, great kills in the last possible second, and they're going to spam away Super. They knew that was the only place he could win the round from.
Yeah, too much hesitation there. And it's not a good position to try and peek from water behind the bomb site like that, because that wall, speaking of banging, that's where you get your head banged off, because that wall is very much wall bangable by AKs, and that's what we saw. It's like, cool, you show yourself and you think you're safe, but you're not. It's not an advantageous position for you at all. Oh, here, take that. This is getting a little bit ridiculous, guys. There we go. Yekender takes down Supra.
Got the job done.
Yeah.
Good run from Yekender. Nice triple. Doubling his kills up at 6 now. 7 on Kickard, in spite of the earlier baiting rhyme that we had going on. Still doing a fine job. And they tied the scoreline. 4-4. They wrecked the Gambit economy once again. This is all looking pretty good for VP at the moment.
Yeah, they're getting quite a few rounds on the board here on this T side. You got to give it to them. And do we see a change of pace? At least it's going to be some aggression short here. They have that Mac 10 on Sanji, just waiting in connector. And once again, stack on B for Gambit. Oh, this time it's just Yekender here, though. He's got to be careful. Very much at risk of getting overwhelmed. His teammates need to support him. Good job there by Yekender staying alive. That was way too close.
And just a Dren going down so far. You got caught by Nafani over here, so that's unfortunate. AK on the run now. They're gonna go chase it down. They're not even worried about planting the bomb. Kickard is down there on his own. They just start hunting already. Pretty impressive.
Oh, that's James getting caught. And now, once again, Nafani 2 kills, long range Mac 10. There we go. Sanji with the bonus money, and also he just doubled his kills. No, he had. Yeah, he did. That was it. He went from 1 kill to 2 kills. What does sewer smell like after all your years living there on the leaderboard and playing CS:GO? Well, I mean, the sewers in Global Elite, they smell like roses. They smell really good. That's all I'll say. It's a sweet, sweet elite perfume.
Well, there you go. I'm not even sure I understand the
I don't know either, dude. It's a very serious question, though, Anders, and I appreciate him asking. These are just trades all over the place, weakening the defense. I'm kind of waiting for Virtus.pro to keep pressing the advantage, though. Get rid of Inters. There we go. Inter's actually having to try and make a play there, trying to go aggressive, but it's not going to pan out. Shiro has rotated in. Smoke's going down, going to make his life fairly interesting, though, and he's electing to back off and try and save this AWP with Axel. Smart. Just save the guns, because it's going to be a rough one.
That's, I mean, and it's a bit of a shame, though. They're actually, I don't know, I feel like that 3-on-3, they needed to be probably a little bit more effective, because giving up this round 6-4, their economy is really at an all-time low. And look at the money that's on VP side. They have got 10,000 on Kickard, 10,000 on Yekender. They're getting away with so much. This is about to be a 5th round in a straight here for VP. That's them being allowed to kind of run over Gambit youngsters here early on. This is on the T side of Overpass as well. I'm not loving this at the moment.
Excuse me. Well, if you're a Gambit fan, if you're a Virtus.pro fan, you're probably feeling pretty hype right now. Which I know many people in the chat are big fans of Virtus.pro. They're always talking about James, you know, showing support for him in the chat. So I expect the chat, to be really popping off in favor of VP here. This is the first timeout getting called by Gambit. First of 4 possible. I suppose now's the time, man. Now or never. You got to try and start slowing them down at some point. And with 2 saved guns, probably going to try and save into this one, maybe a half buy at most.
Yeah, it's a tough call to make, isn't it? Behind